Chapter 101, Complete version of the breath-holding technique. Picking up the jade slip, Gumo's divine sense probed into it, and in the next moment, countless messages flooded his mind. This feeling of knowledge being directly imprinted into the brain was simply too convenient. Of course, if one's divine soul is not strong, a large influx of knowledge can instead harm the divine soul. This is probably why the use of jade slips requires the condensation of divine sense. Only when one's divine soul is strong enough to condense divine sense can one freely receive the large amount of information transmitted by jade slips. Oh? This is... After reading the information on the jade slip, a look of surprise appeared on Gumo's face, because the jade slip contained a secret spell, and it was a secret spell Gumo was very familiar with, breath concealment technique. And this was the complete manual of the breath concealment technique, the kind that could be cultivated to perfection realm. Gumo's proficient level breath concealment technique could already evade the detection of Foundation establishment cultivators. If he were to cultivate the breath concealment technique to major achievement, wouldn't he be able to evade the detection of golden core cultivators? If he went a step further and cultivated the breath concealment technique to the perfection realm, what kind of scene would that be? Amidst his surprise, Gumo couldn't help but wonder if the evil cultivator hidden in the Kingla sect had any connection with this group of assassins? Otherwise, why did both possess the breath concealment technique, especially since this one even carried the complete manual? Actually, the reason was very simple. Since they wanted to ambush the Kingla sect's true inheritor seed, they naturally had to hide themselves first, lest their plan be discovered before it even began. Therefore, many overseas sect disciples who had not cultivated the breath concealment technique before had no choice but to improvise. While lurking and waiting for the target to appear, they also comprehended the breath concealment technique. As long as they could conceal their own chi, they would have a few more assurances when making their move. Gumo thought for a moment and gave up trying to figure out what connection the two might have, because it was no longer important. Regardless, this attack by the unknown force on the disciples participating in the true inheritor trial had definitely forged a deadly enmity with the Kingla sect. Whether there was a connection or not, as long as they were discovered, they would definitely face the Kingla sect's thunderous strike. Besides, these were not things a small chi refining cultivator like him needed to consider. What Gumo needed to do now was to hold out until the sect's reinforcements arrived. Throwing the jade slip and storage pouch into the black mist space, Gumo used little flame wave to burn the Foundation establishment cultivator's corpse, turning it into fertilizer for the spiritual field. Compared to that, Yuan Naya, who also used a fire element spell to burn a corpse, seemed much more amateurish. After the corpse was dealt with, the pit blasted by the potato mine and some battle traces were also leveled, and everything looked as if nothing had happened. These are the spoils of war. Returning to the nut array, Yuan Naya took out several magical artifacts and a pile of spirit stones and medicinal pills. These were all things she had taken from the corpses. Items stored by cultivators in their sleeve universe would burst out after the cultivator's death. We'll divide the spoils of war after we go back. Gumo waved his hand. At this moment, he had vaguely sensed that cultivators were approaching here. He didn't know if they were the sect's reinforcements or the assassin's reinforcements. Alright. Yuan Naya put the spoils of war into her storage pouch, and then began to meditate and recover, preparing for the next battle. At the same time, Chu Fifei also completed the repair of the nut array. Originally, Chu Fifei also wanted to repair the formation of the manor, but unfortunately, the formation of the manor was too severely damaged and could no longer be repaired. Whoosh! Not long after, a sound of rushing air approached from afar and landed outside the spiritual field where Gumo and the two others were. Gumo's gaze swept towards the newcomer, and he sighed in his heart. The sect's reinforcements were a bit slow. If it were anyone else, they would probably already be a corpse by now. However, only one Foundation establishment cultivator came this time, so it wasn't a big problem, as long as they didn't leave the nut array. What's going on? Jielu looked around. He had received Jiaqi's message and rushed over quickly. Now that he was here, Jiaqi, who sent him the message, was nowhere to be seen. Was he playing with him? His gaze swept towards Gumo and the others not far away. Jielu felt that it didn't look like they were deceiving him. After all, the targets were right nearby. But the targets hadn't been eliminated yet. Jiaqi wouldn't just abandon the mission targets like that, would he? From what he knew of Jiaqi, that person didn't seem like someone who would hand over the task of killing a true inheritor seed to others. No choice, Jielu took out a communication talisman and began to contact Jiaqi. He always felt that something was strange about this matter. Jilu's divine sense swept over Gumo and the two others, and he could see their cultivation realm, 2 chi refining middle stage, 1 chi refining early stage. In this situation, Jiaqi actually still wanted him to come for support. No response. Jielu held the communication jade talisman, and seeing that the jade talisman did not respond for a long time, the unease in his heart grew stronger. Finally, Jielu contacted the overall commander of this operation, who was the Golden Core cultivator, to inquire about the situation. What? Jiaqi's soul lamp is extinguished. Soon, Jielu learned the real reason for Jiaqi's disappearance. The extinguishing of the soul lamp meant that Jiaqi had fallen. Upon hearing this news, Jielu instantly became alert. Jiaqi had clearly died here, which meant there was something here that could kill a Foundation establishment cultivator. But no matter how Jielu observed, he just couldn't find anything that could threaten a Foundation establishment cultivator. The more this was the case, the stronger the unease in Jilu's heart became. After all, Jiaqi's death was not fake. Finally, Jialu's gaze turned to Gu Mo and the two others in the nut array. These people should know something. But when Jialu saw Gu Mo's calm expression, his heart inexplicably tightened. Why could a small fry at Qi refining second layer be so calm in front of him, a foundation establishment cultivator? Could this be a powerful expert who had hidden his aura? If that were truly the case, then everything could be explained. Qi had encountered a strong enemy, which was why he sought his support, and on his way here, Qi was finally defeated and died. At this thought, Jialu's advancing footsteps paused slightly. His strength and Qi were evenly matched. If the opponent could kill Qi, then they could also kill him. Seeing that foundation establishment cultivator being suspicious there, Gu Mo couldn't help but find it amusing. However, this was also good. The longer the delay, the more advantageous it was for them. Gu Mo could already vaguely sense that more cultivators were approaching here, but this one's speed seemed a bit slow. Shouldn't support be moving at full speed? Why was this one so leisurely? Could it not be the sex support? It's been so long, the target should have been eliminated by now. Qian Qi looked at the manor in the distance, his face showing indifference. As one of the spies who infiltrated the Qingluo sect, Qian Qi could have participated in this true inheritor mission, becoming a protector for a certain disciple, and then secretly making a move to eliminate that disciple. But in the end, Qian Qi didn't do that. He and He Xiaogang were the only remaining spies who successfully infiltrated the Qingluo sect. They were meant to play a greater role in the future, not to be used to eliminate a few disciples participating in the trial. However, after Qian Qi learned of Yuan Nia's plea for help, he immediately changed his mind and took on the mission to provide support. Subsequently, Qian Qi deliberately slowed down on the way, his goal being to let Yuan Nia be eliminated due to lack of support. And the price he had to pay was merely some punishment for mission failure. After all, this area was full of assassins, and it was quite reasonable for him to slow down if he encountered assassins besieging him on the way to provide support. Paying a negligible price to eliminate a true inheritor seed with great potential like Yuan Nia was absolutely worth it. But when Qian Qi entered the manor and saw Gu Mo and the two others unharmed, he couldn't help but be stunned. What's going on? Why are the targets all fine? While he was puzzled, Qian Qi felt a sound of rushing air from behind him. The person who attacked was Jialu. Jialu naturally discovered Qian Qi's appearance. Seeing that it was a Qingluo sect reinforcement, Jialu quickly hid, and then launched an attack while Qian Qi was momentarily stunned. Damn it! Feeling the attack from behind, Qian Qi was almost amused by anger. He was actually attacked by his own people. However, Qian Qi also knew that their identities were only known to the high-ranking officials of the sect. The other disciples of the sect, including foundation establishment stage cultivators, did not know his identity. Therefore, the attack from behind was definitely aimed at taking his life. Without hesitation, Qian Qi raised his hand, and a flying knife appeared, meeting the attack from behind. Clang! Accompanied by a piercing explosion, the battle between the two foundation establishment cultivators began. Gu Mo, should we help? Yuan Nia and Chu Fifei were gathered around Gu Mo, asking. After waiting for so long, the sect's reinforcements finally arrived. However, the elder who came this time didn't seem to be very strong, fighting the enemy to a stalemate. That's a battle between foundation establishment cultivators, not something we can intervene in. Gu Mo shook his head. Gu Mo was somewhat wary of this sect elder who came to provide support. The reason was simple, knowing that they were in danger, the other party still came over slowly. How could this not make one suspicious? Read the unedited version at Yuliu Yuju Yishu Yuba. Fortunately, Gu Mo sensed another aura approaching, and that aura was approaching very quickly, unlike the slow pace of the previous one. It was the posture of someone coming to support. He just didn't know whose support it was. Gu Mo was currently using a vague divine sense perception. This perception method had a wide range and was difficult to detect, but its disadvantage was that the perception was not very clear. Gu Mo could sense someone approaching, and the two genuine foundation establishment cultivators, Jialu and Qian Qi, who were currently fighting, naturally also sensed it. However, because they couldn't determine whose side the newcomer was from, both chose to wait, and naturally, the intensity of their battle also decreased. Soon, Qian Qi was the first to clearly see the newcomer. Upon seeing that it was a self-person from the Qingluo sect, Qian Qi's heart was filled with anxiety. This meant that the plan to eliminate Yuan Nia had completely failed. Suddenly, Qian Qi's gaze swept towards Gu Mo, and an idea popped into his mind. Without hesitation, Qian Qi transmitted a message to Gu Mo. Gu Mo, who was watching the show, was first stunned when he heard the voice in his ear, and then his heart was greatly alarmed. This Qingluo sect elder who came to support was actually one of the evil cultivators hidden in the sect. At this moment, the other party wanted him to ambush Yuan Nia. Although the other party promised many benefits, Gu Mo pretended not to have heard anything. What's going on? Seeing that Gu Mo didn't react, Qian Qi was startled, not knowing what problem had arisen. Before he could think further, Jialu also discovered that it was Qingluo sect's support. Without hesitation, Jialu made a small burst, forced Qian Qi back, and quickly fled. One-on-one, the two were evenly matched. If another one came, he wouldn't leave, he might not be able to leave. Seeing Jialu flee, Qian Qi did not stop him. He couldn't really leave his own people behind, could he? Unfortunately, the plan to eliminate Yuan Nia fell through this time. It seems we should be safe now. Seeing the enemy retreat, Gu Mo knew that the one who came this time should be the sect's support. A few breaths later, a streak of light descended, and then Rong Guangshen's figure appeared. Phew! Rong Guangshen's gaze swept towards Gu Mo and the two others, and he couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Fortunately, the three were unharmed, otherwise, he, as a protector, would have been too derelict in his duty. Elder Qian, thank you for your trouble this time. Rong Guangshen's gaze turned to Jian Qi. Just now, he had vaguely sensed a Foundation Establishment cultivators battle here. In his opinion, Gu Mo and the two others being unharmed should be largely due to Jian Qi's timely support. Since Elder Rong has arrived, I'll leave this place to you. I still have other support missions. Jian Qi nodded, and then transformed into a streak of light and left. However, after leaving for more than 10 li, Jian Qi stopped, his face full of gloom. On the way, Jian Qi recalled everything that had just happened. His voice transmission had indeed reached Gu Mo's ears, but the other party had not made any movement, which already explained a lot. This Gu Mo had climbed up to Yuan Nia's high branch and wanted to get rid of them. It was simply ridiculous. Since he was a disobedient chess piece, there was no need to keep him. At this thought, Jian Qi took out a communication talisman and reported Gu Mo's situation to He Xiaogang. The jade tablet sealing a wisp of Gu Mo's soul was currently in He Xiaogang's hands. Therefore, only He Xiaogang could decide Gu Mo's life and death. Such a thing. He Xiaogang frowned after reading the message from Jian Qi. Gu Mo was a chess piece he highly valued, yet he had become disobedient. Alright, a disobedient chess piece, no matter how good, cannot be kept. He Xiaogang was not a hesitant person. They had infiltrated the Qingluo sect to carry out a disintegration mission, inherently taking huge risks, and could not tolerate any mistakes. Since Gu Mo was disobedient and wanted to break free from them, He Xiaogang could only destroy this chess piece. Immediately, He Xiaogang took out a jade tablet with Gu Mo's name written on it, and then directly crushed it. At the same time, the wisp of soul within the jade tablet also vanished. Phew! He Xiaogang threw away the shattered jade tablet and let out a long breath, feeling regretful for losing an excellent chess piece, but no matter how good a chess piece was, if it was disobedient, it could only be discarded. Unfortunately, they failed to eliminate Yuan Nia this time. However, the overall operation was still considered successful. Several of the top-ranked True Inheritor seeds had been successfully killed by them. The other disciples participating in the True Inheritor trial, some died, some were injured. This wave was definitely a heavy blow to the younger generation of the Qingluo sect. Of course, the sect He Xiaogang belonged to also paid an equally heavy price for this, even suffering more casualties than the Qingluo sect. But the Qingluo sect's losses were all elites among the inner sect disciples, including True Inheritor seeds, while He Xiaogang's sect's losses were only relatively ordinary disciples. Although these disciples were also considered elites within the sect, they were not among the most outstanding in terms of talent and potential. The loss of these people was indeed heartbreaking, but compared to the results of the battle, these losses were still acceptable. In the future, once they captured the Qingluo sect's mountain gate and obtained a fourth-order Dao field, these small losses would quickly be replenished. Thinking of this, He Xiao's mood immediately improved a lot. This plan was orchestrated by him, and achieving a successful outcome was also his credit. Compared to that, Gu Mo, a disobedient chess piece, was simply insignificant in the face of such a great merit. Let's return to the sect. After dealing with Gu Mo, this disobedient pawn, He Xiaogang walked out of the room and addressed Yao Shifeng and a Foundation Establishment cultivator who were standing guard outside. The assassination mission was now nearing its end. All the Qingluo sect disciples participating in the True Inheritor trial who could be killed had been killed, and those who couldn't had basically retreated back to the sect. There was no point in staying any longer. He Xiaogang had done his best to make this True Inheritor trial perfect. The trial mission was completed with great perfection, and with the assistance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator, he had killed a Foundation Establishment stage assassin. Such a record was enough to firmly secure his position as the top True Inheritor. As for the Foundation Establishment assassin killed by He Xiaogang, his sect would naturally compensate his family's descendants and promise to cultivate another Foundation Establishment cultivator for them. The large overseas sect had paid a considerable price to seize the Qingluo sect's Dao, so He Xiaogang absolutely would not allow the plan to fail. Even if Gu Mo, a pawn he highly valued, showed even a slight sign of disobedience, he would decisively eliminate him, leaving no flaws. However, when He Xiaogang returned to the sect and saw Yuan Nia and the other two who had also returned, his expression drastically changed. Gu Mo, who should have been dead, was now appearing before him, full of vigor. This was something He Xiaogang could not comprehend. The soul curse on the jade slip could not be wrong. Not to mention Gu Mo, a Qi refinement stage cultivator, even Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, or even nascent soul cultivators would undoubtedly die when facing a soul curse. However, acquiring the soul of a high realm cultivator was extremely difficult, as it required the target to be in a state where they could not resist at all. It was easier for low-level cultivators, but making a high-level cultivator fall into a state of no resistance was several times harder than directly killing them. But as long as a wisp of soul was successfully sealed, the curse was unsolvable, yet Gu Mo had broken this iron rule. In reality, it wasn't that Gu Mo broke any iron rule, but rather that the soul sealed in He Xiaogang's jade slip was not Gu Mo's at all. If the target was wrong, it would be strange if the soul curse was effective. Amidst his shock, He Xiaogang felt a chill run down his spine, because a living Gu Mo was simply too dangerous. This was someone who knew their secrets and had escaped their control. If Gu Mo were to say something carelessly, the entire plan could very likely fail. To dismantle the Qingluo sect, the sect He Xiaogang belonged to had paid an enormous price. Leaving aside the personnel losses from this assassination plan, just getting He Xiaogang into the Qingluo sect required the sect to use an extremely precious reincarnation pill. The reincarnation pill was a very special medicinal pill. It could return a cultivator's cultivation, physique, and even lifespan all back to before they cultivated. For example, a cultivator whose lifespan was nearing its limit could take a reincarnation pill and return directly to their youth when they first began to cultivate. This was almost equivalent to allowing a cultivator to live a second life, and it was a second life with their original cultivation memories. With the cultivation experience from the previous life, this second life would definitely be able to reach a higher realm. He Xiaogang was naturally not a cultivator whose lifespan was nearing its limit. On the contrary, He Xiaogang was not old, yet his cultivation had already reached foundation establishment great perfection. He was a true prodigy, and also a direct descendant of the nascent soul old ancestor of his sect, making his status incredibly noble. His noble status and outstanding talent ensured that He Xiaogang never lacked cultivation resources, and his cultivation soared all the way until he reached foundation establishment great perfection, where it finally slowed down. Subsequently, He Xiaogang discovered that his cultivation had advanced too quickly, and he had consumed too many medicinal pills to enhance his cultivation, resulting in a mediocre foundation. Golden core was his limit, but He Xiaogang did not desire the golden core realm. He wanted to become a nascent soul cultivator like his old ancestor. He Xiaogang wanted to break this limit, and the method he thought of was to take a reincarnation pill, restart his cultivation, make up for all previous deficiencies, lay the strongest foundation, and pave the way for future breakthroughs to nascent soul. However, such a precious medicinal pill as the reincarnation pill was impossible for him to obtain, even as a sect prodigy and a direct descendant of the old ancestor. It wasn't until the sect decided to seize the Qingluo sect's Dao that He Xiaogang saw an opportunity. To infiltrate a nascent soul level great sect, any hidden means were useless. Only by using the reincarnation pill to shed all his cultivation could he evade the Qingluo sect's detection. Immediately, He Xiaogang sought an audience with the old ancestor and volunteered to participate in the plan to dismantle the Qingluo sect. He Xiaogang's identity, status, and talent indeed made him the most suitable candidate. Ultimately, He Xiaogang successfully obtained the reincarnation pill and joined the Qingluo sect as a mortal teenage genius. Using the Qingluo sect's resources, He Xiaogang steadily consolidated his foundation while also executing the plan to dismantle the Qingluo sect. Everything was proceeding in an orderly fashion, but at this moment, a major, even fatal, bug in the entire plan had emerged, Gu Mo. At this moment, He Xiaogang's killing intent towards Gu Mo had reached its peak. He absolutely had to eliminate Gu Mo, otherwise, the risk would be too great. Gu Mo turned around, his gaze sweeping towards He Xiaogang. Just now, he had felt a chilling killing intent, but this sect master's direct disciple had been very close to him before, so why had he suddenly harbored killing intent towards him? Such keen perception. Seeing Gu Mo turn around, He Xiaogang suppressed the overwhelming killing intent in his heart and smiled, waving his hand. He couldn't openly confront Gu Mo yet, and since they were within the Qingluo sect, it would be difficult to eliminate Gu Mo. He needed to think of other ways. Junior Sister Yuan, my mission is complete. Please submit this mission to the mission hall as soon as possible. Upon returning to the sect, Rong Guangshen's suspended heart finally completely relaxed. Immediately, Rong Guangsheng bid farewell to Yuan Naya, concluding his mission as her protector. Thank you, senior brother Rong. Yuan Naya nodded. After bidding farewell to Rong Guangsheng, Yuan Naya and the two others did not immediately go to the mission hall to submit the mission. Instead, they went together to Gumo's Ling Tian cabin, because the three of them still had matters to discuss, such as what could be exposed and what needed to be hidden in this mission. Of course, this primarily concerned Gu Mo. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei didn't have as many things to expose or hide. Gu Mo, however, had many secrets, and exposing some things could easily attract unnecessary trouble, especially after knowing the identity of a hidden foundation establishment evil cultivator within the sect. Gu Mo was even more cautious about revealing all his trump cards. For example, Gu Mo's trump card for killing foundation establishment cultivators was a method that needed to be hidden. If the enemy didn't know Gu Mo had the ability to kill foundation establishment cultivators, then the enemy would only send foundation establishment cultivators to deal with Gu Mo. After all, sending an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator to eliminate a Qi refinement stage cultivator was already considered giving it extreme importance. But if the enemy knew Gu Mo had the ability to kill foundation establishment cultivators, then the enemy might not send ordinary foundation establishment cultivators to deal with Gu Mo. At that time, Gu Mo would face an even more dangerous situation. Senior sister, do you know the elder who came before Elder Rong? Back in the Ling Tian cabin, after confirming that there were no other people nearby, Gu Mo began to inquire about the origin of the foundation establishment elder who had sent him the voice transmission. Only by knowing the other party's origin could Gu Mo formulate a countermeasure. The other party had previously asked him to attack Yuan Naya. Gu Mo had pretended not to hear the voice transmission and had muddled through, but Gu Mo knew very well that the enemy would not be so easily fooled, so danger could come at any time. However, within the sect, that evil cultivator should not be too blatant. With Gu Mo's current combat power, self-preservation within the sect should not be a problem, as long as he didn't leave the sect. That's Elder Qian. Junior brother He Xiaogang was found by him in the mortal world. Yuan Naya feared that Gu Mo might not remember Elder Qian and added another piece of information. Elder Qian was an elder with little presence within the sect, but because he brought back the prodigy He Xiaogang, many people knew about him. After all, finding such an excellent disciple for the sect was definitely a great merit. What? Upon hearing Yuan Nia's words, Gu Mo felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. If this elder Qian had a problem, then did He Xiaogang, whom he brought, also. Suddenly, Gu Mo recalled He Xiaogang's chilling killing intent from just now. There was no longer any doubt, He Xiaogang also had a problem. At this moment, Gu Mo felt as if he had been caught in a huge conspiracy. This was definitely not a simple infiltration by an evil cultivator. At the very least, He Xiaogang absolutely could not be an evil cultivator. As the sect master's direct disciple in the first place in the true inheritor assessment, if he cultivated evil techniques, it would definitely be discovered. What Gu Mo had always considered to be evil cultivators might just be a means used by the true masterminds to control people. That group of people definitely had a bigger goal. What's wrong? Seeing Gu Mo's unusual reaction, Yuan Nia asked, puzzled. That elder Qian doesn't seem like a good person, you two should be careful. Gu Mo thought for a moment and casually reminded them. As for anything more, Gu Mo was powerless. For an error-free version, read at 169shu.com. As for reporting that Jian Qi and He Xiaogang had problems, it was meaningless. Even the sect hadn't discovered any issues with them. If Gu Mo said there were problems, would there truly be any? Where was the evidence? Without evidence, slandering a sect elder and a true inheritor was no small crime. Alright. Although they didn't understand why Gu Mo was so hostile towards Elder Qian, Yuan Nia and Chu Fifei still remembered Gu Mo's warning. Gu Mo's previous actions had never been without purpose. Since Gu Mo said Elder Qian was not a good person, he must have discovered something. Putting this matter aside for now, Gu Mo took out the jade talisman with the recording and began to edit the recording, removing the part where he killed the enemy Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although they lost the merit of killing the Foundation Establishment assassin, the three still had the merit of killing 2 Qi completion realm and more than 10 Qi refinement late-stage assassins. These were enough to secure Yuan Nia's position as a true inheritor. As assistants, Gu Mo and Chu Fifei would also receive a considerable amount of sect contribution. Next, let's distribute the spoils of war. Gu Mo took out the items he had obtained from the Foundation Establishment cultivator. Seeing this, Yuan Nia also took out the spoils of war she had collected. As a formation master, Chu Fifei did not directly participate in the battle, so she naturally did not obtain any spoils of war. However, according to their previous agreement, Gu Mo and Yuan Nia had to give Chu Fifei a share of the spoils they obtained. Gu Mo's main spoils of war were naturally the gains from the Foundation Establishment Assassin, a low-grade magic treasure level flying sword, 50 mid-grade spirit stones, 2 bottles of second-order healing medicinal pills, 2 bottles of second-order spirit restoring medicinal pills, and 1 bottle of second-order detoxification medicinal pills, a storage pouch, and a breath concealment technique jade slip. His gaze swept over these spoils of war. Gu Mo picked out the storage pouch, which was useless to him but urgently needed by Chu Fifei, and gave it to her. With the black mist space, Gu Mo did not need this small storage pouch. As for concealing the existence of the black mist space, he could entirely use the sleeve universe, using a storage pouch would instead be conspicuous. As a formation master, Chu Fifei always had to carry a large amount of formation materials. Having a storage pouch would definitely make things much more convenient. Ah! Seeing Gu Mo hand over the most valuable storage pouch, Chu Fifei couldn't help but be a little bewildered. Among these spoils of war, the storage pouch was clearly the most valuable, followed by the magic treasure level flying sword, but Gu Mo actually gave her the most valuable item. This is what you deserve. Gu Mo knew very well that he was able to kill that Foundation Establishment assassin, not only because of the second-order potato mine and second-order pea shooter, but Chu Fifei also made a great contribution. Without her subtly revealing the formation's flaws, the enemy would not have chosen to break the formation but would have continued to wait for reinforcements. At that time, Gu Mo would have faced the encirclement of 2 Foundation Establishment assassins. Consider this a deposit for your future formations. Chu Fifei accepted the storage pouch. Just as Gu Mo said, Chu Fifei indeed desperately needed a storage pouch to hold various formation materials. Because different formations required all sorts of strange formation materials, some formation materials were very heavy, and some formation materials, once made into formation stones, needed to be used immediately, otherwise, their spiritual chi would dissipate. Normally, relying on the sleeve universe, these special materials were difficult to carry, but with a storage pouch, all these problems could be easily solved. I don't lack these. Yuan Nia saw Gu Mo's gaze sweep towards her and waved her hand. She had storage pouches. She didn't have magic treasures yet because her cultivation was insufficient, but as soon as she reached cultivation chi completion realm, her master would naturally prepare a magic treasure that suited her. As for spirit stones and medicinal pills, Yuan Nia had even less of a shortage. Especially after Yuan Nia became a true inheritor, she would possess even more resources. Senior sister, how about I exchange a secret technique for your spoils of war? Yuan Nia didn't lack these, but Gu Mo did. The spoils of war Yuan Nia obtained from killing those chi completion realm and chi refinement late stage cultivators, although not comparable to those from a Foundation Establishment cultivator, were still quite good. Among them were 1 high-grade magical artifact, 7 medium-grade magical artifacts, over 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, and various first-order medicinal pills. Aside from the medium-grade standard magical sword Yuan Nia had given him earlier, Gu Mo had no other presentable magical artifacts. Although he now had a magic treasure level flying sword, this item required refining and couldn't be used immediately upon acquisition. Furthermore, this would be one of Gumo's trump cards and couldn't be easily used. Therefore, Gumo wanted to acquire another magical artifact for daily use. The high-grade and medium-grade magical artifacts Yuan Naya had captured were very suitable, because those assassins, to avoid exposing their identities, used very common types of magical artifacts, so Gumo would have no problem using them. No problem. Yuan Naya didn't lack magical artifacts or spirit stones, but she would never have too many secret techniques or secret methods. In the Kingla sect's main hall, Gao Yunrui and other high-ranking Kingla sect members were gathered, but everyone's expressions were not good, they even showed a hint of worry. The reason for all this was the outcome of the True Inheritor trial. During this True Inheritor trial, they encountered an ambush by an unknown force, resulting in severe losses among the sect's excellent disciples. Among the top 9 True Inheritor seeds, 4 were killed, 3 were severely injured, and only 2 returned safely. Among the 4 who died were 2 Foundation Establishment cultivators who were ranked 2nd and 3rd among the True Inheritor seeds. Although the lives of the 3 severely injured people were saved, their injuries were too severe, having damaged their foundation. Unless there was a heaven and earth treasure that could repair their damaged foundation, they would no longer have any possibility of further advancement. This meant that out of the 9 True Inheritor seeds, 7 were lost in this trial. Coupled with the equally heavy casualties among other inner sect disciples, this was an enormous loss, directly equivalent to wiping out a generation of the Kingla sect. Fortunately, He Xiaogang, who was most highly regarded, was unharmed, and Yuan Naya also returned safely. The fact that these 2 youngest True Inheritor seeds escaped the calamity was a blessing in disguise. However, He Xiaogang and Yuan Naya alone could not support the entire Kingla sect. If the Kingla sect still had a nascent soul old ancestor, they could continue to cultivate a new generation for the Kingla sect, but... Gao Yunrui looked at the report in his hand, his fists clenched. At this moment, his heart was filled with anxiety. The heavy losses of elite disciples within the sect had pushed the Kingla sect to a dead end. The only way to resolve this crisis was to successfully refine the Ningying pill and for him, Gao Yunrui, to enter the nascent soul stage. Let everyone come in. Gao Yunrui sighed. Subsequently, the disciples who participated in this True Inheritor trial entered the main hall. Looking at the sparse crowd, the high-ranking Kingla sect members present all felt a sense of sorrow in their hearts. This was the future of the Kingla sect. Now I announce the official True Inheritor list. Gao Yunrui's gaze swept over the disciples in the hall as he began to announce the final results of this True Inheritor trial. He Xiaogang. The first name Gao Yunrui called out was He Xiaogang. No one was surprised by this. He Xiaogang's performance this time was perfect. Not only did he successfully complete the mission, but he also killed a Foundation Establishment assassin, despite being in a lower realm. Although he had the assistance of a Foundation Establishment Dao protector, this was enough to prove He Xiaogang's talent. Hearing his name, He Xiaogang immediately stepped forward and received the token representing a true disciple from Gao Yunrui. My disciple, work hard. The future of the Kingla sect will depend on you. Gao Yunrui said in a gentle tone. The Kingla sect had suffered such a great calamity, and the younger generation was almost wiped out. Now, Gao Yunrui could only rely on this disciple. With the talent He Xiaogang had displayed, he might be able to turn the tide and raise the banner of the Kingla sect's younger generation. This disciple will do his best. He Xiaogang's expression was solemn. With most of the Kingla sect's excellent disciples from the younger generation lost, naturally, He Xiaogang, as a prodigy, would receive even greater attention, thus gaining more power. At that point, dismantling the Kingla sect would become even easier. If it weren't for Gumo, this plan would have been absolutely perfect. But now, the thing He Xiaogang wanted to do most was to get rid of Gumo. As long as Gumo lived another day, He Xiaogang's heart would be filled with anxiety and unease. However, the plan targeting Gumo was already being formulated, it was just that this time, He Xiaogang wanted to ensure it was foolproof, so it would require more time. Yuan Naya. After He Xiaogang stepped down, Gao Yunrui immediately announced the name of the second True Inheritor. With the deaths of the original 2nd and 3rd ranked True Inheritor seeds, Yuan Naya's ranking directly rose to 2nd. Or rather, even if those 2 hadn't died, Yuan Naya's performance this time would have been enough to place her 2nd. She also successfully completed the trial mission and killed 2 Cultivation Chi Completion Realm and several Chi Refinement late-stage cultivators. While such a record was not as astonishing and brilliant as He Xiaogang killing a Foundation Establishment cultivator, it was still an extremely impressive record. After all, Yuan Naya was only a Chi Refinement 6th level cultivator. A Chi Refinement 6th level killing a Cultivation Chi Completion Realm was already not much worse than He Xiaogang. Not bad, you have the demeanor of your master back then. Gao Yunrui took out the True Disciple token and handed it to Yuan Naya, praising her. A Chi Refinement 6th level killing a Cultivation Chi Completion Realm, Gao Yunrui remembered that Zhou Suzu, Yuan Naya's master, had achieved such a record back then. Hearing the sect master's praise, Yuan Naya's small face immediately broke into a happy smile. Seeing this, Gao Yunrui smiled. Not only was her record similar, but her personality was also about 70 to 80% alike. Yayuki. After Yuan Naya, Gao Yunrui announced the name of the 3rd true disciple. Originally, Yayuki's ranking had fallen outside the top 9 this time. If this ambush hadn't happened, Yayuki would have had a very high probability of missing out on the True Inheritor position. However, the deaths of the higher-ranked True Inheritor seeds allowed Yayuki's ranking to rise, directly reaching 3rd. Greetings, Sect Master. Yayuki stepped forward and bowed, his expression neither happy nor sad. His thoughts at this moment were somewhat chaotic. Before the true inheritor trial, Yayuki had spent all his money to hire an assassin organization to ambush Yuan Naya, and then this major ambush occurred. This made Yayuki draw some connections between the two. Although he felt it was impossible for this incident to have been caused by him hiring someone to ambush Yuan Naya. But if the sect found out about this, he would definitely die. The sect was currently fully investigating the force that attacked them. If Yayuki were exposed, the sect would definitely consider him a spy for that force. Cultivate well. The future of the sect is in your hands. Gao Yunrui handed over the true inheritor token and simply encouraged them with a few words. Although Yayuki's performance was not as good as He Shaogang's and Yuan Naya's, with even a huge gap, he was once a high-ranking inner sect disciple. Gao Yunrui still had relatively high expectations for Yayuki's future achievements. After Yayuki, the subsequent true disciples had a cliff-like gap compared to He Shaogang and Yuan Naya. It's no exaggeration to say that these true disciples have slim hopes of reaching the Golden Core realm in the future, even with the sect providing them with a set of core formation resources. However, the fixed quota for true disciples in the sect is 9, and even if an accident occurs, the quota will not be reduced. It's just that this batch of true disciples will likely be the weakest overall in the history of the Kingluo sect. You 9, from now on, are the true inheritors of my Kingluo sect. Your every action represents the honor and disgrace of the sect. I hope you cultivate well and do not tarnish the sect's reputation. After announcing the true inheritor list, Gao Yunrui admonished the 9 individuals before him. Yes. The 9 responded in unison. I have one more thing to announce. After completing the promotion ceremony for the true disciples, Gao Yunrui spoke again. 3 months from now, the sect will hold a martial arts competition for outer sect disciples. The top 10 in this competition can enter the inner sect. This true inheritor trial resulted in severe losses among inner sect disciples, so Gao Yunrui naturally had to replenish them. The replenishment of inner sect disciples usually comes from finding talented individuals in the mortal world. However, this is like searching for a needle in a haystack. Each time the Kingluo sect recruits disciples, if 1 or 2 can enter the inner sect, it's considered a good harvest. More often than not, there are none. Slowly searching from the mortal world is clearly not suitable for the current situation of the Kingluo sect. Therefore, Gao Yunrui chose to directly select from the outer sect disciples. This ambush had caused some panic throughout the entire sect. The inner sect disciples suffered huge losses, but the outer sect disciples also suffered greatly. After all, every inner sect disciple who participated in the trial would invite several assistants, and these assistants were basically outer sect disciples. Therefore, the number of outer sect disciples lost this time was several times that of inner sect disciples. It's just that the Kingluo sect has a large number of outer sect disciples, so the overall loss rate was not as severe as that of inner sect disciples. Gao Yunrui's announcement of a channel for outer sect disciples to enter the inner sect also had the intention of appeasing those disciples. After this, Gao Yunrui would also hold competitions for utility disciples, selecting some to become outer sect disciples. As expected, with this news, all outer sect disciples were invigorated. Under normal circumstances, the only way for an outer sect disciple to become an inner sect disciple was to become a foundation establishment cultivator and enjoy inner sect treatment under the title of a sect deacon. However, with the talent of outer sect disciples, while it's not impossible to become a foundation establishment cultivator, it's extremely difficult. Now the sect has directly provided a channel for promotion, how could this not be a pleasant surprise? Especially for some strong outer sect disciples, they secretly regarded the top 10 in this competition as their sure prize. Look for error-free versions at 1619 SHUBA. The outer sect disciple martial arts competition, this is an opportunity. Gu Mo thought to himself as he looked at the message sent by Yuan Naya. If he could use this competition to become an inner sect disciple, then He Shaogang and Qian Qi would need to be even more cautious if they wanted to move against him. Gu Mo knew the true origins of He Shaogang and Qian Qi. These two would definitely be thinking of how to get rid of him. One of them was the first true inheritor, and the other was a sect deacon. Gu Mo, with his current status as an outer sect disciple, would be at a significant disadvantage against them. Originally, Gu Mo planned to show Elder Qi, the Lingzi Master Elder, his strength in Lingzi Master, to see if the other party could make an exception and take him in. Gu Mo, who had successfully condensed his divine sense, could already use some second-order Lingzi Master techniques. With a Qi refinement stage cultivation, to condense divine sense, such talent should have a high chance of an exception being made. As long as he could become Elder Qi disciple, Gu Mo would have a Golden Core Elder as his backer, which would allow him to better deal with the threats from He Shaogang and Qian Qi. But now Gu Mo saw a better way, which was to become an inner sect disciple through this competition. Although there was still a gap between an inner sect disciple and a Golden Core Elder's personal disciple. The advantage was that Gu Mo wouldn't have to expose too many of his trump cards. Showing Elder Qi his Lingzi Master abilities would require exposing the fact that Gu Mo had condensed divine sense. If that news spread and He Shaogang found out, he would definitely guard against this when dealing with Gu Mo. This would mean Gu Mo losing a trump card. As for participating in the outer sect competition, with Gu Mo's current combat power, he could definitely sweep through the entire outer sect grand competition, unless a foundation establishment cultivator appeared in the outer sect competition, but that was clearly impossible. As for participating in the competition leading to his cultivation being exposed, didn't he have the medicinal pills rewarded by the sect master before? Moreover, Gu Mo was currently diligently cultivating the breath concealment technique. Having obtained the complete breath concealment technique, Gumo could already push the breath concealment technique to the major achievement realm. At that time, with the major achievement level breath concealment technique activated, even Golden Core realm cultivators would not be able to see through Gumo's true strength. Gumo would even be able to conceal his mist form spiritual energy. The more Gumo hid, the more trump cards he would have to save his life when facing danger in the future. After digesting the message from Yuan Naya, Gumo put away his communication jade slip and planted a sunflower seed. Upon returning to his spiritual field, Gumo immediately planted all the sunflowers. At the same time, with the increase in the spiritual field's defense, Gumo also planned to increase the number of sunflowers. Previously, Gumo had planted 15 sunflowers in the spiritual field. This time, Gumo planned to increase the number of sunflowers to 30. Becoming an intersect disciple and making He Shaogang wary was only a temporary measure. The real way to resolve the crisis was to improve his own strength, which was the only way out. And Gumo's strength was directly related to the sunflowers. The sun essence condensed by the sunflowers could be used to upgrade and purchase plants, and also increase Gumo's cultivation speed. Gumo was now just a tiny bit away from breaking through his bottleneck and entering the Qi refinement 7th level. Once Gumo entered the Qi refinement late stage, then, before he reached foundation establishment, he would no longer have any bottlenecks. As long as he had enough sun essence, Gumo could quickly enter the cultivation Qi completion realm. It would take a long time for an ordinary Qi refinement 9th level cultivator to enter the cultivation Qi completion realm, because at this stage, a Qi refinement 9th level cultivator needs to refine all the gaseous spiritual energy in their body into a mist-like state, which is a relatively time-consuming process. Of course, this process can be accelerated with the help of spirit stones, medicinal pills, or heaven and earth treasures. But Gumo's internal spiritual energy was already in a mist-like state, so when he entered the Qi refinement 9th level, he wouldn't need any waiting and could directly enter the cultivation Qi completion realm state. After that, Gumo only needed to acquire a second-order spiritual field and obtain a complete second-level solar essence to become a foundation establishment cultivator without any hindrance. Speaking of spiritual fields, Yuan Naya successfully became a true disciple, and both Gumo and Chu Fifei received a generous amount of sect contribution points. It could be said that Gumo was not far from exchanging for a second-order spiritual field. It seemed that the top 10 in this outer sect competition would not only enter the inner sect but also be rewarded with a sum of sect contribution points. At that time, Gumo should be able to gather enough sect contribution points to exchange for a second-order spiritual field. In addition, Gumo also had a way to obtain a complete second-level solar essence without a second-order spiritual field, which was the 50 medium-grade spirit stones he had just acquired. Burying 50 medium-grade spirit stones in a flower pot would definitely create a spiritual energy level equivalent to a second-order spiritual field in a short period of time. At that time, planting a second-order solar flower and condensing several complete second-level solar essences would definitely not be a problem. These 50 medium-grade spirit stones were also a card in Gumo's hand. If he truly encountered any urgent situation, Gumo would choose to use these 50 precious medium-grade spirit stones to condense complete second-level solar essences, allowing himself to directly enter the foundation establishment stage. Chapter 104 Cherry Bomb. Kinglu Sex Market. Yayuki, heavily disguised, gazed at a dilapidated cabin in the distance, pondered for a long time, and finally walked over. That was the assassination organization's new meeting point, and Yayuki had spent a lot of effort to find it. Logically, after the incident where he was ambushed during the True Inheritor trial, Yayuki should have avoided contact with this assassination organization as much as possible, but Yayuki knew that if Yuan Naya didn't die, with her protection, he would never be able to obtain Chu Fifei. Originally, Yayuki planned to endure for a while, waiting for the storm to pass before looking for an opportunity, but just recently, when he met Chu Fifei again, the peculiar fragrance on her body had become increasingly strong, and that scent caused Yayuki's nose divine power to show signs of a breakthrough. This was something that had never happened before. Previously, the peculiar fragrance emanating from Chu Fifei had only been able to stimulate Yayuki's nose divine power, but now it was causing his nose divine power to show signs of a breakthrough. The reason for this situation was simple. As Gumo continuously applied the Great Perfection level purification technique to Chu Fifei's special physique was gradually being permanently activated. If Chu Fifei wasn't currently suppressing the peculiar fragrance on her body with the breath concealment technique, the scent would absolutely carry for miles wherever she went. However, the concealment of the breath concealment technique could not deceive Yayuki, who had cultivated the nose divine power. And Yayuki's original plan of continued forbearance was completely thrown out the window the moment he saw Chu Fifei. That feeling of an opportunity and Dao being right before his eyes, yet unattainable, was too unbearable. Especially as Yuan Naya became a true disciple, her strength would become increasingly formidable in the future, making it more and more difficult to eliminate Yuan Naya at that point. Therefore, if Yayuki wanted to eliminate Yuan Naya and obtain Chu Fifei, he had to do it as soon as possible. Thus, Yayuki came here once again. The last time the assassination organization failed to successfully eliminate Yuan Naya, this time Yayuki prepared to increase the stakes, instructing the assassination organization to dispatch stronger assassins. It just so happened that after Yayuki became a true disciple, he became more financially comfortable. Entering the cabin, there was only a lazy man sprawled on a dilapidated cot. Yayuki revealed the contract he had previously signed with the assassination organization, and upon seeing it, the lazy man got up, lifted the bedboard beneath him, revealing a secret passage inside. After an unknown number of turns in the secret passage, Yayuki arrived at an underground tavern, where several figures, as completely concealed as Yayuki, sat silently in the corners. I'm here to add to the mission bounty. Yayuki approached the counter and handed over the contract in his hand. Please wait. The tavern attendant glanced at the contract, then quickly retreated into a secret passage behind the counter. Kingluo Sect, Main Peak. Junior brother, the person who issued the mission to intercept and kill you and Naya has appeared. Qian Qi quickly approached He Xiaogang and whispered. Oh. Upon hearing this, He Xiaogang's eyes lit up, and he immediately asked, is Yayuki currently within the sect? He Xiaogang had always been paying attention to Yayuki, and the more he paid attention, the more He Xiaogang felt that the person who issued the mission to intercept you and Naya was indeed Yayuki. He said he was going into seclusion before. Qian Qi had clearly done his homework before coming. It seems almost certain. He Xiaogang's lips curved into a smile. He had been planning to eliminate Gu Mo during this time, but this plan lacked an executor. To avoid being bitten back by Gu Mo and ending up in a lose-lose situation, He Xiaogang and Qian Qi would not personally get involved. If they didn't get involved themselves, they would need a plan executor to charge into battle. This person's status could not be too low. Gu Mo was currently an outer sect disciple, so utility disciples were not suitable to be executors. However, it was not easy to instigate outer sect and inner sect disciples. But at this moment, heaven had sent him the best executor. Yayuki was now the third-ranked true disciple in the sect, and his words carried significant weight. As for whether Yayuki would agree, having a hold over him, whether he agrees or not is no longer up to him. Underground Tavern. As time passed, Yayuki felt something was amiss in his heart, and immediately, Yayuki stopped waiting for the counter attendant to appear, turned around, and prepared to leave. Esteemed guest, we have already modified your commission. Are you satisfied? Just as Yayuki stood up, the attendant appeared, presenting a brand new contract. On the contract, the assassination organization stated that the previous mission failure was their responsibility, and they were now willing to freely upgrade the mission bounty rank for Yayuki. Raising the bounty rank meant that the assassins who would take on the mission to intercept you and Naya would be more powerful. Then I shall trouble you. Yayuki was naturally satisfied with something free. He also didn't want to give all the newly acquired true disciple resources to the assassination organization. Guest, because the mission target is a bit tricky, would you be able to provide some more detailed information? This will increase the mission's success rate. The attendant said after Yayuki had signed the contract. Yes. Yayuki thought for a moment and nodded. Then, guided by the attendant, Yayuki passed through a secret passage and arrived at a quiet room. Upon entering the quiet room, Yayuki's pupils suddenly contracted, because he saw a familiar person in the quiet room, He Xiaogang. Ye junior brother, don't be constrained, please sit here. He Xiaogang's face carried a faint smile. He Xiaogang was currently the Kingluo sect's first true disciple and the sect's senior brother, so even though Yayuki had entered the sect earlier than He Xiaogang, he now needed to address He Xiaogang as senior brother. What ye junior brother? You must have mistaken me for someone else. Yayuki suppressed the shock in his heart and pretended not to know. Ye junior brother, help senior brother with something, and senior brother will help you complete your commission, how about it? He Xiaogang slowly picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip. What is it? He Xiaogang's words absolutely shocked Yayuki, there was too much information contained in that single sentence. At the same time, it also made Yayuki realize that he had no possibility of refusing. If he refused, he might disappear from the world. It's very simple. He Xiaogang briefly explained what he wanted Yayuki to do. Upon hearing that it was about dealing with an outer sect disciple, the expression on Yayuki's face immediately relaxed. This was not a difficult task, for a true disciple like him, dealing with an outer sect disciple would be effortless. The task wasn't difficult, but He Xiaogang's sudden appearance here, his background was a bit. Junior brother is willing to follow senior brother's lead from now on. Yayuki took a deep breath, bowed, and knelt. At this point, he seemed to have no other choice. With his weakness held by the other party, and a weakness that could lead to his demise, Yayuki had no other path but to fully align himself with He Xiaogang. Very good. Yayuki's sensibility greatly pleased He Xiaogang. Winning over a true disciple ranked third in the sect was equivalent to digging a large hole in the great dam named Kingluo sect. And if there were too many such holes, the dam named Kingluo sect would completely crumble and collapse. Gu Mo let out a long breath, the aura of Qi refining 7th level on his body flashing and then disappearing. The bottleneck from Qi refining middle stage to late stage had finally been overcome by Gu Mo. Next, Gu Mo would have no more bottlenecks until foundation establishment stage. In addition, Gu Mo was also close to the major achievement of the breath concealment technique. As Gu Mo had already penetrated the underlying principles of the breath concealment technique, he would not encounter any bottlenecks before cultivating the secret art to the perfection realm. The breath concealment technique at the major achievement realm could already allow Gu Mo to evade the detection of golden core cultivators, and there were no nascent soul level cultivators in the Kingluo sect. This meant that at that time, no one in the entire Kingluo sect would be able to discern his true strength. Of course, as a nascent soul great sect, Kingluo sect should have some special detection methods that could see through it, but as long as Gu Mo remained low-key, the sect would not use special detection methods on a disciple for no reason. This is like, you're walking on the street, and suddenly someone grabs you and wants to give you a full-body CT scan. Isn't that crazy? Only when there's suspicion that someone is sick would anyone think of getting a CT scan to check. In addition to the realm breakthrough, as the number of sunflowers in Gu Mo's Ling Tian reached 30, more sun essence finally allowed Gu Mo to have enough spare energy to explore the black mist space again. And this time, it was a dual-line exploration both inside and outside the door, and both yielded results. First, the exploration inside the door. As the black mist inside the door receded, Guang saw the second cultivation pot. Read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. This meant that Guang could now upgrade 2 plants simultaneously, greatly increasing efficiency. As for the exploration outside the door, it mainly focused on the automatic vending machine. This time, the icon for the 5th type of plant appeared on the automatic vending machine. Name, Cherry Bomb. Rank, Grade 1 low grade. Effect, inflicts powerful explosive damage on enemies. Planting conditions, none. Seeing that the 5th plant appearing on the automatic vending machine was the Cherry Bomb, Guang couldn't help but smile. Compared to other plants, the Cherry Bomb was definitely the easiest to use, it didn't require planting, so the planting condition was none. The method of use was simply to throw the Cherry Bomb directly at the enemy, and the description mentioned powerful explosive damage, a description Guang was very familiar with, as the potato mine also had this description. Thinking of the power of the potato mine, Guang became even more excited about this Cherry Bomb. The price of this Cherry Bomb, however, was as high as 150 units of sun essence, making it absolutely the most expensive plant sold so far. The potato mine, with the same description as the Cherry Bomb, only cost 25 units of sun essence. The most critical point was that this Cherry Bomb was also a one-time consumable. A consumable priced at 150 units of sun essence, this price was truly a bit outrageous. Gritting his teeth, he bought a Cherry Bomb. Soon, a crimson cherry the size of a ping-pong ball rolled out of the automatic vending machine, looking very tempting, making one want to take a bite. But remembering the description of the Cherry Bomb's powerful explosive damage, Guang decisively dismissed his somewhat suicidal thoughts. After clearing a corner of the Lingtian, Guang prepared to test the power of the Cherry Bomb there. Simply relying on the description clearly wouldn't allow him to truly understand the Cherry Bomb's effect, only after actual testing could he figure out its power. Go. As a throwing plant, the Cherry Bomb was truly convenient to use, just aim and throw. Boom. The crimson large cherry landed precisely, followed by an annihilation-level explosion similar to that of the potato mine. However, the Cherry Bomb's explosion range was wider, reaching a diameter of 10 meters, 3 times that of the potato mine. It truly lived up to its price of 150 units of sun essence as a high-end item. Aside from the high cost, Guang could hardly find any flaws. Furthermore, the Cherry Bomb's explosion range would continue to expand as its rank increased. For this piece of information, Guang paid the price of losing a small patch of spirit plants. After learning the effects of the Cherry Bomb, Guang immediately decided to fully commit to creating a second-order Cherry Bomb as his trump card. Both the pea shooter and potato mine had significant limitations in their use. The pea shooter required a Lingtian suitable for its rank, and the potato mine was passively triggered. But the Cherry Bomb had no restrictions whatsoever. If he could get a second-order Cherry Bomb, throwing it would probably directly kill a Foundation establishment cultivator, and with its wide explosion range, it would be difficult for enemies to escape. The only drawback of the Cherry Bomb was that it was too expensive, not just in terms of purchase price, but also for upgrades. However, considering its excellent quality, Guang could only endure. Its expensiveness was merely due to his current insufficient number of sunflowers. If Guang had hundreds or thousands of sunflowers now, the consumption of the Cherry Bomb would be negligible. Senior sister, you've broken through in cultivation, so why are you still looking so troubled? In the Lingtian cabin, as the rich peculiar fragrance dissipated, Guang opened his eyes and saw a worried Yuan. He Xiao Gang, the first true disciple, was the sect's senior brother, and Yuan, the second true disciple, was the sect's senior sister. The two could be said to be the most dazzling prodigies in the sect today. And Yuan did not disappoint, her cultivation reaching Qi refining 7th level in just a few months. It was only after becoming a true disciple and gaining access to the sect's secrets that Yuan realized the predicament the sect was currently facing. It was no exaggeration to say it was plagued by both internal and external troubles. The internal trouble was naturally the ambush of intersect disciples during this true inheritor trial, which led to a generational gap in the Qingluo sect. The external trouble was other great sects continuously encroaching upon Qingluo sect's external interests. These interests included spirit stone mines, spirit plant growth points, and Lingtian. These are the resources that maintain the normal operation of a sect. These resources being slowly encroached upon will not show an immediate impact, but over time, major problems will arise. And the Qingluo sect had no good way to deal with this situation. Others were only slowly encroaching on their interests. If they had directly swallowed up all of Qingluo sect's external interests in one go, the Qingluo sect would definitely have reacted fiercely and engaged in a full-scale battle with the other party. But merely encroaching on a small portion of interests made the Qingluo sect hesitate, wondering whether a major battle was necessary for such a small gain. The Qingluo sect did not have a nascent soul old ancestor presiding over it, which made the Qingluo sect seem to lack confidence. In the end, they could only choose to endure, thinking that once the Qingluo sect produced a new nascent soul old ancestor, everything they had lost would return. However, the more you endure, the more others will push their luck. Yuan had a deep understanding of this. When she was young, if others bullied her, Yuan would unceremoniously fight back. Although she ended up bruised and battered every time, after a few times, no one dared to bully her anymore. Chapter 105, Outer Sect Competition. Junior brother Gumo, do you think there's any way we can take back the sect's external interests? Hearing Gumo's question, Yuan couldn't help but voice her troubles. Guo had also heard about the sect's external industries being encroached upon, but in the cultivation world, the strong reign supreme. It was inevitable for such things to happen given Kinglo sect's current weakened state. Once the sect produces a new nascent soul cultivator, everything will naturally resolve itself. If the sect continues to be unable to produce a nascent soul cultivator, then it can only conserve its power and guard its mountain gate. As long as this fourth order Dao field remains, there is still hope for a nascent soul cultivator to emerge. Unless Kinglo sect loses this fourth order spiritual vein Dao field, then Kinglo sect will fall from being a fourth order nascent soul great sect to a golden core sect. Spiritual vein Dao field. Suddenly, Guo seemed to have guessed He Xiaogang and Qian Qi's objective. Kinglo sect's greatest treasure wasn't some heaven and earth treasure, but this fourth order spiritual vein Dao field. Only with a fourth order spiritual vein Dao field can a sect be considered a true nascent soul great sect. Even if Kinglo sect currently has no nascent soul cultivators, as long as the spiritual vein Dao field remains, it is still considered a nascent soul great sect. Senior sister, how much you eat depends on the size of your stomach. Currently, Kinglo sect's stomach is small, so it can only eat less. Instead of considering these things, you should quickly raise your strength. Once you enter the nascent soul realm, people will naturally offer resources and treasures to you. Guo consoled her. Junior brother, why are you also like master and the others? Hearing Gumo's words, Yuan Nia said grumpily. How about we find other sects and hold a true disciple competition, using each sect's resource points as stakes. This way, we can reclaim the encroached resources, and even acquire more. Guo naturally had many methods, but the prerequisite was having the corresponding strength. Given the strength of this generation's true disciples in Kinglo sect, apart from Yuan Nia and He Xiaogang, there wasn't a single one worth mentioning. Furthermore, He Xiaogang was a spy, so the only truly usable true disciple in Kinglo sect this generation was Yuan Nia. Junior brother, after you become an inner sect disciple, you should challenge the true disciples. With your strength, becoming a true disciple will definitely not be a problem. At that time, we'll go beat up the true disciples of other sects and snatch their resource points. Yuan Nia looked at Guo with shining eyes. She was very aware of how strong Gumo's combat power was. He was a formidable individual who could defeat Foundation establishment cultivators across realms. He Xiaogang had also only managed to kill a Foundation establishment cultivator with the assistance of a Foundation establishment Dao protector. If Guo were to become a true disciple, there was a high possibility he could directly surpass He Xiaogang and become the sect's new senior brother. Yuan Nia's words made Guo a little tempted. Speaking of which, this was indeed a method. Instead of always guarding against He Xiaogang, it would be better to take the initiative and kick He Xiaogang out of the senior brother position. At that time, it would be He Xiaogang who would have to guard against Gumo's actions. Let's talk about it after I become an inner sect disciple. Guo smiled. He felt that He Xiaogang was not as simple as he appeared. The fact that he could evade the sect's various investigations without revealing any flaws was enough to prove that there was an unimaginable force behind He Xiaogang. After failing to persuade Guo, Yuan Nia turned her gaze to Chu Fifei. Fifei, do you want to return to the sect? Guo was very strong, but Chu Fifei was by no means weak either. As Chu Fifei's special physique was continuously stimulated, Chu Fifei's talent was already approaching that of a cultivator with a superior spiritual root. Such talent was more than enough to become an inner sect disciple. As for Chu Fifei's status, she had not signed a subordinate contract with Yuan Nia at all. Even if she had, a single word from Yuan Nia could annul it, and Chu Fifei could then rejoin Kinglo sect. I think it's pretty good now. Chu Fifei shook her head. Originally, Chu Fifei was full of longing to become an outer sect, or even inner sect disciple of the sect, but now Chu Fifei felt that her current state was also good. Moreover, her current treatment was that of an inner sect disciple. Of course, Chu Fifei's treatment was not given by the sect, but by Yuan Nia's master, Elder Zhou of the Enforcement Hall. Therefore, in the future, Chu Fifei would need to be grateful to Elder Zhou or Yuan Nia. Of course, and Guo. You two are too infuriating. Yuan Nia said grumpily. One possessed extraordinary combat power, and the other had outstanding talent, yet they both preferred to keep a low profile. Both of them had the qualifications to become true disciples. If Guo and Chu Fifei could become true disciples, then the strength of this generation's true disciples in Kinglo sect should improve by a notch, no longer being the weakest generation in history. However, everyone has the right to choose their own Dao, so Yuan Nia only advised them a few times. If Guo and Chu Fifei were unwilling, she wouldn't force them. Anyway, now that the three of them were cultivating and growing stronger together, Yuan Nia felt it was quite good. After cultivation ended, Yuan Nia took Chu Fifei and left Gumo's small house. After becoming a true disciple, Yuan Nia also became busy. This busyness was all related to cultivation. Yuan Nia's strength was still too weak, and the sect's task for her was to cultivate, not just the cultivation of mind-fire art, but also practical combat drills, spell practice, and so on. If there was still time, Yuan Nia also needed to start getting involved in some of the sect's affairs. True disciples were already considered to have entered the sect's decision-making layer. Time flowed by, and the outer sect disciple martial arts competition finally began amidst the anticipation of countless disciples. This competition did not require registration, any outer sect disciple could participate by presenting their disciple token. There were no age or cultivation realm restrictions. Of course, the cultivation of outer sect disciples was all in the chi refinement stage, there would be no foundation establishment stage outer sect disciples. After all, as soon as one entered Foundation establishment, an outer sect disciple could become a sect deacon and enjoy inner sect treatment. There were indeed some Qi completion realm disciples whose lifespan was approaching its limit, and they paid particular attention to this competition. They had been stuck at the Qi completion realm for a long time, and without some opportunity, their life would end there. And this outer sect competition was definitely an opportunity. With their Qi completion realm cultivation, there was a high probability they could make it into the top 10 and become inner sect disciples. Among the inner sect disciple benefits, there was the Foundation Establishment Pill. The Foundation Establishment Pill was a life-changing opportunity for those outer sect disciples stuck at the Qi completion realm. Although the Foundation Establishment Pill could not guarantee a 100% breakthrough to the Foundation Establishment stage, it at least increased the success rate by several tenths, allowing them to take a gamble. Once successful, not only would their strength greatly increase, but their lifespan could also extend to several hundred years. Sect Martial Peak. This was a place specially opened by Kinglo sect for disciples to spar and fight. Today, it would be the venue for the outer sect competition. When Guang arrived at Martial Peak, it was already bustling with people. Almost all of the sect's outer sect disciples had come. After all, no one could refuse the chance to become an inner sect disciple. Even if they knew their hopes of entering the top 10 were slim, many outer sect disciples still chose to give it a try. Opportunity was right before their eyes. If they didn't even try, it would leave their Dao heart unfulfilled. Martial Peak Summit. Sect Master Gao Yunrui looked at the outer sect disciples in the plaza below, a complex feeling in his heart. Compared to inner sect disciples, the talent of these outer sect disciples had experienced a fault decline. Especially in this True Inheritor trial, many outstanding outer sect disciples became assistants to the disciples participating in the True Inheritor trial. They collectively encountered an ambush by an unknown force, which led to a sharp decline in the quality of outer sect disciples. In the past, outer sect disciples could only enjoy inner sect disciple treatment by entering Foundation establishment and becoming a sect deacon. As for participating in a competition and becoming an inner sect disciple, this was simply impossible before. Inner sect treatment and inner sect disciple were two different concepts. Inner sect treatment only meant the same resources as an inner sect disciple, while a true inner sect disciple had the qualification to become a true disciple. It was only because Kinglo sect was currently in a special period that Gao Yunrui opened a channel for outer sect disciples to be promoted to inner sect disciple. This outer sect competition will be hosted by you. Gao Yunrui turned his gaze to He Xiaogang beside him. He Xiaogang was now the sect's senior brother, and Gao Yunrui was also preparing to let him handle some of the sect's affairs, accumulating experience for him to become the next sect master of Kinglo sect. Yes, master. He Xiaogang replied respectfully. With that, He Xiaogang flickered a few times and appeared in the large plaza. His gaze swept across the crowd, and he quickly saw Gu Mo among them. For this outer sect competition, he had prepared many good things for Gu Mo, which would surely ensure his demise. All junior brothers and junior sisters, the outer sect competition now begins. Please prepare to accept the first round of screening. He Xiaogang used spiritual power to amplify his voice. Many outer sect disciples came to participate in this competition. Having them compete one by one would waste too much time. Therefore, before the official competition, there would be a preliminary screening round. The method of this screening was also very simple and crude. As He Xiaogang spoke, a powerful golden core pressure descended from the peak. Being only at the Qi refinement stage, they almost instantly collapsed under the golden core pressure, and more than half of the outer sect disciples immediately slumped down under this pressure. Read the error-free version at 1691 book bar. Fortunately, this golden core pressure was fleeting and quickly dissipated into nothingness. A moment later, those outer sect disciples who had been scared stiff reacted, their faces ashen. Without He Xiaogang needing to say anything, those outer sect disciples voluntarily left the martial arts plaza. Soon, only 40 or so people remained in the plaza. To have 40 plus people remaining, it's not too bad. On the peak, a golden core elder nodded slightly. Although the sect did not want to waste too much time on this outer sect competition, it did not mean that it was not taken seriously. The arrival of sect master Gao Yunrui and the various peak masters proved the sect's emphasis on this competition. Besides granting 10 inner sect slots, this competition was also a preliminary assessment of the outer sect disciples' strength. The subsequent utility disciple competition would be the same. In the past, Kinglo sect lived a very prosperous life and didn't care about a few forgotten odds and ends at home. But now, Kinglo sect's days were becoming difficult, so they were preparing to take stock of their assets to see if there was any forgotten loose change. Some of them still seemed to have reserves. Another golden core elder spoke. The performance of the crowd below just now was completely visible to the powerful divine sense of the golden core cultivators. Several junior brothers and junior sisters, if you see anyone you like, you can take them in as disciples and cultivate them well. Gao Yunrui said to the several golden core elders beside him. Still need to observe more. Indeed, indeed. As soon as Gao Yunrui finished speaking, those golden core elders all laughed it off. For these golden core elders, even inner sect disciples were not all worthy of their attention, let alone outer sect disciples. No matter how outstanding an outer sect disciple was, could they possibly be stronger than an inner sect disciple? The sect's disciple screening process had been refined over thousands of years and was already very complete, making the probability of oversight very, very small. Hearing this, Gao Yunrui shook his head helplessly, then his gaze swept over the 40-odd people in the plaza below, hoping to discover some promising talents. However, his divine sense scanned over them, revealing only aged or older faces. Although their strength was not weak, all of them having Qi refinement late stage, or even Qi completion realm cultivation, their potential was almost exhausted. Fortunately, among these 40-odd people, there were still a few young faces. Gao Yunrui even had some impression of one of them. His talent in the Lingzi Master Dao was exceptionally outstanding, leading junior brother Qi to promise to take him as a true disciple if he could enter the foundation establishment stage. Oh? This is... Gao Yunrui's divine sense swept over Gu Mo and immediately discovered Gu Mo's true strength of Qi refining 6th layer hidden beneath his Qi refining 2nd layer cultivation. The last time he saw him, he was only at Qi refining 4th layer. It was already not easy to cultivate to Qi refining 4th layer with an inferior spiritual root. In just a few years, he had actually reached Qi refining 6th layer. This speed was not slow at all compared to intersect disciples. However, Gao Yunrui soon remembered the bottle of medicinal pill he had given Gu Mo last time. This was an opportunity he had given to Gu Mo, and it seemed this young man had seized this opportunity. In the plaza below, Gu Mo sensed the faint divine sense probing. He knew this should be the sect master and several golden core elders on the peak observing them. It was already widely known that the sect master and the peak masters of various peaks would be present at this competition, and the golden core pressure just now confirmed this. It was just that others had not condensed their divine sense and could not detect the faint divine sense probing. Gu Mo could only vaguely sense it, and this was only because the golden core elder had not deliberately concealed his divine sense fluctuations. Otherwise, a foundation establishment cultivator would be completely unable to detect a golden core cultivator's divine sense probing. Sensing the golden core elder's probing from above, Gu Mo made no move, merely silently circulating the breath concealment technique he had just cultivated to the major achievement realm. The breath concealment technique at the major achievement realm could already deceive a golden core cultivator's probing. However, Gu Mo did not completely conceal his cultivation. Instead, he outwardly displayed a Qi refining 2nd layer cultivation, but if one probed carefully, they could discover Gu Mo's true cultivation was Qi refining 6th layer. However, Gu Mo's actual cultivation was Qi refining 7th layer. This was a new ability of the breath concealment technique after reaching major achievement. The concealment of cultivation was no longer a simple, crude one-time concealment, but could be done in a nested manner. When others believed they had seen through Gu Mo's hidden true cultivation, they didn't know that what they saw was only what Gu Mo wanted them to see. Gu Mo's nested concealment method, let alone a golden core cultivator, even stronger cultivators might be fooled if they aren't careful. After all, most people would subconsciously assume that the hidden cultivation is their true cultivation, and few would think that there's another layer beneath the hidden cultivation. But this isn't the limit. If Gu Mo can cultivate the breath concealment technique to perfection, he can layer on many more, ensuring that no one ever knows his true cultivation. Now, junior brothers and junior sisters, please come forward to draw lots. He Xiaogang's gaze swept over the 40+ people present, then he took out a box. Upon hearing this, everyone stepped forward in turn to draw lots. When Gu Mo stepped forward, the smile on He Xiaogang's face didn't change at all, only the killing intent deep in his eyes remained. He Xiaogang truly wanted to eliminate Gu Mo too much, for every day Gu Mo lived, He Xiaogang would have to live in fear. However, after today, everything should come to an end. Number 1. Gu Mo glanced at the wooden slip he drew, his expression unchanged, even though this slip meant he would be the first to appear, and his opponent would be a cultivation Qi completion realm opponent. After knowing that He Xiaogang was presiding over this outer sect martial arts competition, Gu Mo had already prepared himself for the possibility of the other party secretly rigging it, and now it seemed to be true. But in the face of absolute strength, all schemes and tricks are useless. After the drawing of lots, the others exited the square, leaving Gu Mo and a white-haired outer sect disciple. Seeing that the first match was between these two, everyone around them showed looks of surprise. Is this the strongest against the weakest? If cultivation Qi completion realm was the strongest cultivation in the outer sect martial arts competition, then the Qi refining 2nd layer that Gu Mo displayed was the weakest cultivation in this outer sect martial arts competition. However, for Gu Mo to remain as one of the 40+ people, he surely wouldn't be ordinary. Match begins. After He Xiaogang announced the start of the match, he retreated to the side, allowing Gu Mo to face the strongest cultivator in this outer sect martial arts competition. This was indeed He Xiaogang's doing. But this was merely He Xiaogang wanting to disgust Gu Mo. He had no intention of letting Gu Mo die in this martial arts arena, nor did he collude with that cultivation Qi completion realm outer sect disciple to have him deliver a fatal blow in battle. The reason was simple. This competition was taking place under the watchful eyes of the sect master and several peak masters. If any unexpected situation arose, the sect master would definitely intervene to stop it. After all, the sect was already short on talent, so it was naturally impossible to allow the already limited talent to be lost in a martial arts arena. Since it was an impossible thing to achieve, He Xiaogang naturally wouldn't act rashly. If he were to act, it would have to be a single, fatal blow, never giving Gu Mo another chance. Junior brother, bring out whatever abilities you have. Aokefu looked at the young Gu Mo in front of him and said. He, a cultivation Qi completion realm cultivator, fighting Gu Mo, a Qi refining early stage cultivator. This was a sure win. Even if Gu Mo had some hidden trump cards, could he really cross 2 realms to defeat him? Please enlighten me. Gu Mo cupped his fists in salute, then waved his hand to release a little flame wave. Seeing the spell Gu Mo cast, many of the disciples watching around almost burst out laughing. Using a spirit farmer spell for combat, it was truly surprising that he could think of such a thing. Aokefu, who had expected Gu Mo to reveal some astonishing trump card, couldn't help but curl his lips when he saw Gu Mo only cast a little flame wave. He had let Gu Mo make the first move, which was already a courtesy, so that no one would say that he, a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator, was bullying a young chi refining early stage cultivator, but unfortunately, this young cultivator didn't seize the opportunity. Let's end this. Aokefu summoned his magic treasure sword, and the sword control art, which he had cultivated for many years, was unleashed. Immediately, the magic treasure sword transformed into a streak of light and slashed directly at Gu Mo. Facing this swift magic treasure sword, Gu Mo merely shifted his body slightly, avoiding the attack. That magic treasure sword, which seemed as fast as lightning, appeared to be in slow motion in the eyes of Gu Mo, who had condensed his divine sense. Aokefu was startled when he saw Gu Mo deftly evade his attack. Having been in the cultivation chi completion realm for so many years, Aokefu's combat experience was definitely not lacking, yet Gu Mo had so easily avoided Aokefu's attack. Was it a coincidence? At this moment, this thought arose in everyone's minds. It must be a coincidence. Aokefu took a deep breath, preparing to launch another attack, but at this moment, the little flame wave cast by Gu Mo came rushing over with a scorching aura. Something's not right. As the wave of fire approached, Aokefu suddenly felt that there was something wrong with it. Logically, a spell released by a chi refining early stage cultivator should not be able to threaten a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator at all, but Aokefu felt a threat from the approaching wave of fire. Gu Mo's spiritual power within his body was the same misty spiritual power as that of a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator like Aokefu, so Gu Mo's attack could be completely regarded as an attack from a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator. That's right, Gu Mo's current attack power had already fully reached the level of a true cultivation chi completion realm cultivator, because when Gu Mo entered the chi refinement late stage, his original foundation, which was 9 times that of cultivators at the same stage, once again surged, reaching 12 times as much. A foundation 12 times that of cultivators at the same stage, coupled with misty spiritual power, was enough for Gu Mo, at chi refining 7th layer, to possess the true combat power of a cultivation chi completion realm. Moreover, this was not an ordinary cultivation chi completion realm, combined with Gu Mo's divine sense, which surpassed the chi refining realm. Gu Mo compressed and concealed the power of the little flame wave he released, outwardly displaying only the spell power level released by a chi refining early stage cultivator, but within this wave of fire, a killing move was hidden. Rumble. By the time Aokefu realized there was something wrong with the wave of fire, he had already missed the best opportunity to dodge and could only choose to endure it head-on. In an instant, the seemingly ordinary little flame wave erupted with power that left everyone present dumbfounded. Did you see what method this little fellow used? On the peak, Gao Yunrui said to the several elders beside him. When Gu Mo released this little flame wave, he had already discovered its secret, but Gao Yunrui couldn't understand how Gu Mo, with his chi refining 6th layer cultivation, managed to push the power of the spirit farmer spell to such a high level. Facing Gao Yunrui's question, the several elders present all shook their heads. These golden core cultivators couldn't see it, not because their discernment was lacking, but because they had all fallen into a misconception. They all believed that Gu Mo could release such a powerful little flame wave because he had used some secret art or some magic treasure. They had never considered that this could be Gu Mo's own strength. After all, a chi refining 6th layer cultivation could absolutely not achieve this. Gu Mo's major achievement, breath concealment technique, with its multiple layers of concealment, made the sect elders believe that Gu Mo's true cultivation was chi refining 6th layer, and they didn't think any deeper, abandoning the correct answer, so those elders naturally couldn't see Gu Mo's methods. While Gao Yunrui and the several elders were conversing, the battle in the square below also came to an end. Aokefu looked at the sharp sword she held against his neck, his face full of bewilderment. He, a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator, had actually lost to a chi refining. Aokefu's gaze swept towards Gu Mo. He no longer knew what cultivation this young man in front of him possessed. But the only thing he could be sure of was that he had lost this competition, losing the chance to change his fate. Thinking that in another 10-odd years he would turn into a pile of Lois, the unwillingness in his heart made Aokefu's killing intent boil. I lost. Fortunately, the stinging pain from his neck instantly brought Aokefu back to his senses. If he were to make any irrational move, this sword chi would instantly sever his head. He could clearly sense that the power of this sword chi was even stronger than the wave of fire just now. Thank you for the concession. Seeing the opponent surrender, Gu Mo withdrew his sword chi and bowed. The first battle of the outer sect martial arts competition ended with everyone bewildered and shocked. Of course, some people found it perfectly reasonable, and those were Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, who had naturally also come to watch the competition. Knowing Gu Mo's true combat power, the two of them were not surprised by Gu Mo's victory. In fact, Gu Mo was even holding back. If Gu Mo were to truly exert his full power, even a foundation establishment cultivator wouldn't be able to withstand it, let alone a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator. What's going on? He Xiaogang, who had originally wanted to see Gu Mo make a fool of himself, now had no mood to watch any jokes. The strength Gu Mo displayed had exceeded his expectations. Since that was the case, He Xiaogang could only begin his actions earlier, before Gu Mo officially became an inner sect disciple. Outer sect martial arts competition, first match, Gu Mo wins. Although his mind was filled with thoughts, He Xiaogang still presided over the competition in an orderly manner. Now beginning the second match. Please wait. Just as He Xiaogang was about to announce the start of the second match, Yayuki quickly came to the martial arts arena and shouted loudly. What's wrong? Everyone, who had just recovered from the shock of Guang defeating a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator in the first match, saw the third true inheritor Yayuki appear and interrupt the outer sect martial arts competition, and they all showed expressions of confusion. What was going on now? Yes, senior brother, this is the outer sect martial arts competition, do not cause trouble. He Xiaogang said with a serious expression. Disciple Yayuki has important matters to report to the sect master and the elders. Feeling He Xiaogang's gaze, Yayuki took a deep breath and bowed towards the peak. What is it? Gao Yunrui's figure appeared in the square. If it were an ordinary disciple saying they had something to report, Gao Yunrui wouldn't have paid any attention. At most, he would have sent a steward to handle it. But Yayuki was a true inheritor, and the sect master couldn't ignore a true inheritor's words. Sect master, disciple has discovered a group of evil cultivators within the sect. Yayuki took a deep breath and spoke the words he had rehearsed many times. Is that true? Gao Yunrui stared at Yayuki, confirming. When the disciples participating in the true inheritor trial were ambushed, Gao Yunrui had suspected if there was a spy within the sect. He had secretly investigated the elders and stewards within the sect, but had found nothing. Now Yayuki claimed that he had found a group of evil cultivators within the sect, which almost certainly linked these evil cultivators to the ambush incident. Absolutely true. Feeling the aura of a golden core great perfection cultivator, Yayuki swallowed and said. Where are they? Gao Yunrui asked, while also somewhat blaming Yayuki for not speaking of such an important matter quietly. Now that it was spoken out in public, if those hidden evil cultivators found out, what if they escaped? They have all been apprehended by disciple. Yayuki bowed and said. Yayuki's words made Gao Yunrui and the several elders pause in surprise. Upon hearing that there were evil cultivators in the sect, the several peak masters who were originally on the peak also appeared, ready to cooperate with the sect master to capture the evil cultivators hidden in the sect, even if it meant a great battle. However, Yayuki said that the people had already been apprehended, which, given Yayuki's strength, indicated that the strength of this group of evil cultivators was not very strong. Bring them up. While Gao Yunrui and the several elders were momentarily stunned, Yayuki waved his hand, and immediately, enforcement hall disciples brought several utility disciples to the square. Gao Yunrui grabbed one utility disciple, and under the scrutiny of his divine sense, he quickly confirmed the person's identity. This was indeed an evil cultivator. However, what kind of trouble could a few utility disciple-level evil cultivators cause? There must be a mastermind behind this. Sect master, disciple has only caught these few for now. There should still be evil cultivators hidden in the sect. According to disciples' investigation, these evil cultivators are basically utility disciples, and their evil arts focus on rapid cultivation improvement. Therefore, by investigating utility disciples whose cultivation has increased too abnormally, all evil cultivators can surely be rooted out. Yayuki recounted all the information he had investigated. As soon as Yayuki said this, the crowd, who had been startled by the sudden news, finally came to their senses and began to guess who the hidden evil cultivator might be. Soon, Gumo's name was faintly heard among the crowd. If one were to speak of the best performing utility disciple in recent years, it would be none other than Gumo. From an originally unremarkable utility disciple, he became an outer sect disciple, and now he had even defeated a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator and was about to become an inner sect disciple. All of this, from being a utility disciple to almost becoming an inner sect disciple, took only a few short years. Such a heaven-defying growth rate made it difficult for people not to suspect whether he had cultivated some evil art. Hearing his name being called out in the crowd, Gumo suddenly realized. He knew He Xiaogang wanted to eliminate him, but Gumo didn't know how the other party would act. Now Gumo knew. Although it was Yayuki who made the move this time, Gumo knew that it was absolutely related to He Xiaogang, or perhaps Yayuki was part of He Xiaogang's group. Otherwise, these utility disciples who cultivated evil arts would not be so easy to find. After the initial surprise, Gumo's heart immediately returned to calm, because this was destined to be a failed plan. After all, Gumo had not cultivated evil arts at all, and no matter how much dirt the other party tried to throw, it would be useless. It's done. When Gumo's name rang out in the crowd, He Xiaogang knew that the plan had succeeded. In order to ensnare Gumo, He Xiaogang had sacrificed all the pawns he had developed over the years. Although years of hard work were destroyed in an instant, thinking about being able to eliminate Gumo, He Xiaogang felt that everything was worth it. He wanted to see how Gumo would respond once his identity as an evil cultivator was exposed. It would be best if the sect master slapped him to death, that would solve everything once and for all. Gumo's name was heard from the crowd. Gao Yunrui, as a golden core cultivator, naturally heard it, but he didn't believe it, because he had personally tested Gumo's spiritual root before. How could he not see if Gumo cultivated evil methods or not? Suspecting Gumo now was equivalent to questioning Gao Yunrui's judgment. Why is the sect master not reacting? After hearing Gumo's name in the crowd, Yayuki had been paying attention to the sect master's actions. Since Gumo was suspicious, wouldn't the truth be revealed quickly if the sect master just checked? And the information he got from He Xiaogang was that Gumo truly cultivated evil methods. It was just that he had obtained a very impressive chi concealment cultivation technique, which made it difficult for others to discover. But no matter how well Gumo hid, facing an inspection from a golden core great perfection cultivator, he would still be exposed. Disciple here has collected a list of disciples who meet the conditions. Please review it, sect master. Since the sect master did not express an opinion, this meant that the current evidence was not enough. Immediately, Yayuki took out his second preparation. Well done. Seeing Yayuki so well prepared, Gao Yunrui couldn't help but nod, taking the roster Yayuki handed over. The first name on it was Gu Mo. Moreover, it listed a lot of evidence that could prove Gu Mo was an evil cultivator hidden in the sect. This evidence was basically all provided by He Xiaogang, absolutely solid proof. Through this evidence, it could not only prove that Gu Mo was an evil cultivator. It could also be concluded that there was also an evil cultivator hidden in the miscellaneous disciple area. This evil cultivator hidden in the miscellaneous disciple area was naturally one of the 3 people from He Xiaogang's sect who successfully infiltrated the Qingluo sect. However, this person mysteriously disappeared while giving instructions to Gu Mo earlier. After that, He Xiaogang inquired in the sect for a long time but did not find out which sect elder had captured him. Subsequently, He Xiaogang secretly contacted his sect and learned that his soul lamp had been extinguished, which was why he gave up searching. This time, He Xiaogang also pulled out this deceased companion as ironclad evidence to kill Gu Mo. Gao Yunrui looked at the pieces of evidence, and his expression became more and more solemn. At this moment, he had begun to doubt whether he had been mistaken before. Gu Mo, I will now give you a chance to prove your innocence. Gao Yunrui's gaze turned to Gu Mo below the stage. The evidence on the roster was complete, it could already be called ironclad evidence. But Gao Yunrui still didn't believe that a chi refinement cultivator like Gu Mo could deceive him, a golden core great perfection. Disciple is willing to accept the inspection. Gu Mo came to the stage and bowed. Good. Seeing Gu Mo's calm expression, Gao Yunrui nodded. However, this time he did not directly investigate Gu Mo. He had investigated him last time and found no abnormalities. This time, Gao Yunrui planned to use the sect's special magic treasure specifically for inspecting true disciples. This magic treasure could detect whether a cultivator was entangled with karma. In the cultivation world, there were secret arts and cultivation techniques that could conceal aura, but there had never been a secret art that could even conceal karma. Therefore, by investigating whether Gu Mo was stained with karma, it could be determined whether Gu Mo had cultivated evil methods. Hold it. Gao Yunrui took out an ancient jade slip and handed it to Gu Mo. Yes. Gu Mo held the jade slip without hesitation. Immediately, everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade slip, especially He Xiaogang. At this moment, his heart was roaring. As long as the jade slip changed color, Gu Mo would never be able to rise again. However, time passed by minute, and the jade slip showed no change at all. Seeing this, a hint of panic flashed in He Xiaogang's eyes. The jade slip showed no change, meaning Gu Mo had not cultivated evil methods. But if he didn't cultivate evil methods, how did Gu Mo successfully draw in chi and cultivate to the point where he could defeat a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator? Good. Seeing that Gu Mo had not cultivated evil methods, Gao Yunrui nodded. It seemed his judgment was not wrong. How could someone like junior brother Gu Mo be an evil cultivator? Junior brother yet, you should be more careful when investigating. He Xiaogang said with a smile. Hearing He Xiaogang's words, Yayuki's eyes narrowed. This was He Xiaogang hinting at him to think of other ways, that he must make Gu Mo take the blame. Senior brother this junior brother dares not agree. An evil cultivator does not necessarily have to cultivate evil methods. If someone colludes with evil cultivators, even if they don't cultivate evil methods, they are still evil cultivators. Yayuki retorted. As he spoke, Yayuki directly revealed the ironclad evidence he had collected. Seeing the evidence revealed by Yayuki, everyone looked at Gu Mo with questioning eyes. This evidence was simply too sufficient. Junior brother yet, you mean that junior brother Gu Mo colluded with evil cultivators and leaked sect intelligence? He Xiaogang sneered. This true inheritor trial, junior brother Gu Mo participated as junior sister Yuan's assistant. He has the conditions for this. Yayuki only said half of his sentence, leaving the rest to everyone's imagination. It must be said that He Xiaogang and Yayuki, with their coordinated efforts, once again poured dirty water on Gu Mo. And the matter of evil methods could be clarified with an inspection, but this kind of thing was truly difficult to sort out in a short time. Junior brother Gu Mo absolutely cannot be colluding with evil cultivators. Hearing Yayuki slander Gu Mo again and again, Yu and Naya finally couldn't hold back. Before, when testing whether Gu Mo cultivated evil methods, Yu and Naya and Chu Fifei both appeared very calm. Having been with Gu Mo for so long, both girls knew what kind of person he was. But at this moment, Yayuki's continuous slanders were intolerable. After all, arguing about such matters was too troublesome, especially since the so-called evidence prepared by the other party was interlocking, just like the real thing. In this situation, it was very difficult for Gu Mo to quickly prove his innocence. Once Gu Mo was suspected, his becoming an inner sect disciple might be in jeopardy. At least until Gu Mo's innocence was proven, the sect would not allow Gu Mo to join the inner sect. Senior sister Yuan, why are you so sure? Rumor has it that senior sister Yuan and Gu Mo have a close relationship. Could it be that senior sister Yuan also? Yayuki saw Yuan Naya step forward, and a hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes. It was Yuan Naya who made him miss Chu Fifei. If Yuan Naya was also dragged into the evil cultivator case, then... Junior brother yet, watch your words. He Xiaogang shouted, junior sister Yuan has undergone the true inheritor assessment. Her background is completely clean. If you suspect her, you are suspecting the sect, and you are suspecting all true disciples, including yourself. He Xiaogang's current goal was to kill Gu Mo. He didn't want to involve Yuan Naya at this time. Gu Mo was still just an outer sect disciple and relatively easy to deal with, but involving Yuan Naya, the second true disciple, would make things difficult. Especially since Yuan Nai's master was that Hall of Law Enforcement elder. It was my slip of the tongue. Yayuki, realizing his mistake, quickly bowed to Gao Yunrui and the elders. No harm done. Regarding the sect's safety, any caution is justified. Gao Yunrui waved his hand, and his stance made He Xiaogang ecstatic. Gao Yunrui's words already indicated that he had doubts about Gu Mo's innocence. Normally, such doubts would gradually dissipate with time. But at this moment, it was the Qingluo sect's most difficult time. Most of its excellent disciples had been lost. Now, the Qingluo sect's only hope was to refine the Ningying pill and allow sect master Gao Yunrui to enter the nascent soul realm. To ensure that this refining process did not encounter any accidents, the sect would ensure absolute safety. Gu Mo, a person proven by numerous pieces of evidence to have colluded with evil cultivators, would very likely not be kept within the sect. Instead, he would be temporarily dispatched outside and only recalled after the Ningying pill refining was completed. Besides being an outer sect disciple, Gu Mo also had the identity of a Lingzi master. This identity meant that Gu Mo might have access to the spirit plant materials for refining the Ningying pill. If Gu Mo secretly tampered with something, leading to the failure of the Ningying pill refining, the Qingluo sect would lose its last hope of rising. For He Xiaogang, as long as Gu Mo was dispatched outside, it would be considered a successful plan. Within the Qingluo sect's mountain gate, He Xiaogang could not act. But if he left the Qingluo sect, He Xiaogang would have plenty of ways to kill Gu Mo outside. Gu Mo. Gao Yunrui's gaze turned to Gu Mo. Disciple is here. Gu Mo respectfully said. You are now an inner sect disciple. Gao Yunrui's opening statement startled everyone. Gu Mo, caught in the storm of colluding with evil cultivators, was actually listed as an inner sect disciple. As an inner sect disciple, you must also contribute to the sect. Gao Yunrui continued, recently, there is a resource point in the sect that has been constantly disturbed. You go and guard it for a period of time. Just as He Xiaogang had guessed, Gao Yunrui, to ensure nothing went wrong, decided to temporarily transfer Gu Mo out of the sect. Promoting Gu Mo directly to inner sect disciple was a form of compensation. Yes. Gu Mo knew that there was no possibility of changing this matter, so he could only nod and agree. At the same time, Gu Mo also knew that once he left the sect, he would face He Xiaogang's fiercest attack. It must be said that He Xiaogang was very well prepared this time, especially the evidence he prepared, which was truly solid proof. Gu Mo found it difficult to refute. The only thing He Xiaogang miscalculated was that Gu Mo had not cultivated evil methods, otherwise, Gu Mo would have been doomed this time. However, being passively beaten like this made Gu Mo unhappy. Sect master, disciple has one more thing. Gu Mo took a deep breath and said. Read the error-free version at 169SHU8. Speak. Gao Yunrui motioned for Gu Mo to speak directly. According to sect rules, inner sect disciples have the qualification to challenge true disciples. Now that disciple is an inner sect disciple, disciple wants to challenge a true disciple. As he spoke, Gu Mo's gaze swept towards Yayuki. He Xiaogang did not make a move at all this time, instead hypocritically speaking good words for him from the side, which made it difficult for Gu Mo to act against him. Moreover, Gu Mo also knew that He Xiaogang was not so easy to deal with. If he couldn't deal with He Xiaogang, then Gu Mo would first deal with Yayuki, this minion, and pull him down from the position of true disciple. What? Gu Mo's words startled Gao Yunrui. He clearly did not expect Gu Mo to bring this up. Indeed, the sect had this rule, but junior brother Gu Mo wants to challenge me. Hearing Gu Mo wanting to challenge his true disciple position, Yayuki couldn't help but laugh. Although his cultivation was also cultivation chi completion realm, he was on a completely different level from the elderly cultivation chi completion realm cultivator with no potential whom Gu Mo had defeated before. Senior brother Ye won't be afraid to fight, will he? Gu Mo said lightly. Of course not, it's just that accidents are inevitable in a fight. I'm afraid I might accidentally injure junior brother. Yayuki's tone turned cold. That won't trouble senior brother yet. Gu Mo extended his hand and made a gesture of invitation. A true inheritor challenge could begin as long as both challenging parties agreed. Of course, a true inheritor challenge required 2 Golden Core Elders as witnesses, a private challenge was invalid. And at this moment, there were not only 2 Golden Core Elders here but also Gao Yunrui, the sect master. As you wish. Gao Yunrui shook his head. The sect rules were there, and he couldn't stop Gu Mo from challenging. He thought it was normal for Gu Mo to want to vent his anger after being slandered by Yayuki. With him present, nothing should go wrong. What new trick is this Gu Mo up to now? Just as Gu Mo was about to be dispatched outside, and the plan to eliminate Gu Mo was about to be declared successful. This sudden true inheritor challenge made He Xiaogang frown. He was truly afraid of another accident. However, with Yayuki's strength, there shouldn't be any accident in defeating Gu Mo, right? The outer sect martial arts competition suddenly turned into a true inheritor challenge, which also left everyone present somewhat bewildered. However, with a good show to watch, everyone naturally wouldn't miss it. Begin. Gao Yunrui threw a spirit stone, and the spirit stone landing signified the start of this true inheritor challenge. Yayuki stared at the rapidly falling spirit stone. At this moment, his nose twitched slightly, and then he sniffed a dangerous scent. Just now, Gao Yunrui and several Golden Core Elders were in the field, and the powerful chi of the Golden Core cultivators affected Yayuki's nose divine power. Now, only he and Gu Mo were in the field, and Yayuki immediately sniffed a dangerous scent from Gumo. He couldn't understand why Gumo would have a dangerous scent, but Yayuki had absolute faith in his nose divine power, as it had helped him avoid many crises. Ding! Under everyone's gaze, the spirit stone landed. Almost at the instant the spirit stone landed, Yayuki unleashed his top-grade magic treasure sword and charged towards Gumo, preparing to kill Gumo with one strike. Gumo quietly stared at the rapidly approaching magic treasure sword, and a faint silver glow appeared in his eyes. Divine sense. Almost instantly, all cultivators above Foundation establishment below the stage felt a familiar fluctuation that was the divine sense fluctuation that only Foundation establishment cultivators possessed. But at this moment, this divine sense fluctuation appeared on a chi refinement cultivator. Not good. Although Yayuki couldn't sense divine sense, the moment Gumo released his divine sense, Yayuki sniffed a strong dangerous aura. Almost instantly, Yayuki recalled the magic treasure sword he had shot out to defend himself. Ding! It was at this moment that an explosive roar sounded. Another top-grade magic treasure sword appeared at some unknown time and collided with the magic treasure sword Yayuki had recalled. He can actually block it. Gumo glanced at Yayuki with some surprise. It had to be said that this person indeed had some ability to still block his attack after being locked on by divine sense. However, this was useless. When Yayuki accepted the challenge, his defeat was already predetermined. Small Earth Dragon Technique. As Yayuki blocked Gumo's attack with his magic sword, Gumo's second strike had already arrived. The ground beneath Yayuki's feet rose, and then an Earth Dragon burst out, directly knocking Yayuki flying. Lightning Spear. Yayuki, who was knocked flying, struggled to adjust his body, quickly formed hand seals, and transformed his spiritual power into a lightning spear, throwing it towards Gumo. Throughout the process, Yayuki's gaze never looked at Gumo. Everything was done with the aid of his nose divine power, using scent to lock onto Gumo. If it were an ordinary chi refinement cultivator, facing Yayuki's nose divine power, there would be nowhere to hide. It was no exaggeration to say that Yayuki's nose divine power had an effect similar to divine sense. This was the might of a divine ability. Unfortunately, Yayuki's nose divine power was incomplete, and he himself had not cultivated it to perfection. Facing Gumo, who possessed divine sense, he was still a bit lacking. This slight difference was enough to decide the outcome of this battle. Dodging Yayuki's lightning spear attack, Gumo recalled the top-grade magic sword he had exchanged from Yuan Naya, infused little Jengjin sword chi into the magic sword, and then, holding the sword, he slashed at Yayuki. Sensing the dangerous aura from behind him, Yayuki also met the attack with his sword. Clang! The two swords collided, erupting in a piercing metallic clang. Then, the magic sword in Yayuki's hand recoiled under the terrifying force, heavily striking his chest. Instantly, Yayuki spat blood and flew backward. Ah! Seeing this, everyone outside the arena couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Yayuki, the third true disciple, had actually been defeated just like that. Little Jengjin sword chi at the mastery realm, spiritual power at the cultivation chi completion realm level, formidable physical body strength, plus divine sense. This is the true power of that strike. Gao Yunrui gazed at Gumo in the arena. With his insight, he naturally saw the power contained in Gumo's previous strike. It was precisely because he knew that he was even more shocked. Gao Yunrui truly couldn't associate Gumo at this moment with an inferior spiritual root. If it hadn't already been confirmed that Gumo had indeed not cultivated evil techniques, such a heaven-defying performance would make it difficult not to associate him with evil techniques. This true disciple challenge, the winner is Gumo. Gao Yunrui glanced at the heavily injured Yayuki and announced the winner of this battle. A successful challenge meant that Gumo had now been promoted from intersect disciple to true disciple. This was definitely the fastest promotion speed in the history of the Kinglo sect, from intersect disciple to true disciple, taking less than half an hour. Gumo's promotion meant that Yayuki would lose his true disciple position. Of course, a year later, Yayuki could challenge a true disciple as an intersect disciple, and if he won, he could regain his true disciple position. The sect established this rule to prevent disciples from becoming complacent after becoming true disciples, and also to give other intersect disciples a chance. Kicking Yayuki off the true disciple position allowed Gumo to let out a slight breath, but the cost was exposing his strength. This would cause He Xiaogang to send out even stronger forces when dealing with him. However, it was not a big problem. What Gumo had just displayed was not his full strength. Not to mention that he still had the magic treasure flying sword as a card, Gumo's biggest plant trump card. He hadn't used a single one. Gumo challenging Yayuki wasn't entirely impulsive, he also had his own little plan, which was to seize Yayuki's true disciple position and claim a wave of true disciple benefits and treatment. True disciples exchanging sect treasures received huge discounts, and some items could even be claimed for free. If he weren't about to leave the sect, Gumo could have completely applied for a second-order Ling Tian with his true disciple identity. Prepare yourself. When the time comes, report to the sect resource point. After Gao Yunrui handed Gumo the token representing his true disciple status, he turned and left. Gao Yunrui did not change his mind because Gumo became a true disciple. Gumo had too many secrets, especially defeating a true disciple like Yayuki with the talent of an inferior spiritual root. This made it difficult not to suspect whether the origin of Gumo's strength was problematic. If it were peacetime, Gao Yunrui would have enough magnanimity to tolerate the secrets of his disciples, but now Gao Yunrui was under too much pressure. The rise and fall of the entire Kinglo sect rested on him, and he did not want anything beyond his control to occur. After Gao Yunrui left, the other Golden Core elders also departed, leaving only one to continue overseeing the upcoming outer sect martial arts competition. Then, let the second match begin. He Xiaogang looked at Gu Mo, who was walking away, while presiding over the competition. In his mind, he was rapidly revising his original plan. The strength Gu Mo displayed made He Xiaogang feel that he must increase the strength of the interceptors. Originally, He Xiaogang felt that sending out one foundation establishment cultivator would be enough, but now it seemed that one foundation establishment cultivator was not safe. Master, please talk to sect leader senior martial uncle and ask him to let Gu Mo stay. This disciple's cultivation entirely depends on junior brother Gu Mo. Yuan Naya tugged at Zhou Suzu's hand, pleading. All right then. Seeing Yuan Naya's pitiful appearance, Zhou Suzu thought for a moment and nodded. Main peak, sect leader's main hall. Senior brother, do you really want to let that little fellow leave? Zhou Suzu found Gao Yunrui and brought up the matter of Gu Mo. This was not only due to her disciple's plea. There were also factors considering the sect. Letting a true disciple guard an external sect resource point was not a wise choice, especially for a true disciple who had not yet fully matured. If any accident occurred, it would be a great loss. I cannot see through this little fellow. This is also the best solution. Gao Yunrui shook his head. What's there to not see through with just that little bit? Zhou Suzu thought of the information Yuan Naya had just revealed to her and said. That little fellow seems to have obtained a special soul forging cultivation technique, and it just so happens that Naya has a little girl by her side who can accelerate the cultivation of that soul forging technique. This allowed this little fellow to condense divine sense during the chi refinement stage. After having divine sense, condensing his own spiritual power to make it atomized is not impossible. With atomized spiritual power, even with an inferior spiritual root, the improvement in cultivation will not be slow. Also, this little fellow has mastered the perfected cleansing art, and his foundation is also stronger than those of the same stage. Zhou Suzu, using the information provided by Yuan Naya and combining it with her own insights, quickly analyzed the origin of Gu Mo's formidable strength. So that's how it is. Zhou Suzu's words enlightened Gao Yunrui. However, there were still some doubts, such as the situation with the little girl who accelerated Gu Mo's soul forging technique. What kind of heaven and earth treasure had gained sentience to accelerate the cultivation of others' cultivation techniques? However, since that little girl could be allowed by senior sister Zhou to stay by Naya's side, there shouldn't be any problem. This Hall of Law Enforcement Elder's methods were far more brilliant than his as the sect leader. However, Zhou Suzu's explanation could not dispel Gao Yunrui's idea of letting Gu Mo leave. The evidence Yayuki provided seemed genuine, yet to say that Gu Mo was an evil cultivator or colluded with evil cultivators, it now seemed unsubstantiated. Both claims had solid evidence, and Gao Yunrui could not distinguish. Since he could not determine if Gu Mo had problems, it was safest to let Gu Mo leave first. After he stepped into the nascent soul realm, if he found that Gu Mo truly had no problems, he would then compensate Gu Mo. For now, everything had to make way for refining the Ning-Ying pill. Alas! Her persuasion unsuccessful, Zhou Suzu sighed softly. Gao Yunrui was the sect leader, other elders could persuade, but they could not make decisions for Gao Yunrui. Ling Tian cabin. Looking at Gu Mo, who was packing his bags, Yuan Naya felt a bit annoyed. Even her master couldn't convince sect leader senior martial uncle, so there was no one in the entire Kinglo sect who could make sect leader senior martial uncle change his mind. The originally good cultivation trio had disbanded just like that. Without Gu Mo, Chu Fifei's special physique could not be stimulated, and Yuan Naya could no longer enjoy the blessing of the great perfection level purification technique. This was definitely a major blow to Yuan Naya. It was no exaggeration to say that Yuan Naya's current cultivation and foundation were entirely due to Gu Mo's support behind her. Junior brother Gu Mo, why don't Fifei and I go with you? After a moment of silence, Yuan Naya suddenly gritted her teeth and said. For the sake of her Dao, Yuan Naya felt that leaving with Gu Mo was not impossible. Stop messing around. Gu Mo rolled his eyes at Yuan Naya in annoyance. His departure this time would inevitably lead to encountering assassins sent by He Xiaogang. He could handle it by himself, but if he brought Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, wouldn't that be serving them up to the enemy? I'm not messing around, I'm serious. Yuan Naya said unhappily. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. Junior brother is just leaving temporarily, not forever. When junior brother settles down at the resource point, senior sister can come find me then. Gu Mo, knowing Yuan Naya's personality, quickly comforted her. Then, that's fine too. Yuan Naya felt that Gu Mo's suggestion was good. At that time, she would secretly sneak out with Fifei to find Gu Mo. The resource point Gu Mo was going to was a bit far, but she was also a chi refinement late-stage cultivator now, so this distance was acceptable. Gu Mo, these are the things you wanted. Chu Fifei saw that Gu Mo had almost finished packing and took out 3 formation plates. These were specially made for Gu Mo. The 3 formation plates were a confusion formation, a concealment formation, and a nut array. With these 3 formation plates, Gu Mo could easily set up the corresponding formations. Thanks. Taking the formation plates, Gu Mo tucked them into his sleeve, then waved to the 2 girls and left the Ling Tian cabin. Oh, right, senior sister, Fairy Chu, you two should be careful of He Xiaogang. After leaving, Gu Mo thought for a moment and sent a voice transmission to the 2 girls. Ah. Gu Mo's voice transmission startled the 2, and they didn't quite understand why Gu Mo wanted them to be careful of senior brother He Xiaogang. Last time Gu Mo told them to be careful of Deacon Jian, and this time it was senior brother he, who Deacon Jian brought. Was there some secret? Just be a little vigilant. Gu Mo didn't explain too much. After all, he didn't have sufficient evidence, and he didn't want Yu and Nia to go up against He Shao Gang. That would be very dangerous. Okay. Although puzzled, Yu and Nia and Chu Fei still took his words to heart. Then I'm off. Gu Mo called out, summoned his magic sword, and transformed into a streak of sword light, disappearing into the distance. After leaving the Kingla sect mountain gate, Gu Mo did not immediately head to the resource point he was to guard. Instead, he came to the market near the mountain gate, preparing to stay there for a period of time. Gu Mo knew very well that he would definitely encounter an ambush on his way to the resource point, so he needed to make some preparations. He also needed to organize the items he brought out from the sect this time. After becoming a true disciple, Gu Mo naturally claimed the true disciple benefits immediately. After some selection, Gu Mo converted the true disciple benefits, plus the sect contribution points he had accumulated, into a cultivation technique and half a divine ability. The cultivation technique was a very ordinary body refining cultivation technique, the spirit forging method. In order not to waste his physique, Gu Mo felt it was very necessary to also cultivate a body tempering method. Anyway, his cultivation didn't take time, so he could use the remaining time for body refining. The reason he chose this spirit forging method was simple. This spirit forging method tempered the physique with spiritual power, unlike other body tempering methods that required expensive spiritual materials to refine the physical body. Of course, the effect of spiritual power tempering shouldn't be expected to be too strong. The simplest example is that the spiritual power of a chi refinement cultivator, no matter how much it is tempered, cannot cultivate a foundation establishment cultivator's physique. The purpose of this spirit forging method was only to allow cultivators to temper their physique to the same realm as their cultivation, unlike those powerful body tempering cultivation techniques that, with the help of various spiritual materials and precious medicines, could allow a cultivator's physical body strength to exceed their cultivation. But for Gu Mo, this spirit forging method was the most suitable body tempering cultivation technique for him, because Gu Mo could use sun essence to obtain spiritual power beyond his own cultivation. For example, Gu Mo is currently at the 7th level of chi refining, but he has mastered the misty spiritual power that can only be mastered at the cultivation chi completion realm. This means that Gu Mo can temper his physique to the cultivation chi completion realm level by cultivating this spirit forging method. A basic physique at the cultivation chi completion realm level, plus a foundation more than 10 times stronger than those of the same stage, could completely allow Gu Mo's physique strength to reach a level comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator during the chi refinement stage. At that time, if Gu Mo refined a complete second level solar essence and obtained the liquid spiritual power that only foundation establishment cultivators possess, and used this liquid spiritual power to temper himself, then Gu Mo's physique would not just be comparable to a foundation establishment cultivator, but would truly be the strength of a foundation establishment cultivator's physique. It could be said that this spirit forging method, which was ordinary in the eyes of other cultivators, was absolutely a top-tier body tempering method in Gu Mo's eyes, and it was also a body tempering method that did not require the consumption of spiritual materials or precious medicines. But the true gain this time was that half a divine ability. For this, Gu Mo gave up various resources from the true disciple benefits, plus the sect contribution points he had accumulated over the years, just to exchange for this half divine ability. The reason it was only half was because this divine ability was not complete, but even so, this half divine ability had very significant meaning for Gu Mo. Because this was a clone type divine ability, which was simply too important for Gu Mo. Gu Mo's combat power was divided into 2 states. One was the wandering state. In this state, Gu Mo's combat power was composed of his cultivation, physique, divine soul, and magic treasures and spell techniques. The other state was the homebody state. In this state, Gu Mo's combat power was composed of various plants. It was obvious that Gu Mo's combat power in the second homebody state was the strongest. It was as if Gu Mo's current strength was between foundation establishment and cultivation chi completion realm. He could crush all chi refinement cultivators, but he couldn't defeat a foundation establishment cultivator. However, if Gu Mo found a place to set up a plant battle line, he could even kill a foundation establishment cultivator. Although Gu Mo, who stayed at home, was very strong, his weakness was also very obvious. He couldn't leave. Plants can stay in one place indefinitely, but people cannot. Once a person leaves, losing the plant front, Gu Mo's combat power will significantly decline, and that will be the best opportunity for enemies to deal with him. To solve this problem, there is a very simple method: cultivate a clone technique. The main body stays at home, while the clone travels outside to find cultivation resources. Since it is a clone, there's no need to worry even if it is killed by an enemy outside. However, clone techniques themselves are very rare, especially good ones, which are extremely hard to come by. When Gu Mo became a true disciple and went to claim his true disciple benefits, he also looked at the cultivation techniques collected by the sect. With his true disciple status, almost all of Kingla sect's cultivation techniques were open to Gu Mo, and thus, he saw that half divine ability. A divine ability level clone technique. The moment he saw it, Gu Mo unhesitatingly chose to exchange all his true disciple benefits for this half divine ability. However, that was still not enough. Gu Mo could only use his accumulated sect contribution points to make up the difference, barely managing to exchange for this half divine ability. After exchanging for this half divine ability, Gu Mo received a special legacy stone. Divine ability level techniques cannot be stored in ordinary jade slips, only this special legacy stone can record divine ability level techniques. This legacy stone shatters after one use and can only be used by Gu Mo, which is also to prevent the sect's secret treasures from leaking out. Currently, Guo has not yet begun to comprehend this half-divine ability. After all, the difficulty of comprehending a divine ability is extremely high. Guo plans to slowly comprehend this half-divine ability after overcoming this crisis. What Guo needs to do now is to improve his cultivation. He doesn't know what level of assassin He Xiaogang will send to intercept him, but judging by the fierce killing intent in He Xiaogang's eyes when he looked at him, He Xiaogang definitely intends to kill him. Therefore, He Xiaogang's interception this time will definitely be a thunderous strike. The safest way to deal with He Xiaogang's thunderous interception is to directly enter the foundation establishment stage before departing. As for the second order spiritual field needed, although Guo doesn't have one, he has 50 mid-grade spirit stones. He can use these 50 mid-grade spirit stones to temporarily create a second order spiritual field environment by burying them in flower pots, allowing the second order solar flower to condense complete second level solar essence. In addition, Guo also obtained a new cultivation technique, the King Mu Sutra. However, the cultivation technique Guo received did not come from the King Luo sect, but was bestowed by Elder Qi Chunda, the third order Lingzi master. Although Qi Chunda has always been busy cultivating spirit plants and does not participate in the affairs of the King Luo sect, his information is never blocked. After learning that Guo had condensed divine sense during the Qi refinement stage, Qi Chunda was greatly shocked. Such talent, even in Sheneng Valley, would be at the true disciple level. Originally, Qi Chunda was worried whether Guo could enter foundation establishment, but now Qi Chunda knows that Guo's entry into foundation establishment is inevitable. In this situation, Qi Chunda directly imparted the basic cultivation method of Sheneng Valley, the King Mu Sutra, to Guo. It wasn't that Qi Chunda didn't want to impart a stronger cultivation technique, but that the top-tier cultivation technique legacy of Sheneng Valley could only be obtained at the legacy site of Sheneng Valley. Although it is a basic cultivation method, it does not mean that the King Mu Sutra is inferior. This is a basic cultivation technique that can be cultivated to the golden core stage, and the King Mu Sutra is a subordinate cultivation technique to Sheneng Valley's top-tier cultivation techniques, allowing for seamless transition in the future. In addition, Qi Chunda also gave Guo a high-grade foundation establishment pill to help him charge into the foundation establishment stage. A high-grade foundation establishment pill, combined with the foundation establishment method of the King Mu Sutra and the divine sense condensed by Guo, would allow him to successfully step into the foundation establishment stage even if he had an inferior spiritual root. As for what was said before, that Qi Chunda would only choose to accept Guo as his personal disciple and fully cultivate him after Guo became a foundation establishment cultivator, that had long been forgotten by Qi Chunda. The reason Qi Chunda said that before was because he valued Guo's astonishing talent as a Lingzi master, but also hesitated due to Guo's talent. Now that it is known that Guo's entry into foundation establishment is no longer an issue, Qi Chunda would absolutely be foolish to wait for Guo to enter foundation establishment. He would be out of his mind. Now that Guo is already a true disciple of the King Luo sect, if he doesn't act, that person will be snatched away by the King Luo sect. Even if he wants to take Guo away, then he would have to give an explanation to the King Luo sect. After all, Guo is no longer the utility disciple he once was, but a true disciple of the King Luo sect, and a prodigy who defeated the third true disciple, given the current strength of the King Luo sect's true disciples. It would not be an easy task to make the King Luo sect release such a prodigy. Fortunately, he had reached a master-disciple agreement with Guo very early on. At that time, Gao Yunrui was also present, so as long as he gave some explanation to the King Luo sect, he could still take Guo away. Taking out the jade slip recording the King Mu Sutra, Guo examined it with his divine sense, and soon, countless pieces of information flooded his mind. This included the content of the cultivation technique itself, but more importantly, Qi Chunda's annotations on the cultivation technique. These annotations allowed Guo to get started with the King Mu Sutra much faster. This is the benefit of having a master's guidance. Although Guo had joined the King Luo sect, he had never formally acknowledged a master. His cultivation was either self-taught or learned by listening to his senior brothers explain in the Hall of Transmitted Arts. Fortunately, the Qi condensation art that Guo cultivated was not a profound cultivation technique and was easy to comprehend. However, the King Mu Sutra that Guo now possessed was clearly several levels higher than the Qi condensation art, making it more difficult to comprehend. Of course, cultivating the King Mu Sutra would also bring stronger improvements to Guo. However, Guo is not yet ready to switch to the King Mu Sutra. Switching cultivation techniques is not something that can be completed in a short time. Guo is currently only referencing the foundation establishment method of the King Mu Sutra because he will next use the Spirit Stone Flower Pot method to condense complete second-level solar essence and thereby enter foundation establishment. The matter of switching cultivation techniques will wait until after this interception is over. For now, the priority is to quickly increase combat power. Taking out the already prepared flower pot, Guo placed all 50 mid-grade spirit stones inside. This was a full 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Many Qi refinement cultivators might not even have that much wealth in total. But Guo used them without even batting an eye, because he knew very well that only by overcoming this crisis would he have the opportunity to earn more spirit stones in the future. After burying the spirit stones, Guo planted a second-order solar flower and then placed the flower pot on the windowsill where it could receive sunlight. What Guo had to do next was wait. Time flowed, and as the last ray of sunlight disappeared into the earth, Guo took the sunflower from the windowsill. At this moment, a wisp of golden light was swirling within the sunflower's disk. Seeing this, a smile appeared on Guo's lips. He had succeeded. The sunflower had now condensed complete second-level solar essence, that swirling wisp of golden light was concentrated sun essence. Although it was a very small wisp, this wisp was enough to cause a qualitative change. For most of the day, Guo had read the King Mu Sutra's description of breaking through to foundation establishment. A Qi refinement cultivator breaking through to foundation establishment involves compressing the spiritual Qi within the body until a drop of liquid spiritual Qi is condensed. No matter how tiny the condensed drop of liquid spiritual Qi is, as long as it can be condensed, it is considered the successful completion of the first step of foundation establishment, the breakthrough of spiritual Qi. After that comes the refinement of the divine soul, condensing divine sense, completing the second step of foundation establishment. Only after both steps are completed is one truly considered a foundation establishment cultivator. Guo has already completed the divine sense hurdle, now only the spiritual Qi hurdle remains. Choosing to collect the sun essence, an illusory small sun instantly appeared. At the same time, the wisp of golden light Guo saw was also within that illusory small sun. This was a complete second-level solar essence. After observing the second-level solar essence, Guo activated the illusion formation, concealment formation, and nut array he had previously set up, enveloping the courtyard he was in. Although he knew that Xiaogang would not send people to intercept him here, as this place was too close to the sect, if Guo called for help, the sect elders could arrive instantly. But for safety's sake, Guo still set up formations to prevent his breakthrough from being disturbed. After the formations were activated, Guo directly refined the second-level solar essence in his hand. In an instant, the golden light transformed into a wisp of liquid spiritual Qi and entered Gumo's body. The appearance of that liquid spiritual Qi seemed to trigger a switch, causing the spiritual Qi within Gumo's body to frantically converge towards that wisp of liquid spiritual Qi. With a continuous supply of spiritual Qi, that wisp of liquid spiritual Qi also grew continuously, from a thin wisp to a perfectly rounded drop. This drop of liquid spiritual Qi resided in Gumo's danshan, giving Guo a heavy feeling. However, the process of spiritual Qi liquefaction did not end there. Gumo's foundation was 12 times that of his peers. An ordinary Qi refinement cultivator entering foundation establishment could at most condense one drop of liquid spiritual Qi from their entire body's spiritual Qi. But the spiritual Qi within Gumo's body was enough to condense 12 drops of liquid spiritual Qi. The more liquid spiritual Qi condensed upon entering foundation establishment, the greater the benefits gained. Because, next, this liquid spiritual Qi would begin to comprehensively strengthen the cultivator. This is a complete enhancement that can only be obtained through a major realm breakthrough. As Guo expected, 12 drops of liquid spiritual Qi rushed out of his danshan and began to circulate according to the heavenly cycle of Gumo's cultivation technique. At that moment, Guo felt his physique and divine soul rapidly improving. See the unedited version at 169shu.com. Seeing this, Guo quickly activated the spirit forging art, preparing to take advantage of this breakthrough to gain more benefits. However, very quickly, the circulation of the liquid spiritual Qi heavenly cycle suddenly stalled, because Gumo's true realm was still Qi refining 7th stage, he had not yet completed the grand heavenly cycle circulation. This. Guo, who was experiencing the rapid improvement of his physique and divine soul, found that the improvement abruptly stopped. He quickly checked what had happened, and upon seeing the situation inside his body, he couldn't help but feel a bit bewildered. Indeed, his breakthrough this time was somewhat against common sense. After all, who had ever seen someone at Qi refining 7th stage attempt to break through to the foundation establishment stage and actually succeed? But Guo also hadn't expected that the breakthrough reward would only be given halfway and then stop. Wouldn't he be at a huge loss? Would the breakthrough reward that wasn't given be compensated later when he completed the grand heavenly cycle? Countless questions arose in Gumo's mind, and no one could answer them, simply because Gumo's situation was too rare. Although only half of the breakthrough reward was given, Gumo's half reward was definitely more than what an ordinary Qi refinement cultivator would receive upon breakthrough. After all, Gumo's foundation was too profound. At this moment, Gumo's physique was already at a top-tier level among ordinary foundation establishment early-stage cultivators, definitely comparable to the physique of a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. This was also thanks to the spirit forging art, which allowed him to shear more wool, gain more benefits. The improvement in his divine soul was also significant, definitely comparable to a foundation establishment middle stage, and this was only half of the breakthrough reward. If he had received the full breakthrough reward, it would definitely not be a problem for Gumo's physique and divine soul to reach the foundation establishment middle stage. As for his cultivation, there was almost no improvement. After all, this was just an ordinary courtyard in the market, not some spiritual vein immortal cave, so it couldn't absorb too much spiritual Qi. Furthermore, Guo had deliberately controlled his absorption of spiritual Qi. This breakthrough had to be done quietly. If the commotion was too great and people found out, it wouldn't achieve the effect of a surprise victory. Therefore, Gumo's danshan at this moment only contained 6 drops of liquid spiritual Qi condensed during the breakthrough. Under normal circumstances, for a cultivator breaking through to foundation establishment, the initial liquid spiritual Qi first condensed would be completely consumed with the breakthrough reward. But unfortunately, Guo took an unconventional path to foundation establishment, which resulted in the breakthrough reward being given halfway and then stopping. So, out of the original 12 drops of spiritual Qi, 6 drops remained. Although there were only 6 drops, these 6 drops of liquid spiritual Qi represented half of Gumo's previous cultivation. Alright, I guess. Guo sighed. He had wanted to cultivate step by step to the cultivation Qi completion realm before choosing to break through, but his enemies didn't give him the chance, so Guo could only choose this path of no return. Fortunately, although there was a slight unexpected turn, Gu Mo's combat power indeed increased substantially. Now, Gu Mo was already a true foundation establishment cultivator. Gu Mo's spiritual chi, divine soul, and physique had all reached, or even surpassed, that of an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. After his cultivation breakthrough, Gu Mo did not immediately leave the market. He planned to stay a few more days to replenish the spiritual chi in his body. He couldn't possibly fight enemies with only 6 drops of spiritual chi in his body, could he? Moreover, Gu Mo felt that these 6 drops of initial spiritual chi in his body were somewhat different from ordinary spiritual chi. This was confirmed when Gu Mo, with the help of the complete second-level solar essence, condensed the 7th drop of liquid spiritual chi. This initial liquid spiritual chi contained a certain indescribable power, which should be the source of the cultivator's breakthrough reward. In other words, when Gu Mo completes the grand heavenly cycle in the future, can he use these 6 drops of initial spiritual chi to make up for the remaining breakthrough reward? With this thought, Gu Mo carefully preserved these 6 drops of initial spiritual chi deep within his danshan. It seems I must depart. Gu Mo looked at the sunflower, which could no longer condense complete second-level solar essence. Gu Mo knew it was time for him to depart. After staying in the market for a week, the spiritual chi concentration in the flower pot had dropped from second-order spiritual field level to first-order, top-grade, spiritual field level, and it could no longer condense complete second-level solar essence. With Gu Mo's current strength, refining first-order sun essence would provide very little improvement to his cultivation. Only complete second-level solar essence could give Gu Mo a significant boost. This meant that in the future, Gu Mo would have to obtain a second-order spiritual field, otherwise, his cultivation would become a problem. And coincidentally, the resource point Gu Mo was heading to this time was a second-order resource point, and there happened to be a second-order spiritual field there. The resource point has a second-order spiritual field, and as a true disciple, Gu Mo would be the highest-ranking person at the resource point once he arrived, so that second-order spiritual field would be at his disposal. Especially since the resource point was far from the sect, Gu Mo could confidently and boldly plant all sorts of plants, and the sect disciples stationed at the resource point should not question the actions of a true disciple. It could be said that this foreign assignment to the resource point was not a bad thing for Gu Mo. Of course, with benefits naturally came drawbacks. He would lose the sect's protection and Gu Mo would have to face the ambush sent by He Shao Gang alone. Gu Mo could roughly guess the location of the enemy's ambush, because there was a necessary path on the way to the resource point that could not be avoided. If he were to try and bypass it, he would enter the territory of Yao beasts, which would be even more dangerous. Therefore, as he approached a necessary valley ahead, Gu Mo stopped, and then slowly released his divine sense. In the valley, 3 figures sat cross-legged, their aura concealed. They had been sitting there like this for a week. Senior brother, it's been a week. Did the target take a detour? A figure from behind suddenly transmitted a message. This is a necessary path, he won't take a detour, the figure in front said, his tone without the slightest fluctuation. They had received a death order this time and had to eliminate the target. For this, the sect had sent him, a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, and 2 foundation establishment early stage junior brothers. Such a lineup to ambush a chi refinement cultivator was definitely like using a dragon slaying blade to kill a chicken. Even if this chi refinement cultivator was unusually strong, how could he be stronger than a foundation establishment cultivator? Even if that chi refinement cultivator had heaven-defying combat power, possessing strength comparable to foundation establishment, facing their combined efforts, he was bound to die. Therefore, they did not need to worry about whether they could complete the mission, they only needed to wait quietly here for the target to appear, then strike and eliminate him. Also, they must not let the target discover their traces, lest the target be startled and flee. This was currently the only factor that could lead to mission failure. So, the 3 sat cross-legged here, their divine sense and aura concealed, because intelligence said the target had already condensed divine sense, and if they released their divine sense, they would be sensed. What is that? Suddenly, the third figure, who had been silent, looked at a bright red cherry that had rolled in from who knew where, and couldn't help but be a little surprised. Is it from a nearby pseudo-spirit beast? The foundation establishment middle stage cultivator said, and as he spoke, he released his divine sense to investigate the situation. While concealing divine sense could prevent being discovered, it also made them unable to perceive their surroundings. What? The moment the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator released his divine sense, he sensed a figure rapidly moving towards the distance. This discovery greatly startled the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. Someone had approached just now, and they hadn't even noticed, although this was partly due to their concealed divine sense. But their own senses were very keen, within a certain range, even without releasing divine sense, they could sense people approaching them, yet this time someone had managed to evade their perception. Stop him. Although they didn't know the intention behind this person's sudden approach, their goal was to apprehend everyone who approached this area. Regardless of whether it was the target, they would capture them first to avoid any omissions. Just as the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator finished speaking, a dazzling white light flashed in his eyes, and the source of the white light was that seemingly bright red cherry. Boom! Listening to the roar behind him, Gu Mo couldn't help but let the corners of his mouth curl upwards. After approaching here, Gu Mo carefully investigated his surroundings and soon discovered an anomaly in the valley. After finding the anomaly, Gu Mo no longer used his divine sense to investigate. Because if there was an ambush in the valley, the divine sense investigation would alert the people lurking inside. Therefore, Guang used his major achievement level breath concealment technique to conceal all his aura and quietly infiltrated the valley. He then saw the 3 figures lurking in the valley, and these 3 figures had their aura concealed and hadn't even released their divine sense. Seeing this, Guang was absolutely overjoyed. Immediately, Guang carefully approached, and after getting close enough, he unhesitatingly threw the most powerful second-order cherry bomb he had. After all, that was 1 foundation establishment middle stage and 2 foundation establishment early stage cultivators. Guang would absolutely not be their opponent in a head-on battle. But at this moment, there was an excellent opportunity for a sneak attack, so the outcome was hard to say. After waiting for a moment, as the aftermath of the cherry bomb's explosion dissipated, Guang returned to the explosion site, preparing to check the situation. With the power of the cherry bomb, instantly killing a foundation establishment early stage cultivator was definitely not a problem, but this time there was also a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator among the targets, so checking was more prudent. He didn't want the assassins who tried to kill him to return alive, so that the cherry bomb he had could continue to serve as a trump card. Just as Guang was about to approach the large pit blasted by the cherry bomb, he paused his steps and then quickly retreated. It was at this moment that a sword light struck the spot where Guang had just stood. Dodging this sneak attack, Guang's gaze quickly swept forward, seeing a blood-soaked figure stumbling towards him. That was the strongest of the 3 assassins who had ambushed Guang, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. In the critical moment, he directly used a forbidden technique, exploding all the spiritual power within his body to buy himself a glimmer of hope. But the cost was severe injury and depleted spiritual power. Now, he was relying on a large number of medicinal pills to suppress his injuries and barely recover a little spiritual power. However, the little spiritual power he had just recovered was used to launch a sneak attack, but Guang dodged it. The sneak attack failed, and the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator stared fixedly at Guang. Although Guang had changed his appearance and completely concealed his aura, he knew that the person in front of him was the target of their mission. He just hadn't expected that this ambush mission, which should have been effortless, would end up like this. However, it wasn't a big problem. Even if he was severely injured and his spiritual power was depleted, eliminating a chi refinement cultivator was still not an issue. Swallowing a few more medicinal pills to restore spiritual power, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator looked at Guang with a ferocious expression, preparing to strike again. But this time, Guang struck first. Facing a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, even if the opponent was severely injured, Guang would not underestimate him in the slightest. Heaven knows if the opponent had any trump cards, such as powerful talismans, which could be activated with little spiritual power. Therefore, quickly eliminating the enemy was the right thing to do. Since he wanted to quickly eliminate the enemy, Guang naturally went all out. He summoned the magic treasure-grade flying sword that had been nourished within his body and injected all the liquid spiritual power accumulated over the past week into that low-grade magic treasure flying sword. With the infusion of liquid spiritual power, this magic treasure-grade flying sword finally displayed the power of a magic treasure. You are a foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing Guang summon a magic treasure flying sword, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator's expression changed. He could ignore magical artifacts, but a magic treasure was already enough to pose a threat to him. But when Guang fully unleashed the power of the magic treasure flying sword, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator's face showed despair. His severely injured body could deal with a chi refinement cultivator, but he absolutely could not handle a foundation establishment cultivator. Swish! As the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator cried out in alarm, Guang formed a sword incantation, and the magic treasure grade flying sword transformed into a sword light that slashed towards the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, then easily pierced his head. In the opponent's state, being able to stand was already good enough. As for trying to dodge Guang's attack, it was simply wishful thinking. At this point, He Xiaogang's ambush was perfectly resolved by Guang. Of course, He Xiaogang would very likely organize a second ambush, but by that time, Guang should have already arrived at the resource point. Once Guang reached a place with a second-order spiritual field to oversee, trying to eliminate Guang would no longer be something that could be solved by sending a few foundation establishment cultivators, unless He Xiaogang had a golden core cultivator take action. Unfortunately, this area was the territory of Yao beasts, and it was said that there was a third-order Yao beast with the combat power of a golden core cultivator among them, and this was also a necessary path to the resource point. If He Xiaogang sent a golden core cultivator to ambush Guang, he would likely first encounter the golden core Yao beast here. Thinking of the Yao beasts, Guang felt that he could make the Yao beasts here take the blame for this incident, making He Xiaogang believe that the people he sent were accidentally killed by provoking the Yao beasts here. This way, Guang could gain a lot of time to develop. By the time He Xiaogang truly discovered that Guang's threat had reached the point where a golden core cultivator had to be dispatched, Guang might already be fearless of golden core cultivators. With a second-order spiritual field, Guang could grit his teeth, live frugally, and produce a third-order plant. It wasn't impossible. Not bad, there are spoils of war. Guang found a storage pouch on the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. It had to be said that these assassins were quite wealthy, they clearly came from major powers. Loose cultivators would not have such abundant wealth. Read the error-free version at 1691 bookbar. As for the two foundation establishment early stage cultivators, everything on them was annihilated in the destructive explosion of the cherry bomb. This was also a drawback of the cherry bomb and potato mine. After quickly checking the contents of the storage pouch, Guang found 100 mid-grade spirit stones, and nothing else. The medicinal pills should have all been consumed by the opponent just now. However, 100 mid-grade spirit stones was also good, at least it doubled the 50 mid-grade spirit stones Guang had spent previously. Besides that, the storage pouch itself was also worth a magic treasure. Then, at the spot where the sword light had struck earlier, Guang found an ordinary magic treasure flying sword of unknown origin, identical to the magic treasure flying sword he currently possessed. Killing a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator, gaining 100 mid-grade spirit stones, plus a storage pouch and a low-grade magic treasure, this harvest was definitely a bumper one. If it were a loose cultivator, there probably wouldn't be so many spoils of war, or even zero, because it would be difficult for a loose cultivator to escape the explosion of a cherry bomb. After collecting the spoils of war and arranging the battlefield to make it look like the targets were killed by a Yao beast attack, Guang passed through the valley and continued towards the resource point. Qinglu sect. As days passed, He Xiaogang grew increasingly anxious, because so far he had not received any intelligence regarding the ambush on Guang. Young lord, new news. Yao Shifeng walked over quickly, handing him a letter encrypted with special means. Let me see. He Xiaogang quickly took the letter, deciphered the restriction on it, and saw the content of the letter. Then, He Xiaogang's brows furrowed. The letter contained the information about the ambush mission he was most concerned about, but it stated that the soul lamps of the cultivators who carried out the ambush mission had extinguished. The sect sent people to investigate, and the final conclusion was that the three had encountered a Yao beast attack. Attacked by Yao beasts? How could it be such a coincidence? He Xiaogang always felt that something was fishy, but the ambush location was indeed on the edge of Yao beast territory, so encountering a Yao beast attack was a possibility. Regardless of whether there was something suspicious about this matter, the problem He Xiaogang now faced was that Guang had not been eliminated. Should he continue to send people to assassinate him? Having missed this opportunity, Guang should have already arrived at that resource point by now. The resource point was protected by a formation, making assassination difficult. Furthermore, that resource point was being eyed by several major sects. If he sent people to assassinate, it could easily be mistaken by those major sects as an attempt to seize the treasures of that resource point. At that time, they might even end up fighting with the people from those major sects first. However, He Xiaogang could also use the people from those major sects to employ a strategy of borrowing a knife to kill someone, but this would require some planning on his part. Shifeng, send this letter out. He Xiaogang finished writing a letter, encrypted it, and handed it to Yao Shifeng, who was waiting nearby. Yes. Yao Shifeng respectfully took the letter, then bowed and retreated. Even knowing that this letter was a scheme targeting Guang, Yao Shifeng's expression showed no fluctuation. Because Yao Shifeng was very clear about who he needed to be loyal to now. When He Xiaogang extended a formal invitation to him, and after learning He Xiaogang's background, Yao Shifeng unhesitatingly chose to pledge allegiance, because Yao Shifeng knew very well that any hesitation on his part would only lead to one outcome. Or rather, from the moment he became He Xiaogang's attendant, he was already inextricably bound to He Xiaogang. Now, Yao Shifeng's only choice was to fully assist He Xiaogang in seizing the Qinglu sect's spiritual vein Dao field, and then he too would gain immense benefits. As expected, Yao Shifeng is easier to use. Looking at the departing Yao Shifeng, He Xiaogang nodded in satisfaction. With Yao Shifeng handling his affairs, Qian Qi would be free to proceed with the next step of the plan. Of course, having suffered a loss to Guang, this time He Xiaogang placed multiple restrictions on Yao Shifeng, ensuring that no more bugs like Guang would appear. Finally here. When a low mountain appeared before him, Guang knew that his destination for this journey had arrived. Guang had long since gained a detailed understanding of the resource point he was about to head to. The resource point Guang was to be stationed at was not among the highest rank of resource points within the Qinglu sect, but its importance ranked high because the spiritual materials produced at this resource point were a main ingredient for refining the Foundation Establishment Pill. Foundation Establishment Pill, this was a name that would make any Qi refinement cultivator's heart race upon hearing it. It was the hope for many cultivators stuck at the Cultivation Qi completion realm to break through to the Foundation Establishment stage. It was also an important strategic medicinal pill for many great sects. After all, Foundation Establishment cultivators were the backbone of a sect. Since the Foundation Establishment Pill was so scarce, the spirit plants used to refine it were naturally also highly sought after. The resource point owned by the Qinglu sect was no exception. However, the Qinglu sect was a nascent soul great sect, and previously no one dared to covet this place, but with the demise of the Qinglu sect's nascent soul old ancestor, people gradually began to have ideas. This was also the reason why this resource point had been constantly encroached upon. Recalling the information about this resource point, Guang arrived in front of the low mountain peak. Soon, a white-haired elder, accompanied by more than 10 older cultivators, rushed over. Greetings, Gu true disciple. Wei Yuanke bowed in salute. He had received a message from the sect long ago about a true disciple coming to this resource point, and he had been waiting for the arrival of that true disciple during this time. Greetings, Steward Wei. Guang quickly returned the bow. This white-haired elder in front of him was a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Of course, those who were dispatched to guard resource points were basically cultivators within the sect who were nearing their lifespan and had no hope of further advancement. However, although these individuals had exhausted their potential, they were old and experienced, strong in combat experience, and since they had no hope of further advancement, they would not frequently go into seclusion, allowing them to better guard the resource point. On the contrary, it was extremely rare for a true disciple like Guang to be assigned to guard a resource point. After a brief conversation and verifying Gu Mo's identity, Wei Yuanke immediately led Gu Mo into the resource point's formation. Gu True Disciple, these are the three most important spirit plants at the resource point, the Jade Du Fruit Tree. Wei Yuanke immediately introduced the most crucial spirit plant at the resource point to Gu Mo. They were three small trees, each about a person's height. Despite their short stature, the spiritual chi fluctuations they emitted were genuinely those of second-order high-grade spirit plants. The Jade Du Fruit Tree belonged to the second-order spirit plant category, but its specific grade was closely related to its growth year and cultivation method. The higher the grade of the Jade Du Fruit Tree, the better the fruit it bore, and the quality of the refined foundation establishment pill would also improve. The fact that these three Jade Du Fruit trees here were of second-order high grade showed that the Kinglo sect had put a lot of effort into them. It was no wonder this place was coveted. With second-order high-grade main ingredients for the foundation establishment pill, as long as the other auxiliary ingredients were not too poor, there was hope of refining high-grade foundation establishment pills. The higher the grade of the foundation establishment pill, the higher the success rate for a chi refinement cultivator to break through. Not bad. Gu Mo nodded. These three spirit plants, as key targets of the resource point, were naturally well cared for. It was said that a long time ago, Elder Qi, a third-order Lingzi master, personally visited and customized a set of exclusive cultivation methods for these three spirit plants. Therefore, Gu Mo did not need to worry about the daily management of these three spirit plants. What Gu Mo was truly concerned about was the spiritual field next to the spirit plants. The reason why this low mountain peak could nurture these three Jade Du fruit trees, in addition to its special geographical environment, was primarily because there was a second-order medium-grade spiritual vein here. Furthermore, the spreading roots of the Jade Du fruit trees had fixed this second-order spiritual vein, causing the soil here to form a natural spiritual field. This was also an instinct of many high-grade spirit plants. They would actively transform their surrounding area to create an environment more suitable for their own growth. Natural spiritual fields transformed by high-grade spirit plants were definitely among the best types of spiritual fields. As long as spirit plants that conflicted with the high-grade spirit plant were not planted in the spiritual field, planting other types of plants would yield considerable bonuses. If the spirit plants were compatible with the high-grade spirit plant, the bonuses would be even greater. After all, only spirit plants knew what environment was most suitable for themselves. Steward Wei, I have a use for this spiritual field, Gu Mo said, pointing to the 1-acre second-order medium-grade spiritual field. The natural spiritual field formed by the three Jade Du fruit trees was very large, about 10 acres, but these natural spiritual fields were all occupied by the three Jade Du fruit trees, leaving only about 1 acre that could be used for other purposes. On this 1 acre of spiritual field, many spirit plants were currently planted, but they were all first order. Planting first-order spirit plants in a second-order medium-grade spiritual field was indeed a bit wasteful. However, Wei Yuanke and the others guarding the area were not spiritual farmers, much less Lingzi masters. They simply did not have the ability to plant second-order spirit plants, so they could only rely on the powerful spiritual chi of the second-order spiritual field to plant some first-order spirit plants. Even the first-order spirit plants they planted were in a terrible state. Wei Yuanke and the others' full attention was on the three Jade Du fruit trees, and they basically neglected the spirit plants in the spiritual field. Alright, I'll have someone clear the spiritual field right away. Wei Yuanke nodded. As a true disciple, Gu Mo was now in charge here, and whatever he said went. The sole mission of the resource point was to submit Jade Du fruits on time. However, this mission had not been fully completed for many years. Every time the Jade Du fruits matured, unknown cultivators would appear and intercept the stewards sent by the sect to collect the Jade Du fruits. Some even directly attacked the resource point, attempting to rush in and snatch them. After all, the stewards sent by the sect to collect Jade Du fruits were clearly not weak in strength, making it difficult to snatch from them. But if they could rush into the resource point, they would only face some old, weak, and disabled individuals. And as long as they were given Jade Du fruits, they would not kill anyone or touch the Jade Du fruit trees, so the stewards who came to collect the Jade Du fruits could leave safely by giving up a portion of the Jade Du fruits. Facing this situation, the Kinglo sect chose to tolerate it, proactively offering a portion of Jade Du fruits each time to appease them. The Kinglo sect's strength was currently diminished, so they could only pay to resolve the troubles. However, the appetites of those people grew larger and larger, which had made the Kinglo sect somewhat unable to tolerate it. This time, sending Gu Mo, a true disciple, also showed the Kinglo sect's attitude, to tell these people to know when to stop. The Kinglo sect might be weakened, but it was not dead. If they truly angered the Kinglo sect, they might not be able to destroy the sects behind those people, but killing those who came to grab was not a problem. Having successfully obtained ownership of that second-order spiritual field, Gu Mo began to transform it. For Gu Mo, who had mastered all 5 types of spirit farmer spells, transforming the spiritual field was very simple. He dug out the sparse spirit plants originally in the spiritual field and transplanted them to a more distant first-order spiritual field. Aside from the second-order spiritual field, there were also several first-order spiritual fields in this resource point, all formed by the spiritual chi radiation from the core 10 acres of second-order spiritual field. However, these few first-order spiritual fields were all in a state of disuse. Wei Yuanke and the others had already messed up planting first-order spirit plants in a second-order spiritual field to this extent. If they were to plant in a first-order spiritual field, it was estimated that they would have no harvest at all. But Gu Mo could utilize them. Since he took over Wei Yuanke and the others' second-order spiritual field, causing them to lose some spirit plant income, Guo would use this first-order spiritual field to plant spirit plants and make up for their lost income. After removing the spirit plants from the second-order spiritual field, Guo raised his hand and cast a little flame wave, and the scorching flames incinerated all the weeds in the spiritual field, turning them into fertilizer for the spiritual field. Then, a thick earth dragon appeared, plowing the spiritual field again, and soon a standard spiritual field emerged. Swoosh! Subsequently, a drizzling spiritual rain fell, nourishing this spiritual field. Gu, true disciple, are you a spiritual farmer? Wei Yuanke looked at Guo, who was performing spirit farmer spells with such fluidity, his eyes filled with disbelief. He simply couldn't associate a true disciple with a spiritual farmer. It was like the heir of a large corporation whose true identity was a farmer. Lingzi Master. Guo explained, so that when he took out various strange plants later, there would be an explanation. Although Guo would soon cover this spiritual field with a formation, making it unlikely for others to see, it was better to be safe than sorry. Moreover, Guo had not forgotten his mission to guard this place. When he eventually fought with those who came to rob, the exposure of his plants was inevitable, so it was better to give a heads up now. So that's it. Read the unedited version at 6169 SHUBA. Upon hearing that Guo was a Lingzi master, Wei Yuanke suddenly understood. Compared to a spiritual farmer, the identity of a Lingzi master clearly fit Gumo's status as a true disciple better. After dismissing Wei Yuanke and the others, Guo took out his formation plate. A mirage array, a breath concealment array, and a nut array appeared, encompassing the entire 1-acre spiritual field. Wu. The formation activated, and soon the spiritual field was enveloped in mist. Guo looked at the spiritual field before him and couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Finally, he too had his own second-order spiritual field. Without hesitation, Guo took out his magical artifact cottage and placed it on one side of the spiritual field, then planted all the sunflowers, pea shooters, and potato mines from his black mist space. In the time that followed, Guo planned to upgrade all his sunflowers to second order. After all, as a foundation establishment cultivator, Guo could only achieve significant improvement by refining complete second-level solar essence. With a second-order spiritual field, second-order sunflowers could directly condense complete second-level solar essence. Using complete second-level solar essence to upgrade first-order sunflowers drastically reduced the time required. Including the space within the door, Guo now had 2 cultivation pots, allowing him to upgrade 2 sunflowers at a time. It wouldn't take long for all 25 first-order sunflowers to be upgraded to second order. However, a total of 30 sunflowers clearly couldn't satisfy Gumo's appetite. Increasing the number of sunflowers was imperative. Gumo's plan was to directly increase the number of sunflowers to 100. As Gumo's strength improved, the amount of sun essence needed for his cultivation, and the purchase and upgrade of plants, continuously increased. Therefore, Guo needed to plant more sunflowers to provide himself with more sun essence. As for why it was 100 sunflowers and not more, it wasn't that Guo had any other concerns. As long as Guo didn't expose the true secret of the sunflowers, there wouldn't be any problem even if they were seen. He was now a true disciple of the sect, a genius Lingzi master, and he even had a third-order Lingzi master elder backing him up. It was perfectly normal for him to tinker with some strange spirit plants. Now, what limited the number of sunflowers Guo could have was the grade and area of the spiritual field. On this 1-acre second-order spiritual field, Guo not only had to plant sunflowers but also other plants like pea shooters. 100 sunflowers was already the limit, any more would only reduce the number of other plants. Reducing other plants would decrease the combat power of the plant lineup. It was fortunate that the grade of the spiritual field was second-order medium grade. If it were second-order low grade, the number of plants Guo could plant would be even fewer. After planning the planting for the spiritual field, Guo only needed to systematically plant the purchased and upgraded plants each day. Therefore, Guo planned to begin his own cultivation during the upcoming period, such as the recultivation of the King Mu Sutra, and the comprehension of that half-formed divine ability, and so on. Play here, don't run around, got it? Before returning to the house, Guo released Little Carp. Now, Little Carp could move freely even without water. Compared to water, it now preferred places with rich spiritual chi, because spiritual chi was like water to Little Carp. Splish! Feeling the rich spiritual chi around it, Little Carp smacked its lips and swam excitedly. Soon, a dark cloud gathered in the sky, clearly indicating that Little Carp was preparing to cast the small cloud rain technique to water the plants in the spiritual field. Under the nourishment of the spiritual rain, the sunflowers and pea shooters swayed gently, appearing very happy. After confirming that there were no issues, Guo returned to the cottage, took out the King Mu Sutra, and began his recultivation. The recultivation of cultivation technique was not as difficult as imagined. As long as the old cultivation technique and the new cultivation technique did not conflict, recultivation was relatively easy. It just took a considerable amount of time to cultivate the new cultivation technique from scratch, and bottlenecks would also appear during the cultivation process. However, with the original cultivation and realm, breaking through these bottlenecks was relatively easy. Of course, the above was only applicable to lower realms. If a golden core cultivator wanted to recultivate, the difficulty would be extremely great, because a golden core cultivator's golden core was condensed by the old cultivation technique. To recultivate, one would have to disperse the golden core and condense a new golden core with the new cultivation technique. And there was a chance of failure during this period, and the probability was not low. If the new cultivation technique failed to condense the golden core, then the trouble would be immense. A perfectly fine golden core cultivator, failing to recultivate cultivation technique, would directly fall from the golden core. If it were a higher realm nascent soul cultivator, recultivation would require re-experiencing the golden core and nascent soul stages, and the probability of failure would be even higher. But for Guang, recultivation, apart from wasting some time, essentially incurred no losses. Furthermore, after recultivating the King Mu Sutra, Guang's strength would see a significant improvement. Cultivation technique was definitely an important component of a cultivator's combat power. Steward Wei, that senior brother true disciple hasn't shown himself for many days, several Qi refinement stage disciples guarding the resource point whispered, looking at the area shrouded by the formation. What's so strange about that? Wei Yuanke said indifferently, if your cultivation still had room for improvement, wouldn't you choose to go into seclusion for cultivation and strive for a higher realm? Upon hearing this, the several guarding disciples lowered their heads. They were sent here to guard precisely because their cultivation could no longer progress. All right, hurry up and get to work, Wei Yuanke clapped his hands, urging them. The jade dew fruit ripens every 5 years, and this is the 4th year, which is the crucial fruiting period. How much we harvest this time depends on this year. Whoosh! Guang let out a long breath, ending his cultivation for the day, and at the same time, completing the transfer of his new cultivation technique. This took Guang 3 months. He recultivated the King Mu Sutra from Qi refining 1st layer to the Qi refining 7th layer realm. The entire transfer process encountered no obstacles whatsoever. After all, Guang was recultivating a Qi refining level cultivation technique with his foundation establishment strength, so the progress was naturally swift. Logically, when a foundation establishment cultivator transfers cultivation techniques, they need to use the spirit Qi cultivated by the new cultivation technique to condense into liquid spirit Qi and retread the foundation establishment process. Although this process can omit the condensation of divine sense, it is still something that needs to be handled carefully. While Guang possessed all the abilities of the foundation establishment stage, his realm was still Qi refinement stage. Therefore, he only needed to transfer his cultivation technique to the Qi refinement stage. Or rather, even if Guang wanted to condense liquid spirit Qi, for him, it would just be a matter of getting another portion of 2nd level solar essence. With the new cultivation technique transfer complete, Guang naturally experienced the changes it brought. First was the change in spirit Qi attribute. The King Mu Sutra is a wood attribute cultivation technique, so the spirit Qi condensed by cultivating this method is naturally biased towards the wood attribute. Wood attribute spirit Qi is a perfect match for a Lingzi master, especially when casting the accelerated growth secret spell on spirit plant. The efficiency is several times higher than before. Guang's original spirit Qi originated from sun essence, and his spirit Qi contained the aura of the sun, which already had a very good effect on spirit plant. Now, with the addition of wood attribute to the spirit Qi containing the sun aura, it is no exaggeration to say that it is a great tonic for spirit plant. Similarly, the change in spirit Qi attribute also brought an epic boost to the effect of the wood element Xiaohuishan technique. Of course, other attribute spirit farmer spells did not decrease in power due to the change in spirit Qi attribute, they even saw a small increase, but the increase was not as obvious as with the wood attribute Xiaohuishan technique. This was an all-around improvement brought about by the increase in the cultivation technique's grade. Since it was an all-around improvement, it clearly wouldn't be limited to just that. After transferring to the King Mu Sutra, Guang's physique and spirit Qi foundation once again improved. The more profound the cultivation technique, the more meridians need to be opened for its circulation. The more meridians opened, the more spirit Qi can be stored within them. Similarly, the more meridians opened, the more detailed the spirit Qi refinement of the physique becomes, and the greater the physical improvement. This is one reason why cultivator who cultivate high-grade cultivation technique have a stronger foundation than ordinary cultivator. However, Guang's original physique and spirit Qi foundation were already 12 times that of his peers. Now, with the cultivation technique's boost, Guang's foundation has further increased. As for how many times, it's already difficult to calculate. Because Guang's current situation is somewhat special, his realm is Qi refining 7th layer, but he possesses the liquid spirit Qi of the foundation establishment stage, the physique and divine sense of the foundation establishment middle stage, and the foundation establishment middle stage and Qi refining 7th layer. This is clearly not something that can be simply measured by a few multiples. In addition to improving a cultivator's foundation, high-grade cultivation technique generally come with a unique effect. For example, the mind fire art that Yuan Naya cultivates has the effect of igniting the mind fire to gain powerful combat strength. And this King Mu Sutra also has a special effect, which is to increase lifespan. It is basically a consensus in the immortal realm that cultivator who cultivate wood element cultivation technique have long lifespan, and the King Mu Sutra is one of the more effective ones for extending lifespan. Although extending lifespan does not directly increase combat power, consider Wei Yuanke and others guarding the resource point, they were dispatched here because their lifespan was nearing its end. If they had cultivated wood element cultivation technique, perhaps they would still have time to fight one more time. As long as one can break through the current bottleneck, it will be a new world. Mortal cultivator, what they seek is nothing more than longevity. However, in the process of seeking longevity, it is inevitable to fight and kill for opportunity, which is why there are various offensive cultivation technique. Although cultivating offensive cultivation technique cannot extend lifespan, as long as one can seize enough opportunity and treasures, one can continuously improve their cultivation and realm. With a higher cultivation and realm, one can naturally achieve longevity. However, Guang can do both, cultivate the King Mu Sutra to extend his lifespan and use plants to protect his Dao. After carefully experiencing the improvements brought by the new cultivation technique, Gumo got up and walked out of the magical artifact hut. Opening the hut door, what greeted his eyes was a golden field of sunflower. 100 sunflower were neatly planted in the spirit field by Gumo. Among these 100 sunflower, 30 are second-order solar flower, and the remaining 70 are first-order sunflower. Furthermore, the number of second-order solar flower is continuously increasing, with Gumo's ultimate goal being 50 second-order solar flower. As for why he doesn't upgrade all 100 sunflower to second order, the reason is still the spirit field's carrying capacity, because Gumo also needs to leave space for second-order pea shooter and second-order nut. As for the consumption of potato mine, it can be ignored, because potato mine only needs to be planted in the spirit field to grow when it is in the first-order seed state, and it does not need the spirit field after upgrading. Cherry bomb does not need the spirit field from beginning to end. Let's continue cultivating. After admiring his achievements, Gumo returned to the hut. Gumo knew very well that there was less than a year left until the jade dew fruit matured, and at that time, the peace here would be broken. Therefore, taking advantage of this rare window, Gumo wanted to improve himself as much as possible. This time, Gumo prepared to begin comprehending the half-divine ability he had obtained. Holding the legacy stone, Gumo's divine sense probed into it, and then a vast amount of information flooded his mind, causing Gumo to feel dizzy and disoriented for a long time before he recovered. Afterward, Gumo's expression became somewhat distressed. He knew that cultivating divine ability was very difficult, even requiring some stringent prerequisites to cultivate divine ability. Gumo was also prepared. No matter what conditions were required to cultivate this clone divine ability, he would do his best to meet them. However, after learning the cultivation conditions for this divine ability called body outside body, Gumo was completely dumbfounded. Cultivating this body outside body divine ability has no requirements for the cultivator themselves. Instead, it requires a heaven and earth treasure containing the power of origin. Only such a heaven and earth treasure can refine the perfect incarnation needed for the divine ability. What is a perfect incarnation? It means this incarnation has no flaws whatsoever, looking just like a normal cultivator, capable of cultivating and casting spells. A body outside body that can self-cultivate is equivalent to giving the cultivator an extra life. If the main body accidentally perishes, it can completely transform the body outside body into the main body and inherit the cultivation of the body outside body. Of course, the body outside body divine ability Gumo obtained is only half a style. The incarnation refined from it cannot be truly perfect and flawless, and it might still be seen through by some top-tier powerful beings. But this top-tier powerful being is definitely a cultivator above the nascent soul, and beings of this level have not appeared in this immortal realm for a long time. Therefore, even this half-divine ability is already enough for Gumo. Now, the only obstacle to Gumo cultivating this body outside body divine ability is where to find the heaven and earth treasure containing the power of origin. The power of origin, this sounds very grand. Heaven and earth treasure containing this kind of power are definitely not that easy to obtain. Wait. Gumo suddenly thought of the 6 drops of initial liquid spirit chi hidden in his dantian. Those 6 drops of liquid spirit chi contained an indescribable power. Could this be that power of origin? With this thought, Gumo took out a drop of initial liquid spirit chi, activated the body outside body divine ability, and prepared to test it to see if the divine ability reacted. It really is the power of origin. Feeling the fluctuations from the divine ability, Gumo's eyes also showed disbelief. The most difficult hurdle in cultivating this body outside body was actually completed just like that. Gumo has 6 drops of initial liquid spirit chi, so can he condense 6 body outside body? Of course, his half-divine ability can only condense 1 body outside body at most, but with 5 backups, even if 1 body outside body accidentally perishes, Gumo can quickly replace it. The conditions for cultivating the body outside body were met, and Gumo did not hesitate, beginning to fully comprehend the body outside body divine ability. 3 months later, Gumo held a drop of liquid spirit chi in his hand, which was one of the 6 drops of initial liquid spirit chi. Then, Gumo squeezed out a drop of blood and fused it into that liquid spirit chi. Thus, the preparation work for refining the body outside body was complete. Taking a deep breath, Gumo began to cast the newly initiated body outside body divine ability. In an instant, the spirit chi within Gumo's body surged like a flood from an opened gate, pouring into the drop of liquid spirit chi in his hand that had fused with his own blood. Read the error-free version at 1691 book bar. Then, Gumo saw the entire process of an embryo developing. The initial liquid spirit chi, fused with blood, transformed into an embryo under the divine abilities enhancement. The embryo rapidly grew with the infusion of spirit chi, and in just a few hours, a brand new Gumo appeared. It really is identical. Gumo looked at himself in front of him, as if looking in a mirror. This incarnation was not only identical in appearance, but its aura was also exactly the same. It was no exaggeration to say that if Gumo and this incarnation stood together, outsiders would be completely unable to distinguish between the real and the fake. After examining the refined incarnation, Gumo continued to cast the body outside body divine ability, connecting his consciousness to the incarnation. Only by connecting his consciousness could this incarnation be used by Gumo, otherwise, it would just be a soulless shell. Hello. The incarnation Gumo slowly opened his eyes, looked at his other self, and couldn't help but wave. As soon as his consciousness connected to the incarnation, Gumo's vision immediately doubled. However, this change in vision was easily adaptable for Gumo, who had already condensed divine sense. However, this incarnation is currently just a mortal without cultivation, and its spiritual root is also inferior, just like Gumo's main body. Gumo was a bit speechless about this. An incarnation refined from the power of origin is still so weak. In fact, the incarnation refined by the complete body outside body divine ability can use the blood of others. For example, by using the blood of a certain peerless genius, one can refine an incarnation with excellent spiritual root talent, or by using the blood of a powerful Yao beast to refine an incarnation, one can obtain an incarnation with a powerful physique. Unfortunately, Gumo's half-divine ability is missing quite a few things, and for now, he can only refine an incarnation of himself. However, for Gumo, this is already enough. His purpose in cultivating the incarnation was to find a substitute who could go out and handle matters for him. If he were to create an incarnation of someone else, it would be inconvenient. As for the inferior spiritual root talent of this incarnation, it's not a big problem. The main body can reach its current realm by relying on sun essence, and the incarnation can replicate this action. This would simply increase the consumption of sun essence, but Gumo currently has 100 sunflower, so he can afford to support an incarnation. Alternatively, Gumo could directly transmit the main body's spirit chi to the incarnation, allowing the incarnation to cultivate with the liquid spirit chi of a foundation establishment cultivator. As for whether the incarnation can master liquid spirit chi, that's naturally not a problem, because Gumo's consciousness controls this incarnation. Cultivating with liquid spirit chi, it would be strange if this incarnation's cultivation didn't soar. Indeed, in just 1 month, Gumo pushed the incarnation's cultivation all the way to cultivation chi completion realm, even higher than the main body's cultivation, effectively rehearsing the cultivation technique once beforehand. This can also be considered another use for the incarnation. Letting the incarnation cultivate the cultivation technique first, and then the main body cultivating it afterward will definitely be more stable. Although the incarnation's cultivation surpassed the main body's, its combat power was inferior to the main body's. The main body's foundation was too profound. However, the incarnation's combat power was still much greater than that of an ordinary cultivation chi completion realm cultivator. In fact, the incarnation's combat power has already reached the foundation establishment early stage level. Besides other things, just the incarnation's physique is a genuine foundation establishment level. This is because Gumo used the main body's liquid spirit chi, combined with the spirit forging method, to directly strengthen the incarnation's physique to the foundation establishment stage. Coupled with the liquid spirit chi left by the main body within the incarnation and Gumo's conscious control, this incarnation having foundation establishment early stage combat power is absolutely without any exaggeration. At this point, Gumo's incarnation was officially formed. As for letting the incarnation break through foundation establishment, Gumo plans to wait until the main body also cultivates to cultivation chi completion realm before attempting it. Whether it's the main body or the clone, both possess the physique, spirit chi, and divine sense of the foundation establishment stage while still in the chi refinement stage. In this situation, Gumo doesn't know if he will directly enter the foundation establishment stage or if he will have to undergo another foundation establishment process. For safety's sake, Gumo will first let the incarnation attempt foundation establishment at that time. If there are no problems, the main body will then attempt it. It's time to show my face. Gumo controlled the incarnation to leave the spirit field formation. He had been cultivating for the past few months, and Gumo felt that he should go out and show his face, check on the situation at the resource point, and incidentally see the effect of this incarnation. Greetings, Gu Zhenchuan. Seeing Gumo appear, Wei Yuanke quickly came to greet him, not noticing anything unusual about the Gumo in front of him. How is this year's jade dew fruit yield? Gumo inquired. There were only a few months left until the jade dew fruit matured. The yield of the jade dew fruit should have been completely determined by now. This time, the 3 jade dew fruit tree produced a total of 9 jade dew fruit, which is the highest yield in recent years. Wei Yuanke's face also showed a smile when he heard Gumo ask about the jade dew fruit. This was their achievement. 9 jade dew fruit. Even if some were snatched away, there would still be quite a lot left this time. Not bad. Gumo nodded. With 9 jade dew fruit, his mission this time could be accounted for. As for taking out a portion to deal with those who would snatch them, that was clearly impossible for Gumo. In a certain market, 3 cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm gathered to drink tea and discuss the deo. At this moment, one of them spoke, the fight for the jade dew fruit is about to begin. Will you all come along? Let's go, let's go. Upon hearing this, the other 2 cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm quickly agreed. The reason they had gathered here was precisely to contend for that jade dew fruit together. All of them were cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm, and breaking through to foundation establishment was currently their most important task. And to attempt a foundation establishment breakthrough, having a foundation establishment pill would naturally be the best. Directly attempting a foundation establishment breakthrough had too high a failure rate. Unless one was a true prodigy, very few chi refinement cultivator dared to attempt a direct foundation establishment breakthrough. After all, if they failed, the cost was extremely heavy, potentially leading to their demise. However, foundation establishment pills were hard to come by. Even though the 3 present were from great sects, the contribution points required to exchange for a foundation establishment pill within their sects were too high. To exchange for 1 foundation establishment pill, they would need to work tirelessly on sect missions, and even then, they might not gather enough before the optimal age for a foundation establishment breakthrough. Although there was a channel to obtain foundation establishment pills, this was already much better than many loose cultivator. But as disciple of a great sect, their aspirations were higher. Unless there was no other choice, dedicating all their energy to missions and giving up on personal improvement was something many ambitious sect disciple were unwilling to do. And now, a new option had appeared, an opportunity to obtain the main ingredient for a foundation establishment pill. They would clearly prioritize competing for that main ingredient, and then, they would supplement it with some auxiliary ingredients and find an alchemist to refine the foundation establishment pill. The final cost of doing so would be far less than directly exchanging for a foundation establishment pill using sect contribution points. Furthermore, that jade dew fruit was of second-order high-grade quality. Using such a grade of jade dew fruit to refine a foundation establishment pill would result in at least a medium-grade foundation establishment pill, and with good luck, they might even obtain a high-grade foundation establishment pill. This also meant that even some prodigy of the sect, to ensure a successful foundation establishment, would choose to forego the medium-grade or low-grade foundation establishment pills provided by the sect and contend for that second-order high-grade jade dew fruit, thereby refining a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Because many people coveted it, the competition for the jade dew fruit was exceptionally fierce. To ensure they obtained the jade dew fruit, many cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm chose to team up. One batch of foundation establishment pills could yield 2 to 3 pills. If the alchemist's skill was superb, they could even produce 4 foundation establishment pills. Therefore, if several people teamed up to acquire one jade dew fruit and found a good alchemist, each of them could obtain a foundation establishment pill. Then let's set off now. After the 3 cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm finalized their plan for this joint operation, they all flew on their swords towards their destination. About 10 li from their destination, the 3 stopped. There were still a few days until the jade dew fruit matured, so they planned to wait there for a while. And there were many others with the same idea. Scanning their surroundings, the 3 sensed many hidden auras nearby. All these people were here to snatch the jade dew fruit. The cultivation realm of these people were basically either chi refining 9th layer or cultivation chi completion realm. Among them, several had deep auras, clearly not ordinary cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm, but rather prodigy disciple from some great sect. However, everyone concealed their faces. Unless they were acquaintances, it was difficult to identify the other party's origin. After all, what everyone was snatching this time was the property of the nascent soul great sect Kingla sect. Although Kingla sect was now beginning to decline, face still needed to be given, so everyone pretended to be loose cultivator to contend for it. This way, the great sects would not completely fall out with each other. I wonder how many jade dew fruits there will be this time, Zheng Shen said to the other 2 cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm beside him. If the quantity of jade dew fruit was large this time, then the competitive pressure would be less. But if there was a reduced yield this time, then it would be troublesome. The jade dew fruit matured every 5 years. Missing one harvest meant waiting 5 years, and how many 5 years did they have to wait? Who cares how many there are, just snatch them. Whoever blocks us, kill them, another cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm said with killing intent. He was the most urgent among the 3 to break through to the foundation establishment realm, as he was already quite old and truly could not afford to wait. Anyway, everyone is masked, so there's no need to worry about offending those prodigy disciple from the sects. The 3rd cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm scanned his surroundings. Among the crowd, he saw a slightly familiar figure, who should be a prodigy disciple from his own sect. But for opportunities and treasures, who cared if you were a sect prodigy? Whoever dared to block his deo, he would kill them. Exactly, then we. Zheng Shen was about to say something to boost morale when suddenly, his gaze shifted to the distance. Not only him, but the other 2 cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm also looked into the distance. Or rather, almost everyone nearby turned their gaze towards 2 figures emitting foundation establishment aura. Seeing the appearance of foundation establishment cultivator, the faces of those cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm immediately showed a look of relief. Because they, as chi refinement cultivator, could not break into that resource point alone. They needed foundation establishment cultivator to lead the charge, and they would follow behind to snatch the jade dew fruit that the foundation establishment cultivator exposed. The jade dew fruit, which was incredibly precious in the eyes of chi refinement cultivator, was merely a relatively valuable second-order spiritual material to foundation establishment cultivator. However, this value was enough for a foundation establishment cultivator to make a trip. After all, it was the main ingredient for refining high-grade foundation establishment pills. Even if the foundation establishment pill was useless to foundation establishment cultivator, it would be excellent for their descendants. At worst, it could be auctioned off for a good number of spirit stone. Brother Li, I heard something big recently happened in Kingla sect. The 2 foundation establishment cultivator gazed at the distant low mountain peak, and one of the gaunt men said to his companion. It is said that Kingla sect's true inheritor trial was attacked by an unknown force, and their excellent disciple suffered heavy losses. The foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Li nodded. This matter could not be concealed and had already spread. It seems Kingla sect's decline is evident. This time, why don't we snatch all the jade dew fruit? The gaunt foundation establishment cultivator licked his lips. In the past, they would have been wary of Kingla sect's reputation and would have left a portion of the jade dew fruit for Kingla sect. But now that Kingla sect was increasingly weak, perhaps they could go further. A second-order high-grade jade dew fruit, its value was already not low. A starved camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Kingla sect is in decline, the foundation of a nascent soul great sect is still there. We The Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li shook his head, about to refuse. Suddenly, his gaze swept behind him. 2 more Foundation Establishment stage auras were approaching in the distance. What's going on? The gaunt Foundation Establishment cultivator frowned slightly. Logically, once other Foundation Establishment cultivator sensed that there were already Foundation Establishment cultivator here, they would choose to leave. Although the Jade Dew fruit was valuable, it was not enough to make Foundation Establishment cultivator fight and contend for it. Greetings, fellow deist. The 2 newly arrived Foundation Establishment cultivator cupped their hands towards the 2 Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li, explaining their purpose. We too have a grudge with Kinglo sect. This time, we are only here to kill people, not for the Jade Dew fruit. However, their words not only failed to reassure the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li and the gaunt Foundation Establishment cultivator, but instead made them wary. It was a joke. If they snatched some spiritual materials from Kinglo sect, at most they would offend Kinglo sect, and given Kinglo sect's current situation, they probably wouldn't have the time to deal with them. But if they directly killed Kinglo sect's disciple, the nature of the matter would change. Moreover, that resource point only had 1 dying old Foundation Establishment cultivator and some chi refinement cultivator with no potential. Killing these people would not cause Kinglo sect any heartache. Was this method of revenge not a bit ridiculous? If they truly wanted to retaliate against Kinglo sect, they should do as that unknown force did and kill Kinglo sect's true inheritor seed. That's what you call retaliation. No, could there be some important Kinglo sect personnel at this resource point? Suddenly, the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li's heart stirred. He didn't think 2 Foundation Establishment cultivator would be so bored. Since they came here, they must have received some information. At this thought, the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li couldn't help but consider retreating. If he truly got involved in an incident of intercepting and killing important members of Kinglo sect would absolutely retaliate. Although these Foundation Establishment cultivator always disguised their appearance when they came to plunder, this was just for show. They knew Kinglo sect's current situation and that they didn't have the time to deal with them. But if they truly angered Kinglo sect, and Kinglo sect wanted to investigate, they could trace it back to them. Although they also had sects behind them, unless he hid in his sect for the rest of his life and never came out, facing the pursuit of a nascent soul great sect would still make one restless. For a few Jade Dew fruits, it wasn't worth taking such a big risk. With this thought, the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li cupped his hands and said, since that's the case, I won't disturb you. After speaking, the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li left. However, the gaunt Foundation Establishment cultivator who came with the Foundation Establishment cultivator surnamed Li chose to stay. Fellow deist, you don't want the Jade Dew fruit, is that true? Of course. The 2 newly arrived Foundation Establishment cultivator nodded. Their mission was to kill the true disciple of Kinglo sect at the resource point. For this, their employer had given them a very generous reward, so they naturally wouldn't let this mission fail for the sake of Jade Dew fruit. They wouldn't do something like pick up sesame seeds and lose watermelons. Moreover, giving up the Jade Dew fruit could also gain the assistance of a Foundation Establishment cultivator. Why not? It was just that the other one actually chickened out, truly timid. Good. The gaunt Foundation Establishment cultivator nodded upon hearing this. Although he didn't fully believe the other party's words, this statement was enough. He would find a way to get those Jade Dew fruits himself then. In the resource point, Wei Yuankai felt the aura outside the formation, his face filled with solemnity. This was not the first time he had encountered such a situation, and he was already prepared to hand over a few Jade Dew fruits to avert disaster. In a few more days, the sect elder dispatched to collect the Jade Dew fruit would arrive. At that time, with 2 against 3, those people wouldn't dare to be too excessive. Gu Zhenchuan. Wei Yuankai came to the spiritual field covered by the formation and gently touched the formation. What is it? After a moment, Gu Mo's figure appeared. Gu Zhenchuan, how many Jade Dew fruits are we prepared to offer to send those people away this time? Gu Mo was currently the highest ranking person at this resource point, so the arrangements for the Jade Dew fruit required Gu Mo's approval. No need, I will handle it. Gu Mo waved his hand, then looked outside the resource point, and soon sensed 3 Foundation Establishment auras. Did he Xiaogang only arrange this many people? Feeling the 3 Foundation Establishment auras in the distance, Gu Mo couldn't help but shake his head. He knew very well that since he Xiaogang's previous attempt to intercept and kill him had failed, the other party would definitely not let it go. And if the other party wanted to launch another attack, the best opportunity would be when the Jade Dew fruit matured and everyone besieged the resource point. It was just that last time, he Xiaogang had arranged 1 middle stage Foundation Establishment and 2 early stage Foundation Establishment cultivators. Why were there only 3 early stage Foundation Establishment cultivators this time? Could there be another trump card? Gu Mo thought to himself. He didn't believe he Xiaogang's arrangements were limited to just these, but no matter what he Xiaogang had planned, Gu Mo was not afraid. Sigh. Upon hearing Gu Mo's words, Wei Yuankai's face couldn't help but show a helpless expression. In fact, he knew very well that a true disciple with such outstanding talent as Gu Mo, stationed here, would absolutely not proactively offer up Jade Dew fruits. Back then, he himself was no different. The first time he learned that someone was eyeing the resource point, Wei Yuankai was furious, wishing he could kill all those who came. However, Wei Yuankai was quickly slapped by reality, and in the end, he could only obediently offer up Jade Dew fruits, hoping the other party would be lenient and leave some Jade Dew fruits. I hope this Gu Zhenchuan isn't too severely hit, Wei Yuankai thought to himself. Facing a force far superior to one's own, choosing to compromise was the best approach. Being stubborn and resisting would only leave oneself battered and bruised. The sect sent this Gu Zhenchuan here probably to temper the mindset of this young prodigy. Wei Yuankai felt he had already guessed why the sect would send a true disciple here. Ignoring the sighing Wei Yuankai, this elderly foundation establishment cultivator had long since lost his spirit. What Gu Mo needed to focus on now was what cards he Xiao Gang would play this time. Time flowed by, and the date for the Jade Du Fruit's maturation drew closer. Gu Mo finally saw He Xiao Gang's trump card. The 3 foundation establishment auras in the distance had now become 5. During this time, 2 more foundation establishment cultivator arrived, one of whom was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Seeing this, Gu Mo nodded with satisfaction. Now this was more like it. Otherwise, with just 3 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators, it would be too boring to kill them. Now, with 4 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators plus 1 middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, it was finally worthy of the plant battle line Gu Mo had prepared over the past year. It's over. Compared to Gu Mo's composure, Wei Yuankai's face was ashen at this moment. He knew very well that with so many powerhouses arriving this time, the Jade Du Fruit would likely not be kept. And the bad news wasn't just this one. The sect elder who was supposed to come to the resource point to collect the Jade Du Fruit had encountered an attack from unknown cultivator on the way and would not be able to arrive on time. This meant that Wei Yuankai, an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, would have to face 5 foundation establishment cultivator alone, one of whom was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator. Just thinking about it made one feel despair. Sigh. Finally, Wei Yuankai let out a long sigh. He would find a way to take that Gu Zhenchuan and escape. This resource point likely couldn't be held. It smells so good. On this day, an enticing fruity fragrance wafted from the low mountain peak, reaching the greedy gazes outside. Everyone knew that their target, the Jade Du Fruit, had matured. But no one immediately took action. Instead, they looked towards the 5 foundation establishment cultivator. The arrival of 5 foundation establishment cultivator made those Qi refinement stage cultivator curse inwardly, as it meant that very little Jade Du Fruit would be left for them, and a fierce battle for it would be unavoidable. However, the good thing was that with 5 foundation establishment cultivator leading the charge, this plunder should be very smooth. Chapter 114 Pea Shooter Cluster. Everyone, our mission objective is the same this time. No matter who eliminates the target, we all receive a bounty. Therefore, we should cooperate to avoid internal strife leading to the target's escape. The foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, who had the highest cultivation, turned his gaze to the others. Among the 5 foundation establishment cultivators present, except for the scrawny foundation establishment cultivator, the others had all accepted the same mission. Logically, for an assassination mission, once someone accepted it, others shouldn't be able to accept it again. However, this mission was an exception, it could be repeatedly accepted, and as long as the mission was completed, everyone who accepted it would receive the bounty. For a mission to be issued this way, the employer not only had money but also a strong resolve to kill the target. And this target seemed to be just a Qi refinement cultivator. However, this was a Qi refinement cultivator who had already condensed divine sense. Upon learning this information, the 4 foundation establishment cultivators who had accepted the mission immediately understood. Only such a prodigy was worthy of an assassination of this caliber. Of course, the mission's reward was generous, but the risk was also significant. This risk did not come from the target, but from the Kinglo sect behind the target. To condense divine sense during the Qi refinement stage was absolutely the aptitude of a top-tier prodigy. The Kinglo sect would definitely not remain indifferent to the assassination of such a prodigy. But they were all loose cultivators, after killing someone, they could simply leave. If the Kinglo sect wanted to seek revenge, they would first need to find them. With that generous bounty, they could completely change their area of activity. Indeed. With the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator taking the lead, the others readily agreed. Then, let's make our move. Saying this, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator took out a second order formation breaking talisman. Seeing this, the other foundation establishment cultivators also took out a formation breaking talisman, even the scrawny foundation establishment cultivator did the same. Knowing that the resource point was protected by a formation, to obtain the Jade Du Fruit inside, one first had to break the outer formation. And the most efficient way to break a formation was, naturally, with a formation breaking talisman. However, formation breaking talismans were not cheap, but as long as the projected gains were high enough, the investment of a formation breaking talisman was not a problem at all. Everyone, guard the formation nodes well. Don't let anyone break in. Wei Yuankai said to his Qi refinement cultivators with a nervous expression. The formation of this resource point was their only reliance now. However, as a formation breaking talisman struck, the resource point's formation began to shake violently, and then, many formation stones started to crack. Bang! When the second and third formation breaking talismans flew in, the resource point's grand formation instantly collapsed. This is bad. Seeing this, Wei Yuankai was shocked. He hadn't expected the resource point's formation to not even last for a moment. Without the formation's obstruction, they would now have to face 5 foundation establishment cultivators and dozens of Qi refinement 9th layer or great perfection cultivators. Protect Gu Zhenchuan! Wei Yuankai lightly shouted, and immediately, everyone gathered around Gu Mo. Seeing Wei Yuankai leading people to gather here, Gu Mo nodded, because the safest place was by his side. If they scattered and fled, it would be a dead end. Kill. After the grand formation was broken, the people outside rushed into the resource point. Among them, the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators who had accepted the mission to assassinate Gu Mo directly locked their gaze on Gu Mo. As for the scrawny Foundation establishment cultivator and the other Qi refinement cultivators, they headed straight for the Jade Dew fruit tree, as that was their objective in coming here. There are 9 Jade Dew fruits. When they saw the 3 Jade Dew fruit trees and clearly saw the 9 fruits hanging on them, emitting a rich fruity fragrance, everyone was overjoyed. Immediately, a Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator, who had presumably cultivated some special movement spell, directly stepped forward, rushing towards the Jade Dew fruit tree first, preparing to snatch one. Whoosh! But just then, a verdant energy P shot out from a spiritual field covered by a formation nearby, directly striking the Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator. Sensing danger, the Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator quickly cast a defensive spell, condensing a spiritual power shield on his body. But the verdant energy P easily tore through the spiritual power shield, then tore the Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator apart as well. The sudden turn of events made the others abruptly stop. Their gazes warily swept towards the nearby area covered by the formation. The attack just now had come from there. However, that area had a concealment formation and an illusion formation, making it impossible to see what was inside. Just as everyone's gazes swept towards the source of the attack, another figure quickly rushed towards the Jade Dew fruit tree. Facing the Jade Dew fruit so close at hand, who could resist the greed in their heart? As for the danger, this Qi refinement great perfection cultivator had already activated a high-grade defensive magical artifact he carried. He was confident he could withstand the previous attack, and given some time, he could pick the Jade Dew fruit. Whoosh! As the Qi refinement great perfection cultivator was about to approach the Jade Dew fruit tree, the verdant energy P reappeared. However, this energy P seemed a little different from the previous one. Bang! The verdant energy P, in the Qi refinement great perfection cultivator's horrified gaze, tore through his body, making his confident high-grade magical artifact seem like paper in front of that energy P. It's a Foundation establishment level attack. As the only Foundation establishment cultivator vying for the Jade Dew fruit, the scrawny Foundation establishment cultivator's eyes were filled with solemnity. He had thought that since no other Foundation establishment cultivators were competing with him this time, the Jade Dew fruit was definitely within his grasp. But now, it seemed the situation had changed. Everyone charged together. Life and death are fated, wealth is in the heavens. While the death of 2 cultivators certainly made the others wary, it was clearly impossible to make these people retreat just like that. For the sake of opportunity in their deo, cultivators were not afraid of taking risks. They were numerous. If they charged in a swarm, the resource point's defenses simply couldn't stop all of them. Everyone apparently took the verdant energy P from before as a defensive measure set up by the resource point. It really is. Inside the spiritual field formation, Gu Mo looked at the charging crowd and couldn't help but shake his head. Then, his gaze swept over the 50 P shooters neatly arranged in the spiritual field. These 50 P shooters were Gu Mo's achievements during this period. Among them, 20 were second order low grade, and the remaining 30 were first order, top grade. The attack that instantly killed the Qi refinement 9th layer cultivator was launched by a first order, top grade, P shooter, and the attack that instantly killed the Qi refinement great perfection cultivator was launched by a second order P shooter. By using an attack 1 realm higher than the enemy to instantly kill them, he had thought those people would retreat. Unfortunately, Gu Mo had underestimated their greed. Since that was the case, Gu Mo would not hold back. Immediately, the 31st order, top grade, P shooters simultaneously spat out energy Ps. What? Seeing energy Ps shooting towards them, the charging Qi refinement cultivators' expressions changed dramatically. The number of attacks was even greater than their number, rendering their so-called numerical advantage completely useless. Fortunately, among these people, there were some geniuses from large sects. Facing energy Ps with the power of a Qi refinement great perfection, they could still resist. But those at Qi refinement 9th layer couldn't hold on, they were killed in a few hits. Then, the P shooters' attacks began to concentrate. Those genius cultivators could handle 1 energy P, but when the number of attacks reached 2, or even 3, they couldn't cope. Retreat. Without hesitation, the surviving cultivators chose to retreat, because not leaving meant certain death. I gave you a chance to leave earlier. Now you want to leave? It's too late. Gu Mo, in the spiritual field formation, looked at those people calmly. Subsequently, he mobilized 5 second-order P shooters. The reason he only mobilized 5 second-order ones was because his clone needed to deal with the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators. Of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators attacking his clone, Wei Yuankai could hold off 1, meaning Gu Mo still needed to face 3 Foundation establishment cultivators, and one of them was a Foundation establishment middle stage. However, Gu Mo was not flustered by this at all. He directly assigned 10 second-order P shooters to the Foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, 5 second-order P shooters to 1 Foundation establishment early stage cultivator, and for the remaining Foundation establishment early stage cultivator, Gu Mo prepared to take action himself. Although Gu Mo's incarnation was at the Qi refinement great perfection realm, its spiritual power, physique, and divine sense all met the standards of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, Gu Mo also wanted to try and see how much difference there was between his incarnation and a true Foundation establishment cultivator. What is that? The Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator was about to kill the target in front of him when suddenly, several verdant streaks of light appeared in his divine sense perception. Each of these streaks of light actually possessed the full power of a Foundation Establishment Early Stage Cultivator's attack. In other words, there were 10 Foundation Establishment Early Stage Cultivators attacking him. Even if he was a Foundation Establishment Middle Stage, facing the combined efforts of 10 Foundation Establishment Early Stage Cultivators, he had to go all out. The intelligence said there was only one Foundation Establishment Early Stage at the resource point. What the hell is going on? Compared to the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator's full effort, the other Foundation Establishment Early Stage Cultivator, facing the attack of 5 second-order P-shooters, was struggling immensely. Facing the attacks of 5 cultivators of the same realm, he couldn't hold on for long. Fortunately, the attack frequency wasn't too high, otherwise, he might have died in just a few breaths. But even so, this only delayed his defeat. You all hold on, I'll take care of the target. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator left behind by Guang to test his strength roared. No matter who among them eliminated the target, everyone would receive the bounty. Good. Hearing this, the other 3 suppressed the thought of giving up the mission. With the opponent's Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivation, killing a Chi Refinement Great Perfection would be a matter of minutes. Go. Looking at the flying sword that the Foundation Establishment Cultivator was slashing with, Guang also activated his sword control spell. Immediately, a low-grade magic treasure flying sword shot out, meeting the opponent's flying sword. Guang had obtained 2 low-grade magic treasure flying swords as spoils of war. It was perfect for his main body to use one and his incarnation to use one. Clang. The 2 flying swords collided, emitting a metallic clang. Subsequently, the Foundation Establishment Cultivator's flying sword was knocked away, and a subtle nick appeared on it. Because this Foundation Establishment Cultivator's flying sword was not a magic treasure, but merely a top-grade magical artifact. This was the situation for many loose cultivator Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Breaking through had already exhausted all their resources, and they had no resources to upgrade their equipment in the short term. Of course, if they could complete this mission, the bounty they received would be enough for them to purchase a decent quality magic treasure flying sword. How is this possible? The Foundation Establishment Cultivator recalled his top-grade magical artifact flying sword, looking at the nick on the sword, his eyes filled with shock. He had clashed head-on with a Chi Refinement Great Perfection Cultivator, and he was the one who lost. The target was a prodigy of the Kinglo sect, so it was not strange for him to have a magic treasure. But why could a Chi Refinement Great Perfection Cultivator exert the power of a magic treasure to such an extent? This was already no different from a Foundation Establishment Cultivator using a magic treasure flying sword. Seems a bit weak. This probing strike allowed Guang to discern much. This Foundation Establishment Early Stage Cultivator was even weaker than he had imagined. His spiritual power was weak, his physique was weak, and his divine sense was even less comparable to Guang's divine sense, which was on par with the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage. This was only Guang's incarnation. If it were his true body, the gap between them would only be greater. However, this was also normal. Guang's true body's combat power was already no less than a Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator's. His. The result of Guang's clash with the Foundation Establishment Cultivator was also seen by Wei Yuanke and the other 3 Foundation Establishment Cultivators. Immediately, several people couldn't help but gasp, all shocked by Guang's formidable combat power. Subsequently, Wei Yuanke's expression turned to wild joy, while the faces of the few Foundation Establishment assassins looked extremely grim. The difficulty of this assassination mission was even harder than imagined. No wonder the employer gave such a large bounty and didn't limit the number of acceptors. You all hold on, I'll go destroy whatever is in that formation. The Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator's gaze swept towards the source of the energy Ps. It was this thing that was tying their hands. If these were destroyed, even if the target displayed Foundation Establishment Stage combat power, facing their combined efforts, he would surely die. Good. Those few Foundation Establishment assassins naturally also knew what the true source of their hindrance in completing the mission was. As long as they destroyed the strange thing in that formation, this mission could still be accomplished. Whew. Shattering several incoming energy Ps again, the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator took a deep breath. The spiritual power within his body instantly erupted, enduring the next few energy Ps, and directly charged to the front of the spiritual field formation. Break for me. After approaching the spiritual field formation, the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator unleashed a sword strike. Instantly, the outermost concealment formation was broken. Then, the sword light, undiminished in power, struck a thin light screen. But the light screen only trembled slightly before returning to calm. What's going on? Seeing that his full power strike could not even shake the formation in front of him in the slightest, the Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator was horrified. The formation didn't look very strong, so why was it so powerful? Is that all? Within the spiritual field formation, Guang couldn't help but shake his head. A defensive formation set up with 9 second-order nuts, let alone a Foundation Establishment Middle Stage Cultivator, even a Foundation Establishment Late Stage Cultivator would find it very difficult to break through. Under the protection of the nut array, Guang, who was as steady as a mountain, cast his gaze towards the jade dew fruit tree. At this moment, there were no living beings left there, all had been killed by the P-shooters, including that scrawny Foundation Establishment Cultivator. If there were only 5 second-order P-shooters, that scrawny Foundation Establishment Cultivator could have held on for a while, but as those Cultivation Chi Completion Realm cultivators fell, the 31st Order, top grade, P shooters, having lost their targets, turned their attacks towards that scrawny Foundation Establishment cultivator. Attacks at the Cultivation Chi Completion Realm level were nothing to a Foundation Establishment cultivator, but if this number was multiplied by 30, then even a Foundation Establishment cultivator would need to respond carefully. Moreover, that scrawny Foundation Establishment cultivator was already struggling to cope with the attacks from 5 second order P shooters, and these 31st Order, top grade, P shooters were the last straw that broke him. With the enemies on the Jade Dew Fruit Tree side dealt with, Guang could now transfer the combat power of those 5 second order P shooters, adding them to the original 10, making a total of 15 second order P shooters whose attacks were all directed at that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator. 10 second order P shooters already required that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator to go all out, now with an additional 5, the combined power of 15 energy Ps caused that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator's face to change involuntarily. Without the slightest hesitation, that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator took out a talisman. This was a defensive talisman he had purchased at a high price, which could help him block an attack in a critical moment. However, taking out this talisman also meant that the Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator had given up on this mission. Next, he would choose to flee, regardless of the current situation, even if victory was in sight, he would escape without hesitation. After all, he had seen too many instances of enemies launching a fatal counterattack when one was careless, and it was precisely this caution that had allowed him to survive until now. Bang 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 bang. The energy Ps fired by the P shooter struck the defensive light shield of that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator, causing the light shield to tremble violently, but it successfully held up. Whew. Seeing this, that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator secretly breathed a sigh of relief, while also resenting the employer for not providing all the information. If he had known there was such an unknown superweapon in the resource point, he would never have accepted this mission. To this day, he still didn't know what kind of object the energy attacks were fired from, but he could be sure that it was absolutely not a Foundation Establishment cultivator. I'm leaving. As soon as a round of P shooter attacks ended, that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator was about to flee. At this moment, the corner of his eye caught a glimpse of a vibrant red. It was a luscious, bright red cherry. Rumble. While that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator was in a daze, wondering who had thrown the cherry, a terrifying explosion instantly engulfed him. Without his life-saving talisman, that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator felt the terrifying power of the explosion, his face filled with despair. The sudden, violent explosion caused the 3 Foundation Establishment assassins fighting in the distance to involuntarily glance over. After all, whether that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator could destroy the annoying energy attacks was key to them completing this mission. However, when their gaze swept over, all they saw was the scene of that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator being engulfed by the explosion. Run. Seeing this, the 3 Foundation Establishment assassins were scared out of their wits. A Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator had actually died, so if they didn't run now, wouldn't they just be waiting for death? However, if they had wanted to run before, with that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator attracting firepower, they might have had a chance to escape. But now that the Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator was dead, trying to run was wishful thinking. Among the 3 Foundation Establishment assassins, the first to flee was the one entangled with Wei Yuanke, because he was the only one who had the upper hand in the fight, making it relatively easy for him to disengage. But as soon as that Foundation Establishment assassin pulled away from Wei Yuanke, 10 second order energy Ps blasted over. With the Foundation Establishment middle stage assassin dead, Guang could use all 20 second order P shooters to deal with those few Foundation Establishment early stage assassins. No. Feeling the 10 attacks, each containing the full power of a Foundation Establishment early stage cultivator's strike, that Foundation Establishment assassin let out a desperate roar. This was equivalent to him facing the full power of 10 cultivators of the same rank. 1 against 10, let alone him, a loose cultivator Foundation Establishment, even a prodigy couldn't block it. Boom boom boom. Of the 10 second order energy Ps, 3 broke through the opponent's defense, 3 destroyed the opponent's physical body, and the remaining 4 missed. In other words, to eliminate that Foundation Establishment assassin, 6 energy Ps would have been enough, 10 was an overkill. And the same situation replayed itself on another Foundation Establishment assassin who was struggling under the attacks of 5 second order P shooters. With the addition of another 5 second order P shooters, that Foundation Establishment assassin, who was already on the verge of collapse, instantly died. At this moment, only the Foundation Establishment assassin who was fighting Guang was still alive, but this Foundation Establishment assassin's courage had already been mostly scared away. He looked around. A large group of people had come, but now only he was left alive. And it seemed he wouldn't live much longer either. If you want me to die, then let's die together. In despair, that Foundation Establishment assassin let out a low roar and lunged at Guang. Facing a Foundation Establishment cultivator's desperate strike, Guang recalled his flying sword, unleashed little Zhengjin sword chi, attached it to his flying sword, and then slashed out fiercely. Minor Earth Dragon Art. While slashing out with the flying sword, Guang raised his hand and summoned an Earth Dragon to entangle that Foundation Establishment cultivator. Although the Earth Dragon was quickly defeated by the opponent, this momentary delay was enough. As a sharp sword chi flashed, that Foundation Establishment assassin's head was directly severed. A Foundation Establishment cultivator, with his head gone, was absolutely dead beyond dead. At this point, all the cultivators who had come to the resource point were annihilated. Steward Wei, I'll leave the aftermath to you. Gu Mo said to Wei Yuanke, who was completely stunned. At this moment, the resource point was covered in corpses and belongings. After cultivators without storage pouches died, the items they had stored in their sleeve universe would burst out, just like killing monsters and dropping equipment. However, these things weren't particularly valuable. Gu Mo was too lazy to pick up the trash himself, so he let Wei Yuanke handle it. Ah, yes, yes. Wei Yuanke, who had come to his senses, quickly bowed and responded. If Wei Yuanke's respect for Gu Mo before was due to Gu Mo's identity as a true disciple, then now Wei Yuanke's respect was entirely due to Gu Mo's strength. A cultivation chi completion realm cultivator slaying a foundation establishment cultivator, killing an enemy across a major rank. What kind of talent was this? Now that he thought about it, the sect sending this Gu Zhenchuan to guard the resource point was truly to guard it, and not to temper his state of mind. Or rather, it was he, Wei Yuanke, who should have his state of mind tempered this time. The incarnation returned to the spirit field formation. Gu Mo's main body looked at the approaching incarnation and nodded in satisfaction. This encounter with a true foundation establishment cultivator made Gu Mo clearly realize that the combat power of this incarnation could completely rival a true foundation establishment cultivator. Of course, this was limited to ordinary loose cultivator foundation establishment cultivators. If they were foundation establishment cultivators from those great sects, he would still be somewhat inferior. This inferiority was not due to his foundation, but rather due to inferior magical artifacts, attack spells, and combat experience. What Gu Mo had most presentable now was just an ordinary low-grade magic treasure flying sword, which was naturally much stronger than loose cultivators who couldn't even afford magic treasures, but it would be much inferior when facing those great sect disciples. True elite foundation establishment disciples of great sects used top-grade magic treasures. By the way, if Gu Mo were to enter foundation establishment, with his true disciple status, he could also go to the sect to receive benefits of the corresponding rank. The benefits for sect disciples were not received all at once, but rather in stages based on the disciple's different cultivation. Chi refining stage received chi refining level benefits, foundation establishment stage received foundation establishment level benefits, and if one could reach foundation establishment great perfection, they could obtain the most important core formation resources for true disciples. As for offensive spells, this involved the cultivation path. The King Mu Sutra that Gu Mo cultivated was of a high rank, but it was not a cultivation technique specialized in combat. Besides that, the only spells Gu Mo knew were a few spirit farmer spells. Although the little Jengjin sword chi among them had decent destructive power, it was not a true offensive spell in the real sense. When I have time, I'll learn a few powerful offensive spells. Gu Mo thought to himself. For other cultivators, once their cultivation path was determined, they could only advance along the predetermined Dao and would not have time to dabble in other things. But Gu Mo was different. He only needed to refine Sun Essence for his cultivation, which took virtually no time. Therefore, he had plenty of time to cultivate other things. With an incarnation, Gu Mo plans to have his incarnation travel far and wide in the future. Therefore, enhancing the combat power of the incarnation is very necessary. At the same time, Gu Mo also intends to use the incarnation to gain more combat experience. In a 1-6-1-9 book 1 bar, read the error-free version. Gu Mo's combat power was very strong, but most of this power came from plants. Gu Mo's own true combat experience, however, was very little. This also meant that even though Gu Mo's foundation and equipment were clearly stronger than that loose cultivator foundation establishment, he wasn't able to defeat the opponent quickly. This was due to a lack of combat experience. Gu Mo summarized his shortcomings through this battle. At the same time, tens of miles away, the foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Li, who had left earlier, looked at the resource point that had suddenly fallen silent in the distance, his eyes filled with shock. Earlier, when he learned that someone wanted to attack an important member of the Kinglo sect at the resource point, he felt it was inappropriate and chose to leave. However, he soon felt a bit unwilling, so he secretly sneaked back and observed from outside, hoping to find an opportunity to pick up some scraps. He then saw a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator, 4 foundation establishment early stage cultivators, and dozens of chi refining 9th layer and great perfection cultivators who had rushed into the resource point, all fall silent. In an instant, a strong feeling of having narrowly escaped death surged in his heart. If his greed had been a little greater at that time and he had followed them in, he would now be a corpse. Without hesitation, that foundation establishment cultivator surnamed Li quickly retreated. He would never come here again in the future. Gu Zhenchuan. A few hours later, Wei Yuanke respectfully arrived in front of the spirit field formation. At the same time, a large pile of resources was stacked beside him. These were all left behind by the cultivators who had invaded the resource point. Gu Mo's incarnation appeared, his gaze swept over the resources, and he took the spirit stones from them, as well as a few chi refining stage cultivation techniques and secret spells. These cultivation techniques and secret spells should all have come from those elite disciples of the great sects. These people concealed their identities to snatch the jade dew fruit, and since they were killed, their respective sects could only endure it. Hey? This is... Gu Mo casually flipped through a secret spell in his hand. Secret spells were quite valuable, especially since this was a disguise type secret spell that was very useful to Gu Mo. Chi refinement cultivators did not have divine sense. Cultivation techniques and secret spells were recorded on paper. Paper as a medium rarely had anti-theft measures and was difficult to protect against theft. Or perhaps, even if Qi refining stage cultivation techniques and secret spells were stolen, the loss would not be significant. Only cultivation techniques and secret spells of the foundation establishment stage would have special restrictions added to jade slips to prevent their contents from being spied upon by outsiders. But even if it was just an introductory level disguise secret spell for Qi refining, it was already enough for Gu Mo. It was many times stronger than the first order disguise spell he currently mastered, and combined with his major achievement level breath concealment technique, it was absolutely perfect. Thus, when his incarnation goes out in the future, he won't have to worry about being discovered. You all take these and divide them up. Gu Mo pointed to the first order medicinal pills, talismans, and magical artifacts. These things were no longer useful to Gu Mo now. As for the second order items, the foundation establishment middle stage cultivator was eliminated by the cherry bomb, and the annihilation level power destroyed all the spoils of war. As for the remaining 4 foundation establishment assassins, they were all loose cultivators with not many valuable items, so they only brought Gu Mo about 100 mid-grade spirit stones. Conversely, those Qi refinement cultivators, combined, contributed tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones to Gu Mo. It's no exaggeration to say that those Qi refinement cultivators combined were richer than the 4 foundation establishment cultivators. However, considering that some of these Qi refinement cultivators were elites from great sects, it seemed quite normal. Thank you, Gu Zhenchuan. Those first order resources were not something Wei Yuanke, a foundation establishment cultivator, cared much about. Although his potential was exhausted, he was still a foundation establishment cultivator from a nascent soul great sect, and he had accumulated quite a bit of wealth over the years. On the contrary, the Qi refining stage disciples at the resource point were all extremely excited. These resources were definitely a huge fortune for them. With these resources, they might be able to advance their stagnant cultivation further. At the same time, a streak of light was rapidly approaching from 100 miles away from the resource point. Within the light was a pale-faced middle-aged cultivator whose Kinglo sect steward's robe was covered in blood. He was the steward who had come to the resource point this time to collect the jade dew fruit, but he had suddenly encountered an attack on the way. However, relying on his profound strength, he managed to break out of the encirclement, but he also paid a considerable price for it. After breaking out of the encirclement, Shi Tianlu did not choose to return to the sect, but instead rushed towards the resource point with all his might, because he knew very well that something must have happened at the resource point, otherwise, why would these people block him for no reason? However, the most valuable things at the resource point were only 3 jade dew fruit trees. Such a large-scale action for these 3 jade dew fruit trees seemed a bit unworthy. But besides the jade dew fruit at the resource point, there was also... Could it be that the enemy's target is that true disciple? Suddenly, Shi Tianlu thought of Gu Mo, who had been sent by the sect to that resource point. This time, in addition to the task of collecting the jade dew fruit, he also had the task of protecting this true disciple. Because the sect had already received intelligence that someone was issuing assassination missions targeting Gu Mo. Since the true inheritor trial where disciples were ambushed by an unknown assassin organization, the Kinglo sect has intensified its intelligence gathering, arranging many people to infiltrate various assassination organizations. Not long ago, a hidden sect scout sent back intelligence, stating that someone had posted a bounty mission for Gu Mo, offering extremely high rewards. Upon learning this news, the Kinglo sect immediately became vigilant. Although Gu Mo had been temporarily arranged by the sect master to leave the sect, his true disciple status had not been revoked. If someone dared to assassinate a true disciple of the Kinglo sect and the Kinglo sect showed no reaction, it would be seen as easy to bully. After more detailed intelligence consolidation, the Kinglo sect judged that this assassination would most likely be launched when the jade dew fruit matured, because that was the most chaotic moment at the resource point, the best time to fish in troubled waters. Thus, the Foundation Establishment deacon who went to the resource point to collect jade dew fruit, whose cultivation was originally at the Foundation Establishment middle stage, became Shi Tianlu, who was at the Foundation Establishment late stage. After Shi Tianlu arrived at the resource point, he would stay there for a period of time to help Gu Mo resolve this assassination. Although the bounty amount was generous, it could at most attract assassins at the Foundation Establishment middle stage, anything higher would be very difficult, so Shi Tianlu, at the Foundation Establishment late stage, could completely handle it. However, Shi Tianlu encountered an attack on his way to the resource point. The attackers were 3 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators of the same rank. Nevertheless, as a former prodigy, Shi Tianlu's combat power was formidable, and he managed to break through the encirclement. And those 3 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators did not continue to entangle after Shi Tianlu broke out, choosing to leave, which made Shi Tianlu feel very uneasy. Did the sudden departure of those 3 Foundation Establishment late-stage cultivators mean that their goal had been achieved? With this thought, Shi Tianlu continued to accelerate his escape light, and soon he saw the low mountain peak in the distance. Upon seeing the formation outside the resource point broken, Shi Tianlu's heart immediately sank. Tianlu's senior brother. When Shi Tianlu arrived outside the resource point, Wei Yuanke, who detected someone approaching, hurriedly came to greet him. However, upon seeing Shi Tianlu's condition, Wei Yuanke was startled. Senior brother, you. I'm fine. How is that true disciple doing? Shi Tianlu waved his hand and quickly asked. However, from Wei Yuanke's expression, Shi Tianlu felt that he would probably hear good news soon. He's fine. Wei Yuanke recounted the previous great battle to Shi Tianlu. Afterwards, just as Wei Yuanke had expected, he saw shock on Shi Tianlu's face. Seeing this, Wei Yuanke's heart immediately felt comfortable. Indeed, facing Gumo's monstrous performance, anyone who learned of it would be shocked. It wasn't that Wei Yuanke was inexperienced. Phew. After the shock, Shi Tianluo let out a long breath. He had thought something big was going to happen this time, but unexpectedly, that true disciple actually resolved the assassination himself. A cultivation chi completion realm cultivator slaying a foundation establishment cultivator, this strength, this talent. Currently, He Xiaogang, the King Luo sect's first true disciple, seemingly only managed to slay a foundation establishment cultivator with the assistance of a foundation establishment level Dao protector. The strength Gu Mo displayed at this moment has already surpassed that first true disciple. As for the mysterious attack in the spirit plant field that Wei Yuanke mentioned, in Shi Tianluo's opinion, it should be a protective measure given to Gu Mo by that Lingzi Master Elder. Now the entire sect knows that Gu Mo will become that Lingzi Master Elder's personal disciple in the future, and many Golden Core Elders have expressed dissatisfaction with this. Gu Mo defeated Yayuki in the True Inheritor Challenge, and now he is the King Luo sect's third true disciple. Such a genius being poached made the elders of King Luo sect feel very disadvantaged. However, Qi Chunda had made a master-disciple agreement with Gu Mo a long time ago, and sect master Gao Yunrui was a witness. Additionally, Qi Chunda stated that he would give the King Luo sect some compensation at that time, which finally shut up those elders. But if those elders were to know that Gu Mo, at the cultivation chi completion realm, had already slain a foundation establishment cultivator, they would probably put on their painful masks again. Greetings, Tianluo senior brother. Upon learning that the deacon sent by the sect to collect the jade dew fruit had arrived, Gu Mo also sent out his incarnation to welcome him. With the incarnation, Gu Mo's main body would not leave the protection circle of the plant battle line unless there was something important. Cough, cough, Gu Mo junior brother, it's truly great that you are fine. Seeing Gu Mo completely unharmed, Shi Tianluo finally relaxed completely. This relaxation of his taut emotions caused his injuries to flare up. Facing the encirclement of 3 cultivators of the same rank, fighting his way out while injured, and then undertaking a long-distance rapid escape, left Shi Tianluo in a very poor state at this moment. Tianluo senior brother, this junior brother knows a healing spell. Would you like to try it? Gu Mo asked. He did not act directly but inquired first, as the relationship between them had not reached a certain level, and acting rashly would be inappropriate. If it were Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, Gu Mo wouldn't need to ask and could directly heal them. They also wouldn't think Gu Mo would harm them and could accept Gu Mo's treatment calmly. But for unfamiliar people, it was necessary to inform them first to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. Then I shall trouble junior brother. Shi Tianluo nodded. The healing medicinal pills he carried were almost all consumed on the way. Without healing medicinal pills, he could only choose to meditate and cultivate, slowly healing with the help of spiritual energy. Since Gu Mo possessed healing arts, Shi Tianluo naturally wouldn't refuse. The sooner the injury was healed, the better. If it dragged on for too long, it might cause some hidden injuries, which could potentially affect his future breakthrough to the Golden Core realm. As one of the sect's former geniuses, although Shi Tianluo's cultivation progress had been somewhat slow later on, at his age, he still had a chance to attempt the Golden Core realm once. Although it was just the hope of breaking through to the Golden Core realm, whether he could succeed was another matter, but even such hope already surpassed 99% of foundation establishment cultivators. Seeing Shi Tianluo nod, Gu Mo casually cast a Xiaohuishan technique on Shi Tianluo, and immediately, Shi Tianluo's chaotic aura visibly calmed down. This. Shi Tianluo was also surprised by Gu Mo's healing technique. It seemed to be the Xiaohuishan technique, but Gu Mo's Xiaohuishan technique was too effective. One must know that he was at the foundation establishment late stage, while Gu Mo was at the cultivation chi completion realm. There was a huge realm gap between them. When a lower realm cultivator casts healing or auxiliary spells on a higher realm cultivator, the effects are greatly reduced. But Gu Mo possessed liquid spiritual energy, plus the bonus from the King Mu Sutra cultivation technique, so the gap between him and Shi Tianluo was actually not that large. King Luo sect, main peak. He Xiaogang held the newly acquired intelligence in his hand, his expression indescribably ugly. Failed again. If the previous failure could be attributed to a Yao beast, then this failure was a real one. 1 foundation establishment middle stage, plus 3 foundation establishment early stage cultivators, couldn't even take down a single chi refining cultivator like Gu Mo. While He Xiaogang was enraged by the mission's failure, he also felt speechless about the strength of those loose cultivator foundation establishment cultivators who took the mission. This time, He Xiaogang did not dispatch cultivators from his own sect to assassinate Gu Mo, intending to avoid entanglements with disciples from other sects. He let those loose cultivators act. As long as money was paid, other problems didn't need to be considered. Of course, He Xiaogang's side didn't do nothing. He still dispatched 3 foundation establishment late-stage cultivators to intercept Shi Tianluo, preventing him from disrupting this assassination plan. But who could have known that those loose cultivator foundation establishment cultivators were so useless, wasting an opportunity in vain. Now that Gu Mo was on guard, the difficulty of assassinating him next time would greatly increase. Junior brother, that Gu Mo is not in the sect right now, let's put him aside for now. The King Luo sect's Ning Ying pill alchemy is about to begin, and we must focus all our energy on this. This is the main priority. Qian Qi said in a deep voice. They had used many methods to try and prevent the King Luo sect from gathering all the materials for refining the Ning Ying pill. However, the King Luo sect had a third-order Lingzi master, and the spirit plant materials that he Xiaogang's side had painstakingly bought out were all reobtained by this Lingzi Master Elder using ripening methods. This allowed the Qingluo sect to successfully gather all the materials for refining the Ningying pill. During this period, the Dan Peak of the Qingluo sect had stopped refining other medicinal pills and was fully preparing for the Ningying pill's alchemy. At the same time, Dan Peak also became the most heavily guarded place in the Qingluo sect now. Even he Xiaogang, the acting sect master, needed to pass through layers of verification to go to Dan Peak. As sect master Gao Yunrui put all his energy into breaking through, he had completely let go of sect affairs, allowing he Xiaogang, the first true disciple, to be responsible for the daily operations of the sect in the name of acting sect master. This almost explicitly indicated that Gao Yunrui would pass the sect master position to he Xiaogang in the future. After all, among the true disciples of this generation, only he Xiaogang and Yuan Naya were presentable, and Yuan Naya's personality was clearly not suitable to become a sect master. Of course, if a major event concerning the sect occurred, several Golden Core elders would need to discuss it. Unless the Qingluo sect faced the danger of annihilation, Gao Yunrui would not appear. What he needed to do now was to fully prepare to break through to the nascent soul realm. I know. He Xiaogang took a deep breath. He naturally knew the priorities, but if he didn't kill Gu Mo, he felt uncomfortable all over. However, he could only endure it for now. Gu Mo, who had left the sect, posed much less of a threat to him. Preventing the Qingluo sect from producing a nascent soul cultivator was the most urgent matter. Once the Qingluo sect produced a new nascent soul cultivator, their plan would be completely ruined. Go to 1619 bookbar for error-free versions. Resource point. Shi Tianluo carefully put away the 9 jade dew fruit, completing the task of collecting spirit plant materials from this resource point. Originally, Shi Tianluo planned to let Gu Mo keep 2, as with his status as a true disciple, withdrawing resources from the sect's resource point was completely fine, he just needed to report it later. Jade dew fruit, the main material for refining foundation establishment pill, was absolutely a huge temptation for a cultivation chi completion realm cultivator. However, the sect's Dan Peak had stopped refining medicinal pills during this period, so if Gu Mo wanted a foundation establishment pill, he would need to ask an alchemist outside the sect to refine it. But Gu Mo didn't need any foundation establishment pill to break through to foundation establishment, so he naturally had no demand for jade dew fruit. He directly let Shi Tianluo take all the jade dew fruit. Each of these jade dew fruit would eventually turn into contribution points for Gu Mo's garrison at the resource point. Next, Gu Mo was preparing to formally break through and step into foundation establishment. He wanted to accumulate more contribution points so he could exchange them for some good magic treasure and offensive spells. Seeing Gu Mo not wanting the jade dew fruit, Shi Tianluo was a little surprised, but also somewhat understood. With Gu Mo's talent, it seemed he indeed didn't need the assistance of a foundation establishment pill. With the mission completed, Shi Tianluo left the resource point. Originally, he also had a task to help Gu Mo deal with the assassination, but Gu Mo had already resolved it himself. Moreover, there was recent news that the assassination organization's bounty on Gu Mo had been withdrawn. Since the danger was resolved, Shi Tianluo also needed to return to report. Has he Xiaogang given up? Knowing that his bounty had been withdrawn, Gu Mo felt a little curious, or rather, the other party was currently preoccupied with something more important. Regardless of the reason, this was good news for Gu Mo, as it gave him ample time to develop. Jade dew fruit ripens once every 5 years, meaning that this resource point would be very peaceful for the next 5 years. Gu Mo planned to seize this rare opportunity to fully develop himself. Gu Mo knew very well that after he Xiaogang dealt with his important matters, he would definitely come to trouble him again. After Shi Tianluo left, Gu Mo's incarnation entered the spirit plant field formation and began to adjust his state, preparing to formally enter the foundation establishment stage. Currently, Gu Mo's main body cultivation had also reached the cultivation chi completion realm. When Gu Mo's main body was at chi refining 7th layer, his foundation was already comparable to a foundation establishment middle stage. Now that he had reached cultivation chi completion realm, his foundation had further advanced, truly reaching the level of a foundation establishment middle stage. He just didn't know if there would be a breakthrough reward this time by entering foundation establishment through the orthodox method. Last time, during the unconventional foundation establishment, the advancement reward stopped after giving half, but it allowed Gu Mo to obtain 6 drops of liquid spiritual energy containing the power of origin. This time, Gu Mo's entire great heavenly cycle was already unblocked, so if there were any rewards, they should not stop midway again. All consciousness transferred into the incarnation, Gu Mo began to circulate the foundation establishment method of the King Mu Sutra. In an instant, the liquid spiritual energy within the incarnation rapidly gathered towards the Denshin, and then began to compress. Chi refinement cultivators breaking through to foundation establishment need to compress the misty spiritual energy within their bodies into a liquid state. However, the spiritual energy within Gu Mo's incarnation was already liquid. If it continued to compress, it would become solid, and solid spiritual energy, to use another term that would be better understood, was golden core. Foundation establishment great perfection cultivators forming a core is about continuing to compress the liquid spiritual energy within their bodies, condensing it into a golden core. Of course, with the small amount of liquid spiritual energy within Gu Mo's incarnation, it was impossible to compress it into a golden core. But the foundation establishment method of the King Mu Sutra was like a rigid program. If you didn't complete this step, you couldn't proceed to the next. The already liquid spiritual energy obviously could not be compressed further, and without completing the spiritual energy compression step, one could not proceed to the next step, it simply couldn't be skipped. Thus, Gumo's path to foundation establishment was stuck. Gumo was also speechless about this. He had already met all the conditions for a foundation establishment cultivator, so logically, this time entering foundation establishment, even without a breakthrough reward, should have been just a formality. Who would have thought that this foundation establishment method was so rigid, it actually got Gumo stuck. If the foundation establishment method had consciousness, it would definitely feel very wronged. After all, it had never seen a cultivator like Gumo who already met all foundation establishment conditions during the Qi refinement stage. The rigidity of the foundation establishment method is naturally to ensure the success rate of foundation establishment. If the foundation establishment method could be arbitrarily modified, it would easily cause unforeseen circumstances during the breakthrough process for Qi refinement cultivators, leading to foundation establishment failure. Blocked on the orthodox foundation establishment path, Gumo could actually give up the foundation establishment step and directly cultivate foundation establishment stage cultivation technique. After all, his physique, spiritual Qi, and divine sense were all at the foundation establishment level, so cultivating foundation establishment cultivation technique was completely fine. The cultivation of the foundation establishment stage mainly involves filling the 9 small heavenly cycles opened during the Qi refinement stage with liquid spiritual Qi. Filling 1 small heavenly cycle means foundation establishment first order, 2 small heavenly cycles means foundation establishment second order, and so on. When all the meridians in the body are filled with liquid spiritual Qi, it is foundation establishment great perfection. After that, it is to condense the immense liquid spiritual Qi in the body into a golden core, becoming a golden core cultivator. Although skipping the foundation establishment step was feasible, Gumo didn't know if there would be any hidden dangers in doing so, or if it would lead to an imperfect realm, affecting the breakthrough of subsequent major realms. Currently, there was no one he could ask. The King Mu Sutra given by Elder Chi Chunda did not contain any methods to deal with such a situation. Having met all the conditions of a foundation establishment cultivator during the Qi refinement stage, Gumo felt that in the history of the cultivation world, he was definitely not the only one. He never underestimated anyone. But even if there were such people, Gumo currently couldn't obtain the corresponding solution and could only grope and try on his own. Fortunately, Gumo had an incarnation, so he could test it on the incarnation first, and then the main body would cultivate after success. Since the foundation establishment method was stuck at the stage of spiritual Qi compression and condensation, Gumo tried to transfer all the main body's spiritual Qi to the incarnation to see if he could exploit a bug and bypass this step. The result was naturally a failure. Every foundation establishment method had been perfected by predecessors over countless years. It was not that easy to exploit a bug. I don't believe it. Gumo's main body left the small house, beckoned and collected all the sun essence condensed by the sunflower in the spiritual field. Immediately, 100 portions of sun essence fell into Gumo's hands, 50 portions of first order sun essence were put into the black mist space by Gumo, and the remaining 50 portions of second level solar essence were absorbed by Gumo and transformed into drops of liquid spiritual Qi. During this period, Gumo had already increased the number of second order solar flowers to 50, which was the limit of this spiritual field. Before obtaining higher grade or larger second order spiritual fields, this number would not increase further. 50 second order solar flowers were barely enough for Gumo, especially for cultivation. They were absolutely more than sufficient. A complete portion of second level solar essence could offset 3 days of arduous cultivation for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. 50 portions of second level solar essence meant 150 days of arduous cultivation, which was half a year, and this was only Gumo's daily harvest. 1 day for him was equivalent to half a year for others, so his cultivation would naturally soar. However, such full force cultivation could not be sustained. Gumo still needed to set aside some sun essence for upgrading and purchasing plants. The current second order low grade pea shooter, potato mine, nut, and cherry bomb were clearly not enough. If they could be upgraded to second order high grade, he would not fear even a foundation establishment late stage cultivator. If he gritted his teeth and saved up to upgrade the plants to third order, he would be able to slaughter 99.99% of foundation establishment cultivators. As for why it wasn't 100%, it was naturally to save some face for those top prodigies. Between upgrading third order plants and himself break through to the golden core stage, Gumo would unhesitatingly choose to upgrade third order plants, because that was the simplest. Of course, Gumo's most urgent task now was to find a way to cross the hurdle of foundation establishment. Therefore, after refining those 50 portions of second level solar essence, Gumo transferred all the obtained liquid spiritual Qi to his incarnation. The incarnation, meanwhile, continuously maintained the operation of the foundation establishment method, preparing to rely on the spiritual Qi from the main body to see if it could brute force its way through this stage. After half a year's worth of a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation was expended, the incarnation's foundation establishment method still showed no change. Seeing this, Gumo did not give up. The next evening, another half a year's worth of a foundation establishment cultivator's cultivation was transferred by Gumo to the incarnation, and this continued for half a month. Based on 1 day being equivalent to 150 days of a foundation establishment cultivator's arduous cultivation, half a month would be 6 years of arduous cultivation. Gumo's main body continuously supplied his incarnation with 6 years of cultivation. At this moment, not only had the incarnation not crossed the spiritual Qi compression stage, but its cultivation had already reached the perfection realm of foundation establishment first order. A few more times, and the incarnation would directly enter foundation establishment second order. Seeing this, Gumo finally gave up. Through this period of attempts, Gu Mo finally understood that the foundation establishment method could only compress gaseous spiritual qi and could not compress liquid spiritual qi. The method that could continue to compress liquid spiritual qi was called the core formation method by cultivators. Core formation method. Gu Mo took out the King Mu Sutra. As a cultivation technique that could be cultivated to the golden core realm, the King Mu Sutra naturally contained a package's core formation method, which included how to compress liquid spiritual qi. How about trying to compress spiritual qi with the core formation method? Gu Mo couldn't help but have this thought. If it were his main body, Gu Mo naturally wouldn't dare to act recklessly, but he was experimenting with his incarnation, especially since Gu Mo had 5 backup incarnations. Even if one incarnation was destroyed, he could immediately replace it. Using the core formation method to cross the threshold of foundation establishment, if it succeeded, would it create something similar to a golden core? After all, further compression of liquid spiritual qi leads to the condensation of a golden core. Of course, Gu Mo felt that this possibility was close to zero. Even the vast liquid spiritual qi within a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator, when fully compressed, could not guarantee the condensation of a golden core. It was extremely difficult for a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator with insufficient foundation to condense a golden core. Something that even a foundation establishment great perfection might not achieve, with the meager spiritual qi of Gu Mo's incarnation, it was impossible to succeed no matter how he thought about it. But even if it didn't succeed, as long as it could help him cross the hurdle of foundation establishment, Gu Mo would be satisfied. Having no other options for now, Gu Mo decided to try the core formation method. Immediately, Gu Mo concentrated his efforts on comprehending the core formation method. Although it was only the part of the core formation method concerning spiritual qi compression, it still gave Gu Mo a headache. This was originally meant for foundation establishment great perfection cultivators, so it was no wonder Gu Mo, a cultivation qi completion realm, would get a headache trying to understand it. Just as Gu Mo was painfully comprehending the core formation method, the communication jade slip on his body vibrated. Seeing this, Gu Mo was startled. This communication jade slip had been completely silent since he left the sect. This place was too far from the sect, already beyond the range of the communication jade slip. But at this moment, the communication jade slip vibrating meant that someone familiar with him was approaching here. Glancing at the communication jade slip, Gu Mo put his incarnation into the black mist space. Next, Gu Mo was going to use his incarnation to try to perform the core formation method, so he wouldn't let the incarnation run around, to avoid the incarnation getting injured and causing the subsequent attempt to fail. Moreover, it would be a bit unreasonable to meet friends using an incarnation. Gu Mo opened the spiritual field formation and waited for a moment. 2 beautiful figures appeared, none other than Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei. Junior brother Gu Mo, you are famous now, Yuan Naya exclaimed after seeing Gu Mo. As Shi Tianluo returned to the sect, Gu Mo's achievements at the resource point also spread. Immediately, it drew countless exclamations, a cultivation qi completion realm killing a foundation establishment cultivator, what astonishing talent this was. Those golden core elders also donned their painful masks as they wished, such a prodigy they had actually given to that Qi Chunda. Even Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei, who knew some of Gu Mo's trump cards, were surprised by Gu Mo this time. They had previously seen Gu Mo use his special plants to kill foundation establishment cultivators, but this time, Gu Mo had killed a foundation establishment cultivator with his own strength. The meaning represented by these two was completely different. Then senior sister, do you want me to sign an autograph for you? When I become an immortal in the future, it can sell for a lot of spirit stones, Gu Mo said with a smile, listening to Yuan Naya chattering about the sex affairs concerning him. No. Yuan Naya rolled her eyes at Gu Mo, then spoke of serious matters. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei came this time to take on the task of repairing the resource point's grand formation. Of course, this was secondary, their true purpose was naturally to find Gu Mo to cultivate together. Now Yuan Naya's cultivation was only one step away from breakthrough to Qi refining 8th stage. The reason she hadn't broken through was that Yuan Naya wanted Gu Mo to perform the great perfection level purification technique on her to solidify her foundation. Chu Fifei, on the other hand, had a very fast cultivation breakthrough, she was already at Qi refining 6th stage. Gu Mo performing the great perfection level purification technique on Chu Fifei could not help her marrow cleansing like it did for Yuan Naya, or rather, Chu Fifei's special physique no longer needed marrow cleansing. Gu Mo's cleaning technique only helped Chu Fifei wash away the dust that covered her, activating her special physique. Alright. His autograph didn't sell, so Gu Mo spread his hands and led the two women into the magical artifact cabin. Then, Chu Fifei began to set up the spirit dispersing formation. This time, both of them brought enough cultivation supplies. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Especially Yuan Naya, she planned to cultivate until Qi refining 9th stage before returning. As the second true disciple, Yuan Naya knew many secrets that other Qingluo sect disciples did not, such as the fact that the Qingluo sect would open its furnace to refine Ningying pill a year later. At that time, the entire sect would be sealed off, not allowing disciples to enter or exit, preventing any accidents. However, a fourth-order medicinal pill like the Ningying pill, and an important breakthrough medicinal pill for a major realm, was extremely difficult to refine, and the refining time was calculated in years. Therefore, Yuan Naya had to take advantage of this last year to reach Qi refining 9th stage with the help of Gu Mo's great perfection level purification technique. Otherwise, Yuan Naya would either break through without her foundation being completely solidified, or she would have to suspend her cultivation and wait until the Ning pill refining was over before finding Guo to continue solidifying her foundation. Neither of these two options was acceptable to Yuan Naya, so her only choice was to come to Guo now. Junior brother Guo, when the Ning pill refining is over, you should also be able to return to the sect, Yuan Naya said to Guo about what was happening in the sect while Chu Fei was setting up the formation. But Guo knew that this refining of the Ning pill was destined not to go smoothly. That He Xiaogang was now the acting sect master, with such a big internal spy, the prospects for the Kingla sect's Ning pill refining this time were worrying. Even if Guo knew the risks, he was powerless to change anything. This was a confrontation between He Xiaogang's forces and the Kingla sect. It was like a struggle between two giants, and how could Guo, a small ant, stop the battle between two giants? As for reporting that He Xiaogang had problems, it was meaningless. He Xiaogang was already the acting sect master now. Questioning He Xiaogang's integrity wasn't that questioning the entire Kingla sect? The only thing Guo could do was to remind Yuan Naya and Chu Fei to be careful of He Xiaogang. Don't worry, we haven't paid attention to him during this time. Although Yuan Naya didn't understand why Guo repeatedly reminded them to be careful of He Xiaogang, Yuan Naya at least listened and had always kept her distance from He Xiaogang. As for the other true disciples, they were very close to He Xiaogang, especially that Yayuki, who had now become He Xiaogang's lackey. Alright. At this moment, Chu Fei finished setting up the formation. Then, Yuan Naya took out a large handful of spirit stones and placed them on the spirit dispersing formation. The formation was activated, and rich spiritual chi emanated. Seeing this, Guo raised his hand, and a great perfection level purification technique landed on Chu Fei. Immediately, a rich, exotic fragrance filled the entire small house. Junior brother Guo, give senior sister a super enhanced cleaning technique. Senior sister, I want to break through to chi refining 8th stage. Yuan Naya sat down close to Chu Fei, sniffing the exotic fragrance emanating from Chu Fei, and confidently said to Guo. Ah. As soon as Yuan Naya finished speaking, a thick beam of cleaning technique light fell, and then Yuan Naya's painful cry was heard. With Gumo's current strength, the great perfection level purification technique he performed was definitely enough for Yuan Naya to bear. However, after the initial painful cry, Yuan Naya gritted her teeth and endured the pain brought by the marrow cleansing of the super enhanced cleaning technique. She wanted to quickly solidify her foundation and break through to chi refining 8th stage. This was the fastest way. Only by quickly solidifying her foundation and entering chi refining 8th stage could she have enough time to charge towards chi refining 9th stage. Seeing Yuan Naya's painful expression, Chu Fei also felt some pity. Yuan Naya always worked so hard when cultivating, but Yuan Naya's efforts also received rich rewards. To avoid being left too far behind by Guo and Yuan Naya, Chu Fei also closed her eyes and began to cultivate. She was about to face the bottleneck from chi refining middle stage to late stage, which was not so easy to break through. Seeing both women enter cultivation states, Guo also sat down beside Chu Fei. However, he did not enter a cultivation state. Gumo's realm was still cultivation chi completion realm, but his spiritual chi absorption was truly at the foundation establishment level. The amount of spiritual chi emanating from the spirit dispersing formation was simply not enough for Gumo's cultivation. Besides, Guo could directly refine sun essence for cultivation, so why bother slowly refining spiritual chi? Sniffing the refreshing exotic fragrance emanating from Chu Fei, Gumo's heart stirred. He did not choose to cultivate the wine god body tempering method, but instead took out the King Mu Sutra and began to comprehend the spiritual chi compression method within the core formation method. Subsequently, Guo discovered that the originally obscure and difficult to understand core formation method now seemed to make a little sense. Could this really be some heaven and earth treasure reincarnation? Guo glanced at Chu Fei and couldn't help but sigh. The exotic fragrance from Chu Fei not only aided cultivation but also slightly improved comprehension ability. Guo was willing to call Chu Fei the strongest cultivation auxiliary treasure. With the increase in comprehension ability brought by Chu Fei's unique fragrance, Guo finally managed to grasp some clues about the core formation technique. Although he was still far from mastering it, at least he could now see the progress bar, which was much better than before when he couldn't even see a progress bar. While Guo was busy comprehending the core formation technique, Yuan Naya was also beginning her push to chi refinement 8th level. This hurdle was actually not difficult for Yuan Naya. As the restless spiritual energy gradually subsided, Yuan Naya's aura also increased significantly. Junior brother Guo, your senior sister will soon catch up to you. Yuan Naya slowly opened her eyes, her gaze filled with joy. Congratulations, senior sister, on your cultivation advancing another level. Guo congratulated with a smile. The chi refinement stage would certainly not be Yuan Naya's end, nor would the foundation establishment stage. Yuan Naya possessed the full potential for golden core, especially after receiving the great perfection level purification technique baptism from Guo, which increased her foundation, and with Chu Fei's unique fragrance dissolving the side effects in her cultivation technique. In the future, Yuan Naya even had the possibility of reaching nascent soul, and this possibility was quite high. Hehe. Hearing Gumo's compliment, Yuan Naya's small face was full of smiles. However, Yuan Naya's smile quickly disappeared because she was pulled away by Chu Fei to help her repair the formation at the resource point. The two had come under the pretense of repairing the formation, so they couldn't forget their main task. Time passed, and Yuan Naya and Chu Fei stayed at the resource point for more than half a year. During this period, Chu Fei successfully completed the repair of the resource point's formation. The formation at the resource point was a second-order formation, and for Chu Fifei, a first-order formation master, being able to repair a second-order formation was enough to prove her astonishing talent in the Dao of formation. Aside from her talent in formations, as her special physique was continuously activated, Chu Fifei's cultivation talent also began to manifest. The most direct example was that within the past half-year, Chu Fifei successfully entered Qi Refinement 7th level, becoming a cultivator at the Qi Refinement late stage. However, the fastest cultivation speed still belonged to Yuan Naya. At this moment, this girl had once again reached a new bottleneck, the bottleneck of Qi Refinement 8th level. With this breakthrough, Yuan Naya would be able to enter Qi Refinement 9th level. After entering Qi Refinement 9th level, Gumo's Great Perfection Level Purification Technique baptism for Yuan Naya would also end. The Great Perfection Level Purification Technique is only effective for Qi Refinement stage cultivators, and Qi Refinement 9th level is the last realm of the Qi Refinement stage. Although there is a significant difference in combat power between Cultivation Qi Completion realm and Qi Refinement 9th level, theoretically, it is not considered a new realm, but merely a process of spiritual energy accumulation. There is no bottleneck from Qi Refinement 9th level to Cultivation Qi Completion realm. As long as one can enter Qi Refinement 9th level, they can almost always enter the Cultivation Qi Completion realm. The only difference is the time it takes to go from Qi Refinement 9th level to Cultivation Qi Completion realm, which will vary depending on the cultivator's wealth, companions, cultivation technique, and location. Under sufficient cultivation resources, a Qi Refinement 9th level cultivator can quickly condense spiritual energy into a misty state and enter Cultivation Qi Completion realm. For some loose cultivators with scarce resources, it would take a very long time to enter Cultivation Qi Completion realm. As King Luosek's second true disciple, Yuan Naya would certainly not lack cultivation resources. Therefore, after Yuan Naya breaks through to Qi Refinement 9th level, she will quickly be able to enter Cultivation Qi Completion realm, completing her entire Qi Refinement stage cultivation. As for Gu Mo, over the past half-year, with the assistance of Chu Fifei's unique fragrance, he had gained some insights into the spiritual energy compression method within the core formation technique. He planned to further comprehend it before attempting it with his incarnation. Several months later, Yuan Naya's cultivation breakthrough was so smooth that it caused no ripples, and at the same time, it had been almost a year since Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei arrived at the resource point. Junior brother Gu Mo, we're going back. Once the sex alchemy is finished, I'll ask sect leader senior martial uncle to call you back. Outside the resource point's grand formation, Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei bid farewell to Gu Mo. As the sect's senior sister, Yuan Naya naturally could not be absent during the critical period of refining the Ningying pill. At that time, many important locations in the sect would require trustworthy disciples like her to guard them. Be careful in everything. Gu Mo nodded, cautioning them. Although he had a premonition that King Luo sect would face a crisis, Gu Mo had no way to stop it, so he could only repeatedly warn Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei to be careful. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei nodded. From Gu Mo's repeated warnings, they also sensed a feeling of impending storm. Recalling Gu Mo telling them to be wary of He Shao Gang, it made the two girls wonder if there was something wrong with He Shao Gang. But Gu Mo did not reveal more, so they could only secretly increase their vigilance. Watching Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei leave, Gu Mo turned and returned to the resource point, then saw pairs of curious eyes in the distance. Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei had stayed at the resource point for almost a year, and the disciples stationed there naturally knew about it, especially since the two would occasionally stay with Gu Mo for several days at a time. This truly ignited a burning fire of gossip in the hearts of those disciples. However, as Gu Mo's gaze swept over, those eyes quickly disappeared. Gossip was one thing, but to actually spread rumors about two true disciples, those stationed disciples still didn't dare. Returning to the spiritual field formation, after Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei left, it became much quieter here. However, this also allowed him to break through with peace of mind. After a year of comprehension, Gu Mo had barely managed to grasp the spiritual energy compression method in the core formation technique. Next, he needed to actually try it out. As for why he didn't wait until he was more proficient before trying, the reason was simple, this was already the limit Gu Mo could reach. Taking out the incarnation from the black mist space, Gu Mo's consciousness entered the incarnation, then sat cross-legged and began to circulate the spiritual energy compression method from the core formation technique. The moment he circulated the spiritual energy compression method, Gu Mo felt a tremendous sense of sluggishness and resistance. It was like a 3-year-old child swinging a giant iron hammer. This was because Gu Mo's divine sense was too weak to freely drive the spiritual energy compression method. After all, this core formation technique was prepared for foundation establishment great perfection cultivators. If Gu Mo's divine sense strength hadn't reached the level of foundation establishment middle stage, it might not have been just sluggishness and resistance, but rather a complete inability to circulate this compression method. Although the spiritual energy compression method circulated sluggishly, it at least started to run. And once it started, it was like pushing a car, it would be very strenuous at first, but once it was pushed, with the help of inertia, it would become much easier later. And this spiritual energy compression method, as expected of a technique from the core formation technique, had a noticeable effect with just a little circulation. The liquid spiritual energy, which had been motionless in the foundation establishment technique, began to be compressed little by little under the spiritual energy compression method. The originally water-like liquid spiritual energy, after compression, began to become viscous. The change in the nature of the spiritual energy allowed the stuck foundation establishment technique to proceed smoothly. It worked. Seeing this, Guang was overjoyed. Immediately, Guang prepared to stop the spiritual energy compression method, but his expression quickly changed, because the spiritual energy compression method could not be stopped. At this moment, the spiritual energy compression method was like a runaway car, and Guang's current strength was simply unable to stop it. As expected, something still went wrong. Guang knew that there was a high probability of problems when using the core formation technique at the cultivation chi completion realm, but he still held a glimmer of hope. Now it seemed that this lucky mentality was not to be taken. Fortunately, this was just an incarnation, and if something went wrong, it wouldn't affect the main body. Moreover, Guang had already extracted a drop of the compressed, viscous liquid spiritual energy from within the incarnation's body. With this drop of viscous liquid spiritual energy, Guang's main body should be able to successfully step into foundation establishment at that time. Although the final plan succeeded, if possible, Guang still didn't want to abandon this incarnation so easily. Therefore, Guang prepared to try and save it. At this moment, the incarnation's situation was that the spiritual energy compression method within its body couldn't stop. The high-speed spiritual energy compression method continuously absorbed the spiritual energy within the incarnation's body, compressing all of it into the danshan. But at this moment, there was no more spiritual energy to compress within the incarnation's body. This high-speed spiritual energy compression method was like a dry-running machine, becoming unstable and potentially exploding at any time. To resolve this problem, either stop the spiritual energy compression method, or replenish the incarnation's spiritual energy so that the spiritual energy compression method doesn't run dry. The first method was the most thorough, but Guang couldn't do it. The second method could only alleviate the problem, but it was something Guang could do. In 169 book bar, read without error version. During this year, Guang was busy comprehending the core formation technique and did not cultivate, so he accumulated a lot of second-level solar essence. Guang used some of it to upgrade plants, but still kept half for cultivation. Feeling the incarnation state getting worse, Guang no longer hesitated and took out a large amount of second-level solar essence from the black mist space. His main body refined and absorbed it, then injected the converted liquid spiritual energy into the incarnation's body. With the spiritual energy injected, the operation of the spiritual energy compression method became stable again. But as more and more spiritual energy was compressed in the danshan, Guang felt a sense of heaviness. And this sense of heaviness was continuously increasing, it was the weight of the spiritual energy. Guang had felt this sensation before when he obtained misty spiritual energy during the chi refinement stage. However, at that time, Guang's physique strength was formidable, allowing him to easily bear it. But at this moment, Guang's incarnation was not as strong as his main body, and the weight of this spiritual energy was continuously increasing. The liquid spiritual energy continued to compress, which was directly heading towards the core formation. If Guang were to truly condense a golden core within his body at this moment, the weight of that golden core would directly crush Guang's incarnation. Although this possibility wouldn't occur, given the state of his incarnation, if it could condense a golden core, how would those golden core cultivators who broke through with great difficulty and near-death experiences feel? A golden core wouldn't appear, but if the spiritual energy within the incarnation's body continued to compress, it would still be very dangerous. However, if he stopped the spiritual energy input and prevented the spiritual energy in the danshan from continuing to compress, the high-speed spiritual energy compression method would become unstable, and the incarnation would also be in great danger. At this point, he had entered a dead loop. No matter what Guang did, the outcome for this incarnation seemed to be only one. Alas, let's just consider it an early experience of the core formation process, Guang sighed, knowing that the incarnation had no chance of escaping. However, Guang was not prepared to give up just like that. Instead, he continued to refine sun essence and inject the converted liquid spiritual energy into the incarnation's body, preparing to experience the core formation process more, accumulating experience for his own core formation after reaching foundation establishment great perfection in the future. Time passed, and one portion after another of sun essence was converted into spiritual energy by Guang and poured into the bottomless pit that was the incarnation. That was the sunflower's half-year yield from the spiritual field. Guang's spiritual field could produce 50 portions of second-level solar essence per day, which is 9,125 portions of second-level solar essence in half a year. One portion of second-level solar essence is equivalent to 3 days of arduous cultivation. The second-level solar essence produced by the spiritual field in half a year, combined, could equal 75 years of cultivation for an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator. At this moment, these 75 years of cultivation were all sent by Guang into the incarnation's body. This caused a semi-solid spiritual energy mass to appear in the incarnation's danshan. This semi-solid spiritual energy mass caused many cracks in Guang's incarnation's danshan. That was the tearing caused by the terrifying weight of the spiritual energy mass on the danshan. Once the spiritual energy mass completely solidifies, it means Guang will obtain a false core. Many foundation establishment great perfection cultivators with insufficient foundation, even if they are lucky enough to succeed in breaking through to the golden core realm, may end up condensing a false core and becoming a false core cultivator. A false core cultivator possesses some of the power of a golden core cultivator, with strength far exceeding that of a foundation establishment cultivator, but still inferior to a true golden core cultivator. Moreover, a false core cultivator basically loses the possibility of further advancement. With the replenishment of 75 years of cultivation from the sun essence, Guang's incarnation gained a slight possibility of forming a false core. However, if this false core were to form, then this incarnation would more or less be gone. Because Guang's incarnation's spiritual energy, with the replenishment of 75 years of cultivation, barely reached the threshold for condensing a false core, but the incarnation's Danshan physique had not reached the point where it could bear a false core. Once a false core formed, the incarnation would undoubtedly die. However, Gumo also seemed to have no ability to make this false core take shape, because Gumo's second-level solar essence was already gone. As for the first-order sun essence, it was simply useless. As the second-level solar essence was exhausted, the spiritual energy input ceased. This meant that the high-speed spiritual energy compression method would become a runaway wild horse. Gumo felt the spiritual energy compression method within his body still stable, and was slightly startled. But soon, Gumo looked up and saw a scene that shocked him. At this moment, above the resource point, a huge spiritual energy vortex had formed at some unknown time. That spiritual energy vortex was continuously gathering spiritual energy from all directions, and the core of that spiritual energy vortex was precisely where Gumo was. As Gumo's main body stopped providing spiritual energy to the incarnation, the high-speed spiritual energy compression method began to draw in the spiritual energy vortex from the sky, guiding the massive spiritual energy from the vortex into the incarnation's Danshan to continue the condensation of the false core. Deacon Wei, this is bad. The unusual phenomenon in the sky above the resource point quickly attracted the attention of the cultivators stationed there. Immediately, someone rushed to report to Wei Yuanke. I know. Wei Yuanke looked at the huge spiritual energy vortex in the sky, his eyes filled with shock. He didn't need anyone to report, he had already noticed it the moment the spiritual energy vortex formed. That is, a core formation phenomenon. Wei Yuanke murmured. As an old foundation establishment cultivator, Wei Yuanke's own talent and strength were average, but having lived for a long time, his knowledge naturally increased. At the very least, he had witnessed core formation phenomena more than once. Therefore, he could confirm that the phenomenon in the sky at this moment was indeed caused by a cultivator forming a core. However, the source of this core formation phenomenon seemed to be right at their resource point, or more precisely, where Gu Zhenchuan was located. But wasn't that Gu Zhenchuan at Cultivation Chi Completion Realm? If he were to say that he had reached Foundation Establishment, Wei Yuanke wouldn't be surprised at all, in fact, he would consider it a matter of course. But what appeared at this moment was a core formation phenomenon. It couldn't possibly be that Gu Zhenchuan was about to form a core, could it? Skipping the entire Foundation Establishment stage from Cultivation Chi Completion Realm and directly forming a core was simply impossible. Therefore, Wei Yuanke felt that some unexpected situation might have occurred. With this thought, Wei Yuanke quickly rushed towards Gumo's spiritual field. Along the way, Wei Yuanke instructed the other chi refining cultivators at the resource point to leave the area to avoid being affected. Soon, Wei Yuanke arrived outside Gumo's spiritual field formation. Before Wei Yuanke could contact Gumo, he saw Gumo rush out in a frantic hurry. Run! Seeing Wei Yuanke, Gumo quickly called out to him to run together. Upon discovering that his incarnation, by operating the spiritual power compression method, had actually caused a core formation phenomenon, Gumo was utterly dumbfounded. Given the condition of his incarnation, it was impossible for it to form a core, not even a false core. Yet, the massive spiritual power vortex in the sky continued to wildly pour spiritual power into the incarnation's body. At that moment, Gumo knew that his incarnation had become a spiritual power bomb of immense power. So, Gumo quickly packed his valuables, dug out all the second-order plants from the spiritual field and threw them into the black mist space, then turned and ran. As for the first-order plants, Gumo no longer cared about them. Ah. Alright. Alright. Seeing that Gumo was fine, Wei Yuanke couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, then quickly followed Gumo's footsteps, rapidly moving away from the resource point. Although he didn't know exactly what had happened, just sensing the violent spiritual power in that spiritual field made Wei Yuanke instinctively want to stay far away. Buzz. Gumo and Wei Yuanke hadn't run far when suddenly, a heart-pounding buzzing sound rang out, followed by a blinding flash of light. However, that blinding light didn't immediately erupt but was blocked by a layer of light screen. That was the light screen of the nut array. Before leaving, Gumo had changed the nut array's defensive direction to inward, hoping that this nut array could momentarily block the terrifying spiritual power explosion that would follow. Unfortunately, the nut array was only able to block it for a moment before being torn apart, but the nut array did not instantly collapse. Cracks merely appeared on the formation, causing the explosive energy from within to spill out into the sky through those cracks. As the cracks continuously expanded, the power generated by the explosion inside was also rapidly released. This release, on the contrary, reduced the destruction caused by the explosion. After all, the energy generated by the explosion was all vented into the air, which allowed the resource point to be preserved. However, Gumo's spiritual field was probably gone. Whew! Wei Yuanke wiped the sweat from his forehead. He almost thought the entire resource point was going to be destroyed. Fortunately, the explosive energy was finally guided into the sky. This also caused various phenomena in the sky. However, this place was remote, so probably not many people would see it. That Gu Zhenchuan, this is, as the power of the explosion gradually subsided, Wei Yuanke couldn't help but ask, is it really appropriate to create such dangerous things at the resource point? It's nothing, just a minor experimental accident. Gumo waved his hand. He naturally couldn't tell Wei Yuanke the truth. Seeing that Gumo was unwilling to speak, Wei Yuanke stopped asking. He figured it must be some secret of this Gu Zhenchuan. However, Wei Yuankai still made Gu Mo promise that he would not conduct such dangerous experiments at the resource point in the future. Gu Mo naturally gave his assurance on this. After waiting for the aftershocks of the explosion to end, Gu Mo and Wei Yuankai quickly returned to the resource point. Wei Yuankai immediately went to where the 3 jade dew fruit trees were located to check if these 3 important spirit plants had any problems. As for Gu Mo, he arrived in front of the spiritual field that had been blasted into a large pit. This explosion had half destroyed the spiritual field. The reason it was only half destroyed was because this spiritual field was formed by those 3 jade dew fruit trees. As long as those 3 jade dew fruit trees were not destroyed, this spiritual field could recover. It was just that although those 3 jade dew fruit trees did not suffer the direct impact of the spiritual power explosion, many of their roots buried underground were destroyed. At this moment, Gu Mo could see many shattered roots in the large pit. But the problem was not big. Gu Mo was a Lingzi master, and treating spirit plants was his forte. It would just take some time to properly recuperate the 3 jade dew fruit trees, and they should recover quickly. Besides that, all the first order plants Gu Mo didn't have time to retrieve were destroyed, and one of his incarnations was completely annihilated. Suddenly, Gu Mo's gaze swept towards the large pit. There, Gu Mo sensed a familiar aura. It was his spiritual power aura. This is. Gu Mo dug away the soil and found a perfectly round bead. From this bead, Gu Mo felt terrifying spiritual power, and this spiritual power was actually of the same origin as his own spiritual power. This is the incarnation's false core. Gu Mo quickly guessed the origin of this bead. Logically, the incarnation's condition should not have allowed it to condense a false core, and even if it attracted the core formation phenomenon in the end, it should have been very difficult to succeed. But at that time, Gu Mo realized something was wrong and directly withdrew his consciousness from the incarnation. Without Gu Mo's consciousness interfering, the incarnation, conversely, managed to condense this false core by leveraging the infusion of heaven and earth spiritual power. And this false core ultimately survived the great explosion and was preserved. What kind of situation was this? Gu Mo held his false core, momentarily bewildered, but soon, a light gleamed in Gu Mo's eyes. This false core was his own, and Gu Mo could perfectly absorb the spiritual power within it. This was equivalent to providing Gu Mo with a super spiritual power source as an external aid. Furthermore, although the quality of the spiritual power contained in the false core was not as good as a true golden core, it had already surpassed the foundation establishment level. Using the spiritual power from this false core to perform the spirit forging art, wouldn't it be possible to temper his physique to the level of a false core cultivator? With such a physique, Gu Mo could fearlessly face the attacks of most foundation establishment cultivators. Besides that, Gu Mo remembered that in the immortal realm, there was a technique called outer core art. The so-called outer core art was when a cultivator used the inner core of a third-order Yao beast to refine it into their own golden core, thereby gaining the combat power of a golden core cultivator. This method did not require going through the core formation process, so there was no possibility of core formation failure. In fact, one could attempt to refine it even in the late stage of foundation establishment. The disadvantage was that third-order Yao beast inner cores were rare, and the external inner core was not one's own, so its potential power was limited. But if Gu Mo were to use the outer core art to refine this false core in his hand, there would likely be no problems, because this false core was originally condensed by Gu Mo himself and had no conflict with Gu Mo whatsoever. He didn't even need to reach the late stage of foundation establishment, he could begin refining it in the middle stage of foundation establishment. This was the advantage of 100% compatibility. Gu Mo's true body happened to possess the foundation of a middle stage foundation establishment cultivator. Theoretically, Gu Mo could now refine this false core and gain the strength of a false core cultivator. However, Gu Mo would not do this. Refining a false core, wouldn't that be cutting off his own path forward? Only those cultivators who had no hope of reaching golden core would choose the outer core art. Gu Mo's true body would not refine this false core, but it could be used by an incarnation. This way, Gu Mo could quickly gain an incarnation with false core combat power. A false core cultivator was considered a formidable expert in the cultivation world. However, before that, Gu Mo had to first rebuild the half-destroyed spiritual field. Only with a spiritual field could various plants be cultivated, and only with plants could there be sun essence for cultivation, pea shooters for combat power, nuts for defense, and so on. And the first step to restoring the spiritual field was not the spiritual field itself, but the 3 jade dew fruit trees. Only by allowing the jade dew fruit tree roots beneath the spiritual field to regrow could the spiritual field recover. With this thought, Gu Mo came to where the 3 jade dew fruit trees were located. At this moment, Wei Yuankai was directing a group of qi refining cultivators intending to the 3 fruit trees. Those 3 jade dew fruit trees, at this moment, clearly lacked the previous vitality and appeared somewhat listless. This was due to the damage to their roots, and it would take at least several years to recover. This meant that during the next ripening period, the jade dew fruit trees would very likely not bear fruit, but instead use all their energy to recover themselves. Gu Mo clearly couldn't wait that long for several years, so, at this time, he, the Lingzi master, needed to take action. Gu Zhenchuan. Upon seeing Gu Mo approach, Wei Yuankai quickly stepped forward and then explained the situation of the 3 jade dew fruit trees to Gu Mo. I understand. Gu Mo nodded and came before the 3 jade dew fruit trees. Then, Gu Mo's gaze swept over one of the fruit trees, and he activated plant perception. As his divine sense at the middle stage foundation establishment level swept over, a complex network diagram immediately appeared. This was the jade dew fruit tree's network diagram. As a second-order high-grade spirit plant, its network was far more complex than those of first-order spirit plants. As Gumo's divine sense was released, Wei Yuanke, who was nearby, couldn't help but be startled. As a Foundation establishment cultivator, he could naturally sense the presence of divine sense. Wei Yuanke was not surprised that Gumo possessed divine sense, he had displayed it before when he killed that Foundation establishment cultivator. What truly surprised Wei Yuanke was that Gumo's divine sense strength at this moment was even greater than before, already exceeding the scope of early-stage Foundation establishment. However, recalling Gumo's identity, Wei Yuanke suppressed the surprise in his heart. Perhaps this Gu Zhenchuan was already a Foundation establishment cultivator. The commotion of a breakthrough to Foundation establishment would not be as grand as core formation. It was normal for Wei Yuanke not to know that Gumo had entered Foundation establishment with such a profound background. Gumo already possessed divine sense at Cultivation Chi completion realm, and now that he had officially become a Foundation establishment cultivator, his divine sense had improved again. This was very normal. Well, for a genius, it should be very normal, right? Gumo meticulously observed the Jade Du Fruit Tree's network diagram, then performed the Lingzi Master's exclusive secret art, accelerated growth. Gumo had already independently figured out this secret art when he first became a Lingzi Master, and now he had received the true method of the accelerated growth secret art taught by Chi Chunda. This allowed Gumo's progress in cultivating this secret art to advance by leaps and bounds. Now, Gumo's realm in the accelerated growth secret art had already reached the proficient level, and it was not far from major achievement. With the near major achievement level accelerated growth secret art unleashed, combined with Gumo's wood attribute spiritual power containing the sun essence, the originally withered Jade Du Fruit Tree reblossomed with vitality. Gumo could clearly sense that the broken roots of the Jade Du Fruit Tree were rapidly regenerating. However, to restore the Jade Du Fruit Tree to its original state and recover an area the size of a spiritual field, a considerable amount of spiritual power was needed. If it were before, Gumo would have needed to continuously cast accelerated growth for at least several months to completely restore the Jade Du Fruit Tree. But now, well. Steward Wei, just leave this to me. You all can leave first. Gumo said to Wei Yuanke, who was beside him. Yes. Wei Yuanke saw the Jade Du Fruit Tree recovering its vitality, and only then did he recall that this Gu Zhenchuan had once said he was a Lingzi Master. A Lingzi Master who could kill a Foundation establishment cultivator at the Cultivation Chi completion realm, truly worthy of being a true disciple. He was astonishingly strong in every aspect. After Wei Yuanke left with the Chi refining cultivators, Gumo flipped his hand, and a false core appeared in his palm. To quickly restore the Jade Du Fruit Tree, Gumo's own spiritual power was clearly insufficient, so Gumo prepared to borrow the power from the false core. His divine sense probed into the false core, and soon a wisp of spiritual power emitting a faint silver glow flowed into Gumo's body. That was core force, which only false core cultivators possessed. Core force was also spiritual power, a higher rank of spiritual power that surpassed the liquid spiritual power of Foundation establishment cultivators. If it were a true golden core cultivator, their core force would be golden. The core force of false core cultivators and outer core cultivators was silver. But even silver core force, when flowing through his meridians, made Gumo feel a heavy sensation as if he were carrying a mountain. This was due to the extremely high quality of the core force. However, once Gumo used the spirit forging art to strengthen his physique to the level of a false core cultivator, it should feel much better. Slowly pushing the silver core force to circulate, Gumo then gradually injected it into the Jade Du Fruit Tree in front of him, helping it accelerate its growth. Whoosh! As the core force was injected, the Jade Du Fruit Tree seemed to have consumed some great tonic, its trunk couldn't help but tremble. A second-order spirit plant absorbing third-order core force, especially since this core force's attribute was the same as Gumo's spiritual power attribute, both being wood attribute core force containing sun essence. The effect was imaginable. As the core force was injected, the Jade Du Fruit Tree's aura was visibly surging, and underground, countless roots were growing wildly. In just 1 hour, the Jade Du Fruit Tree's roots had already recovered to their previous extent and even exceeded it by a large margin. This meant that the area of Gumo's spiritual field would increase from 1 mu to 1.5 mu. Unfortunately, limited by the second-order medium-grade spiritual vein at the resource point, the Jade Du Fruit Tree could not possibly advance to second-order high-grade. Otherwise, with the accelerated growth secret art performed using the power of this false core, there would have been a chance to push the Jade Du Fruit Tree to second-order high-grade. A second-order high-grade Jade Du Fruit Tree could at least expand the spiritual field area by several more times. However, gaining an additional half mu of second-order spiritual field was already a good harvest. With the Jade Du Fruit Tree's roots recovered, the recovery of the spiritual field was just around the corner. A month later, Gumo looked at the spiritual field, which he had replanted with sunflowers, pea shooters, and other plants, and immediately felt a sense of peace. With the spiritual field matters handled, Gumo would now begin to deal with his own affairs, such as formally entering Foundation establishment, and the recondensation of his incarnation. The Spirit Field Cabin. The original magical artifact cabin had been reduced to ashes in the previous spiritual energy explosion. At this moment, Gumo could only temporarily set up a small wooden cabin to replace it, planning to buy a new magical artifact cabin when he had time. Composing himself, Gumo sat cross-legged in the small wooden cabin and circulated the already very familiar Foundation establishment method. As expected, Gumo's main body encountered the same situation as his incarnation, the liquid spiritual energy could not be further compressed, causing the progress to be stuck. However, this time Gumo already had a solution. Instead of using the viscous liquid spiritual energy initially obtained from the incarnation's Denshin, Gumo directly used a trace of false core Denshin power to push the foundation establishment method forward. After overcoming this hurdle, the rest was very smooth. After completing one full cycle of the foundation establishment method, Gumo felt a sense of perfection. Although Gumo had already possessed everything a foundation establishment cultivator should have before, it was all obtained by skipping steps and did not involve a normal cultivation breakthrough. This cultivation system in the immortal realm has been passed down for countless years and has its own rules, making it not so easy to change at will. Too bad, no breakthrough reward. Gumo opened his eyes. After completing one cycle of the foundation establishment method, Gumo did not receive a reward for breakthrough to foundation establishment. Or rather, the reward had already been given before, and now Gumo was making up for it. It was just that the reward given before stopped halfway, which caused Gumo to lose half of his accumulated foundation. However, getting 6 drops of initial liquid spiritual energy did not seem like a big loss. Gumo could continue to accumulate his foundation now, but treasures containing initial power were rare and hard to come by. Having paid the ticket to enter the foundation establishment stage, Gumo's next step was naturally to condense his incarnation. Taking out a drop of initial liquid spiritual energy and a drop of his own blood, Gumo circulated his body outside body divine ability, and soon a brand new incarnation was born. After the incarnation was born, it was just a blank slate. Gumo still needed to spend time to improve the incarnation's strength, which was one of the shortcomings of the body outside body divine ability. Not only did the incarnation's cultivation need to be improved, but the main body's cultivation also needed to be improved after officially becoming a foundation establishment cultivator. In addition, both the main body and the incarnation also needed to use false core Denshin power to refine their physiques with the spirit forging art. Especially the incarnation, Gumo needed to raise both the incarnation's cultivation and physique to the foundation establishment middle stage so that the incarnation could refine the false core and become a false core cultivator. With a false core level incarnation, even if He Shaogang sent people to assassinate him again, Gumo would be fearless, unless He Shaogang sent a golden core level expert, but this possibility was not high. Not to mention that a golden core cultivator would have to pass through the territory of a third order Yao beast, which would trigger an attack from the Yao beast. Gumo's current displayed strength was not enough to warrant a golden core cultivator's intervention. It was like an ant that could be killed with a casual slap, or with a nuclear bomb. Anyone with a normal brain would choose to kill it with a slap. Of course, it was not ruled out that He Shaogang might suddenly act irrationally. Therefore, Gumo still had to make full preparations, such as getting a second-order high-grade cherry bomb. With the power of the cherry bomb, it should be able to deter a golden core level cultivator. As for why not directly upgrade the cherry bomb to third order, that was naturally due to being deterred by the massive amount of sun essence required to upgrade a third-order cherry bomb. If he were to force the upgrade, Gumo would need to pour in at least all the sun essence from his spirit field for several years. If he had not obtained the false core before, Gumo might have gritted his teeth, lived frugally, and spent several years to painstakingly create a third-order cherry bomb. Spending a few years to obtain a great killing weapon that could eliminate a golden core cultivator was absolutely worth it. But now that he had the false core and the incarnation, Gumo felt that upgrading the incarnation was more cost-effective. Although the cherry bomb was powerful, it was only a single strike. If that strike missed, Gumo would completely lose his ability to resist, and while the false core avatar's combat power was not as strong as a true golden core, a golden core cultivator would still need time to eliminate a false core cultivator. This time would be enough for Gumo to escape far away, or to counterattack with a second-order high-grade cherry bomb to force the enemy to retreat. Therefore, Gumo's next plan was to prioritize improving the incarnation's cultivation and physique, at least to the foundation establishment middle stage, to meet the minimum requirements for refining the false core. Following that would be the upgrade of the second-order high-grade cherry bomb. If conditions allowed, Gumo would then upgrade the sunflower, pea shooter, potato mine, and nut, all to second-order high-grade. Finally, it would be the improvement of Gumo's main body's cultivation and physique. First, he would complete his Dao protecting methods, and then improve his main body, to prevent his main body from encountering danger and suddenly dying. As for fully improving the main body's strength, if the main body's strength was strong, then there would be no need for any Dao protecting methods. This was indeed a method, and a very grand one. No matter how strong external objects are, they are not as strong as oneself. But the problem is, the incarnation only needs to cultivate to the foundation establishment middle stage to be able to refine the false core and possess the combat power of a false core cultivator. Cherry bomb, pea shooter, potato mine, and nut can be quickly upgraded to second order high grade as long as there is enough sun essence. However, it is unknown how many years it would take for Gumo's main body to raise his cultivation to foundation establishment great perfection. This speed is far slower than the upgrade speed of the incarnation in plants. After determining the next cultivation plan, time began to fly by without him realizing it. Finally, foundation establishment middle stage. Gumo's incarnation slowly opened his eyes. With all resources invested, Gumo successfully raised the incarnation's cultivation to the foundation establishment middle stage. For this, Gumo spent 2 years. It took Gumo 1 year to cultivate from a blank slate to the third level of foundation establishment, and the remaining year was spent on breaking through the bottleneck of the foundation establishment middle stage. Compared to the Qi refinement stage bottleneck, the foundation establishment stage bottleneck breakthrough was much more difficult. Of course, this was also related to Gumo's incarnation having an inferior spiritual root, just like his main body. But even so, Gumo only took 1 year to break through, a speed that an inferior spiritual root should not possess. Even those cultivators with superior spiritual roots could not break through to the foundation establishment middle stage so quickly. The reason why those superior spiritual root cultivators' breakthrough speed was not as fast as Gumo's was because they did not have a false core cultivator with the same origin of power to help them fly. Gumo was able to enter the foundation establishment middle stage in 1 year with an inferior spiritual root by directly forcing his way through using the Danshan power from the false core. As for whether such a crude breakthrough method would have any negative consequences, Gumo was not worried at all. After all, this was just an incarnation. One of the incarnation's tasks was to clear the path for the main body. Gumo, through his incarnation, personally experienced the feeling of breaking through to the foundation establishment middle stage, so when the main body broke through, he would have experience. At that time, the main body's breakthrough could be done slowly and carefully, building a perfect foundation. With the incarnation successfully entering the foundation establishment middle stage, Gumo could now perform the outer core technique and refine that false core, making the incarnation a false core cultivator. However, Gumo quickly discovered a problem. It seemed that he did not have the cultivation method for the outer core technique. After all, Gumo had not expected to accidentally obtain a false core that he had condensed himself. The outer core technique should be available in the sect's scripture pavilion, but the problem was that the sect had been completely sealed off several years ago and was fully focused on refining the Ning-Ying pill. Gumo would not be able to enter the sect before the medicinal pill refining was completed, and no one from the sect could come out either. It seems I can only go to the nearby market to look, Gumo, unwilling to wait, thought to himself. The outer core technique was not a very rare cultivation method. Some large markets should have it. If the market did not, then Gumo would have to go to the Immortal City. However, the Immortal City was very far from here. At Gumo's speed, it would probably take several months to reach it. Taking out a storage pouch acquired from killing enemies last time, Gumo retrieved a large amount of spirit stones, medicinal pills, and magical artifacts from the Black Mist space and placed them all into the storage pouch. These were all spoils of war that Gumo had acquired years ago from killing those assassins. Gumo did not have much use for these things, so it was a good opportunity to sell them at the market this time. Finally, Gumo took out a second-order high-grade cherry bomb and put it in. During the year that the incarnation used Danshan power to break through the foundation establishment middle stage bottleneck, Gumo used all the sun essence he harvested to upgrade the cherry bomb. Because it was only upgraded to second-order high-grade, the amount of sun essence consumed was barely acceptable. In 1 year, Gumo harvested 3 second-order high-grade cherry bombs. Now he gave one to the incarnation to use as a trump card. After all, the current incarnation had not yet refined the false core, and its combat power was only at the foundation establishment middle stage. He handed the storage pouch filled with supplies to the incarnation. The main body had the Black Mist space and did not need a storage pouch, but the incarnation did not have such a convenient item. There were too many items to carry this time, so using the sleeve universe was clearly not suitable. Then I'm off. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Incarnation Gumo greeted his main body. This was also the first time Gumo had traveled outside since condensing his incarnation, and to be honest, Gumo was quite looking forward to it. Without alarming anyone else, Gumo's incarnation quietly left the resource point. Qinglu sect. The Qinglu sect had completely sealed its sect 2 years ago and began to fully focus on refining the Ning-Ying pill. A nascent soul great sect suddenly sealing its sect naturally attracted countless people's attention. Subsequently, news about the Qinglu sect refining Ning-Ying was leaked. The Qinglu sect also knew that this matter could not be kept secret for too long, but with the sect now sealed, it was too late even if other sects found out. However, those sects did not reduce their attention on the Qinglu sect. Whether the Qinglu sect could successfully refine the Ning-Ying pill would directly affect the pattern of the cultivation world for the next few hundred years. However, with the Qinglu sect's sect closed, it was difficult to obtain detailed intelligence, even with the informants planted by other sects. With the sect sealed, they could not transmit intelligence out. However, no matter how strictly the Qinglu sect guarded itself, it could not prevent traitors from appearing within, especially when this traitor held significant power within the sect. Without anyone knowing, cultivators concealed their auras and quietly passed through the sect protecting Grand Array, sneaking into the Qinglu sect. However, after these people snuck in, they did not make a move, but chose to hide, because there were not enough people who had snuck in at this moment, and the true powerhouses had not yet entered. Although the sect protecting Grand Array had a backdoor opened by He Xiaogang using his authority as acting sect master, allowing people to sneak in silently, if the infiltrators were too strong, the Grand Array would still react. Therefore, He Xiaogang would only fully open the authority when the real attack began, allowing the powerhouses of his sect to rush in. As for now, it was at most preparation before the attack. He Xiaogang was waiting for the Qinglu sect's Ning-Ying pill refining to fail. At that time, sect master Gao Yunrui would have only one option, to forcefully attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. To forcefully break through to the nascent soul realm without using any medicinal pills, it was no exaggeration to say it was a near certain death. As long as Gao Yunrui failed to break through to nascent soul and died, that would be the moment to truly move and seize the Qinglu sect's fourth order spiritual land. As for Zhou Suzu, the Hall of Law Enforcement Elder, who was the Qinglu sect's strongest combatant, she was a threat, but not a very important one, because once she made a move, she would quickly be corroded by heart fire. At that time, they just needed to avoid a head-on confrontation with her. Without Gao Yunrui and Zhou Suzu, the remaining Golden Core elders of the Qinglu sect would not pose such a great threat. Of course, when seizing the sect of a former nascent soul great sect, no amount of caution is too much. Therefore, in addition to the external attack, internal cooperation is also indispensable. He Xiaogang's biggest mission in infiltrating the Qingluo sect was to disintegrate it from within. Now, He Xiaogang had successfully incited many sect disciples to defect, including several true disciples. With the cooperation of these people, the infiltrators from outside were able to successfully avoid the sect's patrols. Unfortunately, He Xiaogang had never found an opportunity to incite Yuan Naya, the second true disciple, to defect. He Xiaogang had two modes of incitement, one was through temptation, which worked well for ordinary sect disciples. As long as enough benefits were given, they would naturally be very willing to work for He Xiaogang. But for true disciples, temptation had little effect. Any disciple who could become a true disciple was heavily nurtured by the sect, and their loyalty to the sect was beyond doubt. Therefore, He Xiaogang would use the second mode of incitement for those true disciples, forced control using special means. He Xiaogang, under the guise of acting sect master, would summon people, then, catching them off guard, directly control them, plan to restriction, and seize control over their life and death. This trick almost always worked, only failing with Yuan Naya, because Yuan Naya simply did not heed He Xiaogang's summons and always kept her distance from him. Yuan Naya's reaction made He Xiaogang a little wary, thinking that Yuan Naya had discovered something. After all, Yuan Naya and Gu Mo were quite close, perhaps she had heard some news from Gu Mo. But after a careful investigation, He Xiaogang felt it was unlikely. If Yuan Naya really knew something, she could have told her master. Once the Hall of Law Enforcement elder paid attention to him, it would definitely be a very troublesome matter. Confirming that Yuan Naya did not suspect his origins, He Xiaogang abandoned the idea of acting against Yuan Naya. If Yuan Naya were to report him, He Xiaogang would have no choice but to risk eliminating Yuan Naya. Since Yuan Naya was unaware and simply hostile towards him, He Xiaogang naturally saw no need to take unnecessary risks by eliminating Yuan Naya now. This was also why Gu Mo only told Yuan Naya to be careful of He Xiaogang, but did not tell her the truth. The purpose was to prevent Yuan Naya from directly confronting He Xiaogang, as Yuan Naya's cunning was no match for He Xiaogang's. A bit stuck, so the update is a bit late. Yuquan Township. This township was established by Yuquan Zhenren, a golden core cultivator. With him presiding over this place, Yuquan Township has been able to develop steadily for several hundred years. Now, Yuquan Township has become the most prosperous large township in this region. However, recently, there have been rumors that Yuquan Zhenren failed in his breakthrough to the nascent soul realm and has already perished. Of course, many people scoff at this. This is because a few years ago, a golden core cultivator, who must have heard this rumor, came to Yuquan Township to cause trouble and was ultimately killed by a terrifying sword light. After this incident, no one believed the rumor anymore. I wonder if there's an outer core technique here. On the streets of Yuquan Township, a middle-aged man's gaze swept over the shops on both sides of the street. Wherever the middle-aged man passed, countless people retreated, simultaneously casting gazes of awe, because this was a foundation establishment middle-stage cultivator. A cultivator of this level is definitely considered a master in Yuquan Township. And this middle-aged foundation establishment cultivator was Gu Mo, who had used a disguise spell. Of course, Gu Mo only disguised his figure and face, but did not use the breath concealment technique to conceal his cultivation. Displaying his foundation establishment middle-stage cultivation could reduce many unnecessary troubles. Actually, at first, Gu Mo chose to conceal his chi and disguise himself as a chi refinement cultivator, but who would have thought that he would encounter several rogue cultivators along the way. Seeing that Gu Mo's cultivation was low and he was alone, they wanted to rob him. It must be said that the true immortal realm is indeed full of dangers everywhere, unlike a sect, where even with competition, there is still a bottom line due to sect regulations. After casually dealing with those rogue cultivators, Gu Mo changed his strategy and no longer concealed his cultivation realm. As expected, the rest of the journey was very safe, and no more short-sighted rogue cultivators appeared. It should be here. After walking for a moment, Gu Mo stopped in front of a tall building. This building was named Treasure Pavilion. Even though it was Gu Mo's first time here, he knew what business this building conducted just by seeing its name. "Senior, please come in." The attendant responsible for receiving guests at Treasure Pavilion, sensing the unconcealed foundation establishment middle stage chi fluctuations on Gu Mo, quickly bowed and led Gu Mo into the building. Gu Mo glanced at the attendant leading the way. The person was not a mortal, but a chi refinement stage cultivator. Although only in the chi refinement early stage, the fact that a cultivator could be used as a welcoming attendant was enough to show the strength of this Treasure Pavilion. "Greetings, fellow deist." After entering Treasure Pavilion, a foundation establishment cultivator quickly and enthusiastically came forward to greet him. According to his self-introduction, this person was the manager of Treasure Pavilion. After exchanging pleasantries with the other party, Gu Mo directly stated his purpose. Purchasing an outer core technique was Gu Mo's main goal for coming here, everything else had to wait. Fellow deist wants an outer core technique. Upon hearing Gu Mo's request, the foundation establishment cultivator's eyes showed some surprise. After all, Gu Mo was only in the foundation establishment middle stage, and cultivating an outer core technique required at least foundation establishment late stage cultivation, and preferably foundation establishment great perfection, to be considered safe. Besides that, to cultivate an outer core technique, one also needed a third order Yao Beast core, which was the most important thing. "What? Does Treasure Pavilion not have it?" Gu Mo asked, seeing the other party's reaction. Treasure Pavilion does indeed have an outer core technique. I'll have someone fetch it right away. The Foundation Establishment cultivator said, instructing an attendant to bring a jade slip. Guang took the jade slip and swept it with his divine sense, confirming that it was indeed an outer core technique. Of course, Guang could only see a small portion of the content in the jade slip, only by removing the restriction on the jade slip could he view the entire content. How much does this outer core technique cost? Guang asked the most crucial question. Guang currently had over 200 mid-grade spirit stones and tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones, as well as several high-grade magical artifacts and some second-order medicinal pills. These spirit stones and resources would definitely not be enough to purchase an ordinary third-order cultivation technique, but a special third-order spell like the outer core technique would surprisingly not be too expensive. After all, the most expensive part of cultivating the outer core technique was not the cultivation technique itself, but the third-order Yao Beast core. 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. The Foundation Establishment cultivator quoted a price. 5,000 spirit stones was an unimaginable sum for some chi refinement cultivators. Even some newly promoted Foundation Establishment loose cultivators rarely had 5,000 spirit stones. However, 5,000 spirit stones for a third-order outer core technique was very cheap. Since the price was suitable, Guang did not hesitate and immediately decided to take it. After paying 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, Guang left Treasure Pavilion with the unsealed jade slip. Watching Guang depart, the Foundation Establishment cultivator from Treasure Pavilion took out a communication jade talisman and sent a message. Soon, in a mountain villa in the center of Guang Township, an old-faced Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator looked at the information in the communication jade talisman in his hand, a gleam flashing in his eyes. He was the actual controller of Guang Township and also Guang Genren's named disciple from back then, Huadao Liang. The so-called establishment of this township by Guang Genren was actually something he orchestrated by borrowing his master's name. However, after the township was established, Huadao Liang brought most of the township's profits as tribute to Guang Genren. Subsequently, Guang Genren personally visited the township to confirm the matter. Cultivators, regardless of their realm, have the same desire for resources. The profits a township can bring are definitely not a small sum. Without needing to worry himself, just by lending his name, he could receive a large sum of spirit stones. Even a golden core cultivator like Guang Genren couldn't help but be tempted. With Guang Genren's personal endorsement, the township's development entered the fast lane. Although most of the township's profits had to be given as tribute to Guang Genren, the remaining portion was enough for Huadao Liang's cultivation to rapidly break through. As time passed, Guang Genren finally prepared to attempt that crucial step. After leaving a voice transmission for Huadao Liang, he disappeared. And this was the last voice transmission Huadao Liang received from Guang Genren. Afterward, Huadao Liang inquired in many ways but never received any information about his master, Guang Genren. With the pillar, Guang Genren, gone, Huadao Liang felt immense pressure. The annual profits of this township were so great that many golden core cultivators were very envious. They only dared not covet it due to Guang Genren's strength, but if they knew Guang Genren had disappeared, those people would definitely come to seize it immediately. Although Huadao Liang tried hard to conceal the information of Guang Genren's disappearance, rumors still spread among the people. After all, it was a fact that Guang Genren had not appeared for many years. Not long after the news spread, a golden core cultivator was drawn in. Knowing the situation was critical, Huadao Liang unhesitatingly used the trump card Guang Genren had left him, killing that golden core cultivator, which temporarily quelled the matter. However, there was only one such trump card that could instantly kill a golden core cultivator. If another golden core cultivator came next time, Huadao Liang would be powerless to resist. Unless Huadao Liang could step into the golden core realm, even the weakest false core or outer core, combined with the township's formation, he would be fearless of other golden core cultivators. But the reason he was only Guang Genren's named disciple was naturally due to his mediocre talent. With the resources earned by the township, Huadao Liang had pushed his cultivation to Foundation Establishment great perfection, but it was almost impossible to advance further. Furthermore, his lifespan was also nearing its end. If he perished, his juniors in the clan would not be able to protect this township at all. Just as Huadao Liang was filled with worries, he received a message that a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator had purchased an outer core technique at Treasure Pavilion. An outer core technique is generally not purchased by cultivators unless they are preparing to cultivate this technique. And cultivating an outer core technique requires preparing a third order Yao Beast core, which means that the Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator very likely had a third order Yao Beast core on him. Third order Yao Beast's combat power is no weaker than that of orthodox golden core cultivators. In fact, their physique and innate spells are even superior to human cultivators. Therefore, killing a third order Yao Beast is very difficult, and some third order Yao Beasts, knowing they are outmatched, will directly self-destruct their Yao Beast core to perish with their enemy. This also makes the acquisition of third order Yao Beast cores extremely difficult. Huadao Liang had been seeking a third order Yao Beast core for years. Given his situation, there was no hope of breaking through to golden core, nor any hope for a false core, but he could still become an outer core cultivator using the outer core technique. As long as he could become an outer core cultivator, Huadao Liang would gain several hundred years of lifespan and also be able to fully control the township's grand formation, no longer fearing the covetousness of golden core cultivators. For unedited versions, please check 1691 bookbar. It's just that third order Yao Beast cores are hard to come by. Even if someone has one, they wouldn't sell it. After all, 1 third order Yao Beast Core means 1 outer core cultivator. Only a fool would sell a third order Yao Beast Core. Unable to acquire a third order Yao Beast Core, Huadao Liang had already prepared to take all his belongings and try his luck at the auction house in Immortal City. But who would have thought that such a surprise would come so suddenly? A Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator was suspected to have a third order Yao Beast Core on him. This was simply an opportunity from heaven. Of course, Huadao Liang's opportunity would likely be a disaster for that Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator, but the immortal realm is inherently like this. Someone's already following me. Gu Mo frowned. After leaving Treasure Pavilion, he noticed that he seemed to be followed. He knew the immortal realm was not peaceful, but Gu Mo hadn't expected to encounter such trouble the first time he came out to buy something. Ignoring those who were secretly tailing him, Gu Mo rented an immortal cave in the township, preparing to study the outer core technique. If suitable, Gu Mo would directly begin refining the false core. This time, the incarnation went out with the false core, the purpose being to refine the false core as quickly as possible after obtaining the outer core technique, and become a false core cultivator. In this way, even if he revealed his wealth in the township and encountered covetous individuals, Gu Mo would be fearless. Now it seemed this arrangement was indeed put to use. As for whether the secret observers would make a move in the township, Gu Mo was not worried about that. Whether a township can prosper depends largely on safety. Only a township that can provide safety guarantees to cultivators will attract people. Therefore, any township will unhesitatingly kill cultivators who dare to act within its confines. He rented an immortal cave. Is he planning to cultivate here for a while? Huadao Liang received the message and frowned slightly. If the target didn't leave the township, it would be difficult for him to make a move. This was his township, providing him with a large amount of income every year, especially after Yuquan Zhenren disappeared, all the township's profits went to him alone. If Huadao Liang made a move in the township, and the news leaked, the township's reputation would be completely ruined. Without a reputation, the township's decline would only be a matter of time. Keep an eye on him. Report any action the target takes immediately. Huadao Liang gave the order. He did not lack the patience to wait. That Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator had not yet reached the Foundation Establishment late stage, and Huadao Liang was not at all worried that the other party would refine that third order Yao Beast Core into an outer core. In fact, Foundation Establishment Great Perfection was the safest stage for outer core refinement. Foundation Establishment late stage refinement still carried a considerable risk of failure, and as for Foundation Establishment middle stage, there had never been a case of a Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator successfully refining an outer core. Township Immortal Cave. Gu Mo took out the newly acquired outer core technique Jade Slip, his divine sense probing into it, and began to read its contents. Then, a look of astonishment appeared in Gu Mo's eyes. 90% of the content of this outer core technique explained how to process the third order Yao Beast Core, such as how to clear the remnant soul hidden within the Yao Beast Core, how to refine the demonic power within the Yao Beast Core, and so on. After all, the compatibility between human cultivators and Yao Beast Cores is extremely poor. To successfully refine a Yao Beast Core into an outer core requires a lot of preparatory work. And different outer core techniques have different methods for processing the Yao Beast Core. Some high-grade outer core techniques process the Yao Beast Core more thoroughly, resulting in a higher success rate during refinement. The outer core technique Gu Mo obtained belonged to a relatively common type, but Gu Mo did not need to process the false core in his hand at all, because it was something he had condensed himself. The power of the false core and the incarnation were of the same origin. Therefore, Gu Mo directly discarded the first 90% of the outer core technique in his hand and went straight to the final refinement method. The strength of an outer core technique only depends on the first 90% of the Yao Beast Core processing methods. The final refinement method is basically no different. So that's how it is. It doesn't seem very difficult, after all. After reading the refinement method of the outer core technique, Gu Mo immediately understood. Since the refinement of the outer core technique was not very difficult, Gu Mo did not hesitate and immediately began the refinement. Several hours later, Gu Mo looked at the false core in his denshin, a hint of bewilderment on his face. The refinement of this false core was so smooth that Gu Mo even doubted if he had refined it incorrectly. According to the Jade Slip's introduction, outer core refinement requires passing through many stages, but as soon as Gu Mo began refining the false core in his hand, it smoothly entered Gu Mo's incarnation's denshin. There was no hindrance during the process, as if the false core originally belonged there. Well, saying it like that doesn't seem wrong. This false core was born from the incarnation's denshin, and now it has simply returned to the incarnation's denshin. Although it is not the same incarnation, their origins are identical, so viewing them as the same incarnation is fine. Of course, after the false core settled in the denshin, it wasn't without any changes. For example, Gu Mo now felt as if a tall mountain was pressing down on his denshin, and that heavy sensation caused the circulation of spiritual chi within Gu Mo's body to slow down. That was because Gu Mo's physique was somewhat unable to bear the weight of the false core. If the false core's power and the incarnation's power were not of the same origin, and it were another Foundation Establishment middle stage cultivator attempting to refine a third order Yao Beast Core, even if they miraculously succeeded, their body would be crushed by the weight of the Yao Beast Core. The problem of the physical body being unable to bear the weight of the false core is actually quite easy to solve. Use the core power of the false core to temper the physical body. This is also how outer core cultivators cultivate after successfully refining it. Allowing the outer core refined within the body to comprehensively strengthen oneself is like the improvement brought by a realm breakthrough. Foundation establishment cultivators refining an outer core to become an outer core cultivator can also be considered a breakthrough in realm. However, a normal realm breakthrough will have a subtle heavenly reward. For example, a chi refining breakthrough to foundation establishment will condense liquid spiritual chi containing primordial power, and this primordial power is that subtle heavenly reward. The improvement brought by this heavenly reward is the strongest. However, outer core cultivators, because they achieve breakthroughs through unconventional means, cannot obtain that subtle heavenly reward. Their breakthrough improvements can only come from that outer core. How can the reward given by a third-order outer core compare to the subtle heavenly reward? Naturally, the foundation of outer core cultivators is considered the weakest among the golden core level. False core cultivators are even stronger than outer core cultivators. After all, false core cultivators also achieve breakthroughs through normal means. It's just that due to insufficient foundation, they are unable to condense a true golden core. However, Gumo's situation is quite special. Although he cultivates the outer core art, he is not considered an outer core cultivator, but rather more like a false core cultivator. After all, what is inside Gumo's body is not a Yao Beast outer core, but a true false core, and it is his own false core. Unfortunately, after Gumo, incarnation, condensed the false core, he was destroyed by a terrifying spiritual chi explosion. The incarnation did not receive the subtle breakthrough reward given by heaven and earth. Or perhaps, this preserved false core is that subtle reward. Lacking a breakthrough reward makes the combat power of Gumo's false core avatar slightly inferior to that of a true false core cultivator, but stronger than an outer core cultivator. But whether it's a false core or an outer core, both can completely suppress cultivators at the foundation establishment level. After all, there is already a large realm gap between the two. Closing his eyes, Gumo laboriously circulated the core power within his body, while simultaneously activating the spirit forging art to strengthen his incarnation's physical body. A middle stage foundation establishment level divine soul was still somewhat strained trying to control power at the core power level. If this core power hadn't been cultivated by Gumo himself, with such a large realm gap, he might not have been able to move it at all. However, once the incarnation's body adapts to the power of the false core, the powerful physical body will in turn nourish the divine soul, and the improvement in the incarnation's divine soul strength is equivalent to improving the main body's divine soul power. The physical body and cultivation of the main body and incarnation are separate, but their divine souls are unified. Time flowed by. Gumo continuously used the core power within the false core to temper his body with the spirit forging art, bringing his body's strength closer to the level of a false core cultivator. And as his physical body strength grew, just as Gumo had anticipated, his divine soul strength also increased. Clan Chief, the target has come out of seclusion. Huadeo Liang looked at the communication jade talisman in his hand and couldn't help but let out a long breath. That middle stage foundation establishment cultivator had made him wait for a full year. Several times, Huadeo Liang had wanted to directly rush into the immortal cave and drag that person out. However, Huadeo Liang suppressed the impulse in his heart. This township was his, Huadeo Liang's, root. He didn't want this township to be destroyed because of his impulsiveness. Fortunately, the target finally came out. So, it was time to retrieve his third-order Yao core. At this moment, Huadeo Liang had already considered the third-order Yao core that might be in Gumo's hands as his own. During this year, Huadeo Liang did not just wait idly. Instead, he thoroughly investigated Gumo's background, lest the other party had some powerful backing. Although in Huadeo Liang's view, a cultivator preparing to cultivate the outer core art could not possibly be an important member of a major sect. But having lived for so long, Huadeo Liang deeply understood the importance of caution. After an investigation, Huadeo Liang was able to confirm that the probability of the target being a loose cultivator was very high. At least, the nearby sects and cultivation families did not have such a person. This result was already enough for Huadeo Liang. He needed to be careful when making a move, but he couldn't be timid. When it came to a third-order Yao core, involving whether he could become an outer core cultivator, taking some risks was acceptable. It's been a year, and you're still unwilling to give up. Gumo walked out of Yaquan Township, his brow slightly furrowed. The aura that had been following him a year ago still hadn't disappeared, which made Gumo a little angry. Currently, Gumo was already a false core cultivator. His physical body and cultivation had both reached the level of a false core cultivator. Only his divine soul was slightly lacking, only at the late-stage foundation establishment level, because the improvement of the divine soul began after the physical body, so the progress was naturally slower. But with time, the divine soul would eventually reach the false core level. Those outer core cultivators who cultivate the outer core art are basically in a similar situation. Under the nourishment of the outer core, both their physical body and divine soul will reach the corresponding level. However, at that point, the strength of outer core cultivators would have reached its limit. After that, the cultivation of outer core cultivators could not continue to improve. This was the drawback of the outer core. Gumo's incarnation was the same, except that he refined his own false core, so Gumo's physical body and divine soul could improve to the false core level. The incarnation stopping at the false core realm did not bother Gumo. This incarnation helped Gumo nourish his divine soul to the false core level. This alone fully demonstrated the value of this incarnation. A powerful divine soul meant powerful divine sense. At that time, Gumo's cultivation breakthrough would become easier. Even personally experiencing the realm of a false core cultivator at this moment also had a great promoting effect on Gumo's main body's cultivation. It can be said that Gumo was using his incarnation to help his main body build a profound foundation. Currently, it was a divine soul foundation. When this false core avatar returns, it can also use core power to help the main body temper its physical body, allowing it to gain a powerful physical body foundation. At that time, Gu Mo, in the foundation establishment stage, would possess a false core level physical body and divine soul, and his combat power would definitely reach an extremely formidable level. Not directly apprehending the tracker, Gu Mo, who was already a false core cultivator, was not afraid of being followed now. He wanted to see who had been staring at him. Taking out his magic treasure flying sword, Gu Mo performed the sword control art and left Yuquan Township. As a false core cultivator, this low-grade magic treasure flying sword could only serve as his travel flying sword. With Gu Mo's current false core cultivator realm, low-grade magic treasures were already difficult to fully utilize his strength. Only higher-grade magic treasures could provide Gu Mo with a boost in combat power. However, high-grade magic treasures were expensive, and Gu Mo's current wealth was clearly insufficient. But if someone were to come and deliver treasures, that would be another matter. Gu Mo sensed the figure following behind him. The person following behind had already changed, it was no longer the one who had been staking out Yuquan Township, but one with a stronger aura. Unfortunately, Gu Mo's divine sense was still a bit weak, making it impossible to accurately probe the target. But even his late-stage foundation establishment divine sense couldn't detect them, so the one following him should be a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator. As for golden core realm cultivators, they shouldn't be following a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator on the surface. Gu Mo was currently operating a major achievement level breath concealment technique, concealing his false core cultivator aura and only revealing a middle-stage foundation establishment aura. Stopped. From afar, Huadeo Liang looked at the figure ahead, who had stopped, and frowned. Then he carefully observed his surroundings, but found no one in ambush. He thought that this place was already far enough from the township. If something happened, no one should associate it with the township. After deciding to act, Huadeo Liang no longer hesitated. He accelerated and directly blocked Gu Mo's path. Your Excellency has been following me for so long, may I ask what your intentions are? Gu Mo did not immediately strike the opponent dead, but instead inquired why the other party was following him. Gu Mo had just started traveling and had not offended anyone, yet someone was targeting him. This made Gu Mo very puzzled, not knowing where he had gone wrong. You have a third-order Yao core, right? Hand over the Yao core, and I can spare your life chi. Huadeo Liang, shrouded in a black robe, said coldly. Since he was here to rob, Huadeo Liang naturally wouldn't show his true face. After all, many people knew him, and it would be very troublesome if he were seen. A third-order Yao core. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo was stunned, then he reacted. The source of everything was actually the outer core art he had purchased, which made people mistakenly believe he possessed a third-order Yao core, hence they came to snatch it. However, only the treasure pavilion knew about his purchase of the outer core art, and the treasure pavilion was said to be backed by Yuquan Township. With this thought, Gu Mo could roughly guess the other party's identity. It is said that Yuquan Genren has fallen. It seems this is true then. For a third-order Yao core, the owner of Yuquan Township actually turned into a bandit cultivator. It was clear that the circulating news of Yuquan Genren's demise was likely true. This was knowing that he had lost his backing, so he was rushing to snatch the third-order Yao core in his hand, wanting to create an outer core cultivator to guard the township. Don't you know that smart people die quickly? Hearing Gu Mo's words, Huadeo Liang's eyes showed killing intent. This person could not be left alive. Or rather, Huadeo Liang had never intended to leave him alive, only dead men could keep secrets. People with poor eyesight also die relatively quickly. Gu Mo glanced indifferently at the other party, then the flying sword in his hand flared with brilliant light. The low-grade magic treasure flying sword, under the infusion of core power, had completely activated its power, even entering a kind of overclocked state. Please read the error-free version at 169 bookstore. What? As Gu Mo made his move, the effect of the breath concealment technique could not be maintained. Huadeo Liang naturally sensed Gu Mo's true aura. Upon realizing that the person in front of him was not a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, but a false core cultivator, the ferocity on Huadeo Liang's face instantly vanished, replaced by terror. This was definitely hitting a brick wall. Rib. Without any hesitation, Huadeo Liang quickly tore open a third-order defensive talisman. Instantly, the talisman transformed into a beam of light, enveloping Huadeo Liang. As the owner of Yuquan Township, Huadeo Liang was definitely a cultivator with a rich family background. It was normal for him to carry a few talismans that could withstand the attacks of golden core cultivators. Unfortunately, the strongest trump card Yuquan Genren left him had been used up, otherwise, he could have counter-killed. Boom. The moment the light screen appeared on Huadeo Liang's body, Gu Mo's flying sword directly struck. Under the flying sword's bombardment, the light screen rippled violently, making Huadeo Liang's heart tremble. Fortunately, the talisman light screen blocked the attack. So troublesome. When he guessed the opponent's origin, Gu Mo knew that killing this foundation establishment great perfection cultivator in front of him would not be an easy task. Wealthy cultivators had many trump cards, such as this valuable third-order talisman, which ordinary cultivators could not afford. However, the power of the talisman was limited, a few more hits would break it. Huadeo Liang was well aware of this, so after blocking Gu Mo's attack, he quickly took out a third-order escape talisman, ready to flee. Although Huadeo Liang was a foundation establishment great perfection, and had many trump cards, he would not believe that he could contend with a false core cultivator. The only thing he could do was escape back to the township and rely on the township's great array for defense. Although his foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivation could not fully activate the power of the great array left by Yuquan Genren, and thus could not block a true golden core cultivator, it was still no problem to deal with a false core cultivator. Just as Huadeo Liang was about to activate the third order life-saving escape talisman to flee, a crimson cherry appeared before him. This sudden fruit startled Huadeo Liang. But very quickly, Huadeo Liang's expression changed drastically, because he had already sensed the terrifying power about to erupt from the cherry. Without hesitation, Huadeo Liang quickly activated the life-saving escape talisman in his hand. However, at this moment, a scorching wave of fire struck, slowing down the escape light that Huadeo Liang had transformed into. Rumble. This momentary delay in the escape light caused him to ultimately fail to escape the explosion's range. In an instant, the explosion, containing the power of annihilation, engulfed Huadeo Liang. Then, a shattering sound rang out, the sound of Huadeo Liang's third-order defensive talisman light screen shattering. Go. At the same time he heard the light screen shatter, Gu Mo's flying sword directly struck out. The next moment, a human head flew out from the aftershock of the explosion. After killing the target, Gu Mo quickly stepped forward to search the body, finding a storage bracelet. This was a more advanced storage equipment than a storage pouch. As expected of the township owner, he was wealthy. Of course, such advanced equipment would be very troublesome to crack, not as easy as a storage pouch. In addition, the black robe on the target was also a magic treasure that could conceal aura. However, it was not very useful for Gu Mo. His major achievement level breath concealment technique could completely suppress the effect of this black robe. Besides that, there was also a jade pendant on the target's body, which should have the effect of resisting divine soul attacks. As expected of a wealthy person, he had many treasures on him. But more treasures should be in this storage bracelet. After the opponent discovered that Gu Mo was a false core cultivator, he did not take out any combat magic treasures, but instead chose to flee directly. Therefore, there should be a good quality magic treasure in this storage bracelet. It just so happened that Gu Mo had become a false core cultivator and lacked a convenient magic treasure. After confirming that nothing was missed, Gu Mo used little flame wave to burn Huadeo Liang's corpse. After dealing with the traces at the scene, he quickly departed. Because this place was remote, there was no need to worry about being discovered in a short time, and over time, all traces would be worn away by natural forces. Resource point. Unbeknownst to anyone, Gu Mo's false core avatar silently returned to this place. Gu Mo's experience on this journey was not good, as he encountered several ambush attempts along the way. If Gu Mo hadn't been strong enough, an ordinary cultivator would have died long ago. But Gu Mo also had to admit that robbery was indeed the quickest way to make money. At least, after returning this time, Gu Mo's net worth had increased significantly. After cracking the storage bracelet of the Yuquan township's owner, Gu Mo's assets should continue to increase many times over. Thus, the first step of the plan is complete. In Gu Mo's plan, having his incarnation become a false core cultivator was this first step. Now that this step was complete, it meant that Gu Mo had the confidence to not fear any assassination attempts from Foundation establishment cultivators. Of course, the premise was that Gu Mo needed to conceal the incarnation's strength well, making enemies mistakenly believe he was just a Foundation establishment cultivator. In that case, the assassins sent by the enemy would most likely also be at the Foundation establishment stage, at most late-stage Foundation establishment or Great Perfection. In this situation, Gu Mo would have evaded an assassination attempt. By the time the enemy realized that even a Foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator couldn't deal with Gu Mo and prepared to send stronger assassins, that time would be enough for Gu Mo's strength to grow to a higher stage again. With the first step of the plan complete, Gu Mo was now ready to implement the second step, upgrading plants. Gu Mo had actually been working on this step for about a year. At this moment, Gu Mo's spiritual field already contained a second-order high-grade sunflower, a second-order high-grade pea shooter, 2 second-order high-grade potato mines, and 1 second-order high-grade nut. Coupled with the original 2 second-order high-grade cherry bombs, the power of Gu Mo's plant battle line had significantly increased. With the help of these plants, even without his false core avatar, Gu Mo could barely contend with an outer core cultivator. Unfortunately, the amount of sun essence needed to upgrade from second order to third order was too great. Gu Mo needed to spend a long time accumulating it little by little. Fortunately, the Qingluosek's mountain gate had been sealed for the past few years, and He Xiaogang hadn't had the time to trouble him, which gave Gu Mo valuable development time. It had now been 3 years since the Qingluosek's mountain gate was sealed, and he wondered about the progress of the Ningying pill's refinement. With He Xiaogang, the major internal spy, Gu Mo felt that the success rate of this refinement was worrying. Once the Ningying pill refinement failed, it would definitely be a very desperate piece of news for the Qingluo sect. It might even trigger a series of chain reactions, and the once peaceful sect would likely become turbulent. Facing such a grand trend, all Gu Mo could do was trust that the sect had a way to deal with it. For the time being, I'll focus all my efforts on upgrading that second-order high-grade sunflower to third order. Gu Mo set his next plan. For protective measures, Gu Mo already had his false core avatar, second-order high-grade pea shooters, potato mines, cherry bombs, and second-order high-grade nuts for defense. Currently, such power was sufficient, but if Gu Mo wanted to step into the golden core realm, he would need to upgrade the sunflower to third order. At that time, he would see if he could use the third order sunflower to help himself enter the golden core realm, just as the second-order sunflower helped Gumo enter Foundation establishment. Of course, a third-order spiritual field was also indispensable. A second-order spiritual field could not allow a third-order sunflower to condense third-order sun essence. However, thinking that he had now become Elder Chi Chunda's personal disciple, borrowing his master's third-order spiritual field should not be a problem. Perhaps Gumo's promotion to Golden Core would be even smoother than his promotion to Foundation establishment. This was the advantage of having a backer. During the process of upgrading the sunflower, Gumo would not neglect his own strength improvement. Although the sun essence was all used to upgrade the sunflower and could not be used to improve his cultivation, the improvement of his physique did not require sun essence. He would have the false core avatar mobilize its pill power and infuse it into his main body, while Gumo's main body would circulate the spirit forging art to temper himself. Having the false core realm incarnation control the pill power would definitely be easier than his main body, thus speeding up the tempering of his physique. Finally, it's cracked. On this day, Gumo's excited voice rang out. After continuous attempts during this period, Gumo finally cracked the storage bracelet of the Yuquan Township's owner. This was even with the owner having died. If it had been owned, it would have been almost impossible to crack the restriction on the storage bracelet. After removing the restriction on the storage bracelet, Gumo's divine sense, at the Foundation establishment great perfection level, entered it. With the false core avatar's nurturing, Gumo's divine soul strength had rapidly increased, now reaching the Foundation establishment great perfection level. However, as the divine soul's strength continuously approached the levels of cultivation and physique, the rate of increase would slow down until all three were at the same level, at which point it would completely stop. Although his divine soul had not immediately reached the false core level, Gumo was already very satisfied. After all, possessing the divine soul strength of Foundation establishment great perfection at the early stage Foundation establishment meant that when Gumo's main body cultivation improved and he received the breakthrough reward, his foundation would definitely rise another level. My goodness, I'm rich. Gumo's divine sense at Foundation establishment great perfection swept through the space of the storage bracelet in his hand. The next moment, a look of wild joy appeared on Gumo's face. At this moment, the storage bracelet contained a large amount of spirit stones, all of which were medium-grade spirit stones, approximately 100,000. 100,000 medium-grade spirit stones was 10 million low-grade spirit stones. What an enormous fortune this was. Gumo was somewhat confused as to why the Yuquan Township's owner would carry such a huge fortune with him. Such a large amount of liquid capital should be circulated within the township to earn more profit. Gumo did not know that Huadeo Liang had previously planned to go to the Immortal City auction house to look for a third-order demonic core, which was why he had specifically allocated this sum of money. This was almost the maximum amount of liquid capital he could use, any more would affect the operation of the township. However, along the way, Huadeo Liang learned that Gumo had a third-order demonic core, so he gave up on going to the Immortal City and planned to simply rob Gumo. Unexpectedly, he was ultimately killed by Gumo, and all the allocated funds ended up benefiting Gumo. Moreover, this storage bracelet contained not only spirit stones but also many treasures, the most eye-catching of which was a top-grade magic treasure. However, that magic treasure was not a flying sword, but a jade abacus. To be precise, it was a Formation Deo magic treasure. After a cultivator refined this magic treasure, he could use this abacus magic treasure to set up formations, with each abacus bead serving as a formation stone. It's not a flying sword, after all. Gumo sighed softly. This abacus magic treasure would not be able to display its true power in his hands, as Gumo was not a formation master. Actually, flying swords were not the most suitable magic treasure for Gumo. It was just that most cultivators knew sword manipulation techniques and could wield two flying swords. Before finding the most suitable magic treasure for themselves, flying swords were the best substitute. Although it wasn't a suitable magic treasure for him, it wasn't a big problem. Gumo could sell this abacus magic treasure and buy one that suited him. As for giving it to Chu Fifei, it wasn't suitable. A top-grade magic treasure was not something a Chi refinement stage Chu Fifei could control. Even if Chu Fifei became a Foundation establishment cultivator in the future, a low-grade magic treasure would be most suitable for her. Let alone Chu Fifei, even Gumo's main body couldn't use a top-grade magic treasure right now. However, a top-grade magic treasure would be just right for the false core avatar. The premise was that Gumo would have to exchange this abacus magic treasure for another type of magic treasure. After the most valuable top-grade abacus magic treasure, there were some second-order medicinal pills. The third-order talisman the opponent used earlier, Gumo didn't find, it should have been used up. Third-order talismans were not cheap. Huadeo Liang likely spent a lot of spirit stones on those two third-order talismans. Moreover, these two third-order talismans, one a defensive talisman and one an escape talisman, when combined, could definitely allow one to escape from a golden core cultivator. Unfortunately, Huadeo Liang encountered Gumo. Upon seeing him use a third-order talisman, Gumo decisively threw out the cherry bomb card, directly breaking the opponent's defensive talisman and killing him. This also proved the power of the second-order high-grade cherry bomb, which definitely reached the level of a golden core cultivator. If the cherry bomb's rank could be upgraded to third order, based on its performance at second order, it could definitely instantly kill an early-stage golden core cultivator. Currently, at second order high grade, it could only reach the power level of a golden core, but it couldn't instantly kill a golden core cultivator yet. Oh. This is... Finally, Gumo took out a jade slip from the storage bracelet. His divine sense entered it, and this jade slip was actually a cultivation technique, or more precisely, a sword cannon. Thinking of Yuquan Zhenren, the immortal master behind the township owner, it was said that this Yuquan Zhenren was a powerful sword cultivator. This Yuquan sword cannon should have been left behind by that Yuquan Zhenren. As Yuquan Zhenren's named disciple, Hua Daoliang was originally not qualified to obtain this sword cannon. However, Hua Daoliang was very skilled at making money and offered a massive amount of spirit stones as tribute to Yuquan Zhenren. Yuquan Zhenren, having received so many benefits, naturally had to show something in return. Although Yuquan Zhenren ultimately did not accept Hua Daoliang as a personal disciple, he still bestowed this Yuquan sword cannon upon Hua Daoliang, hoping he would cultivate it well. Unfortunately, Hua Daoliang's talent in the Dao of the sword was mediocre, making it difficult for him to comprehend this sword cannon. He eventually chose the Dao of formations and spent a great deal of money to acquire that top-grade abacus magic treasure. Read the error-free version at 1619 SHUBA. This Yuquan sword cannon is quite something. Gu Mo had just glanced at the opening of the sword cannon, and his eyes filled with solemnity. Although he was not a sword cultivator, he now had the vision of a false core cultivator and could certainly judge the quality of a cultivation technique. This Yuquan sword cannon was definitely not ordinary, it was not something a golden core great cultivator could have created. Quickly browsing the contents of the jade slip, Gu Mo found the origin of the Yuquan sword cannon at the back of the jade slip. This Yuquan sword cannon was indeed not created by Yuquan Zhenren, but was a fragmented nameless sword cannon he found in an ancient ruin. After Yuquan Zhenren organized and categorized it, he named this nameless sword cannon after his own Daoist title. So that's how it is. This is indeed a very powerful sword cultivator legacy. Gu Mo held the jade slip in his hand, feeling a bit moved. Currently, Gu Mo lacked an offensive spell, and sword cultivators were definitely the strongest in terms of offensive power among cultivators. If Gu Mo could cultivate this Yuquan sword cannon, it would definitely lead to a huge increase in Gu Mo's own combat power. However, Gu Mo cultivated the wood attribute King Mu Sutra, which was not suitable for sword cultivators. Gold attribute cultivation techniques were the most compatible with sword cultivators, other attribute cultivation techniques were relatively inferior. However, it was not impossible to cultivate them, as long as they were offensive cultivation techniques. When paired with a sword cannon, they could still unleash considerable power. But Gu Mo's King Mu Sutra was not a killing type cultivation technique but a life-extending method. Using the King Mu Sutra to cast sword arts would directly reduce its power compared to others. Logically speaking, a true sword cultivator legacy, in addition to the sword cannon, should also have a matching cultivation technique legacy. Only by combining the two could they unleash their strongest power. However, what Yuquan Zhenren obtained was an incomplete version, without a matching cultivation technique legacy, and even the sword cannon itself was incomplete. Yet, it was this incomplete sword cannon that established Yuquan Zhenren's reputation, showing its profoundness. Therefore, even if this sword cannon was activated with the King Mu Sutra, it could greatly enhance Gu Mo's combat power. Gu Mo only needed to refine Sun Essence for his daily cultivation, which didn't take much time, so he definitely had ample time to cultivate other cultivation techniques and secret arts. It was a pity that the false core avatar's realm was too high, otherwise, Gu Mo would consider having the incarnation switch to an offensive cultivation technique. Paired with this sword cannon, it would definitely cause the incarnation's combat power to skyrocket, possibly even rivaling true golden core cultivators. After tallying his gains this time, Gu Mo nodded in satisfaction, then began to comprehend the Yuquan sword cannon, hoping to get started as soon as possible. Because Gu Mo had a feeling that such peaceful days were numbered. More than 3 years had passed, and the King Lusek's refinement of the Ningying pill was nearing a conclusion. Regardless of the final outcome, a turmoil was definitely unavoidable. Time flowed by. On this day, Gu Mo was routinely comprehending the Yuquan sword cannon. He had to admit that this sword cannon was indeed somewhat difficult. After comprehending it for so long, Gu Mo could barely cast one sword art from it. But even this single sword art was Gu Mo's strongest move to date, several times more powerful than the Little Zhengjin sword chi. Although Little Zhengjin sword chi was an offensive spell, it was primarily a spell serving spiritual farmers, not a pure offensive art. Moreover, Little Zhengjin sword chi was only a first-order spell. Its power was decent when Gu Mo cast it during the chi refinement stage or even the foundation establishment stage, but for the false core avatar, Little Zhengjin sword chi was somewhat insufficient. In contrast, the sword arts in the Yuquan sword cannon were powerful and pure killing spells, which could maximize the combat power of the false core avatar. Currently, the false core avatar only lacked a suitable flying sword magic treasure. Although the Yuquan sword cannon was exquisite and powerful, without a sharp flying sword, the terrifying lethality of the sword arts could not be fully unleashed. It seems I'll have to make time to go to the Immortal City. Gu Mo mused. He needed to exchange the top-grade abacus magic treasure in his hand for a top-grade flying sword magic treasure, and transactions of magic treasures of that rank could only be completed in those immortal cities. Buzz. Just as Gu Mo was considering when to go to the Immortal City, suddenly, the King Lusek True Disciple token on his person began to vibrate violently. Noticing the anomaly, Gu Mo quickly took out the True Disciple token and looked at the special symbol displayed on it, his eyes filled with shock. Gu Mo already knew about the characteristics of the True Disciple token when he obtained it, including the meaning of several special symbols on it. Some symbols meant assemble, while others meant hold fast. The reason for using symbols instead of more direct text was to prevent enemies from obtaining the True Disciple token and understanding its contents. At this moment, the symbol displayed on Gu Mo's True Disciple token was neither assemble nor hold fast. It took Gu Mo a few seconds to recall the last symbol he had seen when he first acquired the True Disciple token. This symbol meant that the Kinglo sect was facing a powerful enemy and was in danger of being destroyed. True disciples who saw this symbol were to quickly escape, conceal their identities, secretly accumulate strength, and rebuild the sect when the time was ripe. And this never-before-used symbol was now displayed on Gu Mo's True Disciple token. The destruction of the Kinglo sect. The meaning of this symbol shocked Gu Mo beyond words. Even without a nascent soul old ancestor guarding it, the Kinglo sect shouldn't have been so easily annihilated. Buzz. Just as Gu Mo was speechless from the sudden news, an emergency communication talisman on him vibrated. This was an emergency communication talisman Yuan Naya had left for him. Run. Gu Mo picked up the emergency communication talisman, and it only contained 2 words. It was precisely these 2 words that made Gu Mo's pupils contract. From them, Gu Mo felt a sense of urgency. Without hesitation, Gu Mo's incarnation left the spirit plant field, while his true body quickly stored the plants in the spirit plant field into the black mist space. Gu Zhenchuan, what's wrong? Wei Yuanke looked at Gu Mo, who had appeared before him, with confusion. The sect has encountered a powerful enemy and no longer exists. Everyone, flee, conceal your identities, and survive. Wait for the day the sect is rebuilt. Gu Mo finished speaking and quickly departed without waiting for Wei Yuanke to react. What? The sect has been destroyed. Wei Yuanke stared at the departing Gu Mo, completely stunned. However, Wei Yuanke had lived for many years, and his psychological resilience was not weak. After recovering, Wei Yuanke quickly called the other Qi refinement cultivators at the resource point and prepared to leave. Although the news was alarming, Wei Yuanke knew that Gu Mo wouldn't joke about such a thing, and as a true disciple, Gu Mo would definitely be the first to know about it. After informing Wei Yuanke, Gu Mo arrived before the 3 jade dew fruit trees at the resource point. With the sect destroyed, this resource point could not be protected, so Gu Mo decided to take these 3 jade dew fruit trees with him. After all, these 3 spirit plants could allow a spiritual vein to form a natural spirit plant field, which was very useful to Gu Mo. Although transplanting causes great damage to spirit plants, at least for this transplant, the 3 jade dew fruit trees would need to sacrifice most of their roots. However, as a Lingzi master, Gu Mo could maximize the preservation of the jade dew fruit trees' vitality, and once a suitable spiritual vein was found, he could help them recover. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo's false core level power erupted, digging out the 3 jade dew fruit trees along with the soil beneath them. This is... Wei Yuanke, who was in the process of evacuating, suddenly glanced in the direction of the jade dew fruit trees, his heart filled with shock. Just now, he had felt a powerful aura far exceeding the foundation establishment stage, and the direction Gu Mo had just left was precisely the location of those 3 jade dew fruit trees. Hurry up! Suppressing the shock in his heart, Wei Yuanke urged. While the false core incarnation dug out the 3 jade dew fruit trees, Gu Mo's true body also collected all the plants in the spirit plant field. In addition, the formation plates for the illusion array, nut array, and concealment array were also taken by Gu Mo. Arriving beside the false core incarnation, Gu Mo raised his hand and put the 3 jade dew fruit trees and the false core incarnation into the black mist space. It was a pity that the false core incarnation did not have a black mist space, otherwise, having the false core incarnation carry the true body would be even safer. With a few flashes, Gu Mo left the resource point's grand array. The next moment, a sense of bewilderment arose in his heart. The news of the Kinglo sect's destruction came too suddenly, so suddenly that Gu Mo had no preparation whatsoever. He had thought that with He Xiaogang as an internal spy, the sect would suffer a calamity, but Gu Mo had never imagined that the sect would be so easily destroyed. As a true disciple, Gu Mo's authority was not low, he knew the sect had many trump cards, which was where Gu Mo's confidence in the sect lay. But who could have imagined that a nascent soul great sect would be so easily annihilated? And there were many people Gu Mo knew in the Kinglo sect. He didn't know the situation of Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei at this moment, nor the situation of Elder Qi, whom he hadn't formally acknowledged as his master yet. Gu Mo had even planned to mooch off his third-order spirit plant field. Suddenly, a strong surge of anger welled up in Gu Mo's heart. Gu Mo had feelings for the Kinglo sect, especially after understanding the cruelty of the cultivation world. Gu Mo was fortunate that when he arrived in this world, he was already in the Kinglo sect. The stable environment of the sect allowed Gu Mo to grow smoothly, and he also had familiar friends within the sect. Whoosh! Gu Mo tried hard to suppress the anger in his heart and the urge to go to the Kinglo sect to investigate. He knew very well that the enemy who could destroy a nascent soul great sect like the Kinglo sect was definitely not someone he could contend with at his current strength. At this moment, Gu Mo could only believe that the sect's trump cards would allow Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei to escape. Any great sect would have contingency plans for the most extreme situations, this was a way to preserve the sect's legacy. After discerning the direction, Gu Mo decided to head to Immortal City. This was the only place Gu Mo could think of going right now. It was said that there were intelligence organizations in Immortal City, where he could inquire about the Kinglo sect's situation. On the way to Immortal City, Gu Mo took out the identity token Elder Qi Chunda had given him. This token was not a Kinglo sect elder token, but Qi Chunda's Sheneng Valley disciple identity plate. Originally, Gu Mo thought this identity plate was just a somewhat special wooden plate, but now it seemed that this identity plate was not simple. At this moment, the wooden plate in Gu Mo's hand emitted a faint green light, and then Qi Chunda's voice entered Gu Mo's ears. This identity plate could actually transmit sound over super long distances. Just on this point, Sheneng Valley was much stronger than the Kingla sect. One must know that even the true disciple identity tokens of the Kingla sect did not have this super long-distance sound transmission function. At most, they could transmit some text. Disciple, take care. Your master cannot take you back to Sheneng Valley for now. If you have the chance, you can take your master's identity token and go to Sheneng Valley by yourself. As Chi Chunda's words, tinged with a hint of sadness, were transmitted, the wooden plate fell silent. Gu Mo put away the wooden plate, his hands involuntarily clenching. At this moment, Gu Mo had a general understanding of the Kingla sect's destruction. Just a while ago, the Kingla sect successfully refined a low-grade Ning Ying pill. This result was only slightly better than a refining failure. Although a low-grade Ning Ying pill could slightly increase the success rate for breaking through to the nascent soul realm, low-grade medicinal pills contained many impurities and medicinal pill toxins. Consuming such a low-grade medicinal pill, even if one miraculously formed a nascent soul, would greatly reduce the cultivator's foundation. Only those golden core great perfection cultivators who had no other choice would use such a low-grade Ning Ying pill. But the Kingla sect was now in a desperate state. Therefore, Gao Yunrui had no choice but to consume this low-grade Ning Ying pill to break through to the nascent soul. Gao Yunrui had taken over the burden of the Kingla sect from his master. He had always exhausted himself for the sect's strength, even if it meant sacrificing his own Dao. One must know that Gao Yunrui becoming the sect master of the Kingla sect meant he was the number one true disciple back then. What kind of talent did it take to become the sect's number one true disciple? And Gao Yunrui proved his talent with facts, cultivating all the way to golden core great perfection. With Gao Yunrui's talent, if he could obtain a genuine Ning Ying pill, there was a good chance he could become a nascent soul cultivator. Unfortunately, this time, despite the sect's immense efforts, they still failed to refine a genuine Ning Ying pill. If there was still time, Gao Yunrui could continue to wait, but Gao Yunrui knew that the Kingla sect no longer had more time. If the Kingla sect still couldn't produce a nascent soul cultivator, then the future of the Kingla sect would be worrying. Please read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. Therefore, even if consuming a low-grade Ning Ying pill would damage his foundation and only allow him to become the weakest nascent soul cultivator, even the weakest nascent soul was still a nascent soul, fundamentally different from a golden core cultivator. As long as the Kingla sect had a nascent soul guarding it, the sect would stabilize, and then the sect would have enough time to cultivate new nascent soul cultivators. For example, He Xiaogang was the disciple Gao Yunrui valued the most. He had the potential to become a nascent soul cultivator. It didn't matter if he himself cut off his Dao, as long as there were successors to continue the sect's legacy, that was enough. It was just that He Xiaogang, on whom Gao Yunrui had placed great hopes, ultimately stabbed him in the back. When he saw that the Kingla sect had actually refined a low-grade Ning Ying pill in the end, He Xiaogang's heart sank. He Xiaogang had secretly manipulated many things in the refining of this Ning Ying pill, but this time, it seemed that luck favored the Kingla sect, and despite so many unfavorable conditions, a low-grade Ning Ying pill was still successfully formed. Although a low-grade Ning Ying pill would damage one's foundation if consumed, it still had the effect of assisting golden core great perfection cultivators in breaking through. Once Gao Yunrui became a nascent soul cultivator, all plans would be ruined. Therefore, He Xiaogang, taking advantage of the critical moment of Gao Yunrui's breakthrough, had the subverted true disciples internally sabotage the sect protecting Grand Array. Subsequently, the powerhouses from He Xiaogang's sect, who had been waiting outside for a long time, quickly invaded. What followed was a tragic battle. Although the enemy came fiercely, the Kingla sect, as a nascent soul great sect, still had its foundation and successfully withstood waves of attacks. Everyone knew that as long as the sect master stepped into the nascent soul realm, everything would be reversed. However, this hope was quickly shattered with the arrival of a nascent soul cultivator. In order to seize the Kingla sect's fourth order spirit land, He Xiaogang's sect not only dispatched a large number of golden core level powerhouses but even sent out a nascent soul level cultivator. If the sect protecting Grand Array was still intact, the Kingla sect could have stopped the nascent soul cultivator, but now that the sect protecting Grand Array was breached, the enemy nascent soul cultivator directly attacked the mountain gate. For the Kingla sect, which had no nascent soul guarding it, this was undoubtedly a disaster of annihilation. In a critical moment, Gao Yunrui performed a forbidden technique, condensing a shattered nascent soul, barely gaining nascent soul level combat strength, and engaged in a great battle with the arriving enemy nascent soul. However, Gao Yunrui's action meant that his life would enter a countdown. Performing a forbidden technique at the critical moment of breaking through to the nascent soul was absolutely a certain death. Taking advantage of Gao Yunrui's burst of power to block the enemy, Hall of Law Enforcement Elder Zhou Suzu made her move. However, Zhou Suzu did not go to kill the enemy, because she knew very well that Gao Yunrui could only barely hold off the enemy's nascent soul powerhouse and could not defeat a true nascent soul cultivator. Therefore, Zhou Suzu chose to clear a path for the sect's disciples to escape. Zhou Suzu's burst blocked many of the enemy's golden core powerhouses, while the remaining golden core elders of the Kingla sect took the sect's foundation and disciples and scattered to escape. As for Chi Chunda, he did not run away with the sect disciples, but instead went into hiding, rescuing Zhou Suzu, who was being corroded by heart fire, and taking her away. Chi Chunda knew that Gao Yunrui's use of a forbidden technique meant certain death, so Zhou Suzu could not be allowed to suffer any more harm. Otherwise, the Kingla sect, having lost its top cultivators, would face a very dire situation. Understanding this, He Xiaogang's sect naturally dispatched a large number of powerhouses to pursue them, but Chi Chunda, as a prodigy disciple of Sheneng Valley, had many methods. With the enemy nascent soul cultivator being entangled, it was impossible for those of the same realm to capture him. However, taking someone with him affected his speed. So, Chi Chunda, through the markings left by the sect, found Yuan Nia's group, sent the severely injured Zhou Suzu to them, and continued to attract the enemy's attention himself. Upon learning this, the worry in Gumo's heart slightly eased. Clearly, Yuan Nia and Chu Fifei had successfully escaped. However, Chi Chunda's situation was not so good. This not good didn't mean he would be caught by the Golden Core cultivators of He Xiaogang's sect. Chi Chunda was confident that he could shake off the opponents given some time. He had encountered even more dangerous situations back then and still managed to escape. But Chi Chunda also didn't expect that the Golden Core cultivators pursuing him were, like him, from the overseas cultivation world. After Chi Chunda used some methods not found in this cultivation world, he was quickly recognized. Chi Chunda was also considered a prodigy-level figure in Shening Valley. Many sect forces would collect information on such prodigies. After Chi Chunda was recognized, those people immediately contacted Chi Chunda's enemies. Ever since Chi Chunda escaped an assassination attempt using a life-saving escape talisman last time, those assassins had not given up and had been searching. At this moment, these people happened to be near this cultivation world and quickly came after receiving the intelligence. The assassins pursuing Chi Chunda were all top tier in strength. Helplessly, Chi Chunda could only continue to flee far away, giving up on finding Gu Mo and abandoning the idea of taking Gu Mo out of this cultivation world to Shening Valley. Because if those assassins knew Gu Mo was his disciple, Gu Mo would certainly die. Unable to take Gu Mo to Shening Valley, Chi Chunda could only let Gu Mo, once he had sufficient strength, transmigrate across the vast ocean and go there himself. And in Chi Chunda's identity token, there was a coordinate map of Shening Valley. As long as Gu Mo could transmigrate the dangerous ocean and reach the cultivation world where Shening Valley was located, he could find Shening Valley using the map. Whoosh! Gu Mo took a deep breath, calmed his emotions, and continued on to the Immortal City. With the Kingluo sect annihilated, Gu Mo currently lacked the ability to avenge the Kingluo sect or to rebuild it. All he could do now was to hide himself and slowly improve his strength. When Gu Mo eventually becomes a nascent soul cultivator, he will act to reclaim the spiritual land that belongs to the Kingluo sect, thus repaying the kindness accumulated over these years. Gu Mo's journey to the Immortal City was very smooth, without encountering any unexpected incidents. After all, with the breath concealment technique and the disguise technique stacked, no one could see through Gu Mo's true identity. Having learned from experience, Gu Mo did not suppress his cultivation realm to the Qi refinement stage this time. Instead, he revealed his true foundation establishment stage strength, which would help avoid harassment from many short-sighted rogue cultivators. Of course, even if a foundation establishment stage rogue cultivator appeared, Gu Mo would not be afraid at all. Although his main body's realm was only at the foundation establishment early stage, his physique and divine soul were already at the foundation establishment great perfection level. Ordinary foundation establishment cultivators were simply no match for Gu Mo. Furthermore, with the false core avatar as a powerful trump card, no matter how many foundation establishment rogue cultivators came, Gu Mo could ensure they would never return. As for Golden Core realm rogue cultivators, those who could cultivate to this realm simply didn't need to be rogue cultivators. Joining any force would earn them generous rewards. Let's rest up ahead. Gu Mo saw a medium-sized township appear ahead and decided to go in and rest. The Immortal City was too far away. At Gu Mo's current speed, it would take at least several months, and he naturally couldn't travel without stopping. Upon entering the township, Gu Mo found a restaurant that served cultivators and ordered a table of spiritual meals. With a fortune of tens of millions, Gu Mo naturally didn't need to be frugal. Have you heard? The Kingluo sect seems to have had an accident. I also heard about it. They say it was attacked by a powerful enemy, and the Kingluo sect has been annihilated. No way, the Kingluo sect is a nascent soul great sect. How could it be destroyed so easily? Gu Mo quietly listened to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators, not surprised that the Kingluo sect's matter had already spread. The annihilation of a nascent soul great sect was definitely a bombshell. This was a major event that might not happen even once in hundreds or thousands of years. It would also profoundly affect the landscape of this cultivation realm. However, after listening for a moment, Gu Mo shook his head. The information these cultivators were sharing was a mix of truth and falsehood, making it impossible to rely on as intelligence. To obtain truly valuable intelligence, one had to purchase it from professional intelligence selling organizations. Although Gu Mo knew the general course of events from Chi Chunda's voice transmission, he didn't know what would happen next. Gu Mo's gaze casually swept the streets of the township through the restaurant window. Suddenly, Gu Mo's eyes narrowed, he left a few spirit stones, and quickly went downstairs. It's a sect mark. Did a disciple of the Kingluo sect escape here? And this is a distress signal. Gu Mo looked at an inconspicuous mark on the street corner. This was a contact mark used by Kingluo sect disciples when outside. Without hesitation, Gu Mo followed the mark's guidance and stopped at a secluded spot in the township. Is this it? Gu Mo looked at the house in front of him, his brows furrowing almost imperceptibly. Then, Gu Mo retreated a few steps and circled the area, as if observing the surroundings. When Gu Mo walked into a corner and came out again, there was a subtle, almost imperceptible change in his aura. Thump, thump, thump. After circling, Gu Mo returned to the small house and knocked on the door with a special frequency. Inside the house, 5 figures sat cross-legged, emitting auras of varying strengths. The strongest aura was at the cultivation chi completion realm, while the other 4 were much weaker, roughly at the chi refining middle stage. Senior brother, the mark we left has been touched. Suddenly, a cultivator at the chi refining middle stage opened his eyes, a hint of complexity in his gaze. Remember, don't reveal any flaws later. Lure him in before making your move, the cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm instructed with a deep breath. Yes. Upon hearing this, the other 4 chi refining middle stage cultivators responded. Thump, thump, thump. As they spoke, the knocking sound with a special frequency rang out. The chi refining middle stage cultivator closest to the door adjusted his emotions and stepped forward to open it. Who are you? The chi refining middle stage cultivator looked at the young man in front of him, his mind racing. He couldn't recall the other party's identity, but that was normal. There were many Kingla sect disciples, and as an outer sect disciple, he couldn't remember all of them. However, as long as the person came through the mark, it basically confirmed they were from the sect. I am Hushuo. I saw the distress signal. Are you in some trouble? Gu Mo casually gave a false name, his gaze passing through the doorway to see the other 4 people inside. However, these 4 people's auras were all very stable, not appearing to be injured. So it's senior brother Hushuo, please come in quickly. The chi refining middle stage cultivator who opened the door ushered Gu Mo into the house. Then, the door closed, and the moment it shut, countless formation patterns appeared in the room. Subsequently, Gu Mo felt a binding force pressing down on him. A confinement formation had actually been set up in this room. Attack. Seeing Gu Mo trapped by the formation, the 5 individuals summoned their magic treasures and slashed towards Gu Mo. Clang, 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 clang. However, the 5 magic treasures struck Gu Mo's body, emitting 5 crisp sounds, yet they didn't harm Gu Mo in the slightest. It would be a joke if a few chi refinement stage cultivators could hurt him. He might as well find a piece of tofu and smash his head in. Considering we were once fellow disciples, I'll give you a chance to explain. Gu Mo looked calmly at the 5 individuals, who were filled with horror. When he saw this house, his divine sense at the Foundation establishment great perfection level had already swept through it, and he had long discovered its abnormalities. However, Gu Mo had not found any golden core level cultivators nearby, so he didn't pay it much mind. With Gu Mo's current combat power, as long as he didn't encounter a true golden core cultivator, cultivators at the Foundation establishment level could no longer threaten him. However, to be safe, Gu Mo deliberately circled the area, then released his false core avatar, sending the false core avatar to check the situation. Therefore, the 5 chi refinement cultivators were attacking a false core cultivator. We were also forced. Blame the sect for being too weak, it was the sect that didn't protect us. We just want to live. The cultivator at the cultivation chi completion realm, his eyes bloodshot, once again activated the magic treasure in his hand and slashed towards Gu Mo. Is that so? The other party's words, combined with the current situation, allowed Gu Mo to roughly guess the reason for the matter. These should be outer sect disciples of the sect. The sect where He Shao Gang was located had clearly used some means to control these outer sect disciples, making them obey orders. Then, they used these disciples to attract those disciples who had fled the sect using the sect's special marks, and then ambushed and killed them. It must be said that this move was extremely vicious, and who knows how many sect disciples would suffer. Although this move would quickly be discovered, the cost was that the fleeing sect disciples would no longer be able to trust each other. Already isolated, they would be unable to unite, which was undoubtedly a very bad situation. Sigh. Gu Mo sighed deeply, raised his hand to catch the magic treasure that the cultivation chi completion realm cultivator had slashed, then gently waved it. The 5 former Kingla sect disciples were all killed. Clap, 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 clap. As the 5 former Kingla sect disciples were killed by Gu Mo, applause suddenly rang out, followed by the appearance of 5 more figures. However, these 5 figures all emitted Foundation establishment level magical power fluctuations, and the one applauding was even a Foundation establishment late stage cultivator. Sect disciples loving each other, truly touching. The Foundation establishment late stage cultivator stared at Gu Mo, and after sensing the Foundation establishment early stage magical power fluctuations Gu Mo revealed, a cruel smile appeared on his lips. We actually caught a big fish. Another Foundation establishment middle stage cultivator stared at Gu Mo as if he had found some treasure. Those disciples who had escaped from the Kingla sect, especially the strong ones among them, carried the heritage of a nascent soul great sect. Killing one definitely presented an opportunity to get rich quickly. Read the error-free version at 1691 Bookbar. Even if they couldn't get rich, taking down a Foundation establishment remnant of the Kingla sect would earn them a substantial amount of sect contribution points. Noisy. Gu Mo said coldly. As he spoke, a little Jengjin sword chi burst from Gu Mo's fingertip. With a gentle sweep, 5 heads flew off in the next instant. Although the Foundation establishment late stage cultivator activated a spiritual energy shield before his death, under the false core level power, this spiritual energy shield was like paper, completely unable to extend his life by even a single breath. It seems these are all of them. At this moment, Gu Mo's main body entered the room. While the false core avatar was killing, Gu Mo's main body had investigated the vicinity again, confirming that these were all the personnel and there were no other hidden individuals. With just these people, Gu Mo's main body could also kill them all, but considering this was in a township, the main body's actions might cause too much commotion. Therefore, it was safer to let the false core avatar act. Under the huge realm gap, the false core avatar easily killed 5 Foundation establishment cultivators. Coupled with the formation concealing the house, outsiders would not know that 5 foundation establishment cultivators had perished here. Those 5 people were truly unlucky to have encountered Guang. If a true Golden Core elder of the Kinglo sect had come, they would not have appeared. Instead, they would have chosen to flee far away and then inform the sect, allowing the sect to dispatch corresponding strong individuals to ambush and kill them. Of course, in the eyes of those 5, the probability of hooking a Golden Core elder was very low, because what kind of bait catches what kind of fish? It was difficult for a few outer sect disciples to lure a Golden Core elder, only the bait of inner sect disciples or even true disciples could attract a Golden Core elder. The result was as they expected, this bait didn't lure a Golden Core elder, but it did lure Guang, a man-eating giant shark. Medium-grade magic treasure flying sword. Killing and looting bodies, this had become Gumo's habit. There was no other way, the sudden wealth from killing the Yuquan township owner had truly allowed Gumo to develop this good habit in a short period of time. Sure enough, there was another gain this time, from the foundation establishment late-stage cultivator, he obtained a medium-grade magic treasure flying sword. The false core avatar Gumo was currently using only a low-grade magic treasure flying sword, so this medium-grade magic treasure flying sword would definitely elevate the false core avatar's combat power by another level. Of course, to fully, or even excessively, unleash the false core avatar's combat power, only a top-grade magic treasure would suffice. However, top-grade magic treasures are generally held by Golden Core level cultivators. It is rare for foundation establishment cultivators to possess top-grade magic treasures, unless they are top geniuses from the top-grade sects. Aside from the medium-grade magic treasure flying sword, Gumo also acquired 4 low-grade magic treasure flying swords, plus some spirit stones, medicinal pills, and talismans, totaling a profit of over 100,000 spirit stones. Indeed, killing and plundering is the fastest way to get rich. After tallying the spoils, Gumo departed gracefully, leaving no trace. As for the corpses in the house, he was too lazy to deal with them, considering it a warning to those who orchestrated this matter. At the same time, Gumo also cleared the sect marks along the way. This was the extent of what Gumo could do. As for gathering the scattered sect disciples and sheltering them, Gumo did not have that ability. While the enemy had not yet discovered the anomaly, Gumo did not linger and left the township directly. Several days later, Gumo arrived at another township and also saw the sect's mark. What happened next was almost a repeat of before. The only difference was that this township was smaller than the previous one, so the personnel stationed here were slightly weaker. This resulted in Gumo's earnings being only a few tens of thousands of spirit stones. However, it didn't matter, there were still many townships along the way, and Gumo could clear them out one by one. Former Kinglo sect Mountain Gate. Young Lord, 3 more foundation establishment disciple soul lamps have extinguished. Yao Shifeng quickly came before He Xiaogang and bowed. At this moment, Yao Shifeng's aura had undergone a noticeable change compared to before. Having pledged allegiance to He Xiaogang, and with He Xiaogang now victorious, Yao Shifeng naturally received immense benefits. I understand. Notify them to stop the fishing plan. He Xiaogang took a deep breath and issued the order to cease the plan. Using Kinglo sect disciples as bait to lure out the fleeing Kinglo sect disciples was his sinister method. Initially, the effect was very good, eliminating many hidden Kinglo sect disciples. But soon, He Xiaogang discovered that the disciples his sect had sent out were also being attacked, suffering heavy casualties. Unable to find the culprit, He Xiaogang could only stop this plan. However, He Xiaogang was somewhat unwilling to give up so begrudgingly. He took out a map, which was marked with many red dots, indicating the locations where sect disciples had died. Here. Suddenly, He Xiaogang's gaze locked onto a township on the map. According to the pattern of the red dots, there was a high probability that the culprit would appear in this township. Go and invite Elder Zong over. He Xiaogang said to Yao Shifeng. Yes. Yao Shifeng took the order and withdrew. Soon, a thin old man, a false core cultivator, appeared. Upon seeing He Xiaogang, he immediately cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, young sect master He." He Xiaogang had made immense contributions in this conquest of the Kinglo sect's spiritual land. By virtue of this great merit, coupled with his identity, he had already been designated as the next sect master candidate. Elder Zong, I have a matter here that requires your esteemed presence. He Xiaogang did not put on any airs of a young sect master and spoke very politely. Please instruct, young sect master. He Xiaogang acted courteously, but Zong Taicheng dared not presume on his seniority. Everyone knew that this young sect master he had achieved great merit and had also consumed a reincarnation pill, mending the flaws in his foundation, and was thus expected to reach the nascent soul realm in the future. In a few more days, we'll reach the immortal city. Gumo looked at a small market city in front of him, took out a map to confirm his location. Gumo had been killing his way through the past few months. Along the way, Gumo cleared out all the hooks he saw, killed many people from He Xiaogang's side, and gained spoils of war worth about several 100,000 spirit stones. By the third time Gumo made a move, the enemy had already become aware and started searching for Gumo's tracks, but unfortunately, with the breath concealment technique at Major Achievement Realm, a disguise technique at Realm, and the assistance of his incarnation, it was very, very difficult to catch Gumo. Of course, the most crucial factor was Gumo's cautious actions. If he found anything amiss, Gumo would decisively choose to abandon the operation. Entering the small market city ahead, Gumo once again saw the familiar sect mark, but this time Gumo was not prepared to make a move. He had made too many moves, especially recently having eliminated a foundation establishment great perfection, so another move would likely attract enemies at the golden core level. But soon, Guo had to abandon his original plan because he saw an acquaintance, Mai Yunfa. At this moment, Mai Yunfa was covered in blood, and specialized shackles radiating cold light pierced his collarbones, as he was being dragged through the market city streets. It was obvious that the enemy had resorted to this vicious tactic to lure Guo out. Of course, the enemy did not know that the person making the moves was Guo, they just thought that Mai Yunfa, as one of King Luosek's rare Lingzi masters, should be considered a relatively valuable disciple. Using a valuable disciple as bait would naturally hook a valuable big fish. It must be said that this move indeed angered Guo, but Guo did not act immediately. The enemy's actions clearly indicated they had already set up a comprehensive trap, just waiting for Guo to fall into it. Suppressing the anger in his heart, Guo found a cultivation immortal cave in the market city. The cultivation immortal caves in such small market cities all used spirit gathering arrays to gather surrounding spiritual energy. Compared to those immortal caves with spiritual veins, they naturally couldn't compare, but they had the advantage of being cheap, and many loose cultivators would choose to come here to break through cultivation bottlenecks. Guo entered the immortal cave under the guidance of an attendant. After the attendant left, Guo immediately left the immortal cave as well, and then directly left the market city. Not long after Guo left the market city, an ordinary-looking middle-aged cultivator emerged from Gumo's immortal cave. This middle-aged cultivator was Gumo's false core avatar. Having his main body leave the market city to ensure safety, and then having his false core avatar make a move, this was Gumo's plan. Following the sect marks left in the market city, Guo quickly found the location, but Guo did not approach, he merely glanced at it from a distance. Then he quietly retreated. Guo could assert that a false core cultivator was hidden in that place. Over the past few months, Gumo's divine soul strength had become very close to the false core level. The power of his divine soul had also given Guo a kind of spiritual intuition. When he wanted to approach that location, the spiritual intuition in his heart faintly raised a sense of danger, and only enemies above false core could make the false core avatar feel danger. This would most likely be a false core cultivator. A true golden core cultivator was unlikely. Gumo's actions during this period had not yet reached the point of requiring a golden core cultivator to be dispatched. Furthermore, the golden core cultivators behind He Shao Gang should have more troublesome matters to deal with now. After all, overthrowing a nascent soul great sect seemed impressive, but the subsequent aftermath was not that easy. Not to mention, if other nascent soul great sects could, they would absolutely not mind using the pretext of helping King Luosek to seize King Luosek's fourth order spiritual vein. Therefore, seizing King Luosek's spiritual vein Dao field was only the first step, whether they could defend this spiritual vein Dao field was the key. Unfortunately, Gumo's intelligence sources were limited at present, making it impossible to obtain high-level intelligence. Since he had determined the enemy was a false core cultivator, Guo felt he could try to make a move. If it were a true golden core cultivator, then Guo could only abandon the rescue plan. He couldn't sacrifice himself just to save someone, could he? However, directly charging in to save someone was clearly not feasible, who knew if the enemy had set up any traps there. Since he couldn't actively break in, he could only lure the enemy out and kill them. Guo was not good at surprise attacks, positional warfare was what Guo was best at. At this moment, the main body outside the market city was already making arrangements. Now, the false core avatar needed to consider how to lure the enemy over. Gumo's gaze swept towards the sect mark, and his heart stirred. Immediately, Guo silently erased the mark and then drew a new one, and this mark would ultimately point to the place Guo wanted them to go. It's been days, has the target still not appeared? Zhong Taicheng asked the several foundation establishment disciples beside him. He had been entrusted by young sect master He to come and intercept the culprit who had killed many of their sect disciples recently. For this, He Shaogang specifically chose a valuable bait. Unfortunately, King Luosek's true disciples and inner sect disciples were either taken away by their golden core elders or had already defected to them, otherwise, using a true disciple or inner sect disciple would definitely have a better effect. Reporting to Elder, no abnormalities have been found yet, a foundation establishment disciple respectfully said. Elder Zone, there's a new development. At this moment, a disciple ran over with a King Luosek disciple. Speak. The disciple kicked the King Luosek disciple and said. Reporting to Elder, a new mark has appeared in the market city, the King Luosek disciple said timidly. Where is the mark located? Zhong Taicheng's gaze sharpened. It was clear that the target had appeared, but this person was indeed very cunning and did not choose to come directly to rescue the person. The mark points to a location 50 li south of the market city, the King Luosek disciple quickly said. Lead the way. Zhong Taicheng stood up. Elder, could this be a trap? A foundation establishment disciple asked. Although King Luosek had been annihilated, many golden core elders had still escaped. If it were a trap set by a King Luosek golden core elder, it would still be very dangerous. Ha 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 ha, do those old fellows from King Luosek dare to show their faces now? They all carry the hope of revitalizing their sect. As long as they are not pushed too hard, they will not show themselves, Zhong Taicheng laughed. The several golden core elders of King Luosek carried the sect's heritage and its disciples. If they dared to show their faces, not only would they act, but people from other forces would probably be unable to resist making a move. And as long as it wasn't a true golden core cultivator, what did Zhong Taicheng have to fear? Soon, Zhong Taicheng led his people away from the market city and headed towards the place indicated by the mark. At this time, Gumo's false core avatar appeared and found the severely injured Mai Yunfa. Senior, quickly leave. Mai Yunfa opened his eyes. He naturally couldn't recognize Gu Mo after his disguise, but he knew this should be a senior from his sect who had come to rescue him. Swish. Swish. Gu Mo pointed his fingers like a sword, severing the iron implements that pierced his collarbones. Then, a Xiao Huishun technique landed on Mai Yunfa, causing his injuries to rapidly recover. Gu Mo, who cultivates the King Mu Sutra, might not be strong in combat, but he was absolutely confident in his healing abilities. Find an opportunity to escape by yourself later. Gu Mo took out a magic sword, several bottles of first-order medicinal pills and talismans and handed them to him. It wasn't that Gu Mo didn't want to take Mai Yunfa to a safe place, but that he had already been targeted. Zhong Taicheng's recent departure was just a feint. At this moment, the opponent was rapidly closing in. Yes. Mai Yunfa also knew that following the senior would only make him a burden. Immediately, Mai Yunfa summoned his magic sword and quickly fled into the distance. As for Gu Mo, he fled in another direction. With him attracting the enemy's attention, Mai Yunfa had a high chance of escaping. After all, they had gone to such great lengths just to find Gu Mo. Now that Gu Mo had appeared, it didn't matter if Mai Yunfa escaped. Indeed. Seeing Gu Mo transform into a streak of light and fly away, Zhong Taicheng's lips curled into a sneer. Playing tricks with him was laughable. Without hesitation, Zhong Taicheng also transformed into a streak of light and pursued Gu Mo. Feeling the rapidly approaching streak of light behind him, Gu Mo sighed inwardly. His false core avatar did not cultivate corresponding movement or escape techniques. It wasn't that Gu Mo didn't want to learn them, but that he lacked the corresponding cultivation technique legacy. If Qingluo sect were still around, with Gu Mo's status as a true disciple, exchanging for a movement or escape technique suitable for a false core avatar to cultivate would absolutely not be a problem. Unfortunately, since he couldn't escape, Gu Mo could only choose to fight. Although Gu Mo knew that his false core avatar was no match in a head-on confrontation, after all, Gu Mo's false core avatar was not a true false core in the strict sense, but a mutated outer core cultivator. It was just that the outer core Gu Mo refined was the false core condensed by his own incarnation. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Because it was a 100% fit, it was considered to be at the false core level. However, Gu Mo never thought of relying on his false core avatar to eliminate the enemy. The main body's arrangements were the key. What the false core avatar needed to do was to lure the enemy over. Go. Gu Mo summoned the medium-grade magic treasure flying sword he had previously obtained and slashed it towards Zhong Taicheng behind him. As soon as Gu Mo made a move, Zhong Taicheng immediately sensed Gu Mo's true strength. Indeed, it's a big fish. Feeling Gu Mo's false core level cultivation, Zhong Taicheng was overjoyed. Although he wasn't a golden core elder, a cultivator of this level should be the highest combat power the Qingluo sect remnants could deploy. Without hesitation, Zhong Taicheng also summoned a large seal to meet Gu Mo's flying sword. Although flying swords were the mainstream magic treasures for cultivators, there were also cultivators who used some special types of magic treasures. And those special types of magic treasures could have miraculous effects in certain specific situations. For example, the large seal Zhong Taicheng summoned had a suppressing effect. As Gu Mo's flying sword approached the large seal, its speed abruptly decreased. A flying sword losing its speed also lost its threat. Without hesitation, Gu Mo directly recalled his flying sword, enduring the cost of taking a blow from the opponent, and continued to flee. This encounter with a true false core cultivator made Gu Mo realize that his false core avatar still had many shortcomings. Once he reached the Immortal City, Gu Mo decided to thoroughly strengthen his false core avatar, allowing it to possess true false core combat power. So, it's a rookie who just advanced to false core not long ago. A simple exchange of blows was enough for Zhong Taicheng to see Gu Mo's insufficient foundation. Continuing the pursuit, 50 li was but a few breaths for a false core cultivator, and they had already arrived at the destination. Upon reaching the destination, Gu Mo's incarnation no longer fled. He summoned his magic treasure flying sword and engaged Zhong Taicheng in battle. Although he was completely suppressed throughout the fight, as both were false core cultivators, it wasn't something Zhong Taicheng could take care of in a short while. During the battle, Gu Mo retreated step by step, while Zhong Taicheng pressed forward step by step, until a crisp crack sound brought the battle to an abrupt halt. Zhong Taicheng looked down at the small wooden stick he had stepped on. The cultivator's spiritual intuition was frantically warning him. Without hesitation, Zhong Taicheng quickly pulled back and retreated. But at this moment, a crimson cherry bomb appeared behind Zhong Taicheng at some unknown point. From that cherry bomb, Zhong Taicheng also felt the threat of death. With both front and back becoming dead ends, Zhong Taicheng immediately chose to ascend into the sky. Severing heaven. But Gu Mo's false core avatar had been waiting for this moment. The sword tactic Gu Mo had comprehended from the Jade Spring sword cannon was unleashed. This sword tactic was named Severing Heaven, a pure offensive sword move specializing in power. However, when Gu Mo used King Mu Sutra's magical power to execute it, this Severing Heaven move lacked a certain unstoppable killing aura, but its might was by no means to be underestimated. Besides, Gu Mo didn't intend to kill the enemy with this move, it was only to prevent the enemy from escaping. The second-order high-grade potato mine and second-order high-grade cherry bomb were enough to eliminate the enemy. Break for me. The vast sword light of the Cutting Heaven sword tactic slashed down. Zhong Taicheng desperately unleashed his full power, trying to break through the sword light. However, while Gumo's sword light lacked some killing aura due to his cultivation technique, it gained a bit of the tenacity of wood-attributed spiritual energy, and Zhong Taicheng was unable to break through it for a moment. And this already sealed Zhong Taicheng's fate. Boom. Boom. Two almost overlapping explosions sounded. If it were one second-order high-grade potato mine or a cherry bomb, Zhong Taicheng would still have a sliver of hope, but with both superimposed, Zhong Taicheng was certain to die. Hu. Looking at the empty crater in front of him, Gu Mo let out a long breath. The explosion, containing the power of annihilation, would absolutely ensure that the enemy's bones were reduced to dust. It was just a bit of a loss that even the spoils of war were blown away. However, it was a good thing there were still a few foundation establishment stage cultivators behind, from whom some spoils of war could be recovered. The false core avatar couldn't defeat Zhong Taicheng, an veteran false core cultivator, but bullying foundation establishment cultivators was very easy. In just about a dozen breaths, Gu Mo returned with the spoils of war. Afterward, Gu Mo did not linger and headed directly for the Immortal City. During the rest of the journey, Gu Mo completely stopped making moves, because he knew very well that with a false core cultivator dead this time, the next one to come could only be a true golden core. Bang! A luxurious table was smashed by the enraged He Xiaogang's punch. Losing a false core cultivator was indeed a significant cost. Of course, what filled He Xiaogang's heart more was the anger of being slapped in the face. However, the golden core elders of the sect were currently unable to split themselves, and according to his estimation, that person's destination should be the Immortal City. In those market cities, He Xiaogang could let people act recklessly, but once in the Immortal City, He Xiaogang dared not act presumptuously, because the Immortal City's strength was absolutely no less than any nascent soul great sect, and possibly even stronger. Yuntian Immortal City. Any cultivator would have heard of this Immortal City. As the only Immortal City in this cultivation world, too many legends have been born here. For example, several centuries ago, a Ningying pill was auctioned off in Yuntian Immortal City. The nascent soul old ancestor of the nascent soul great sect Ling Xiao sect obtained that Ningying pill back then and eventually became a nascent soul cultivator. Besides medicinal pills, Yuntian Immortal City also has records of spiritual artifacts being sold. Spiritual artifacts are higher grade treasures than magic treasures. So-called spiritual artifacts are magic treasures that have already developed spirituality. Possessing spirituality means that the magic treasure will transcend the concept of an artifact and become a treasure of another level. Although its power may not be much stronger than a top-grade magic treasure, it possesses infinite possibilities for the future. At the same time, spiritual artifacts with spirituality already possess simple autonomous attack and self-protection functions. If the spirituality is more abundant, the spiritual artifact can also automatically absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi to refine itself. Like cultivators, spiritual artifacts also have the potential for self-cultivation and growth. Therefore, they can completely be regarded as a magic treasure that can grow. The value of a spiritual artifact that can grow alongside a cultivator is naturally self-evident. Whether it was the Ningying pill or the spiritual artifact, the appearance of such high-level treasures in Yuntian Immortal City established its reputation. Of course, daring to auction such valuable treasures also proved the powerful strength of Yuntian Immortal City. If it were a weaker force, such valuable treasures would definitely be snatched by someone taking a risk if they dared to bring them out. Phew, finally here. Gu Mo looked at the massive city ahead and couldn't help but let out a long breath. After several months of travel, he finally arrived at his destination today. However, this massive city in front of him was not the true Yuntian Immortal City, but rather a sub-city of Yuntian Immortal City. There are 4 such sub-cities in Yuntian Immortal City, located in the east, south, west, and north directions, respectively. At this moment, what appeared before Gu Mo's eyes was the southern sub-city. If just a sub-city was so vast, it was hard to imagine what the main city would be like. As Gu Mo continuously approached the south city, the number of cultivators around also increased. Yuntian Immortal City was like those super metropolises, attracting countless cultivators to seek opportunity. Opportunity does not only exist in ancient ruins, places like Yuntian Immortal City also contain opportunity, among which the most talked about is the Yuntian Pagoda opportunity. In the main city of Yuntian Immortal City, a tall pagoda stands. The pagoda contains numerous trials. Cultivators in the foundation establishment and chi refining realm can enter the pagoda to accept trials, and for each level they pass, they will receive a reward from the Yuntian Pagoda. It is no exaggeration to say that this Yuntian Pagoda opportunity alone attracts countless loose cultivators every year, and even many sect prodigies will come to challenge this Yuntian Pagoda to gain fame. But in Gu Mo's view, this Yuntian Pagoda opportunity should be a gimmick created by Yuntian Immortal City. An Immortal City is essentially a top-tier market. Since it is a market, it will pay great attention to foot traffic. So, how to attract traffic? Relying on top-tier treasures like Ningying pills and spiritual artifacts can only attract top-tier powerhouses. However, an Immortal City cannot only do business with top-tier powerhouses, the business of mid to low-level cultivators is also a huge fortune. And to attract mid to low-level cultivators, one cannot solely rely on treasures, because many loose cultivators are actually very poor and have no spending power at all. Loose cultivators with no spending power are not without value. They are also part of the popularity. Attracting them can increase the traffic of the Immortal City, and traffic is a very important indicator for an Immortal City. This Yuntian Pagoda opportunity should be a means to attract those loose cultivators. It doesn't matter if they don't have spirit stones to spend, they can come and challenge the free Yuntian Pagoda. If they can pass a few levels, they will receive rewards. Once they receive rewards, they naturally gain spending power, and finally, those spirit stones will return to the immortal city. It must be said that for this immortal city to grow so large, there must indeed be a master behind it. Upon entering the South City, Guo had already exclaimed several times. The marketing methods of Yuntian Immortal City were no worse than those on Earth. Who said cultivators only know how to cultivate? This should be it. Guo, holding 5 spirit stones to buy a map of the South City, arrived in front of a small building. This was the place for selling intelligence. Upon arriving at Yuntian Immortal City, Gumo's first task was to gather intelligence, especially about Kingluo sect. Only by knowing the current situation of Kingluo sect could he formulate appropriate countermeasures. Your Excellency, what intelligence do you require? Guo entered a small room. Sitting in front of him was a Foundation establishment cultivator, which showed that this intelligence organization was not weak. Speaking of which, no one who could open a shop here was weak. After all, if their strength wasn't enough, they probably couldn't even afford the rent for the shop. And this intelligence organization didn't just rent a simple shop, but an entire building, and it was in the most prosperous area of the South City. Without some strength, they really couldn't pull it off. Intelligence on Kingluo sect, Guo said. Class A intelligence is 1000 spirit stones, Class B intelligence is 500 spirit stones, and Class C intelligence is 100 spirit stones, the Foundation establishment cultivator opposite said after hearing the intelligence Guo desired. This price was much cheaper than Guo had imagined. Kingluo sect was, after all, a nascent soul great sect, and intelligence involving a nascent soul great sect was usually very expensive. Many people have recently purchased Kingluo sect intelligence, and the more a piece of intelligence is sold, the lower the price, the Foundation establishment cultivator opposite explained, as if seeing Gumo's confusion. Upon hearing this, Guo nodded. Indeed, the more widely known information is, the lower its value. I want Class A intelligence. Guo took out 10 mid-grade spirit stones and handed them over. Soon, the other party handed him a jade slip. This type of jade slip was single-use and would shatter after being read, which maximized the prevention of information leakage. Of course, completely preventing information leakage was impossible. What the intelligence organization could do was maximize the profit from the intelligence before the information spread widely. Picking up the jade slip, Guo left the intelligence organization. Afterwards, he rented a second-order immortal cave as a temporary residence. It must be said that an immortal cave with a spiritual vein had a spiritual chi concentration and persistence that a spirit gathering array could not compare to. Unfortunately, Gumo's cultivation did not require these, he had sun essence. However, Gumo's current identity was that of an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, so his actions had to conform as much as possible to the behavior of a Foundation establishment cultivator. Fortunately, Guo was quite wealthy now, so the cost of renting a second-order immortal cave was no burden to him. Activating the immortal cave restriction, Guo sat on the cultivation mat, took out the intelligence jade slip, and extended his divine sense into it. Soon, a large amount of information poured in. He quickly schemed through the information on Kingluo sect's important personnel, which Guo already knew in more detail than what was on the intelligence. Fenghua sect. Soon, Guo found the intelligence he wanted, the enemy that attacked Kingluo sect. Fenghua sect, and this sect was not from the local cultivation world, but from an overseas force. An overseas force coming to destroy a local nascent soul great sect was definitely a huge stimulus for the major local nascent soul great sects. It was said that not long ago, several major nascent soul great sects jointly prepared to pressure Fenghua sect to retreat. As for whether the fourth order spiritual land of Kingluo sect would be returned to the people of Kingluo sect after Fenghua sect retreated, that was uncertain. After all, they had driven away the enemy, so they should receive some compensation, such as leasing Kingluo sect's fourth order spiritual land for several centuries. It wasn't just the overseas Fenghua sect that coveted Kingluo sect's spiritual land, the local nascent soul great sects were also full of desire, but were hesitant to act due to some unwritten rules. Now that the external Fenghua sect had broken this unwritten rule, those local nascent soul great sects naturally had no more scruples. However, the aggressive pressure from the local major nascent soul sects ultimately amounted to little. As for the reasons, the intelligence also had them, and this was the most valuable part of this intelligence. That was that Fenghua sect had 2 nascent soul level old ancestors. This was the reason why the other nascent soul great sects retreated. A sect with 2 nascent soul cultivators was definitely among the top tier of nascent soul level sects. And those local nascent soul sects basically only had 1 nascent soul cultivator. Even if several major nascent soul great sects joined forces, if Fenghua sect targeted one of them, that one might follow in Kingluo sect's footsteps. No one wanted to become the second Kingluo sect, so the local major nascent soul sects tacitly approved Fenghua sect's establishment here. And Fenghua sect did not remain unyielding. A strong dragon does not oppress a local snake. They also made some concessions and appeased several local nascent soul great sects. Fenghua sect was currently in a state of rebuilding and desperately needed time to develop. They also did not want a conflict with the local nascent soul great sects at this time. So Fenghua sect got the fourth order spiritual land, and the other nascent soul great sects benefited, while only Kingluo sect became the victim, with no avenue for redress. After learning this result, the Golden Core elders who escaped from Kingluo sect chose to completely hide. Originally, they had hoped that the local nascent soul great sects could help, but now it seemed that rebuilding the sect would only depend on themselves. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. When the Golden Core elders of Kingluo sect escaped, they all brought the sect's foundation. These were the resources for King Sect's rise, and these resources were enough for a golden core great perfection cultivator to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm once. However, having lost the fourth order spiritual land, the difficulty of forming a nascent soul would be very, very great. Alas! Watching the jade slip in his hand turn to ashes, Guo couldn't help but let out a long sigh. However, King sect had preserved some seeds, and there was still hope for rebuilding the sect in the future. As long as the legacy continues, there is still hope. Cultivation sect. This was an obscure small sect, located in the remote borders of the cultivation world. The strongest in the sect was only a false core cultivator, but no one knew that this Cultivation sect was a hidden card left by King sect. Now, this hidden card had been activated. The escaped golden core elders were now gathering from all over, using the guise of Cultivation sect to begin reorganizing King sect. However, the current King sect could only be considered a golden core sect, no longer a nascent soul great sect. Cultivation sect side hall. Yuan Naya saw an elder skilled in healing spell appear and quickly went forward, her expression anxious. Elder Lu, how is my master? The heart fire has been temporarily suppressed, but if the erosion of the heart fire cannot be cleared, then senior sister Zhou will not be able to wake up. Elder Lu sighed deeply. To prevent Zhou Suzu's divine soul from being further eroded by the heart fire, she joined forces with several other golden core elders to suppress Zhou Suzu's heart fire and divine soul together. It was simply that Zhou Suzu was too severely eroded by the heart fire, and they had no way to remove the heart fire's erosion alone, so they could only suppress the heart fire and Zhou Suzu's divine soul together. However, doing so would cause Zhou Suzu to fall into a deep sleep, but at least the situation was stabilized, leaving an opportunity for finding a cure for Zhou Suzu in the future. Zhou Suzu held very important significance for the current King sect. After all, she was the only golden core great perfection cultivator at present. The other golden core elders were basically only at the early or middle stage golden core, and with their current state, it would be very difficult for them to reach golden core great perfection. In fact, King sect also had one golden core late stage elder, but that golden core late stage elder had died while covering their retreat. In this situation, helping Zhou Suzu clear the erosion of the heart fire and allowing her to attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm was the fastest way for the sect to rise again. With Zhou Suzu's combat power, if she advanced to nascent soul, what did it matter if Fenghua sect had 2 nascent souls? Of course, this was very difficult. The sect had actually been looking for a solution to Zhou Suzu's heart fire problem for a long time. After all, making Zhou Suzu a nascent soul was not a recent idea, the sect had this plan long ago, but if Zhou Suzu's heart fire problem wasn't resolved, it would be impossible to step into the nascent soul realm. Finally, only sect master Gao Yunrui could come. Aside from the hope of Zhou Suzu, King sect's other option was to cultivate a disciple at the golden core great perfection realm and let them attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. This disciple, to be precise, referred to Yuan Naya. The previous true inheritor trial of King sect encountered an ambush by Fenghua sect, resulting in the loss of many elite disciples. Now, coupled with He Xiaogang's betrayal, King sect's only hope of reaching golden core great perfection was Yuan Naya, a soul seedling. As for the few true inheritors and some intersect disciples they brought out, their chances of becoming golden core were not high, let alone becoming golden core great perfection and attempting to break through to the nascent soul realm. Naya, don't worry about your master. We few can suppress it for a short time. What you need to do now is cultivate diligently, Elder Lu gently comforted. Yuan Naya nodded. At this moment, she was burdened with everyone's high hopes, which made Yuan Naya feel immense pressure, but she knew it was her responsibility. Sister Naya, how is Elder Zhou? Chu Fifei asked when she saw Yuan Naya return. It's nothing, temporarily stabilized. Yuan Naya forced a smile, then spoke of Guo. I wonder how junior brother Guo is doing now. Don't worry, Guo is much stronger than we imagine. He will definitely be fine. Chu Fifei had great confidence in Guo. The repeated shocks Guo brought her made Chu Fifei unconsciously develop a blind trust in him. Of course, there was still some worry in her heart. After all, the enemy they faced this time was a nascent soul great sect from overseas. However, both Yuan Naya and Chu Fifei dared not contact Guo, because once exposed, it would be a devastating disaster. This third-order wind control spell actually costs 300,000 spirit stones, it's so expensive. Guo picked up a jade slip, marveling in his heart. After understanding the current situation of the King sect, Guo had only one choice, to hide himself and secretly improve his strength. After all, the local nascent soul great sect had already ceased their activities. How could Guo, a small foundation establishment cultivator, possibly go head-to-head with a great sect that possessed 2 nascent soul cultivators? If the local nascent soul great sect were to make a move against the Fenghua sect, Guo might still be able to stir up some trouble in the dark. But now, he naturally had to hide obediently and slowly accumulate strength. Once he became a nascent soul cultivator and produced a wave of fourth-order plants, he would go flat in the Fenghua sect. To improve his strength, Guo naturally first thought of his false core avatar. This was Gumo's protective Dao method. After a battle with that false core cultivator from the Fenghua sect, Guo discovered many shortcomings in his false core avatar. For example, its escape technique was lacking. Whether pursuing an enemy or fleeing, not having a good escape technique would be very troublesome. So Guo came to the cultivation technique pavilion of Yuntian Immortal City. General sects would tightly grasp various cultivation techniques and secret arts, not allowing them to leak out at all. But Yuntian Immortal City, however, sold cultivation techniques and secret arts. Although some top-tier cultivation techniques and secret arts were still kept private, many ordinary cultivation techniques and secret arts could be found here. In addition to selling, Yunqian Immortal City also purchased various cultivation techniques and secret arts. As long as Yunqian Immortal City didn't have them, they would buy them at a high price. And all these cultivation techniques and secret arts were appraised by the strong cultivators of Yunqian Immortal City, and only after being confirmed as authentic would they be put up for sale. Therefore, purchasing cultivation techniques in Yunqian Immortal City was equivalent to having a guarantee, but this guarantee was quite expensive. For example, a third-order spell, wind control spell, that Gu Mo was currently interested in, was just a relatively ordinary spell, not even at the level of a secret art or secret method, yet it cost 300,000 spirit stones. Although this was a third-order golden core level spell, 300,000 spirit stones was not a small sum for a golden core cultivator. Golden core cultivators had many places to use spirit stones, and they might not be willing to spend 300,000 spirit stones to buy an ordinary spell. After all, a golden core cultivator could get many resources by simply joining a sect force as a guest elder, and this included various cultivation techniques and secret arts. There was no need at all to come here and buy them at a high price, unless they were those loose cultivator golden core cultivators who were unwilling to join sect forces. But these loose cultivator golden core cultivators probably wouldn't shell out these 300,000 spirit stones. Wouldn't it be better to use these spirit stones to buy some more important cultivation resources? If there was a real need, they could find other cultivators to buy from. Although it would lack the guarantee of Yunqian Immortal City, the price would be much cheaper. However, this guarantee was very important to Gu Mo. Although he had a false core avatar, with his current limited insight, he truly couldn't detect any loopholes in third-order spells. If he cultivated a spell with loopholes and problems arose during a battle, it could be fatal. And with Gu Mo's current wealth, it was easy to pay 300,000, but Gu Mo had more important things to buy, so he wanted to save as much as possible and leave more spirit stones. The more important thing Gu Mo wanted to buy was naturally a spiritual field. This was crucial for Gu Mo. Currently, the upgrade progress bar of the second-order top-grade sunflower in the black mist space was more than halfway, but without a spiritual field, he couldn't plant sunflowers to collect sun essence, so the upgrade progress could only be paused. Therefore, Gu Mo urgently needed to rent a spiritual field now, preferably a third-order spiritual field. Then, after the second-order top-grade sunflower finished upgrading, it could directly condense third-order sun essence. Gu Mo didn't know the price of a third-order spiritual field, so he could only try his best to retain more funds. Yunqian Immortal City could sell cultivation techniques and secret arts, and it could also sell spiritual fields and spiritual veins. This was a cultivation city with a strong commercial atmosphere. Many things that were inviolable in traditional sects could be bought and sold here. Let's sort out the spiritual field first. Gu Mo put down the jade slip in his hand and left the cultivation technique pavilion. The spiritual field was the most important, cultivation techniques and secret arts could wait. As long as Gu Mo didn't leave the Immortal City, there wouldn't really be any battles. Safety, apart from the flow of people, was another important indicator for an Immortal City. In fact, this indicator was even more important than the flow of people. An unsafe Immortal City, no matter how good, would find it difficult to attract people. Therefore, fighting was strictly prohibited in the Immortal City. If there was truly an irreconcilable mortal enemy, the Immortal City had a dueling platform where both parties could engage in a death match. Of course, using the dueling platform cost money. Aside from the dueling platform, if someone were to fight in the Immortal City would absolutely not hold back. Destroying the Immortal City's safety was shaking the Immortal City's foundation, and the Immortal City would not tolerate this. It should be here. Taking out the map he had bought earlier, Gu Mo found a place marked as Immortal City Assets. This was the place responsible for the management, buying, and renting of all real estate in the Immortal City. The Immortal City's real estate didn't just include the main city and the 4 sub-cities. All spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and resource points within the Immortal City's sphere of influence belonged to the Immortal City's real estate. The spiritual fields Gu Mo wanted would most likely be outside the city. After all, although the 5 Immortal Cities were huge, the land inside them was literally worth its weight in gold. No one would cultivate spiritual fields in the city, building immortal caves was the way to maximize profits. Only outside the city, where the land was vast and sparsely populated, could some spiritual veins be transformed into spiritual fields. He just didn't know if there were any third-order spiritual fields. Gu Mo entered the grand hall before him with anticipation. The hall was spacious and there weren't many people. In the center of the hall was a huge shelf, on which hung many wooden plagues. The plagues contained information about the rental and sale of various spiritual veins, spiritual fields, and shops. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly stepped forward, and his divine sense swept over them, quickly reading all the information on the wooden plagues. Then, Gu Mo's brows furrowed slightly. He didn't see any information about third-order spiritual fields. Thinking that third-order spiritual fields were already scarce resources, they probably wouldn't be displayed so simply. Therefore, Gu Mo decided to ask proactively. His gaze swept across the counter on one side of the hall, and Gu Mo quickly locked onto a middle-aged cultivator. "Greetings, senior." Arriving at the counter, Gu Mo immediately sensed the aura of pill power on the other party. This was a false core cultivator. At this moment, Gu Mo was his early-stage foundation establishment main body. Facing a false core cultivator, he naturally had to act as a foundation establishment cultivator. If it had been his false core avatar this time, Gu Mo could have addressed him as fellow deist. For asset buying, selling, and leasing, go over there. The middle-aged cultivator pointed to several other counters not far away. Behind those counters sat young and beautiful chi-refining female cultivators. Junior wishes to rent a third-order spiritual field. I ask Senior to give Junior some guidance. Gu Mo stated his purpose. 3rd Order Immortal Cave. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but sit up straight, scrutinizing Gu Mo. A foundation establishment cultivator wanting to rent a third-order immortal cave wasn't unheard of. Some wealthy and well-connected genius cultivators would do this, for example, renting a second-order immortal cave for cultivation during the chi refinement stage. It wasn't that they had money to burn, but rather that some geniuses cultivated quickly, and the spiritual chi in immortal caves of the same level couldn't satisfy their consumption, so they could only choose a higher order one. No, he seemed to say third-order spiritual field. Suddenly, the middle-aged cultivator reacted. The person in front of him said he wanted to rent a third-order spiritual field, and the spiritual chi in spiritual fields was fixed underground and couldn't be used for cultivation. Therefore, those who rented spiritual fields were either Lingzi masters or some cultivation family that wanted to settle down and find a spiritual field for the family's continuation. However, the Gu Mo in front of him made it impossible for the middle-aged cultivator to discern his origin, unable to determine which type Gu Mo belonged to. Of course, he couldn't see through him. A major achievement level breath concealment technique was not so easily seen through. Furthermore, Gu Mo's current appearance was not his true one, which was why Gu Mo could directly ask about a third-order spiritual field. Gu Mo wasn't worried about being targeted for showing off his wealth. When he changed his appearance and aura, no one would be able to find him. Besides, with the Immortal City's scale, it wouldn't target him just for a third-order spiritual field. After all, if news of the Immortal City attacking a guest were to be exposed, the cost would be something that no amount of third-order spiritual fields could compensate for. Unlike Yuquan Township, which directly attacked and seized a non-existent demonic core from Gu Mo, there are no third-order spiritual fields for rent here. You need to pay attention to the Immortal City's grand auction. Third-order spiritual fields are already qualified to appear at the auction. The middle-aged cultivator shook his head. Thank you, Senior, for clarifying. No third-order spiritual field, although regrettable, was within Gu Mo's expectations. He had long prepared himself for the fact that he wouldn't easily obtain a third-order spiritual field. And the Immortal City's grand auction wasn't held every year, it was held only once every 5 years. Small auctions were held annually, but the probability of a third-order spiritual field appearing at a small auction was extremely low. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Whether it was a first-order spiritual field, a second-order spiritual field, or a third-order spiritual field, they were all the most top-grade treasures within their respective ranks. Even just the right to rent them was extremely precious. After all, if a third-order spiritual field was managed well, it could continuously produce third-order spiritual materials. This was a chicken that could lay eggs. Only Yunqian Immortal City, unlike other sect forces, would never put spiritual fields up for sale or rent. Returning to the shelf, since there was no third-order spiritual field, Gu Mo could only rent a second-order spiritual field first. He couldn't just wait for several years. 2nd Order top-grade spiritual field. Soon, Gu Mo saw information about a second-order top-grade spiritual field for rent. If there was no third-order one, a second-order top-grade one was also good. In fact, by expending some resources, there was a chance to upgrade a second-order top-grade spiritual field to a third-order one. However, there were still some conditions to rent this second-order top-grade spiritual field. Condition 1, the cultivator renting the spiritual field needed to be a second-order Lingzi master. Condition 2, after renting the spiritual field, specific spirit plants needed to be planted. Condition 3, provide certain protection to the cultivation family that owned the spiritual field. The 3 conditions were very strict. For example, the second condition, every Lingzi master specialized in planting different spirit plants, and designating a specific spirit plant was something many Lingzi masters couldn't accept. But corresponding to the strict conditions was the cost of renting this second-order top-grade spiritual field, 0. That's right, as long as the conditions were met, one could rent that second-order top-grade spiritual field for free. And Gu Mo seemed to meet all these conditions. During the chi refinement stage, Gu Mo had already mastered some of the abilities of a second-order Lingzi master. Now that he had become a formal foundation establishment cultivator, it was naturally logical for him to become a second-order Lingzi master. As for planting spirit plants, Gu Mo, who cultivated the King Mu Sutra, could basically plant most spirit plants, unless they were those that required extremely special environments. Gu Mo could handle most ordinary spirit plants. The third condition, protecting the cultivation family that originally owned the spiritual field, depended on whether that cultivation family had provoked any powerful enemies. If it was a golden core level cultivator, then Gu Mo could only give up. However, this possibility was small. That cultivation family probably didn't have golden core level cultivators, provoking an outer core or false core cultivator would be their limit. Golden core cultivators also needed to have the qualifications to provoke them. The strength gap was too large, you weren't even qualified to provoke the other party. Taking down the wooden plaque, Gu Mo went to the counter where the beautiful chi refining female cultivator was sitting to register. The Immortal City's asset personnel would then notify the renter to come and sign the contract with Gu Mo. After waiting for about an hour in the reception room, a beautiful woman entered the reception room. The woman's hair was coiled up, revealing her fair neck, an especially made magical robe outlined her full figure, which exuded a mature charm. Her appearance involuntarily drew Gu Mo's gaze. Of course, while marveling at her mature beauty, Gu Mo also didn't overlook her cultivation, middle stage foundation establishment. Early stage foundation establishment. Fang Jiayan entered the reception room and saw that the person who wanted to rent her family's spiritual field was actually an early stage foundation establishment cultivator, which surprised her slightly. She had thought that anyone interested in renting a second-order top-grade spiritual field should at least be a late-stage foundation establishment Lingzi master. As for an early-stage foundation establishment cultivator, she wasn't disliking him for his low cultivation, but rather concerned about his Lingzi master level. 2 of the 3 conditions she set were related to Lingzi masters. However, Fang Jiayan quickly suppressed the surprise in her heart and stepped forward, bowing slightly. This concubine, Fang Jiayan, greets fellow deist. Although her cultivation was higher than his, Fang Jiayan still kept her posture very low. After all, the person in front of her might very well be the savior of her family. Fellow deist Fang, there's no need to be so polite. This action of hers also stunned Gu Mo, who then stood up and returned the greeting. After a brief self-introduction, both parties began to discuss the contract. Of course, this was mainly Fang Jiayan verifying whether Gu Mo met the conditions she had set. Immediately, Gu Mo took out a spirit plant, then activated the King Mu Sutra. Soon, the spirit plant in Gu Mo's hand began to grow rapidly. This scene, to mortals, was undoubtedly a miracle. Even Fang Jiayan's eyes sparkled repeatedly. This simple display was enough to prove Gu Mo's profound skill in the Dao of Lingzi Master. Fellow deist whose strength in the Dao of Lingzi Master is truly impressive. Fang Jiayan now put down some of her previous worries. As for Fang Jiayan calling Gu Mo fellow deist who, that was naturally because Gu Mo used the pseudonym Hushuo. He would not expose his real name. Then, fellow deist Fang, could you please tell me about your situation? After demonstrating his ability, Gu Mo also wanted to investigate the other party's background, just in case there was some huge pit waiting for him to jump into. After all, the conditions set by the other party were full of strangeness. If there was really some trap, then Gu Mo could only refuse. Of course. Fang Jiayan nodded. Even if Gu Mo hadn't asked, she would have explained the situation clearly. After all, this matter concerned the survival of her family, and she dared not be careless. As Fang Jiayan recounted, Gu Mo finally understood the origin of her 3 conditions. Fang Jiayan's family had migrated to Yuntian Immortal City 100 years ago. They then exhausted all their assets to purchase a second-order low-grade spirit field within the Immortal City's vicinity. With this second-order low-grade spirit field as their core, they settled down. Utilizing the output of the second-order low-grade spirit field, her family also cultivated a foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator, who was Fang Jiayan's Dao companion. Fang Jiayan's Dao companion's talent was indeed excellent. Not only did his cultivation reach foundation establishment Great Perfection, but he also became a Lingzi master and successfully cultivated the second-order spirit plant, Sword Bamboo. Sword Bamboo is a spirit plant naturally imbued with sword chi, making it an excellent material for crafting sword talismans. By relying on Sword Bamboo, Fang Jiayan's family successfully became a supplier to Yuntian Immortal City. Yuntian Immortal City's daily transaction volume was astonishing, and the prerequisite for maintaining this astonishing volume was a sufficient supply of goods. Part of this supply came from cultivators who gathered there. However, a larger portion came from the shops affiliated with Yuntian Immortal City. To ensure a continuous supply of goods for its shops, Yuntian Immortal City would seek out suppliers within its sphere of influence. These suppliers would provide various spirit materials, and Yuntian Immortal City would acquire them at a relatively reasonable price. However, becoming a supplier for Yuntian Immortal City was not easy. Only valuable spirit materials would be selected. If they were ordinary spirit materials, Yuntian Immortal City would not accept them. The sword bamboo cultivated by Fang Jiayan's family belonged to the category of relatively rare spirit materials, which allowed them to smoothly become a supplier to Yuntian Immortal City. Becoming a Yuntian Immortal City supplier was equivalent to having a protective talisman within the Immortal City's sphere of influence. No one would dare to touch a supplier of Yuntian Immortal City. Although Yuntian Immortal City did not explicitly state that it would protect its suppliers, attacking a supplier and causing them to fail to deliver on time would affect Yuntian Immortal City's business, and business was Yuntian Immortal City's core interest. Whoever disrupted Yuntian Immortal City's business would face severe consequences. However, unforeseen circumstances preventing timely delivery were not limited to external attacks, there were also internal reasons. For example, Fang Jiayan's Dao companion recently attempted to break through to the Golden Core realm but ultimately failed and died. His death was a huge blow to the entire family. At the same time, the sword bamboo could not be delivered on time because he was the only Lingzi master in the entire family. If they failed to deliver on time, they would lose their qualification as a supplier to Yuntian Immortal City. At a time when the family's strongest foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator had died attempting to break through to Golden Core, losing their supplier qualification would be extremely dangerous. Many people would covet a second-order low-grade spirit field. Therefore, Fang Jiayan offered 3 conditions to find a Lingzi master who could cultivate sword bamboo. As long as they could deliver on time, they would retain their supplier qualification, and with that qualification, no one would dare to attack them. So that's it. Gu Mo nodded. The situation was much better than he had imagined. He had thought the other party might have offended some powerful enemy, which was why they seemed so urgent. It turned out they just wanted to maintain their qualification as a supplier to Yuntian Immortal City. Since the other party had not provoked any powerful enemies, Guo signed the spirit field lease agreement with her. The term of the agreement was not specifically defined. If Guo could obtain a third-order spirit field in the future, he would terminate the lease, so he did not want to specify a concrete lease term. Fang Jiayan also did not want a fixed lease term because once her family cultivated a new Lingzi master, the spirit field would naturally be managed by her own family members. Hu Daiyu, let's go see the spirit field at my family's residence now. With the agreement reached, Fang Jiayan immediately invited Guo to go. Alright. Guo nodded. For the next period, he would be residing there. Fang Jiayan's family residence was about several thousand li from the south city of Yuntian Immortal City. This was still within the heartland of Yuntian Immortal City. The area covered by Yuntian Immortal City was said to be tens of thousands of li wide. Everything within this tens of thousands of li radius belonged to Yuntian Immortal City. However, over the years, Yuntian Immortal City had either leased or sold some of the spirit veins and spirit fields here to many cultivation families or small sects. These cultivation families and small sects relied on Yuntian Immortal City for survival, cultivating spirit plants, crafting talismans, medicinal pills, magical artifacts, and such to sell in the Immortal City to make a living. At the same time, they contributed to the prosperity of Yuntian Immortal City. If they were lucky, and produced some rare spirit plants, or unusual medicinal pills, talismans, and the like, they would have a chance to become a supplier to the Immortal City, which meant they had made a name for themselves. Hu Daiyu, this is my family's residence. Fang Jiayan pointed to a mountain ahead. The top of this mountain had been leveled, and a spirit field of about 2 mu had been cultivated there. This should be where the second-order low-grade spirit field was located. And at the mountainside, there were also many scattered small spirit fields. These were some spirit vein branches derived from the second-order low-grade spirit field. These types of spirit vein branches were also utilized, and small spirit fields were cultivated from them. If these scattered spirit fields were managed well, they could also yield a good amount of produce. These scattered small spirit fields were not within the scope of the contract, so they did not belong to Guo. Of course, Guo did not care for these scattered small spirit fields either. At the foot of the mountain was a large cluster of buildings, which was Fang Jiayan's family residence. From the scale of the buildings, it could be seen that the family had a considerable number of people. Considering this was a family with a legacy of over 100 years, and had been protected by Yuntian Immortal City for that century without major calamities, it was normal for them to have many members. Hu Daiyu, this is the token for entering and exiting the formation. With this token, you can enter and exit freely. Fang Jiayan took out a jade talisman. This jade talisman only had the effect of entering and exiting the grand formation. The true control jade talisman would naturally not be given to outsiders. Taking the jade talisman, Guo and Fang Jiayan passed through the grand formation and directly descended onto the spirit field at the mountain peak. During this time, Fang Jiayan had no intention of introducing Guo to her family members, and Guo also had no such thought. Their relationship was merely a lease, and they only needed to fulfill the terms agreed upon in the contract. He carefully sensed the spiritual qi in the spirit field. It was indeed a second-order low-grade spirit field. Some bright silver bamboos were also planted in the spirit field. When the breeze blew, the bamboos emitted sounds of sword qi, which was sword bamboo. However, these sword bamboos looked to be in poor condition at the moment. They likely hadn't been tended to by a Lingzi master for a long time. If this continued, these sword bamboos wouldn't wither and die, but their quality would inevitably decline. Guo stepped forward and used plant perception, quickly seeing the detailed condition of the sword bamboos before him. How should he put it? The cultivation of these sword bamboos was very ordinary. The cultivation of sword bamboo, in addition to normal spirit fields and spirit rain, also required tempering with little Zhengjin sword qi. Only then could the sword bamboo grow better. However, these sword bamboos in front of him apparently had not been tempered with little Zhengjin sword qi, relying entirely on the raw spiritual qi of the second-order low-grade spirit field. Second-order low-grade sword bamboo planted in a second-order low-grade spirit field, what else could it be but brute force cultivation? How do you cultivate this sword bamboo? Guo asked Fang Jiayan, who was beside him. This. Facing Gumo's question, Fang Jiayan hesitated. How to cultivate spirit plants was every Lingzi master's secret. However, thinking that her Dao companion was already dead, these secrets were no longer secrets. Immediately, Fang Jiayan informed him of the method for cultivating sword bamboo. The Lingzi master legacy you obtained is incomplete, isn't it? After listening to Fang Jiayan's narration, Guo couldn't help but shake his head. He now understood how important a good Lingzi master legacy was. The other party didn't even know that sword bamboo needed to be tempered with little Zhengjin sword qi. Yet, this knowledge was merely a casual passage in the ancient texts Qi Chunda gave Guo. This short line of text was a secret manual that many loose cultivator Lingzi masters desperately sought. From this, it could also be seen how powerful the Sheneng Valley's Lingzi master legacy was. Yes, that Lingzi master legacy was obtained by my husband in the Immortal City's trade market. Fang Jiayan's face flushed slightly. She had originally thought the other party wanted to inquire about their secret for cultivating sword bamboo, but now it seemed that this fellow deist who had no regard for their Lingzi master legacy at all. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Although Lingzi masters are not as highly regarded as alchemists, artificers, formation masters, or talisman masters among the 100 arts of cultivation, a Lingzi master's legacy is not easily obtained. To acquire an incomplete legacy in the trade market was already quite fortunate. But at this moment, Gumo's disdain for their sword bamboo cultivation method made Fang Jiayan realize that the other party was a Lingzi master who possessed a complete Lingzi master legacy, not someone her half-baked Dao companion could compare to. I will take care of these sword bamboos. Afterwards, I will set up some concealing and defensive formations here. Gumo stated. He didn't want his cultivated plants to be known by others. Therefore, he would set up the usual three here, an illusion formation, a nut array, and a breath-concealing formation. Then I won't disturb Hudayu. Fang Jiayan bowed slightly, then left. She didn't mind Gumo setting up formations, it was normal for a Lingzi master to protect their own secrets from being spied upon by outsiders. Let's get to work. After Fang Jiayan left, Gumo took out his formation plate and began setting up. The illusion formation and breath-concealing formation were the same as before, but the nut array now had a second-order low-grade nut as its core, supported by other second-order nuts. A nut array with a second-order low-grade nut as its core should be able to withstand the attacks of a false core cultivator. If all the nuts were replaced with second-order low-grade ones, it might even block a golden core cultivator. The formation covered the entire 2 mu of spirit field, but Gumo could only utilize 1 mu of the second-order low-grade spirit field. The other mu was needed for cultivating sword bamboo. Of course, the contract also clearly stated that the area of the second-order low-grade spirit field leased by the other party was 1 mu. However, with Gumo's ability, he could completely squeeze out another half mu of land without affecting the sword bamboo's output, thus giving Gumo a usable spirit field area of 1.5 mu. Although 1.5 mu was still a bit small, it was barely enough as a temporary transition. Since he couldn't cultivate on a large scale, Gumo would pursue a high-quality approach, focusing on improving the rank of plants rather than quantity. While Gumo was busy, the family residence at the foot of the mountain was quite noisy. The other family members opposed Fang Jiayan leasing the important second-order low-grade spirit field to an outsider, because they wanted another option. That option was for Fang Jiayan to remarry. Fang Jiayan's beauty was well known in this area, and many people coveted her looks. After her Dao companion's demise, many important figures from various family forces immediately expressed their desire to marry Fang Jiayan. And the other party would then pay a dowry sufficient to help the entire family overcome this difficult period. Compared to leasing the family's important spirit field to an outsider, other family members preferred Fang Jiayan to remarry. This way, not only would the family's important spirit field not need to be leased to an outsider, but Fang Jiayan would also be unable to leverage her identity as the clan chief's Dao companion to control family affairs. Although she was the clan chief's Dao companion, she was still an outsider. How could an outsider control the family's affairs? They should be inherited by other direct descendants of the family. In a cultivation family with a legacy of several hundred years, the existence of various factions is inevitable. Each faction has its own interests, and true unity can only be achieved in times of life or death crisis. Why does this family have such short-sighted people like you? If we don't lease out the spirit field, who will cultivate sword bamboo? Who will supply the immortal city? Once we lose our status as a supplier to the immortal city, do you know what the consequences will be? Fang Jiayan listened to their arguments, feeling a wave of exhaustion. After speaking, Fang Jiayan's gaze swept towards an elderly family elder with grey hair. He was a foundation establishment late-stage cultivator and the most boisterous one, because if Fang Jiayan remarried, the position of clan chief would inevitably be his. Hehe, as long as you remarry into the Su family, we will form an alliance. With the combined strength of our two families, no one in this region can threaten us. The family elder sneered. Lu Rong, are you an idiot? Hearing this, Fang Jiayan couldn't help but laugh out of anger. The family's safety was to be entrusted to others? At that point, the people they would need to be most wary of wouldn't be others, but that Su family itself. You. Being cursed at directly, Lu Rong was furious, but he ultimately held back. In the cultivation world, strength was respected, even within a family. Although Lu Rong was at the foundation establishment late stage, he was old, and in a fight, he was no match for Fang Jiayan, who was at the foundation establishment middle stage. After all, as the clan chief's wife, she had received many treasures from the family. It was precisely because of this that Lu Rong wanted Fang Jiayan to remarry and leave. This way, he could not only become the clan chief but also gain access to the family's resources. Furthermore, the Su family, who facilitated this matter, would give him an additional lifespan extension medicinal pill. For cultivators whose lifespan was nearing its end, a lifespan extension medicinal pill held a strong appeal. For this, even sacrificing some family interests was acceptable, as long as he, Lu Rong, could extend his lifespan by a few years, he would have hope of attempting to break through to foundation establishment great perfection. Once his cultivation breakthrough, he could live freely for another 100 years, and if he was lucky, perhaps even have hope of attempting to break through to golden core. And the premise for all of this was obtaining that lifespan extension medicinal pill. Gumo didn't know about the entangled interests within the Fang Jiayan family, nor was he interested in knowing. What Gumo had to do now was set up the plant battle line. It was still 1.5 mu of spiritual field, but the spiritual field grade at the previous resource point was medium grade second order, while the grade of this 1.5 mu of spiritual field was now peak second order. With the higher spiritual field grade, the quality of the sun essence condensed by the sunflower would also increase, and the peak second order pea shooter could also exert its full power. He could even increase the planting density of the plants, but to ensure quality, Gumo still dismissed the idea of continuing to increase the number of plants. His primary goal now was to upgrade the peak second order sunflower to third order. This way, when he rented a third order spiritual field, the third-order sunflower could be immediately put to use. Even if he couldn't rent a third-order spiritual field in a short time, planting a third-order sunflower in a peak second-order spiritual field should still be able to condense sun essence of a quality beyond second-order. Just like when he planted a second-order sunflower in a first-order spiritual field and condensed misty spiritual chi. The transplanting of the plants didn't take much time. Soon, the spiritual field was filled with various plants, and then Gumo released Little Carp. Upon arriving in the new environment, Little Carp excitedly swam around to familiarize herself with the surroundings, then patrolled among the plants. Managing the plants in the spiritual field had already become Little Carp's inherent duty. At this moment, the newly transplanted plants seemed to be a bit listless. Immediately, Little Carp cast her innate spell, and dark clouds instantly gathered in the sky, and soon, a drizzling spiritual rain fell. Nourished by the spiritual rain, the plants in the spiritual field gently swayed their bodies, and even the sword bamboo nearby emitted a joyful sword hum. The major achievement level small cloud rain technique was something those sword bamboo had clearly never experienced before. It was a pity that Little Carp's rank was still a bit low. If she could advance to become a second-order spirit beast, the effect of the small cloud rain technique cast by Little Carp would be even stronger. The power of a spirit beast's innate spell would continuously increase with the improvement of her strength. Gumo had also never stopped feeding Little Carp. Gumo needed the second-order sun essence to upgrade the sunflower and for cultivation, but half of it was first-order sun essence, which was either used to purchase plants, or it was directly fed to Little Carp. Now, Little Carp had basically reached the peak of a first-order spirit beast, just one step away from becoming a second-order spirit beast. Work hard, and when there's extra second-level solar essence, I'll give it to you then. Gumo stroked Little Carp's smooth and delicate fish scales. Gumo truly didn't have any extra second-level solar essence, and Gumo didn't know how much second-level solar essence it would take for Little Carp to become a second-order spirit beast. Therefore, he could only wait for now. Upgrading the sunflower was the top priority. Plop. Hearing Gumo's promise, Little Carp happily smacked her lips. With the improvement of her strength, Little Carp's wisdom was also rapidly increasing, and this rate of increase was even faster than other spirit beasts, perhaps due to the sun essence. Night fell. A figure silently left the spiritual field, left the Lu family's formation, and disappeared into the sky. This departing figure was Gumo's false core avatar. Now that the plant battle line had been set up and the main body was in a safe state, Gumo was ready to send out the false core avatar. He would also take some of the spoils of war to Yuntian Immortal City to deal with them. Most importantly, he would trade the peak-grade abacus magic treasure for a peak-grade flying sword magic treasure, which would definitely provide an immediate boost to the false core avatar's combat power. Although it was night, the Immortal City was still bustling. This was only the South City, and there were 3 more such prosperous immortal cities, not to mention the main city. However, there were some conditions for entering the main city, such as spending a certain amount of spirit stone in the 4 sub-cities of Yuntian Immortal City, or being a powerful cultivator. These conditions ensured that those who appeared in the main city were all either rich or noble, and the amount they traded accounted for almost 30% of the total transaction volume of the entire Yuntian Immortal City. They were VIP customers of Yuntian Immortal City, and Gumo's false core avatar also met the conditions for entering the main city, but the consumption in the main city was too high, so Gumo wouldn't wander there without reason. The South City, where he was currently, could satisfy all his needs. Greetings, Immortal Master. How may I help you? When Gumo arrived at Yuntian Treasure Pavilion, a Chi refinement stage attendant, sensing the aura of Gumo's false core avatar, immediately bowed respectfully. A false core cultivator was considered a big shot among the VIP customers of the Immortal City. Selling treasures. Gumo's expression was cold. Now that he was a false core cultivator, he naturally had to have the demeanor of a false core cultivator. In Yuntian Immortal City, any shop with Yuntian in its name belonged to Yuntian Immortal City. This Yuntian Treasure Pavilion was specifically responsible for acquiring cultivator treasures, whether it was magic treasure, medicinal pill, talisman, or cultivation technique, secret arts, they accepted them all. Immortal Master, please come this way. Hearing this, the Chi refining attendant quickly led Gumo to a quiet room. This was the treatment reserved for powerful cultivators at the golden core level. Other cultivators could only sell their treasures at the counter. Greetings, fellow deist. Soon, an old man appeared, exuding the aura of an outer core cultivator. Gumo was not surprised by this, as it was not difficult for Yuntian Immortal City, with its scale, to obtain some third-order demonic cores. And these third-order demonic cores would be bestowed by Yuntian Immortal City upon those cultivators who possessed special abilities but whose spiritual root was insufficient to become a golden core cultivator. For example, this old man in front of him was a very skilled treasure appraiser, but due to his spiritual root talent, cultivating to foundation establishment was already his limit. However, his superb attainment in appraising treasures led Yuntian Immortal City to bestow upon him a third-order demonic core, allowing him to become an outer core cultivator and extend his lifespan by several hundred years. This reward system attracted many talented individuals with special abilities to Yuntian Immortal City, and the more talents there were, the stronger Yuntian Immortal City's power naturally became. As for why Gumo knew so much detail, it was because such deeds had long been circulating in Yuntian Immortal City. Yuntian Immortal City naturally wanted everyone to know about such good things, so as to attract talent, right? Gumo stood up and returned the bow, then took out all the unnecessary spoils of war from his storage ring. Seeing Gumo, a false core cultivator, pull out a pile of first-order and second-order medicinal pill, talisman, and some magical artifact, the old man was slightly stunned, but he still very seriously appraised the items Gumo took out and gave an estimated price. In the end, Gumo's pile of spoils of war sold for a total of 800,000 spirit stone. Unfortunately, that false core cultivator was blown up by the potato mine and cherry bomb, so no spoils of war were obtained, otherwise, this time's income should have been even higher. After clearing out the unnecessary trash, Gumo took out the peak-grade abacus magic treasure and explained his request to exchange this peak-grade abacus magic treasure for a peak-grade flying sword magic treasure. This is not difficult. The old man inspected the peak-grade abacus magic treasure, his eyes slightly brightening. This kind of special magic treasure was very rare, especially this one, which was absolutely the most suitable magic treasure for a formation master, and cultivators who had made achievements in alchemy, artifact forging, formation, and talisman, basically would not be poor. So, there was absolutely no problem with Gumo wanting to exchange this abacus magic treasure for a flying sword of the same rank. Fellow deist, I have 3 options here. The old man put down the abacus magic treasure and extended 3 fingers. First, this pavilion happens to have a peak-grade flying sword magic treasure, which can be exchanged with fellow deist. Second, Yuntian Immortal City's main city often holds exchange meetings for golden core level cultivators. Fellow deist can go there to exchange with other fellow deist. The third is to go to a large auction. The old man finished explaining the 3 options, then waited for Gumo to make a choice. The first option was the most time-saving and labor-saving, but the disadvantage was that the flying sword in Yuntian Treasure Pavilion was not very suitable for Gumo's false core avatar, because it was a fire-attributed peak-grade flying sword. And Gumo, who cultivated the King Mu Sutra, had a wood attribute for his core energy. Although wood generates fire, driving it with wood attribute core energy could amplify the power of the fire-attributed flying sword. However, it was not conducive to Gumo's control. The input power was ignited and turned into fire attribute, and the cultivation technique Gumo cultivated was not good at controlling fire attribute power. As for the second option, the range of choices was relatively wide. If he encountered a formation master suitable for this abacus magic treasure, he could even exchange it at a premium, but the disadvantage was that when exchanging treasures with other cultivators, the quality depended on one's own judgment, and once the transaction was completed, problems could not be reversed. Read the error-free version on 1-6-1-9-1 Book 1 bar. As for the third, the range was the widest, and the probability of exchanging for a desired flying sword was the highest, but the disadvantage was that it required waiting. A small auction waited 1 year, and a large auction waited 5 years, and for the peak-grade magic treasure level, going to a 5-year large auction was the most suitable. I choose the third option. After a moment of thought, Gumo chose the third option. Although Gumo possessed a false core avatar, his horizons were currently only at the foundation establishment level. Experience needed to be accumulated over time, and Gumo was still very young. He was not confident in competing with those old fellows at the golden core level in terms of cunning. Since there was no suitable flying sword for him in Yuntian Treasure Pavilion, going to an auction was naturally the first choice. Good, then please register here, fellow deist. The old man was also very happy with Gumo's choice of the third option. A special type of peak-grade magic treasure appearing at an auction would definitely add a lot of luster to the auction, and the better the treasures appearing at the auction, the more it could demonstrate the power of Yuntian Immortal City. Therefore, at every large auction, Yuntian Immortal City would search everywhere for treasures attractive enough to be placed in the auction. In order to create a highlight in a short period of time, with popularity, the auction could attract more wealthy people and powerful individuals, and also allow the auction items to be sold at high prices. After the treasure registration was completed, Gumo paid a considerable spirit stone deposit. If Gumo cancelled the treasure auction before the large auction, this deposit would not be refunded. Because after the treasure is registered, Yuntian Immortal City will use its own channels to promote this peak-grade formation Dao magic treasure to those formation masters, and then, once those formation masters' interest is piqued, and finally, the treasure is gone at the large auction, this is equivalent to Yuntian Immortal City wasting its effort for nothing. It would also displease those formation masters, which is why there was this deposit, to ensure that the holder would deliver the treasure to the large auction on time. After handling the spoils of war, Gumo left Yuntian Treasure Pavilion, rented an immortal cave befitting his false core cultivator status, and settled down. Next, Gumo would operate in Yuntian Immortal City under 2 identities. The main body would primarily be responsible for managing the spiritual field and upgrading plants, while the false core avatar would be responsible for gathering information, attending golden core level gatherings, and broadening his horizons. At the same time, in a private room of a certain restaurant in the South City, a middle-aged man was drinking with a white-haired old man. Elder Lu Rong, you haven't fulfilled what you promised me, this lifespan extension pill. The middle-aged man took out a jade bottle, shook it in front of the old man's eyes, and immediately put it away. Looking at the fleeting lifespan extension pill, Lu Rong's breathing became a bit hurried. The older he got, the more he feared death, and with his lifespan approaching its limit, Lu Rong's desire for a lifespan extending medicinal pill had reached its peak. For this, he cooperated with Su Guangchuan, the clan chief of the Su family, and tampered with the life-saving item of Fang Jiayan's husband, who was also the Lu family's clan chief, when he was attempting to break through to Golden Core. If the Lu family's clan chief could become a Golden Core cultivator, even a false core cultivator, and lead the family to a higher level, Lu Rong would choose to obey. After all, if the family became stronger, he would also benefit. But if the family clan chief failed in his breakthrough, it meant the severance of the Golden Core path. Even if he had a life-saving item that could prevent death, his damaged strength meant he could no longer lead the family forward. Rather than occupying family resources like this, it would be better for him to die and let Lu Rong lead the family forward. Ultimately, the Lu family clan chief failed in his breakthrough, and the tampered life-saving item failed to preserve his life. However, before Liu Rong could claim the spoils of war, Fang Jiayan immediately put the family's important peak second-order spiritual field up for rent in Yuntian Immortal City, which greatly angered Liu Rong. Furthermore, his persuasion for Fang Jiayan to remarry also failed, which meant he couldn't obtain the lifespan extension pill promised by Su Guangchuan, the Su family clan chief. Elder Liu, how about this? Let's sign an agreement. I'll help you remove some obstacles. How about it? Su Guangchuan took out an agreement. As long as Elder Liu signs this agreement, I, Su, will immediately present the lifespan extension pill. This is impossible. Liu Rong glanced at the agreement and immediately refused. If he signed this agreement, it would be equivalent to handing over the family's life and death to an outsider. Although he was greedy for life and feared death, he also knew that the family was his root, and if the root was gone, then everything else would also be gone. I'd like to see how long you can hold out. Looking at the departing Liu Rong, Su Guangquan's lips curled into a cold smile. He had investigated Liu Rong very clearly. This was a person who was greedy for life and feared death, and as his lifespan continuously approached its limit, the feeling of death constantly drawing near was not something everyone could face calmly. To survive, it was possible to do even the most outrageous things. Su Guangquan's elaborate scheme, even offering a precious lifespan extension pill, was not for Fang Jiayan's beauty as it appeared on the surface. Although Fang Jiayan was indeed very captivating, this was only secondary. The Liu family's peak second-order spiritual field was Su Guangquan's true objective. Because his Su family had recently obtained a treasure, and it was precisely because of that treasure that Su Guangchuan set his sights on the Liu family's peak second-order spiritual field. A transition, and soon there will be new plants. Yuntian Immortal City's main city. Gu Mo originally thought that Yuntian Immortal City's main city would be a larger city than its 4 sub-cities, but the reality was quite the opposite. The main city's area was actually smaller than the sub-cities. However, feeling the pervasive dense spiritual qi in the main city, Gu Mo knew that based on this alone, the main city had already completely surpassed the sub-cities. This was because Yuntian Immortal City's main city was built on a 4th-order spiritual vein, which, if it were any other sect, would be a forbidden land that even their own disciples would find difficult to enter. But in Yuntian Immortal City, the location of the 4th-order spiritual vein allowed outsiders to enter. Although there were some conditions to enter the main city, these conditions were too lenient compared to those sects. At this moment, Gu Mo finally understood why so many people wanted to enter the main city. For cultivators without a major sect background, Yuntian Immortal City's main city was definitely powerfully attractive. Gu Mo couldn't help but wonder if there were nascent soul realm cultivators in this main city. This didn't refer to Yuntian Immortal City's nascent soul cultivators, but rather independent nascent soul cultivators, attracted by Yuntian Immortal City's 4th-order spiritual vein treasure land, coming here to cultivate. If that were truly the case, then Yuntian Immortal City's strength should definitely not be underestimated. Although those independent nascent soul cultivators cultivating here were not Yuntian Immortal City's people, if Yuntian Immortal City encountered any situation, they would definitely take action. 4th-order spiritual veins are inherently difficult to find, and even if found, they are basically already occupied by other nascent soul cultivators. Having finally found Yuntian Immortal City, this treasure land, and Yuntian Immortal City not refusing other cultivators, if anyone dared to disrupt such a good place, those independent nascent soul cultivators would naturally not stand idly by. Gu Mo was not the only one with such thoughts. Basically every cultivator who came to Yuntian Immortal City's main city had such a guess, and it was precisely this guess that prevented various factions in this cultivation world from having any ideas about Yuntian Immortal City. Mr. Zhang, this way. Just as Gu Mo was marveling at the extraordinariness of Yuntian main city, a voice came, and following the voice, Gu Mo saw a young man in blue robes. This was Si Daolong, an outer core cultivator whom Gu Mo's false core avatar had met in the South City. This time, it was also Si Daolong who brought Gu Mo to participate in a golden core level gathering, which was why Gu Mo came to Yuntian main city. As for the Mr. Zhang he referred to, it was naturally the alias Gu Mo had given his false core avatar, Zhang Li. His main body's alias was Hushuo, and his incarnation's alias was Zhang Li. For Gu Mo, who was poor at naming, being able to come up with 2 such meaningful names was quite an achievement. Fellow Daoist Si. Gu Mo stepped forward to greet him. Although this fellow Daoist was only an outer core cultivator, he was a wealthy individual, rumored to be a direct descendant of a golden core family. Knowing his limited cultivation talent and that becoming a golden core was hopeless, he chose to refine a demon core and became an outer core cultivator. Currently, fellow Daoist Si was in the Immortal City building connections for his family, which is how Gu Mo met him. After some pleasantries, the two went to a Class B courtyard in the main city, which was the venue for this gathering. The courtyards in Yuntian main city were divided into 3 grades, Class A, Class B, and Class C. Class A courtyards were directly connected to the 4th order spiritual vein and could provide a place for nascent soul cultivators to cultivate. Class B courtyards were connected to a 3rd order spiritual vein, and Class C courtyards were connected to a 2nd order spiritual vein. The rental prices increased geometrically with the different courtyard ranks. To rent a Class A courtyard, in addition to having money, some other conditions were required. As for Class B and Class C, there were not as many restrictions. Few as expected of a Class B courtyard. This place is no less impressive than our family's treasure land, Si Daolong said, taking a deep breath after entering the courtyard. The dense spiritual qi in the courtyard naturally held no attraction for Gu Mo. He didn't even need spiritual qi to cultivate, sun essence was enough. Of course, Gu Mo could cultivate using spiritual qi, but with his inferior spiritual root talent, it would be better to save that time for other things. So, upon entering the courtyard, Gumo's gaze immediately swept towards the other cultivators already present. Since this was a golden core level gathering, those who could come here had to be at least outer core cultivators. Gumo's gaze swept around, and indeed he saw only outer core and false core cultivators. As for true golden core cultivators, he did not see any. This was because true golden core cultivators disdained associating with outer core and false core cultivators. In their eyes, outer core and false core cultivators were mere defects, whose potential was limited for this life, and only true golden core cultivators had an infinite future. The outer core and false core cultivators present were well aware of this, and even the organizer of this gathering had not invited any true golden core cultivators, as it was an endeavor destined to bring humiliation. Mr. Zhang, this is fellow Daoist's son. Si Daolong was, it must be said, an excellent guide. After entering the courtyard, he began introducing Gu Mo to other cultivators, and those cultivators, seeing that Gu Mo was a false core, were also willing to make acquaintances. Soon, Gu Mo had met many people, although they were only nodding acquaintances for now. Connections are built up little by little in this way. Thank you all for attending this old man's gathering. At this moment, an old man leaning on a cane appeared and cupped his hands towards everyone. This was the organizer of the gathering. Setting aside other things, his financial strength was not weak to be able to rent this Class B courtyard as the venue. As a newcomer, Gu Mo was only responsible for observing and listening at this gathering and did not intend to participate. After all, the main purpose of the gathering was to exchange treasures, discuss cultivation insights, and exchange information. As for treasures, Gu Mo's top-grade abacus magic treasure was already decided to be put up for a major auction. Currently, the most valuable item Gu Mo had on hand was a medium-grade magic treasure flying sword. As for cultivation insights, what insights could Gu Mo have? His main body's cultivation was still only at the foundation establishment stage. As for information, he had no source for it. Although he could not participate, this gathering greatly broadened Gu Mo's horizons, allowing him to understand some of the true circumstances of cultivators at this level. Has anyone heard that Fenghua sect has offered core formation resources as a reward to bounty Qingla sect members? During the information exchange segment, an outer core cultivator suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Gu Mo's relaxed mind instantly tensed. It was not surprising that Fenghua sect was offering a bounty on Qingla sect members, but to offer core formation resources for it was quite ruthless. Especially since the people being bountied with core formation resources as a reward were not Qingla sect's golden core elders, but only two foundation establishment stage disciples. One was Yuan Nia, and the other was Gu Mo. To be the subject of gossip himself, Gu Mo's mood at this moment was difficult to maintain. One could imagine how many foundation establishment great perfection cultivators would go crazy once this news spread. What are core formation resources? This not only refers to a gathering gold pill that can assist in breakthrough, but also includes a complete set of other spirit pill resources and materials that can save one's life even if core formation fails. Only then is it qualified to be called core formation resources. Even if these core formation resources were useless to the outer core and false core cultivators present, as long as they weren't lone wolves, a set of core formation resources offered the chance to add a golden core expert to their family or sect, a temptation they found hard to resist. Even for lone wolves, a set of core formation resources put up for auction would be an enormous fortune. It could be said that Fenghua sect had gone to great lengths to eliminate Gu Mo and Yuan Nia. Fenghua sect did this because after detailed investigation, they concluded that only Yuan Nia and Gu Mo had a sliver of hope to become nascent soul in the future. Yuan Nia's potential could be summarized by the fact that she was Qingla sect's second true inheritor, actually the first true inheritor. Although Qingla sect had been annihilated, a nascent soul great sect's evaluation of disciples was absolutely objective. As for Gu Mo, he even had the feat of a chi refinement completion realm cultivator killing a foundation establishment cultivator. Therefore, Fenghua sect judged that these two were the most hopeful to step into the nascent soul realm. Since they knew that Yuan Nia and Gu Mo might pose a great threat to Fenghua sect in the future, they naturally had to eliminate them while they were still weak. However, Fenghua sect could not find either Yuan Nia or Gu Mo. Therefore, they could only issue a high reward bounty. Killing a foundation establishment cultivator to obtain a set of core formation resources. Such a bounty would tempt not only foundation establishment great perfection cultivators but even golden core cultivators. As soon as the two showed their faces, they would face endless pursuit. Of course, besides Yuan Nia and Gu Mo, Fenghua sect also issued bounties for some other Qingla sect disciples, but the rewards were relatively ordinary. After all, most of Qingla sect's elite disciples had already been killed by Fenghua sect during the previous true inheritor trial, and the remaining ones had little hope of becoming golden core, let alone nascent soul. As for Qingla sect's golden core elders, Fenghua sect did not offer bounties. Besides the high cost of bountying golden core cultivators, Fenghua sect also judged that the possibility of those Qingla sect golden core elders becoming nascent soul cultivators was even smaller than that of Yuan Nia and Gu Mo. It was not cost-effective to pursue Qingla sect's golden core elders. Read the error-free version at book bar. Mr. Zhang, I'll inform you next time there's a gathering. Outside Yuntian main city, Si Daolong, who had gained a lot from this gathering, cupped his hands and bid farewell to Gu Mo. All right. Gu Mo nodded. On the way back to South City, Gu Mo frowned slightly. Fenghua sect's bounty was still relatively tricky for Gu Mo. Gu Mo possessed a major achievement realm breath concealment technique, so he wasn't afraid of being directly discovered by the opponent. However, sometimes, to confirm a person's identity, one doesn't need to see through them directly, clues can reveal it. For example, Gu Mo's identity as a Lingzi master and his special plants. Gu Mo had dealt with Fenghua sect members quite a bit, besides other things, he had killed many Fenghua sect disciples on his way to Yuntian Immortal City, and in some instances, Gu Mo had used certain plants for assistance. It wouldn't be difficult for Fenghua sect, with the background of a nascent soul great sect, to obtain this information. And with Fenghua sect issuing the bounty, this information should have been released to increase the chances of finding Gu Mo. This meant that in the future, Gu Mo would need to be more careful when using plants. However, his main body staying put should not lead to any confrontations. As for the false core avatar, there was no bounty on him. A false core, a cultivator with no future, was naturally not worth wasting resources on a bounty. Of course, this also likely meant that Fenghua sect did not yet know this was Gu Mo's incarnation, only thinking it was a false core realm cultivator from Qingluo sect. Additionally, using new plants should also reduce the risk of being discovered. It seems I need to slightly shift the sun essence towards the automatic vending machine, Gu Mo thought to himself. Of the first order sun essence harvested from the spirit field, Gu Mo used some to feed the fish, and the rest was used to expand the black mist space. Gu Mo's main focus was the cultivation space, which was the space inside the door, now named the cultivation space by Gu Mo. As the black mist in the cultivation space was continuously dispersed, more cultivation pots appeared. Gu Mo now had 4 cultivation pots available. This would greatly improve Gu Mo's efficiency in upgrading plants. 4 cultivation pots were currently sufficient. The speed of plant upgrades depended more on the quantity and quality of sun essence. The number of pots only significantly improved efficiency when the quantity of sun essence was sufficient, and currently, Gu Mo had not yet reached the stage of abundant sun essence. Therefore, 4 cultivation pots were enough for the upgrades needed. Next, Gu Mo planned to focus on the black mist around the automatic vending machine to see if there were any new plants. Using new plants could significantly reduce the risk of being discovered. However, as the black mist space continuously expanded, the difficulty of dispersing the black mist was also increasing. After all, the larger the area, for every inch of additional area dispersed, the total amount would be several times that of before, especially since Gu Mo was only using first order sun essence to disperse the black mist. It's just that upgrading the third order sunflower had a higher priority, so Gu Mo would prioritize using the second order sun essence to upgrade the sunflower. Fortunately, Fenghua sect wouldn't find him in a short time, so a slower speed in dispersing the black mist wouldn't matter. As for Yuan Naya, with the protection of the Sex Golden Core Elders, as long as she didn't run around recklessly, her safety was not a concern. Of course, the prerequisite was that their hiding place not be discovered. Otherwise, Fenghua sect would definitely dispatch nascent soul realm cultivators to annihilate all of Qingluo sect's people, eliminating future troubles forever. Time flowed on. It had been almost a year since Gu Mo arrived at Yuntian Immortal City. Nothing major happened during this year. His false core avatar frequented various gatherings, becoming familiar with many outer core and false core cultivators. Compared to the false core avatar's high profile, his main body was much more low-key, constantly busy in the spirit field. In a few more months, the sunflower will be able to upgrade to third order. Gu Mo looked at the almost full upgrade arrow in the cultivation pot, his heart filled with anticipation. A third order sunflower would definitely bring him completely new changes, just like the changes the second order sunflower brought to Gu Mo when he was still in the chi refinement stage. Besides that, as the black mist around the automatic vending machine gradually receded, a corner of a new icon also appeared. Similarly, it wouldn't be long before Gu Mo could purchase new plants. Just as Gu Mo was anticipating the arrival of the third order sunflower and new plants, the formation outside the spirit field was triggered. Fellow Deist Fang. Stepping out of the spirit field formation, Gu Mo saw the beautiful Fang Jiayan. Fellow Deist who, the Immortal City's supply date is approaching. I wonder if Fellow Deist is ready. Fang Jiayan's beautiful eyes fixed on Gu Mo. Having Gu Mo cultivate sword bamboo was the main reason she rented this second order top grade spirit field to Gu Mo, enduring pressure from her family members. Of course. As a condition for renting this second order high grade spirit field, Gu Mo naturally wouldn't be careless about cultivating the sword bamboo. Immediately, Gu Mo returned to the spirit field and came to the half acre of spirit field planted with sword bamboo. Compared to a year ago, these sword bamboo were now full of vitality, and even contained sharp sword chi. This second order low grade sword bamboo had already been cultivated by Gu Mo to the medium grade of second order. With 2 fingers pressed together, little Zhengjin sword chi burst from Gu Mo's fingertips. Harvesting this sword bamboo also had its specifics, it absolutely required the use of sword chi type spells. However, if the power of the sword chi type spell was too weak, it would not only fail to cut the sword bamboo but would also become nourishment for the sword bamboo. Only by unleashing sword chi that exceeded the sword bamboo's endurance limit could the sword bamboo be cut, and sword bamboo harvested in this manner was the most perfect. Clang, clang, clang. The sword chi bursting from Gu Mo's fingertips swept out, striking the sword bamboo and erupting in bursts of sword cries. But very quickly, the sword cries were rapidly crushed, and at the same time, those sword bamboo were cut down. A total of 100 sword bamboo, this was all the sword bamboo in the spirit field and the quantity supplied to the Immortal City. It had to be said that the Lu family's previous supply to the Immortal City was always in an extreme state. If there was even a slight issue with the sword bamboo in the spirit field, the supplied quantity might be insufficient. And such a situation had actually occurred twice already, and the Lu family had been warned twice. If it happened again, then the Lu family would face only 2 outcomes, either their supplier qualification would be revoked, or they would be downgraded. As suppliers, they were also divided into ranks. The Lu family was considered a second-rank supplier. After all, sword bamboo belonged to second-order spirit plants, and those who could supply second-order spirit plants naturally couldn't be compared to suppliers of first-order spirit plants. However, if they failed to supply the full amount 3 times and didn't want their supplier qualification revoked, they would be downgraded from a second-rank supplier to a third rank. The lower the rank, the fewer the various preferential benefits. Next year, the number of sword bamboo should increase significantly. Gumo's false core level divine sense swept underground in the spirit field. As long as the sword bamboo roots remained, sword bamboo shoots would emerge from below next year, growing new sword bamboo. This year, Gumo took over halfway, but after this year of Gumo's cultivation, the sword bamboo's root system grew extremely vigorously, which meant that the number of sword bamboo would also increase next year. With a wave of his hand, he collected the 100 sword bamboo. Gumo left the spirit field formation and, looking at the nervous Fang Jiayan, placed the 100 sword bamboo, emanating chilling sword qi, in front of her. The sword qi emanating from 100 sword bamboo simultaneously made the foundation establishment middle stage Fang Jiayan feel a chill, but very quickly, her eyes were filled with shock. Fang Jiayan was all too familiar with the situation of the sword bamboo. After all, their Lu family had been supplying the Immortal City for many years, but this was her first time seeing such high-grade sword bamboo. If Fang Jiayan had had even a slight worry about Gumo's ability before, now, all the worries in her heart vanished. This master whose strength was stronger than she had imagined. At this moment, Fang Jiayan felt a faint regret that she hadn't signed a long-term contract with Gumo back then. However, on second thought, such an outstanding Lingzi master was not someone a small Lu family could bind. Fellow Daoist Fang, since the supply date is pressing, why not deliver this sword bamboo as soon as possible? Seeing Fang Jiayan still in a daze, Gumo couldn't help but remind her. Ah, isn't Master Hu coming with me? Fang Jiayan was startled upon hearing this. I'm not an Immortal City supplier, what would I go for? Also, fellow Daoist Fang doesn't need to mention me. Gumo waved his hand, then his figure disappeared into the spirit field formation. Gumo's main body wouldn't run around recklessly unless necessary, especially since he had a huge bounty on his head. If anything truly needed to be done, Gumo could completely send his false core avatar. Looking at Gumo, who had disappeared into the spirit field formation, Fang Jiayan was at a loss for words. She had never seen such a cultivator. Clearly possessing powerful Lingzi master abilities, yet unwilling to display them, this was to avoid external interference and focus all his attention on researching Lingzi master techniques. Only then could he achieve such accomplishments. At this moment, Fang Jiayan imagined a lot, shaping Gumo in her mind into a cultivator solely dedicated to researching Lingzi master techniques. And Gumo's behavior of never going out this year also indirectly confirmed this point. Wu. Taking a deep breath, Fang Jiayan collected the 100 sword bamboo, bowed slightly towards the spirit field, and then headed towards the Immortal City. With this batch of sword bamboo, Fang Jiayan knew very well that the Lu family's supplier qualification was secured. Rushing all the way, Fang Jiayan arrived at the place in the Immortal City specifically responsible for purchasing spirit materials from suppliers. At this moment, many supplier representatives were already waiting to deliver their goods. Fairy Fang is here. Fang Jiayan's appearance naturally drew everyone's attention, and many of those gazes were filled with greed. Many cultivators had long heard of Fang Jiayan's beauty, and seeing her today, she truly lived up to her reputation. It was said that Fairy Fang's Dao companion died after failing to break through to Golden Core, and without that Lingzi master, the Lu family was probably going to have their Immortal City supplier qualification revoked this time. Losing this supplier qualification and without a foundation establishment great perfection level Dao companion. At this moment, Fang Jiayan was like a delicious piece of meat in many people's eyes, everyone wanted a bite. Humph. Feeling the malicious gazes from all around, Fang Jiayan let out a cold snort. If it had been before, Fang Jiayan's heart would certainly have been filled with worry, because if the current Lu family lost their Immortal City supplier qualification, they would be in great danger. But now, Fang Jiayan touched the storage pouch on her body. With these 100 high-grade sword bamboo, her Lu family's supplier qualification was absolutely as solid as a mountain. I apologize for making everyone wait so long. At this moment, a middle-aged cultivator appeared. Although his cultivation was not very strong, all the supplier representatives present rose and bowed. Greetings, Steward Zhou. As the person in charge of purchasing spirit materials from suppliers, he held immense power, especially for the suppliers present. Whether the spirit materials they submitted met the requirements was entirely up to him. Although he wouldn't lie with his eyes open and say that qualified spirit materials were unqualified, for some spirit materials that were on the borderline between qualified and unqualified, whether to accept them or not was entirely up to his discretion. Whether to accept or not was just a word from him, but for those suppliers, it concerned a whole year's harvest, and even more, it concerned their supplier qualification. Everyone here is an old acquaintance, so I won't waste any more words. Zhou Shanlin cupped his hands to everyone and directly began this year's spirit material acquisition. Immediately, everyone stepped forward one after another to hand over the harvested spirit materials, while Zhou Shanlin meticulously appraised the quality of the spirit materials. Although Zhou Shanlin's cultivation was not high, only foundation establishment early stage, he had an extremely high level of expertise in appraising spirit materials, which was why he could become the person in charge of acquiring spirit materials from suppliers. This batch of iron thread grass is unqualified. Zhou Shanlin looked at the spirit plants with iron threads in front of him and shook his head. Steward Zhou, please, sir, we really had difficulties this year. Seeing that his iron thread grass was unqualified, the supplier representative quickly stepped forward and secretly slipped something over. The Immortal City only looks at the quality of the goods, everything else is irrelevant. Zhou Shanlin pushed back the bribe the other party had slipped him. If it were peacetime, for such spirit materials that could be accepted or not, if the other party offered some benefits, Zhou Shanlin would have just turned a blind eye and accepted them. But not this time. A high-ranking Immortal City official was discovered taking bribes, and now the Immortal City was conducting strict investigations. He certainly didn't want to go against the wind at this critical juncture. This. Zhou Shanlin's refusal left the supplier representative somewhat at a loss. This batch of iron thread grass was a crucial source of income for their family. If the Immortal City didn't accept it, they would have to tighten their belts this year. Although the Immortal City wouldn't accept it, they could still go to the trading market to sell it themselves. However, the price in the trading market was definitely not as high as what the Immortal City offered, and the Immortal City purchased everything at once, while in the trading market, they could only sell slowly. If it was a spirit material with low demand, it might not even be completely sold. If it was just a financial loss, at most, it would be a tight year. The most important thing was that this would be recorded as a breach of contract. 3 breaches would lead to disqualification, and as a third-rank supplier, there were no conditions for further downgrading. Next. Zhou Shanlin spoke. Upon hearing this, the hearts of all the supplier representatives present tightened. Clearly, everyone realized that this acquisition would not allow for any small tricks. Read the error-free version at 6-9-1 Book 1 bar. This made some supplier representatives whose spirit material quality was not very good feel uneasy. Zhou Shanlin then directly rejected the spirit materials from several suppliers, causing widespread panic. Many supplier representatives dared not step forward to deliver goods, fearing that their submitted spirit materials would also be rejected. Seeing everyone hesitate, Fang Jiayan immediately stepped forward and bowed, saying, Steward Zhou, the Lu family is submitting spirit materials. Lu family, you need to submit sword bamboo, and you already have 2 records of breach of contract. If you still cannot submit qualified sword bamboo this time, then you will have your Immortal City supplier qualification revoked. Zhou Shanlin glanced at the beautiful Fang Jiayan. If it were peacetime, he might have been able to use this to manipulate her, but now that the higher UPS were cracking down, he dared not act recklessly. Although Fang Jiayan was beautiful, she was not beautiful enough to make him abandon his important position as an Immortal City steward. This time, I will definitely satisfy Steward Zhou. As Fang Jiayan spoke, she took out the 100 sword bamboo. Immediately, a sharp sword chi emanated, causing everyone around to turn their heads in surprise. This is... Zhou Shanlin looked at the sword bamboo in front of him, his eyes filled with disbelief. As an expert in this field, he could tell at a glance that this sword bamboo was extraordinary. This was already second-order medium-grade sword bamboo, and even among second-order medium-grade, it was considered excellent. Sword bamboo was only a second-order low-grade spirit plant, but now someone had cultivated it to second-order medium-grade. This was not something an ordinary Lingzi master could achieve. Steward Zhou, is there something wrong with this sword bamboo? Seeing Zhou Shanlin remain silent, Fang Jiayan cautiously asked. No, this sword bamboo is very good, extremely good. May I ask which Lingzi great master fellow deist Fang invited to cultivate it? Zhou Shanlin's smile was gentle. To be able to cultivate spirit plants to a breakthrough in rank, this was definitely not something an ordinary Lingzi master could do. If this Lingzi master could be invited to join the Immortal City, then Zhou Shanlin would have accomplished a great deed. The Immortal City had always been eager for talented individuals. If anyone could invite a top-tier talent to join the Immortal City, the Immortal City would also give generous rewards. Apologies, Steward Zhou, that great master is a reclusive cultivator. Fang Jiayan cupped her hands. Since Gu Mo did not wish to be exposed, Fang Jiayan naturally could not reveal Gu Mo without permission. Is that so? Zhou Shanlin nodded. He was well aware of the eccentricities of those great masters. However, knowing that the great master had a past connection with the Lu family, there would always be an opportunity in the future. With this in mind, Zhou Shanlin spoke again, fellow deist Fang, if your Lu family can continuously provide sword bamboo of such quality, then I will apply to have you listed as a first-rank supplier. Ah! Hearing that there was an opportunity to become a first-rank supplier, Fang Jiayan's beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. She knew all too well the benefits of becoming a first-rank supplier to the Immortal City. Please rest assured, Steward Zhou, my Lu family will definitely do its utmost to provide high-quality sword bamboo. Fang Jiayan quickly said. Leaving the Immortal City, Fang Jiayan still felt somewhat unreal, but the heavy bag of mid-grade spirit stones in her hand told her that everything just now was real. Because the quality of the sword bamboo had improved, the reward given by the Immortal City this time naturally increased several times. According to the contract, the profits from the sword bamboo would be split equally between the Lu family and Gu Mo. After all, the sword bamboo profit was an important source of income for the Lu family and could not be completely abandoned. However, to maintain the supplier qualification, Fang Jiayan gave up half of the profit. But according to the current situation, the Lu family's income not only did not decrease but even increased several times. Wu. Letting out a long breath, a smile couldn't help but appear on Fang Jiayan's lips. Now, there shouldn't be any more opposition from the family, right? Master Hu. Seeing Gu Mo again, Fang Jiayan respectfully performed a grand bow. This bow was very grand and very white. Oh, I misread it. Gu Mo withdrew his gaze. He was not surprised by Fang Jiayan's reaction. The legacy of Lingzi masters in this cultivation world was generally ordinary, while Gu Mo had obtained the legacy of Sheneng Valley. This was only a partial legacy, the true legacy required Gu Mo to go to Sheneng Valley to obtain it. Just the Lingzi master legacy Gu Mo currently possessed was enough to make people consider Gu Mo a Lingzi great master. Master Hu, this is the agreed upon share. Fang Jiayan presented the profits from submitting the spirit materials, and then pulled out a young girl who was following behind her. The young girl resembled Fang Jiayan by 7 or 8 parts, possessing a natural enchanting bone. She had not yet fully matured, so the enchanting bone was not apparent, but after she matured, she would surely be a beautiful woman no less stunning than Fang Jiayan, perhaps even surpassing her. Master Hu, this is my daughter, Lu Lingmei. Fang Jiayan introduced, with a hint of pride in her voice. Because her daughter possessed a low-grade water spiritual root and had extraordinary talent in the Dao of Lingzi Master, the family planned to cultivate her as a Lingzi Master, hoping she would inherit this second-order high-grade spirit field. However, the family only had the incomplete Lingzi Master legacy obtained by her husband. It was very difficult to cultivate a true Lingzi Master relying on an incomplete Lingzi Master legacy, but now Fang Jiayan saw hope, because there was a Lingzi Great Master right before her eyes. If her daughter could become this Lingzi Great Master's disciple, it would be her opportunity. Chapter 133 Level 3 Sunflower. Greetings, Senior Hu. Lu Lingmei bowed obediently, her voice sweet with a hint of undetectable charm. As expected of a natural-born succubus, she was already like this before fully maturing. What would she be like when she grew up? If she were in the mortal world, she would undoubtedly be a Daji-level existence. But Gu Mo merely nodded slightly. A false core-level divine soul was not something this undeveloped little girl could affect. While a natural-born succubus was considered a disaster-level existence in the mortal world, in the cultivation world, it was not a particularly rare physique. It was far inferior to Chu Fi Fei's exotic fragrance physique. However, a natural-born succubus combined with a low-grade water spiritual root, when stacked, could be considered a talented seedling. Gu Mo's false core-level divine sense, with just a quick scan, could discern most of a Qi refinement cultivator's secrets. Great Master Hu, I will be busy with family affairs during this period. In the future, if Great Master has any errands that need running, you can have my daughter do them. Fang Jiayan did not immediately propose that Gu Mo accept her daughter as a disciple, because such a rash request would likely be rejected. Once such a matter was rejected, there would be no second chance. Therefore, Fang Jiayan planned to first let her daughter stay by the Great Master's side for a period as a subordinate maid. Once the Great Master learned of her daughter's talent, he might consider taking her as a disciple. Even if he didn't, a few pointers on cultivating sword bamboo would benefit the entire Lu family. All right. Gu Mo nodded, not refusing. He did indeed have some trivial matters that needed handling. As for Fang Jiayan's intentions, Gu Mo could naturally guess them. However, Gu Mo had no intention of taking disciples. He himself was not yet a formal disciple of Sheneng Valley, how could he be qualified to take disciples? Only after Gu Mo went to Sheneng Valley and completed the formal apprenticeship ceremony would he truly be considered a Sheneng Valley disciple. As Chi Chunda's personal disciple, Gu Mo would at least receive the treatment of an intersect disciple in Sheneng Valley. Intersect disciples' entry required formal apprenticeship ceremonies, while only outer sect and utility disciples' entry did not have these ceremonies. Lu Mei, you can usually tend to your own matters. I will inform you if anything comes up. Gu Mo took out a communication jade token and handed it to Lu Lingmei, then returned to the spirit field formation. Gu Mo had no intention of letting Lu Lingmei enter the spirit field. There were many secrets in his spirit field that he did not want others to know, especially when some plants might reveal themselves, making it even more important to conceal them as much as possible. Yes. Lu Lingmei took the communication jade token, a hint of surprise in her eyes. For the first time, she doubted her own charm. However, remembering that her mother said the other party was a very powerful spirit plant great master, she felt relieved. How could someone who could become a great master be a simple person? If she could easily charm a great master, then she would have to wonder if this great master was a fake. In the following time, Lu Lingmei built a small hut outside the spirit field formation and lived there, so that she could appear before Gu Mo at the first moment to complete the tasks he assigned. Finally done. In the cultivation space, Gu Mo looked at the completely green upgrade arrow, unable to hide his excitement. He had finally filled the upgrade arrow for the second-order high-grade sunflower. At this moment, as long as Gu Mo clicked on that green arrow, the second-order high-grade sunflower in front of him would be able to upgrade to a third-order sunflower. Hu. Taking a deep breath, Gu Mo immediately clicked on the upgrade arrow. In an instant, the sunflower in the cultivation pot was enveloped in light. Afterward, the sunflower's aura in the pot rapidly increased, and in a short while, it crossed a certain boundary, officially entering the third order. After the sunflower entered the third order, its appearance did not change much, but Gu Mo keenly noticed a faint wisp of emotion emanating from the sunflower. This is... Feeling the emotions transmitted by the sunflower, Gu Mo was startled. It was not strange for spirit plants to develop consciousness in the cultivation world, some high-level spirit plants could even transform into human form. However, Gu Mo did not expect this sunflower to also develop sentience. Although this sentience was still very weak, limited to transmitting simple emotions, it was a good start. In the future, as the sunflower continued to upgrade, this sentience would likely also increase. If the sunflower could develop sentience, what about pea shooters and other plants? If pea shooters could also develop sentience, then their attacks would become more intelligent in the future. It was imaginable that as the number of plants Guang possessed continued to increase in the future, it would become very difficult for him to precisely control each plant. But if these plants could all develop sentience, then no matter how many plants there were, Guang would only need one command to easily control them. Of course, for now, the sunflower's sentience was not very useful. The sun essence condensed by this third-order sunflower was the most important. After transplanting the upgraded third-order sunflower into the spirit field, Guang waited quietly for a day, preparing to see what kind of sun essence the third-order sunflower could condense in this second-order high-grade spirit field. Night fell. Guang eagerly collected the sun essence condensed by the third-order sunflower. The sun essence still had the appearance of a phantom small sun, but there were specks of silver light within the phantom small sun. This is Dan power. Seeing that familiar silver light, Guang instantly guessed its origin. It was precisely the false core Dan power possessed by the false core avatar. Refining that portion of sun essence and feeling the wisp of spiritual power with a silver halo appearing in his body, Guang confirmed his guess. This incomplete third-order sun essence could provide him with power at the false core Dan power level. The wisp of false core Dan power that appeared in his body would not be a burden for Guang at present, because Gumo's main body's physique and divine sense were already at the false core level, capable of fully controlling false core level Dan power. Guang could even directly draw false core Dan power from the false core avatar to use. Therefore, this time, the third-order sunflower's enhancement to Guang did not seem as significant as the second-level solar essence's immense enhancement to Guang during the Qi refinement stage. However, this incomplete third-order sun essence was a qualitative leap for the upgrade of other plants. Using this incomplete third-order sun essence to upgrade other plants would definitely be more efficient than using second-level solar essence. It would allow Guang to quickly upgrade other plants to the third order as well. In addition, this incomplete third-order sun essence was an opportunity for the false core avatar to break through its shackles. False core and outer core cultivators, limited by the imperfect false core and outer core within their bodies, could not continue to improve their cultivation. But this time, the sun essence containing false core Dan power might allow the false core avatar's cultivation to continue to improve. Moreover, this was only incomplete third-order sun essence. If it were complete third-order sun essence, Guang estimated that the Dan power contained within it should be true golden core Dan power. At that time, if the false core avatar refined golden core Dan power, who knew if some special changes would occur, allowing the false core avatar's false core to compensate for its innate defects, reach a perfect state, and thus advance to become a true golden core. The current false core avatar was Gumo's main body's Dao protector, but as Gumo's main body's strength increased, the false core avatar, whose cultivation could not continue to improve, would eventually be eliminated. But at this moment, the sun essence condensed by the third-order sunflower gave Gumo hope of continuing to improve the false core avatar's strength. Of course, the above was only Gumo's speculation. Whether it was feasible or not still required him to summon the false core avatar to personally try it. Let's wait a few more days. Gumo thought for a moment and did not immediately summon the false core avatar, planning to wait a few days to accumulate more third-order sun essence. A few days later, a figure silently entered the spirit field formation. With the false core avatar's current strength, and having the jade token to enter and exit the formation, the Lu family members simply could not detect the false core avatar's presence, even Lu Lingmei, who was just outside the spirit field formation. Her cultivation was too low, Lu Lingmei couldn't even sense the false core avatar passing by her. After the false core avatar arrived, Gumo immediately handed over the several incomplete third-order sun essences he had accumulated over the past few days, which the false core avatar then directly refined and absorbed. It's effective. In a 6-1-9 book bar, see the error-free version. A moment later, Gumo learned the result. The false core Dan power in the sun essence did indeed enhance the false core avatar's strength. Although it wasn't much, for a false core cultivator whose cultivation could not advance, even this small improvement was enough to be astonishing. Gumo had broken people's preconceived notion that false core cultivators' cultivation could not be improved. If the false core avatar's cultivation continued to improve, would its strength eventually rival that of a true golden core cultivator? Unfortunately, Gumo currently only had one third-order sunflower, so it was impossible to give all the sun essence condensed by this third-order sunflower to the false core avatar to increase its strength. Gumo needed to use this third-order sunflower to upgrade more plants. After accumulating several more third-order sunflowers, Gumo would be able to allocate a few specifically to enhance the false core avatar's strength. Of course, it would be best to obtain a third-order spirit field. At that time, a complete third-order sun essence could be condensed directly, which would be the moment when the third-order sunflower brought a significant boost to Gumo. After all, Gumo didn't care much for false core Dan power, but if it were golden core Dan power, it would be an enormous boost for both Gumo's main body and his incarnation. At that time, Gumo would replace all the liquid spiritual power in his body with golden core Dan power, use the spirit forging art to strengthen his physique to the golden core level, and then use his physique to nourish his divine soul, ultimately allowing his main body to possess the strength of a golden core cultivator while still in the foundation establishment stage. As for whether mastering golden core Dan power during the foundation establishment stage would lead to the awkward situation of breakthrough from Qi refinement stage to foundation establishment stage, Gumo thought it unlikely. The The reason he was stuck when entering the Foundation Establishment stage before was because Gu Mo had already met all the conditions for the Foundation Establishment stage during the Qi Refinement stage. However, to advance from the Foundation Establishment stage to the Golden Core stage, one needed to form a Golden Core. Merely possessing Golden Core Dan power did not make one a true Golden Core cultivator. At that time, Gu Mo could run the core formation method and continue to form a Golden Core. Using Golden Core Dan power to form a Golden Core would definitely be easier than using the liquid spiritual power of the Foundation Establishment stage to form a Golden Core. Perhaps this was the third order Sunflower, a huge aid in helping Gu Mo break through to the Golden Core realm. It's just that this time, the Sunflower's help was not as direct as it was at the second order. At that time, the second level solar essence directly gave Gu Mo liquid spiritual power, allowing Gu Mo to meet all the conditions for the Foundation Establishment stage during the Qi Refinement stage. Although this allowed Gu Mo to possess Foundation Establishment strength during the Qi Refinement stage, it also brought some trouble for Gu Mo's official entry into the Foundation Establishment stage. This time, the third order Sunflower only provided Gu Mo with Dan power. The process of forming the Golden Core still needed to be completed by Gu Mo himself, which should prevent him from getting stuck. When he was stuck while breaking through to the Foundation Establishment stage, Gu Mo created a false core avatar. If he were stuck while advancing to the Golden Core, Gu Mo couldn't possibly create a nascent soul level incarnation to break through, could he? After confirming the third order Sun Essence's enhancing effect on the false core avatar, Gu Mo had the false core avatar leave. Currently, there was only one third order Sunflower, and it was still needed to upgrade other plants, so it could not be used to improve the false core avatar's cultivation for now. While Gu Mo was busy upgrading plants, the Lu family was currently engaged in a debate. The topic of the debate was whether it was appropriate to lease the family's second-order high-grade spirit field to outsiders. Before this topic, the vast majority of clan members were against it. But when Fang Jiayan presented the family's income, which was several times that of previous years, many people's attitudes changed. After all, this tangible income was the most direct interest of the family members. When the family had money, the family members could receive benefits and various cultivation resources. Compared to that, leasing the spirit field to outsiders was no longer a big deal. The Lu family even had to thank that great master for leasing their spirit field, otherwise, where would this several-fold increase in income come from? Of course, many people in the Lu family still held opposing views. To be precise, they were not against the increase in income, but rather against Fang Jiayan. Fang Jiayan's actions increased her influence within the family, which Lu Rong was absolutely unwilling to see. However, Lu Rong also knew that in this situation, it was already very difficult for him to overthrow Fang Jiayan. Fang Jiayan had brought tangible benefits to everyone, who would oppose Fang Jiayan now. Only those in Lu Rong's faction would continue to oppose, because by overthrowing Fang Jiayan and making Lu Rong the clan chief, their faction would gain greater benefits. Clan Elder, what should we do? In Lu Rong's residence, several core members of his faction looked at Lu Rong with worried expressions. When the former clan chief died, they all thought their faction's opportunity had arrived. They never expected that Fang Jiayan would be so lucky as to lease the spirit field to a spirit plant great master. With the family's income skyrocketing, who would still oppose Fang Jiayan? What's the rush? I have my own methods. Lu Rong tapped the table. He naturally had other methods, but this method came at a great cost. But thinking of his dwindling lifespan, Lu Rong ultimately chose to give it a try. He didn't want to die of old age like this, he still wanted to fight for it. Su family. Are you already impatient after just 1 year? Su Guangchuan looked at the invitation letter secretly delivered by Lu Rong's subordinate, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. Immediately, Su Guangchuan rose and headed to the Immortal City, preparing to meet with Lu Rong. Yuntian Immortal City, South City. Elder Lu, it seems you've made your decision. In a private room of a restaurant, Su Guangchuan looked at the old man in front of him with a faint smile. Where's what I want? Lu Rong extended his hand expressionlessly. Hearing this, Su Guangchuan directly handed the bottle containing the longevity medicinal pill to Lu Rong. After confirming the medicinal pill was fine, Lu Rong signed his name on the contract in front of him. After signing, Lu Rong got up and left. The moment he left the private room, Lu Rong heard laughter coming from inside. Ha, Su Guangchuan, you want my Lu family's spirit plant field, but you'll have to see if you have the ability to take it. Lu Rong sneered, and his figure disappeared into the restaurant. Lu Rong was an old fellow who had lived for so many years, although he feared death, he wasn't foolish. He clearly knew that the other party's intention to marry Fang Jiayan wasn't the real goal, their Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant field was. Previously, Lu Rong was afraid that the family's foundation would be seized and didn't dare to sign, but now Fang Jiayan's assertiveness left him with no choice. Besides, the family's second-order high-grade spirit plant field seemed to have been rented by a spirit plant great master. Lu Rong really wanted to know how Su Guangchuan would seize the Lu family's spirit plant field from that spirit plant great master. In the 100 arts of cultivation, no matter which one, anyone who could become a great master was not to be trifled with. Although the Su family's strength was greater than the Lu family's, it wasn't to the extent that they could offend a spirit plant great master. It was precisely because he knew his own spirit plant field had been rented by a spirit plant great master that Lu Rong signed the contract with Su Guangchuan. At that time, Su Guangchuan would help him deal with the obstacle to him becoming clan chief, and finally, when he learned that the spirit plant field was occupied by a spirit plant great master, who knew what his expression would be like? Would he still be able to smile as happily as before? As for whether the Su family would cancel their actions after knowing that the Lu family's spirit plant field was rented by a spirit plant great master, Lu Rong wasn't worried at all. He had signed the contract, he had taken the longevity medicinal pill, what did it matter to him if the other party didn't act? Getting a longevity medicinal pill for free was already a huge gain for Lu Rong. Therefore, if the Su family didn't want to lose a longevity medicinal pill for nothing, they would have to take action, and taking action might offend that spirit plant great master. That old scoundrel Lu Rong actually dared to deceive me. Just as Lu Rong expected, after Su Guangchuan returned, he was about to gather people to attack the Lu family, and then he received this very bad news. The Lu family's spirit plant field was suspected to be rented to a spirit plant great master. Not long ago, Fang Jiayan took out second-order medium-grade sword bamboo when supplying the Immortal City. Many people knew about this, it wasn't a secret, but the Su family was not a supplier to the Immortal City, so they learned of this news much later. Clan Chief, are we still going to the Lu family? An Su family high-ranking member asked. Go, why not? It's just a spirit plant great master. Su Guangchuan gritted his teeth. The longevity medicinal pill couldn't be lost for nothing, and the Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant field was very important to his Su family. If the opponent were a great master of alchemy, artifact refining, formation, or talisman, Su Guangchuan would have chosen to give up without hesitation, because great masters of these professions could not be offended. Take a talisman great master, for example, do you think he wouldn't have some powerful talismans in his possession? If you offend a talisman great master, do you believe he could wipe them all out with one powerful talisman? The same applied to a formation great master, a powerful formation was also something Su Guangchuan couldn't handle. As for alchemists and artifact refiners, the principle was similar. But this time they were not facing these powerful professional great masters, but only a spirit plant great master. Once his Su family took down the Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant field, the Su family's strength would definitely take a huge leap. What if they offended a spirit plant great master then? Of course, although a spirit plant great master was not as good as great masters of alchemy, artifact refining, formation, or talisman, they should not be underestimated. Therefore, Su Guangchuan planned to invite an external helper, just in case. While the Su family was sharpening their knives, Gu Mo, on the other hand, welcomed a new harvest. After these days of development, the icon of the new plant on the automatic vending machine finally fully appeared. Name, Torch Tree Stump. Rank, Grade 1 Low Grade. Effect, Condenses Flames. Planting Conditions, First Order Spirit Plant Field. Looking at the extremely brief description on the icon, Gu Mo shook his head. To understand the specific effect of this torch tree stump, he could only try it himself. It was just that the price of 200 portions of sun essence refreshed the price limit of cherry bomb, becoming the most expensive plant currently in Gu Mo's hands. Fortunately, Gu Mo had accumulated a considerable amount of first-order sun essence. He put 200 portions of sun essence into the automatic vending machine, and soon a seed rolled out. Although the icon showed a burning tree stump, the automatic vending machine gave him a seed. Gu Mo wondered if the seed could directly grow a tree stump. With doubts, Gu Mo left the black mist space, found a spot in the spirit plant field, and planted the seed in his hand. Soon, the seed quickly rooted and sprouted, and it didn't directly grow into a tree stump as Gu Mo imagined. The seed grew into a proper large tree. It was just that when this big tree grew to a certain diameter, flames suddenly engulfed the tree trunk. Before Gu Mo could react, the originally lush and leafy big tree was left with only a tree stump, and flames were still burning on the tree stump. So, that's how the torch tree stump comes to be, Gu Mo murmured, stunned by the scene before him. After marveling, Gu Mo turned his attention to the flames burning on the tree stump. This was the most core part of the torch tree stump. This is spirit fire. Gu Mo carefully investigated and quickly determined the origin of the flames. In the cultivation world, flames are divided into several types. Besides the most common mortal fire, there are also relatively common special flames like spirit fire, earth fire, and dan fire. There are even extremely rare exotic fires with powerful might. However, exotic fires are already heaven and earth treasure level, belonging to an existence that can be encountered but not sought. And each type of flame possesses its unique effect. For example, earth fire originates from underground, possessing intense and heavy attributes, making it more suitable for artifact refining. Dan fire is a flame ignited by golden core cultivator using golden core dan power as fuel. Because it is a cultivator's fire and easy to control, it is more suitable for alchemy. As for spirit fire, it is a flame formed by the burning of spiritual power, and it is the most commonly used flame in the cultivation world. Earth fire requires a specific location to be collected, while dan fire can only be ignited by a golden core cultivator. However, spirit fire only needs to burn spiritual materials containing spiritual power to be ignited. In the absence of earth fire and dan fire, spirit fire is the best alternative for alchemists and artifact refiners. However, Gu Mo's torch tree stump doesn't seem to require adding spiritual materials. The roots of the tree stump automatically absorb underground spiritual power to fuel the flames in the tree stump. This is equivalent to getting a free furnace for Gu Mo. If this were used for alchemy or artifact refining, it would definitely save a large sum of firewood money. Of course, Gu Mo knew the true purpose of this torch tree stump should be to complement the pea shooter. He just didn't know how much improvement the pea shooter would get when paired with the torch tree stump. To verify this, Gu Mo went to the automatic vending machine in the black mist space to purchase a pea shooter seed, planted it next to the torch tree stump, and then planted a grade 1 low-grade nut as a target. Having prepared the testing tools, Gu Mo immediately ordered the pea shooter to attack. Instantly, a verdant energy pea shot out. The energy pea passed through the burning flames of the torch tree stump. The next moment, the verdant energy pea was instantly ignited, transforming into a blazing fireball. Boom! The fireball accurately struck the nut's rough outer shell, blasting a large pit. The improvement is actually this great. This result made Gu Mo's eyes light up. The combination of a grade 1 low-grade torch tree stump and pea shooter could directly blast open 2/3 of the nut's thick defense. This power was definitely close to an attack from a chi refinement late-stage cultivator. With such power at grade 1 low-grade, then if it were a second-order high-grade torch tree stump and a second-order high-grade pea shooter paired together, could it threaten a false core or even a golden core cultivator? Without a third-order spirit plant field, relying on the combination of two second-order high-grade plants to threaten false core and even golden core cultivators, this was definitely a leap in strength for Gu Mo. Although cherry bomb and potato mine could also pose a threat to false core and even golden core cultivators at the second-order high-grade stage, both cherry bomb and potato mine were one-time use plants, and each use came at a very high cost. But the situation is different with pea shooter. As long as there is enough spiritual power in the spirit plant field, pea shooter can continuously output damage. For a version without errors, please check 1619 SHUBA. Coupled with the torch tree stump's enhancement, every energy pea fired by the pea shooter could achieve the destructive power of a cherry bomb and potato mine. It's no exaggeration to say that the appearance of the torch tree stump was an epic upgrade for the pea shooter. In addition, Gu Mo conducted many experiments with the torch tree stump, discovering many of its characteristics. For example, by putting sun essence into the torch tree stump, the flame power of the torch tree stump could be temporarily increased, which counted as a small burst ability. In its small burst state, the torch tree stump combined with the pea shooter could directly penetrate the defense of a nut of the same rank. However, this small burst consumed a lot of sun essence. Currently, at grade 1 low grade, this consumption is acceptable to Gu Mo, but if the torch tree stump were to upgrade to second order high grade, triggering this small burst state would require a significant amount of sun essence. However, if this small burst is used well, it can turn the tide of battle at critical moments. Besides studying the torch tree stump's combat aspects, Gu Mo also tried cooking, alchemy, and artifact refining with it. It must be said that roasting meat with spirit fire tasted absolutely amazing. Ordinary mortal beast meat, when roasted with spirit fire, even contained a hint of spiritual power, becoming a spiritual meal. If spirit beast meat were used, the effect would definitely be even better. And the results of the torch tree stump's alchemy and artifact refining attempts were equally surprising. Of course, Gu Mo's alchemy and artifact refining attempts were not true alchemy and artifact refining in the traditional sense. After all, he was not an alchemist or artifact refiner, he merely performed simple refining using spirit medicine and ore. But the results were unexpectedly good. The torch tree stump's flame was simply too stable. Ordinary cultivator igniting spirit fire with spiritual materials would experience flame fluctuations due to various factors like the quality of the spiritual material and the environment. In this situation, cultivator needs to adjust in time, otherwise, it is easy to degrade the quality of the medicinal pills and magic treasures being refined, and in severe cases, it can even lead to failure. However, the torch tree stump didn't have this problem, the flames on its stump were extremely stable. Gu Mo could even control the intensity of the flames. It's no exaggeration to say that using the torch tree stump for alchemy and artifact refining would definitely yield twice the results with half the effort. Does this mean I also need to cultivate alchemy or artifact refining? Gu Mo was a bit conflicted. With a powerful tool like the torch tree stump for alchemy and artifact refining, it felt like a waste not to utilize it. You should know that the torch tree stump can be upgraded. At first order, it doesn't seem like much, but as the torch tree stump's rank increases, the benefits it brings will be even greater. The most direct benefit is saving money. A first-order spirit fire needs to ignite first-order spiritual materials. The price of first-order spiritual materials is not expensive, but at second-order or even third-order, spiritual materials alone would be a huge expense. Of course, it is also possible not to use spiritual materials, such as a golden core cultivator's Dan fire, which directly ignites golden core Dan power. But the problem is that a third-order alchemist needs to both consume Dan power to maintain the Dan fire and divided soul to control the alchemy process, which undoubtedly greatly increases the difficulty. But if there was a third-order torch tree stump, this problem could be completely solved. Having a torch tree stump that saves both money and effort, it feels like too much of a waste not to cultivate alchemy or artifact refining as a side profession. After all, battles don't happen every day. Normally, this torch tree stump could be fully utilized. With the advantages brought by the torch tree stump, Gu Mo could refine better medicinal pills and magical artifacts at a lower cost, which would then become a very profitable skill. In terms of earning speed, no profession can compare to alchemists and artifact refiners. And Gu Mo also has time to cultivate a new one of the 100 arts of cultivation as a side profession. It's just that Gu Mo currently doesn't have the legacy of an alchemist or artifact refiner, so he can only let his false core avatar go to the immortal city to see if he can purchase a legacy for an alchemist and artifact refiner. As for now, Gu Mo plans to raise the rank of the torch tree stump. Now that he has a third-order sunflower, the efficiency of upgrading plants has greatly improved, and upgrading the torch tree stump to second-order high-grade won't take much time. Gu Mo's side was calm. However, in the Lu family's ancestral land at the foot of the mountain, undercurrents were already surging. With the Su family's support, Lu Rong initiated a forced abdication against Fang Jiayan, on the grounds that Fang Jiayan had leased the family's most important spirit plant field foundation to an outsider. Many Lu family members found Lu Rong's reason for forcing abdication incomprehensible. The spirit plant field was now leased to a spirit plant great master, bringing several times the profit to the Lu family. Why should such a good thing be impeached? Feeling the bewildered gazes, Lu Rong didn't care at all. This was merely an excuse to act. Even if the reason was extremely far-fetched, so what? In the end, it all came down to fists. Of course, Lu Rong was no match for Fang Jiayan, but it wasn't him who was acting this time, but the people of the Su family. At that time, Su Guangchuan would forcibly marry Fang Jiayan, the two sides would announce an alliance, the Su family would support him to become clan chief, and Lu Rong would open the family spirit plant field for both sides to share. Of course, whether the Su family could ultimately seize the spirit plant field from that spirit plant great master was no longer Lu Rong's concern. Lu Rong, you must be getting senile with age, right? Faced with Lu Rong's attempted coup, Fang Jiayan found it somewhat amusing. The other party was not as strong as her, and most of the clan members supported her now. What did Lu Rong have to stage a coup? With that ridiculous rule about ancestral land not being leased out? Now, the entire family was enjoying several times the income brought by leasing out the ancestral land. Did Lu Rong want everyone to abandon the profits they had in hand to support him? Was that even possible? Please, clan elder Lu, go back and rest well. You have contributed so much to the family, it's time for you to enjoy your golden years, Fang Jiayan said, preparing to strip Lu Rong of all his power and send him into retirement. After all, since the other party had come to stage a coup, Fang Jiayan naturally couldn't remain indifferent. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was the most senior clan elder in the family, his actions would warrant being killed directly. Little girl, your elder, have found a way for you to enjoy your golden years, Lu Rong chuckled, and then several powerful auras intruded. Su Guangchuan. Seeing the newcomers, Fang Jiayan was startled. The other party had actually intruded so silently. Immediately, Fang Jiayan's gaze swept towards Lu Rong, clearly indicating that someone had opened the family's grand formation for the other party. This is the Lu family, outsiders are not welcome. Fang Jiayan stared at Su Guangchuan. Although her tone was stern, she sounded very unconfident, because Su Guangchuan was a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator, while she was only a foundation establishment middle stage cultivator. There was a huge disparity in their strength. What outsiders? Soon, we'll all be one family, Su Guangchuan chuckled. Once my lovely Jiayan becomes my wife, I will certainly make sure she enjoys a good life. Clan Chief Su, please watch your words. Seeing Su Guangchuan openly flirting with the clan chief's wife, some Lu family members couldn't help but interject. However, as soon as the person finished speaking, they felt a strong gust of wind, and then the entire person flew backward, their body tearing apart in mid-air. Noisy. Su Guangchuan withdrew his hand, his expression cold. He had not come to the Lu family to reason but to kill. If it weren't for the other party's reputation as a supplier to the immortal city, Su Guangchuan wouldn't have needed to sign any agreement with Lu Rong, he would have simply led his people to kill and exterminate the Lu family. Now, Su Guangchuan had been invited by Lu Rong to help Lu Rong clean house. At the same time, it was also to remove obstacles for Su Guangquan's eventual sharing of the Lu family's spirit field. And this obstacle was clearly the people from Fang Jiayan's faction. As a chess piece in the alliance of two families, Fang Jiayan naturally couldn't be touched. Besides, Su Guangchuan also greatly coveted Fang Jiayan's beauty. But for Lu family members other than Fang Jiayan, Su Guangchuan naturally wouldn't hold back. Su Guangchuan. Fang Jiayan roared. She hadn't expected the other party to kill someone right in front of her, and within the Lu family's ancestral land. Not only Fang Jiayan, but other Lu family members, after their initial shock, were also extremely enraged. However, very quickly, the anger on their faces turned into terror. Su Guangchuan and the Su family powerhouses he brought didn't waste words, they directly attacked, killing anyone with a dissatisfied or angry expression. Under the huge disparity in strength, this was almost a one-sided massacre. Lu Rong watched his clan members being killed one by one, his heart calm. The moment he signed the contract, he had anticipated this situation. But so what? If those who opposed him died, he could smoothly become the Lu family's clan chief, and then use the Lu family's resources to attempt to break through to foundation establishment great perfection. Once successful, the Lu family would regain its former prosperity. If he could advance further and enter the golden core stage, the Lu family would reach an even higher peak because of him. By then, today's minor blemish would be nothing at all. Clan elder, save me. Just as Lu Rong was envisioning the future, a voice startled him awake. Then, he saw one of his trusted confidants severely wounded by Su Guangchuan. Clan Chief Su, this is one of our own. Seeing this, Lu Rong quickly shouted. It was fine if people from the former clan chief's faction died, but if his own faction's people died, what would he, Lu Rong, rely on to manage the family in the future? What did you say? Su Guangchuan crushed the head of the person in front of him, then said unhurriedly. Having finally seized an opportunity to weaken the Lu family's strength, how could Su Guangchuan let it go? He didn't care which faction you belonged to, he would eliminate all the strong ones so that his Su family could better control the Lu family. You. Liu Rong pointed at Su Guangchuan, momentarily speechless, because the initiative was no longer in his hands. It was as if Liu Rong had let hungry wolves he couldn't control into his home, and now he could only watch helplessly as those hungry wolves wreaked havoc within. To the spirit field. Fang Jiayan looked at the fallen family experts, her eyes filled with pain, but she could only suppress the anguish in her heart. What she had to do now was to lead the family's remaining elites to survive. Only then would the Liu family not completely perish. If all the Liu family's elites died, then the Liu family would truly have no hope for the future. However, in the current situation, Fang Jiayan obviously couldn't lead the family members to escape. The only one who could save the Liu family now was the spirit plant great master in the spirit field on the mountain peak. Although the other party's cultivation was only at the foundation establishment early stage, the methods of such a great master could not be simply measured by cultivation. Even the Su family would not easily offend a great master. Seeing Fang Jiayan leading people towards the mountain peak, Su Guangchuan did not stop them. With the contract Liu Rong had signed, taking down the Liu family was nothing at all. The real obstacle for the Su family to take over the Liu family's second-order high-grade spirit field was the spirit plant great master who had leased the spirit field. Let's go, let's meet that spirit plant great master. After eliminating all Liu family members above the Qi refining middle stage, Su Guangchuan led his people towards the mountain peak. If that spirit plant great master was sensible enough to voluntarily terminate the spirit field lease, Su Guangchuan would give that spirit plant great master enough face. But if the other party refused to leave, then he, Su Guangchuan, would not be merciful. He had already investigated, this spirit plant great master was not from any major power, or rather, a spirit plant great master backed by a major power wouldn't need to come here to lease someone else's spirit field. Since he wasn't a spirit plant great master with a background, Su Guangchuan naturally wasn't afraid. Of course, unless absolutely necessary, Su Guangchuan still didn't want to act against a great master. After all, these professional great masters often had many connections that outsiders didn't know about. In the spirit field, Gumo's brows furrowed slightly. Then, his false core level divine sense spread out, detecting Fang Jiayan leading a few Liu family members, running frantically towards this side. Mother, what happened? Outside the spirit field formation, Liu Lingmei, hearing the commotion outside, walked out of her small house and couldn't help but ask when she saw her mother's flustered expression. Master Hu, please save the Liu family. Without time to explain to Liu Lingmei, Fang Jiayan directly knelt outside the spirit field, her voice mournful. And those Liu family members who came with Fang Jiayan also knelt down one after another. This was their Liu family's only hope. Come in. At this moment, Gumo's voice sounded, and then a gap appeared in the spirit field formation. Among the clauses in the contract Gumo signed with Fang Jiayan, there was one to protect the Liu family. Although he didn't know how the Liu family had provoked an outer core cultivator, Gumo was still capable of protecting them from a crisis of this level. Gumo's divine sense had already detected a group of people heading towards the mountain peak. This group was very strong, almost all of them foundation establishment cultivators, and among them was a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator and an outer core cultivator. The foundation establishment great perfection cultivator was naturally Su Guangchuan himself, and the outer core cultivator was the external helper Su Guangchuan had invited. The purpose of inviting the other party was to deal with Gumo, so this person had not made a move until now. Besides, dealing with those Liu family members didn't require an outer core cultivator to act. Oh. On the way to the mountain peak, the outer core cultivator suddenly stopped, his gaze sweeping towards the mountain peak. Just a moment ago, he had felt a powerful divine sense sweep past. Senior Sha, what's wrong? Su Guangchuan asked somewhat puzzled. Being a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator, he naturally couldn't detect the divine sense released by Gumo. Are you sure the spirit plant great master who leased the Liu family's spirit field has no background? Sha Wen asked with a solemn expression. That fleeting divine sense just now made him feel pressure. Absolutely certain. Junior has investigated thoroughly. This spirit plant great master appeared very suddenly, unlike someone from a major power. It's very likely he came from another region, Su Guangchuan stated with certainty. From Senior Sha's reaction, Su Guangchuan faintly felt that this matter might not go too smoothly, but since they had come this far, there was no turning back. Sha Wen nodded, acknowledging Su Guangquan's words. Besides, having accepted the other party's benefits, he naturally had to handle the matter well. Although the fleeting powerful divine sense just now was concerning, Sha Wen was still somewhat confident in his own strength. Even when facing a false core cultivator, he was confident he could retreat unscathed. So unyielding. Feeling the group continue to advance, Gumo frowned. Gumo had not concealed his divine sense probe just now, the purpose being to make the other party retreat voluntarily. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. Without necessity, Gumo didn't really want to make a move. If he damaged the spirit field here, it would be his own loss. Greetings, Master Hu. At this moment, Fang Jiayan and the others who had entered the formation arrived before Gumo, guided by the illusion formation. When he let them in, Gumo had used the illusion formation to conceal the plants in the spirit field. Tell me what happened. Gumo gestured for them to rise and tell him the course of events. Yes. Hearing this, Fang Jiayan suppressed the sorrow in her heart and recounted the events to Gumo. This really is. After listening to Fang Jiayan's narration, Gumo couldn't help but shake his head. Who would have thought that the cause of such a great calamity for the Lu family was actually a traitor within the family? Please, Great Master, save the Lu family. This concubine is willing to be a cow or horse to repay the Great Master. After recounting the family's plight, Fang Jiayan bowed to Guo again. This was the only hope for saving the Lu family. Don't worry, I will act. Guo waved his hand. The Su family was clearly after this second-order high-grade spirit field. Unless Guo voluntarily terminated the lease now, encountering them was inevitable. And Guo, before obtaining a third-order spirit field, clearly wouldn't terminate the lease. He still had many plans to upgrade, how could he give up this second-order high-grade spirit field? Upon receiving Gumo's personal promise, Fang Jiayan's anxious heart gradually calmed down. Su Guangchuan greets the Great Master. As he spoke, Su Guangchuan also arrived outside the spirit field formation on the mountain peak. Faced with a spirit plant Great Master, Su Guangchuan chose to be courteous before resorting to force. What is it? Gumo's voice emanated from within the spirit field formation. To be honest, Guo was a bit curious. For this second-order high-grade spirit field, the Su family had incited a Lu family clan elder to rebel and had even invited an outer core cultivator. The price seemed a bit too high, didn't it? What made the other party so determined to seize this second-order high-grade spirit field from the Lu family? Great Master, I have already reached a new contract with the Lu family. I would like to ask the Great Master to terminate the spirit field lease with the Lu family. Of course, any losses incurred from this will be compensated by my Su family, Su Guangchuan stated his intention. If the other party was sensible and terminated the spirit field lease, that would naturally be for the best. If the other party was unyielding, then Su Guangchuan would not be polite. What are you? You dare to negotiate terms with me? Gumo's emotionless voice came out, along with the divine sense pressure of a false core cultivator. In an instant, Su Guangquan's expression changed. He had never expected this spirit plant Great Master to actually be a false core cultivator. At that moment, a sense of fear arose in Su Guangquan's heart. He, a foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator, facing a false core cultivator, would definitely die without a doubt. Humph, pretending to be a ghost. Shawen snorted coldly. That divine sense was indeed at the false core level, but the moment that divine sense was released, Shawen felt a hint of a foundation establishment aura. Therefore, Shawen judged that the so-called spirit plant Great Master was just a foundation establishment cultivator who had used some special magic treasure to unleash divine sense comparable to the false core level. A magic treasure that could allow a foundation establishment cultivator to unleash false core level divine sense, just thinking about it made one's heart race. Break this formation for me. Hearing Shawen's words, Su Guangchuan immediately felt humiliated. Instantly, he commanded his people to attack the spirit field formation, preparing to drag out that so-called Great Master. But at this moment, a fireball shot out from the spirit field formation, heading straight for Shawen. The appearance of the fireball stunned Shawen. The destructive power of a low-level spell like a fireball was supposed to threaten him, an outer core cultivator. No, wait. As the fireball approached, Shawen immediately sensed the terrifying power contained within it. Instantly, Shawen quickly brought out a defensive magic treasure. Boom! The fireball struck the defensive magic treasure Shawen had brought out. The next moment, the defensive magic treasure was directly sent flying, and Shawen was also shaken by the terrifying aftershock, spitting out blood. Not bad. Guo, inside the spirit field formation, saw the combined power of the second-order high-grade pea shooter and the second-order high-grade torch tree stump, and nodded with satisfaction. This attack, capable of threatening false core and even golden core cultivators, how could an outer core cultivator block it? If it weren't for that defensive magic treasure blocking it for a moment, this blow would likely not have been as simple as just spitting blood. What? Seeing his biggest backer spit blood and fly backward, Su Guangquan's charging steps abruptly halted, and the terror in his eyes resurfaced. The other party's methods could injure an outer core cultivator to the point of spitting blood, so killing him, a foundation establishment Great Perfection cultivator, would surely be even easier. Go. Su Guangchuan glanced at the foundation establishment cultivator who had been knocked away, then decisively chose to retreat. The foundation establishment cultivator was seriously injured, and continuing the attack in such a situation would be too dangerous. Although the Lu family's high-grade second-order spiritual field was something Su Guangchuan deeply coveted, no matter how good something was, it wasn't as important as his own life. Looking at Su Guangchuan and the others fleeing in disarray, Guo did not choose to pursue them. After all, his main body needed to act discreetly. If he were to eliminate the Su family's people, who knew what karma might arise from it? Therefore, Guo chose to let his false core avatar take action. Damn it, damn it. After getting away from the Lu family, the suppression in Su Guangquan's heart instantly erupted. He had paid such a heavy price this time, only to return empty-handed. Senior Shat, is that Lingzi master really that strong? Su Guangchuan turned his gaze to Shawen, whose face was still somewhat pale. Are you questioning me? Shawen said with a grim expression. If he hadn't reacted quickly and deployed his defensive magic treasure in time, he might be a corpse right now. Thinking of his damaged defensive magic treasure, Shawen felt a pang of pain in his heart. This loss had to be compensated by the Su family. No, Junior did not mean that. Su Guangchuan, recovering from his anger, quickly replied. He had actually questioned an outer core cultivator, he must have been out of his mind. Who's there? Shawen ignored Su Guangchuan, his gaze fixed on the front. At some point, a figure was quietly standing there. Although this was a desolate main road, Sha Wen had a hunch that the other party's target was them. Swish! The figure did not answer Sha Wen, but instead summoned a flying sword. As the figure made a move, his cultivation was fully exposed. False core. Feeling the aura revealed by the other party, Sha Wen's expression changed, and he immediately turned and ran. If he were in peak condition, he wouldn't necessarily be afraid of a false core cultivator. But now Sha Wen's defensive magic treasure was destroyed, and he was injured. Facing a false core cultivator in this situation was simply courting death. Senior Sha. Seeing Sha Wen about to run, Su Guangchuan urgently called out. If this outer core cultivator ran, what would happen to them, the Foundation establishment cultivators? You all take care of yourselves. Sha Wen replied without looking back. In this situation, who cared about the lives of Su Guangchuan and the others? Just as Sha Wen was about to flee at full speed, he saw a bright red cherry bomb appear before his eyes. After a slight moment of surprise, a strong sense of dread welled up in Sha Wen's heart. But as he tried to change direction to dodge, a terrifying sword light, as if wanting to sever the heavens, struck, cutting off his escape route. In despair, Sha Wen unleashed all his power, attempting to find a way to survive, but unfortunately, with the terrifying explosion, everything vanished into thin air. Ah! An outer core cultivator was instantly killed in a flash. This scene terrified Su Guangchuan and the others, making their livers and guts split. Immediately, Su Guangchuan and a few others scattered and fled, hoping to escape with their lives. Still trying to escape. After eliminating the outer core cultivator, Gu Mo couldn't help but let out a slight breath. This false core cultivator who intercepted Su Guangchuan and the others was naturally Gu Mo's false core avatar, who had rushed over from Immortal City. To leave no targets behind, Gu Mo immediately focused all his efforts on eliminating the outer core cultivator. After all, Gu Mo's false core avatar was not good at escape techniques. If the opponent were to escape, Gu Mo was not confident he could catch up. For this, Gu Mo took out his last high-grade second-order cherry bomb and unleashed his strongest cutting heaven sword tactic to eliminate him. With this outer core cultivator dead, the remaining Foundation establishment cultivators, despite the huge realm difference, would not be able to escape, even if Gu Mo's false core avatar was not skilled in escape techniques. Soon, Gu Mo, holding a storage pouch, leisurely headed towards Immortal City. The outer core cultivator had been killed by the cherry bomb, so all his spoils of war were destroyed. At this moment, Gu Mo could only hope that there would be some valuable treasures in the Su family clan chief's storage pouch, so that his trip wouldn't be in vain. Lu family. Thank you, Great Master, for saving my life. As Su Guangchuan and the others retreated, Fang Jiayan's hanging heart finally settled. She respectfully bowed to Gu Mo. The fireball that this master who had released with a wave of his hand had actually repelled an outer core cultivator. What kind of technique was that? You still have many things to do now, so I won't keep you. Gu Mo waved his hand, directly opening the grand formation to let Fang Jiayan leave. As Gu Mo said, the Lu family had suffered a great calamity, and she had too many things to deal with. The most urgent matter was to deal with Lu Rong, the traitor. Apologizing to Gu Mo, Fang Jiayan left her daughter behind and returned to the clan territory at the foot of the mountain with the remaining family elites. At this moment, in the clan territory, Lu Rong was sitting in the clan chief's position, his expression somewhat uncertain. Although he had successfully become the Lu family's clan chief, Su Guangchuan had not only killed people from Fang Jiayan's faction this time, but even all the strong individuals from his own faction had been annihilated. Looking around, the Lu family now had only a handful of people left. In this situation, the decline of the Lu family was already a foregone conclusion. They might even have to rely on the Su family for their survival in the future. Su Guangchuan, this. Lu Rong was about to curse a few words to vent his anger when suddenly, his expression changed, because Fang Jiayan had already appeared before him with the remaining family elites. You. Lu Rong said with a look of disbelief. Aren't you surprised that we're still alive? Fang Jiayan's eyes were filled with killing intent. Everything the Lu family was currently experiencing was due to this old man. It was because of him that so many Lu family members had died. Attack. Fang Jiayan and the other family elites directly attacked Lu Rong. Although Lu Rong was a late-stage Foundation establishment cultivator, he was too old and had long been depleted of qi and blood. His combat power was far inferior to Fang Jiayan's. Coupled with the assistance of several other family elites this time, Lu Rong was quickly slain by Fang Jiayan. Having killed the culprit who caused the Lu family's great calamity, Fang Jiayan felt no joy in her heart at this moment. The truth was that this incident had severely damaged the Lu family's origin qi. It was no exaggeration to say that it would be difficult for the family to recover for several decades, and that was assuming everything went smoothly. In reality, although the Su family had retreated, there was no guarantee they wouldn't return. The current Lu family was clearly incapable of resisting the Su family's invasion. Fortunately, the traitor Lu Rong was dead, and the contract he signed was considered void. However, the Su family had many ways to deal with the weakened Lu family. Therefore, the only hope for the Lu family to survive was to ask Master Hu to continue protecting them. But to ask for protection, the Lu family naturally needed to pay some price. They couldn't expect him to work for free. However, the Lu family's most valuable high-grade second-order spiritual field had already been leased to the Great Master, and Fang Jiayan truly had no other valuable treasures to offer. South City, Immortal Cave. Gumo's false core avatar leisurely returned to the rented immortal cave, preparing to tally the spoils of war from this trip. The only thing worth looking forward to from this harvest was Su Guang's storage pouch. As for the rest, the outer core cultivators' spoils were annihilated by the cherry bomb, and the spoils from the other Foundation establishment cultivators were all junk. With the divine sense and magic power of a false core avatar, breaking into an ownerless storage pouch was effortless. Not bad. Gumo's divine sense probed into the storage pouch in his hand, finding quite a few spirit stones and medicinal pills inside, as well as a high-grade magic treasure flying sword. Gumo was currently only using a medium-grade magic treasure flying sword, so this time he could upgrade to a high-grade magic treasure flying sword. Speaking of the false core avatar's magic treasures, from the initial low-grade magic treasure flying sword to the current high-grade magic treasure flying sword, they had all been spoils of war from enemies. Even the peak-grade magic treasure flying sword would eventually be exchanged for a peak-grade abacus magic treasure, and that peak-grade abacus magic treasure was also a spoil of war. Hey? This is in a 6-1-9 book 1 bar no mistake version. Continuing to inventory the items in the storage pouch, Gumo took out a box. Opening it, inside was an earthy yellow bead. From this bead, Gumo felt the profoundness of the earth. Earth vein bead. Gumo was no longer the novice he once was. His false core avatar had continuously participated in gatherings, and his horizons had definitely broadened significantly. Therefore, he recognized the origin of the bead at a glance. The earth vein bead, a treasure of heaven and earth treasure level, had only one effect, to upgrade the grade of a spiritual vein. So that's it. At this moment, Gumo finally understood why Su Guangchuan was so fixated on the Lu family's high-grade second-order spiritual field. A high-grade second-order spiritual field combined with an earth vein bead could completely upgrade that high-grade second-order spiritual field to a third order. From second order to third order, that was a completely different level. With a third-order spiritual land, one would have the foundation and heritage to become a golden core family. Excellent, excellent. Gumo caressed the earth vein bead. His long-desired third-order spiritual field, wasn't it right here? However, the spiritual field Gumo was currently renting belonged to the Lu family. If he upgraded the Lu family's spiritual field to third order, Gumo wouldn't be able to take it with him after the lease expired. As for asking the Lu family for compensation, given their current situation, it was simply impossible. Or rather, with the Lu family's current strength, were they even qualified to possess a third-order spiritual field? If Gumo upgraded the Lu family's spiritual field to third order, and then left, would this third-order spiritual field become the fuse for the Lu family's destruction? The Lu family could barely hold onto a high-grade second-order spiritual field before, but a third-order spiritual field, even the Lu family at its peak, couldn't defend, let alone the currently weakened Lu family. Therefore, Gumo could only put the plan of upgrading the spiritual field with the earth vein bead on hold for now. He planned to wait for the grand auction to see if there were any third-order spiritual fields for rent, or if he could buy a high-grade second-order spiritual field to upgrade. After making his decision, the false core avatar got up, preparing to go to his main body to deliver the earth vein bead. Additionally, the cherry bombs carried by the false core avatar were gone, so he needed to get 2 more from the main body. With the third-order sunflower, Gumo's efficiency in upgrading plants had improved. Therefore, during this period, Gumo had also replenished a few high-grade second-order cherry bombs. As for third-order cherry bombs, Gumo planned to make them after he had a sufficient number of third-order sunflowers. Currently, Gumo prioritized upgrading third-order sunflowers. As long as there were enough third-order sunflowers, then upgrading plants would become very easy. However, the false core avatar had just stepped out of the immortal cave when he immediately retreated back inside. It seemed this moment was not quite suitable for going to his main body. On the empty ground beside the Lu family's spiritual field, Gumo and Fang Jiayan sat on opposite sides of a stone table. Master Hu, I toast you. Fang Jiayan picked up her wine glass, then drained the spirit wine in it. Gumo looked at Fang Jiayan before him, thoughtfully. At this moment, Fang Jiayan was wearing a white gauze dress, and with every movement, hints of spring were revealed. Her posture clearly conveyed her intentions. Feeling Gumo's gaze on her, Fang Jiayan felt a blush on her face. Although she was a married woman, it was her first time trying to seduce someone. But thinking of the Lu family's current situation, Fang Jiayan knew very well that the Lu family had nothing valuable left to offer that could make Master Hu protect them. Finally, Fang Jiayan decided to use her still presentable body to exchange for Master Hu's protection of the Lu family. Gumo naturally understood Fang Jiayan's meaning and was quite tempted. She truly was a great beauty coveted by many cultivators. Although she was a married woman, her mature charm was something young maidens could not compare to. Tempted as he was, Gumo still didn't express anything. Gumo could guess Fang Jiayan's conditions, which were nothing more than protecting the Lu family. However, Gumo could not stay here indefinitely, he would leave once the time was right. Since he couldn't make a promise, he shouldn't take advantage of her. After drinking several cups of spirit wine, Fang Jiayan, already a little tipsy, saw that Gumo still hadn't responded, and her composure began to crack. She had already made it so obvious, why hadn't Master Hu responded? Whether agreeing or refusing, either would be fine. Fang Jiayan knew she was a married woman, no longer pure, and might be disliked. She was also prepared that if she were rejected, she would send her daughter to the great master as a maidservant. This Master Hu was the Lu family's only lifeline they could grasp. Fang Jiayan would not easily give up. Giving up this lifeline meant giving up the Lu family's hope of survival. For the family's continued existence, both mother and daughter had long been prepared to sacrifice everything. To still have a lifeline to grasp in a desperate situation was already a stroke of luck. Many family forces facing annihilation might not even have a lifeline and could only face destruction in despair. Fellow deist Fang, I will not stay here for long and cannot make you a promise. Gu Mo sighed deeply and said. Hearing Gu Mo's words, Fang Jiayan immediately felt a sense of relief. As long as Master Hu didn't dislike her, that was enough. As for the Master saying he couldn't stay long, Fang Jiayan's heart stirred. As long as Great Master can give my humble daughter some guidance, this concubine will be satisfied. Since she couldn't keep the Great Master, then she would ask the Great Master to guide her daughter. As long as her daughter could become a true Lingzi master and successfully cultivate those sword bamboos, allowing the Lu family to smoothly become a first-class supplier. Then, she would have room to maneuver, space to adapt, and the Lu family would have time to breathe. As Fang Jiayan spoke, she rose and bowed deeply to Gu Mo. This time, the bow was even larger and more revealing, and this large and revealing gesture was directed towards Gu Mo. Perhaps it was from drinking too much spirit wine, or perhaps Fang Jiayan did it on purpose, but her steps suddenly faltered, and she directly stumbled towards Gu Mo. Chapter 137 3 years. Phew, I finally finished what mother asked me to do. Lu Mei followed the morning light towards the spirit field on the mountaintop. Yesterday, her mother suddenly asked her to handle some family affairs. Lu Mei didn't think much of it. Given the Lu family's current situation, every family member needed to work hard to revitalize it. Today, after completing her task, Lu Mei rushed over without delay, so that if Senior Hu had any instructions, he wouldn't be unable to find her. After personally witnessing Senior Hu easily repel the strong enemy from the Su family, Lu Mei's admiration for Gu Mo rose another level. Arriving at the Ling Tian cabin in front of the spirit field formation, Lu Mei was just about to enter when she saw her mother walking out of the great spirit field formation. Lu Mei, are you done with everything? Seeing her daughter, Fang Jiayan steadied her somewhat wobbly steps, a slight smile on her face. Yes. Lu Mei nodded, a look of confusion in her eyes as she gazed at Fang Jiayan. I just reached an agreement with Great Master Hu. Great Master Hu promised to guide your cultivation in the way of a Lingzi master. You must seize this opportunity, Fang Jiayan said earnestly. As for the cost of reaching this agreement, Fang Jiayan naturally wouldn't tell Lu Mei. If Great Master Hu hadn't taken a liking to her, Fang Jiayan would have told Lu Mei about the family's predicament and asked her to make sacrifices for the family. But now that Great Master Hu was quite satisfied with her, there was naturally no need for Lu Mei to make sacrifices. Of course, if Great Master Hu could stay, it wouldn't be out of the question for both mother and daughter to serve him together. After all, he was a strong individual capable of repelling an outer core cultivator. I will work hard. Hearing that she could receive guidance from the formidable Senior Hu, Lu Mei was overjoyed. The slight doubt that had just arisen instantly vanished from her mind. To revitalize the family, she had to cultivate diligently, and receiving guidance from a Lingzi master was absolutely a great opportunity. Good. Fang Jiayan contentedly stroked Lu Mei's head, then left. Inside the Ling Tian cabin, Gu Mo stretched, his mind still savoring the experience of last night. Last night, Gu Mo finally put the rich theoretical knowledge he had gained from watching adult films on Earth into practice on Fang Jiayan. Although his first practical attempt wasn't very skilled, with his false core realm physique, Gu Mo still easily managed Fang Jiayan. Of course, as a transaction, Gu Mo had a good experience, so he naturally had to show some appreciation. His divine sense detected Lu Mei in the cabin outside, and Gu Mo transmitted his voice to call Lu Mei over. Greetings, Senior Hu. Lu Mei bowed respectfully. Having been prompted by her mother earlier, Lu Mei knew that the senior calling her over likely meant he was preparing to guide her cultivation in the way of a Lingzi master, which made Lu Mei very excited. Later, I will teach you the method for cultivating sword bamboo. You must learn it well, Gu Mo said. Most Lingzi masters choose to specialize in cultivating one or two types of spirit plants, and Gu Mo had the same requirement for Lu Mei. And the spirit plant chosen for Lu Mei to specialize in was undoubtedly sword bamboo. This was a spirit plant that concerned the future fate of the Lu family. If Gu Mo left in the future and no one in the Lu family could cultivate sword bamboo, then the Lu family would lose its qualification as a supplier to the immortal city. This qualification was absolutely a crucial protective talisman for the Lu family now. However, sword bamboo was a second-order spirit plant, and Lu Mei was currently only in the chi refinement stage. Even if she only specialized in sword bamboo, achieving independent cultivation would likely not be easy. However, Gu Mo would not be leaving in the short term. At least before the Immortal City Grand Auction, Gu Mo would continue to stay with the Lu family, and there was still more than 3 years until the Grand Auction began. Yes. Lu Mei nodded seriously. Afterward, Gu Mo began to guide Lu Mei in the cultivation of the small cloud rain technique and the little Zhengjin sword chi. These were the two most important spirit farmer spells for cultivating sword bamboo. As a low-grade water spiritual root, Lu Mei made very fast progress in comprehending the small cloud rain technique, while her progress in the little Zhengjin sword chi was relatively much slower. Time passed day by day, and in the blink of an eye, 3 years had gone by. 3 years, for a cultivator, was truly just a blink of an eye, but for Gu Mo, these 3 years were a period of rapid increase in his foundation. This foundation, of course, referred to Gu Mo's plants. In 3 years, Gu Mo successfully completed the upgrade of 5 third-order sunflowers. With the help of those 5 third-order sunflowers, Guo also upgraded many plants to second-order top grade. The reason he only upgraded them to second-order top grade, instead of directly to third-order, was that Guo planned to accumulate a wave of second-order top grade plants. Once he obtained a third-order spirit field, those 5 third-order sunflowers would be able to condense complete third-order sun essence. At that time, upgrading with complete third-order sun essence would be more efficient. The Immortal City's Grand Auction, held once every 5 years, was about to begin. For Guo, this Grand Auction would present 2 scenarios. 1. If there was a third-order spirit field available for rent, then there was nothing to say, Guo would bid with all his might to acquire that third-order spirit field. The second scenario, if there was no third-order spirit field at this Grand Auction, then, Guo would try to purchase a second-order top-grade spirit field, and then use the Earth Vein Pearl to upgrade the second-order top-grade spirit field to third-order. If a third scenario occurred, for example, if there wasn't even a second-order top-grade spirit field, then Guo could only upgrade the Lu family's second-order top-grade spirit field to third-order. As for whether upgrading the Lu family's spirit field to third-order would bring disaster to the Lu family, Guo would naturally help resolve this problem. For example, before leaving, Guo would leave a few plants in the spirit field as a trump card for the Lu family. As long as the Lu family could preserve the third-order spirit field, then for the Lu family, this would be a heaven-sent opportunity, giving the Lu family the foundation to become a golden core family. Speaking of the Lu family, they had recovered quite a bit of their origin chi in these 3 years. Especially Fang Jiayan, in these 3 years, she could be said to have abandoned all her dignity and decorum, serving Guo in various ways. For this, she even cultivated charm spells and dual cultivation techniques, just to ensure that Guo had a new experience every time. Fang Jiayan was very clear that keeping Great Master Hu interested in her was the only way to keep this transaction going. Although cultivating those charm spells and dual cultivation techniques delayed her cultivation, it wasn't important. What was important was that under the guidance of the Great Master, Lu Mei's attainments in the path of a Lingzi Master improved rapidly. In addition, Lu Mei's cultivation also improved rapidly. Although the Lu family suffered a great calamity and most of their strong members died, the Lu family's income was not affected. In recent years, Gumo's sword bamboo supply has never had any problems. Moreover, the quantity of sword bamboo had greatly increased, causing the Lu family's income to surge again. Compared to before Guo arrived, the Lu family's income had increased at least 7 or 8 times, if not 10 times. With the soaring income, but fewer strong members in the family to take money, the resources that the Lu family could control naturally increased. As the Lu family's focus on training focus, Lu Mei naturally received the greatest support. With her low-grade water spiritual root, Lu Mei's cultivation speed naturally wouldn't be slow with the support of a large amount of cultivation resources. It's estimated that in a few years, Lu Mei will reach cultivation chi completion realm and begin to impact the foundation establishment stage. Pitter-patter. The pattering sound of rain outside the cabin interrupted Gumo's thoughts. Stepping out of the cabin, Guo saw the dark clouds in the sky, and the golden little carp swimming freely within them. Below, Lu Mei was intently comprehending. Little Carp's small cloud rain technique was at the major achievement level, so every time Little Carp performed the small cloud rain technique, Lu Mei would come over to observe and comprehend seriously, and her efforts were rewarded. Now, Lu Mei's realm in the small cloud rain technique had already reached the proficient level, and it wasn't just at the initial stage of proficiency. It must be said that a water spiritual root indeed had a unique advantage in comprehending water element spells. In contrast, Lu Mei's little Zhengjin sword chi was currently only at the introductory stage. However, it was barely enough for helping manage the sword bamboo forest daily. Guo only needed to sort out the sword bamboo forest every few days. Senior. Seeing Guo appear, Lu Mei quickly ran over and bowed respectfully. Do you have any doubts about your cultivation? Guo asked with a smile. If Little Carp possessed the major achievement realm small cloud rain technique, then Guo had cultivated all 5 great spirit farmer spells to the major achievement realm. With Gumo's false core realm divine soul, comprehending first order spirit farmer spells would naturally be easier than when he was in the chi refinement stage. Moreover, Guo had already grasped the essence of the small cloud rain technique and other spirit farmer spells, so his realm improved rapidly. You can read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Another point was that Guo had plenty of time. Not needing to cultivate himself, he had ample time to comprehend spells, sword deo, and even alchemy techniques. With the torch tree stump, a sharp weapon for alchemy and artifact refining, Guo, not wanting to waste it, had his false core avatar search for an alchemist legacy in the Immortal City. Between alchemy and artifact refining, Guo chose alchemy. As a Lingzi master, he had an advantage in alchemy. For example, Guo could cultivate medicinal ingredients himself, and he had a deep understanding of their medicinal properties. Coupled with his false core realm divine sense and the second order top grade torch tree stump, the difficulties that plagued countless novice alchemists, such as identifying medicinal properties, changes in medicinal power during medicinal pill refining, and heat control, became exceptionally easy for Guo. The only regrettable thing was that the alchemist legacy obtained by the false core avatar was only a first order legacy. Now, Guo could easily refine all kinds of first order medicinal pills, with extremely high success rates, and the cost of refining medicinal pills was also far lower than that of other alchemists. However, first order medicinal pills were of no use to Guo. If sold, their low cost would indeed yield some profit, but the profit from first order medicinal pills was still somewhat low. Therefore, after mastering the knowledge of the First Order Alchemist Legacy, Gumo did not delve deeper, intending to study it after finding a higher order Alchemist Legacy. So, most of Gumo's time was still spent comprehending Spirit Farmer spells and Sword Deo. Cultivating all 5 great Spirit Farmer spells to the major achievement realm was the result of these 3 years. Although First Order Spirit Farmer spells were already of very little help to Gumo, who possessed a false core divine soul and physique. But Gumo still spent a lot of time comprehending them, because these 5 great Spirit Farmer spells had advanced versions later on, which Chi Chunda told Gumo about. Gumo was not surprised by this. After all, the 5 great Spirit Farmer spells all had the character small, in front of them, which clearly indicated that there should be higher order versions without the small character. It was just that Gumo's false core avatar had not found any advanced Spirit Farmer spells in the Immortal City. But thinking about the lack of importance placed on Lingzi masters in this cultivation world, Gumo was relieved. He estimated that he would have to go to Sheneng Valley to obtain advanced Spirit Farmer spells. Having advanced Spirit Farmer spells does not mean that those small Spirit Farmer spells do not need to be cultivated. On the contrary, those small Spirit Farmer spells are the stepping stones to comprehending those advanced Spirit Farmer spells. Only by cultivating the small Spirit Farmer spells to a profound realm can one better grasp the advanced Spirit Farmer spells. This was the advantage of having a legacy. If it weren't for Chi Chunda's message and instructions, Gumo would still continue to comprehend Spirit Farmer spells, but he wouldn't attach such importance to them. When he went to Sheneng Valley, if his comprehension of the small Spirit Farmer spells was insufficient and he couldn't cultivate the advanced Spirit Farmer spells, wouldn't that be embarrassing for his master? Of course, cultivating to major achievement can only be considered not embarrassing. To truly bring honor to his old master, the perfection realm is obviously indispensable. However, even for First Order Spirit Farmer spells, reaching perfection is extremely difficult, and Gumo was not entirely confident. However, compared to comprehending the Sword Deo, Gumo felt that comprehending Spirit Farmer spells was easier. As for the Sword Deo, Gumo had only just gotten started with one move, Severing Heaven, which was the easiest move to master in the Sword Deo. In these 3 years, Gumo also tried to comprehend new sword arts. For example, there was one sword art among them called Sword Return. Gumo valued it greatly, as it was a defensive counter-attacking sword art. Blocking an enemy's attack, then using the force to counter-attack. Blocking, borrowing force, and counter-attacking are 3 steps, but they must be integrated into one move. Its difficulty was countless times greater than Severing Heaven, which was a pure offensive sword move. But once mastered, it would be a powerful sword art combining defense and counterattack. After 3 years of comprehension, Gumo was still at the blocking stage, but this had already given Gumo a decent defensive method. The more Gumo comprehended the Sword Deo, the more he discovered its extraordinary nature. Yet, this was only a fragmented Sword Deo compiled and summarized by Immortal Master Yaquan. If it were a complete Sword Deo, what kind of powerful sword cultivation technique would it be? Senior, Lumei still has some confusion about the little Zhengjin sword chi. Seeing Gumo ask about her cultivation, Lumei quickly voiced her confusion. Lumei's problem was very simple for Gumo, who had already cultivated the little Zhengjin sword chi to major achievement. With just a slight pointer, Lumei felt a sudden enlightenment. At this moment, Little Carp, having finished casting the small cloud rain technique, swam over and blew a string of bubbles at Lumei, and Lumei also cast a non-ranked bubble spell in retaliation. In these 3 years, Little Carp and Lumei had become very familiar with each other. A water spiritual root was more inclined to be close to Little Carp, who was also a water element spirit beast. Of course, the most important thing was having a playmate. Gumo usually spent his time comprehending spells and Sword Deo, so he naturally didn't have much time to play with Little Carp. Lumei's arrival was like Little Carp finding a playmate. Gumo pulled out a chair and sat down, quietly watching the person and the fish play, while his consciousness also shifted to his false core avatar. The Immortal City Grand Auction was about to begin, and Gumo also needed to inquire whether there were any spirit fields for rent that he was interested in at this Grand Auction. Before the Grand Auction began, the Immortal City would always announce some treasure information in advance. Yuntian Immortal City, Main City. As the venue for the upcoming Grand Auction, Gumo could already clearly feel the change in the number of people in the main city. When the Grand Auction officially begins, this number will surge again. At that time, the Immortal City will issue temporary passes to cultivators who have not obtained the qualification to enter the main city. The Immortal City's Grand Auction, held once every 5 years, is highly anticipated. It is said that cultivators from the overseas cultivation world have even specifically come to participate in the Immortal City's Grand Auction. Of course, such situations are rare. Only when extremely precious treasures appear in the Grand Auction, such as Ning Pill and spiritual artifacts from back then, will overseas cultivators travel thousands of miles to attend. It's just unknown if there will be such treasures at this Immortal City Grand Auction. Speaking of which, the Immortal City Grand Auction hasn't had any major highlights for many years. Mr. Zhang. As Gumo was on his way to the main city's auction house, a voice called out. Hearing this, Gumo's gaze swept over, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Fellow Daist Si, are you also going to the auction house? Gumo greeted him. As the guide who led Gumo into the outer core and false core circles, Gumo and Si Daolong's relationship has been quite good these past few years. In the past 3 years, Gumo has completely integrated into the Immortal City's outer core and false core circles. As for the true golden core circles, those golden core cultivators simply look down on outer core and false core cultivators. If you are not a true golden core cultivator, you simply cannot integrate into their circles. Even some foundation establishment great perfection cultivators are not very willing to enter the outer core and false core circles, or get involved with them, as that would be cursing themselves, unable to achieve a true golden core. However, very few foundation establishment great perfection cultivators step into golden core. Even those who can form a false core are not many. More often, they fail in their breakthrough and perish. That is natural, Mr. Zhang. Do you know that a great treasure will appear at this grand auction? Si Daolong said mysteriously. What kind of treasure is it? Gu Mo couldn't help but become interested. When a major treasure for the grand auction is confirmed, the Immortal City will release the news so that interested cultivators can prepare. However, this type of news is only circulated among the target audience. If you haven't entered this circle, these messages remain a secret. As a direct descendant of a golden core family, Si Daolong's information channels are clearly superior to Gu Mo's. It's a bottle of Yuehua pure water. Si Daolong revealed the name of the treasure. Hearing this, Gu Mo raised an eyebrow. This was indeed a great treasure, because the Yuehua pure water is a fourth order heaven and earth treasure, a pure water condensed from the power of lunar moonlight, possessing many incredible effects. For example, this Yuehua pure water can directly perform a thorough marrow cleansing for a chi refinement stage cultivator. The perfected cleansing art can only be considered a cheap alternative to this Yuehua pure water. However, using such a fourth order heaven and earth treasure on a chi refinement cultivator is truly a waste. Even the wealthiest families rarely do this. The true purpose of this Yuehua pure water is to purify the nascent soul of a nascent soul cultivator. This purification includes treating nascent soul injuries, severe poisons, curses, and other negative effects. It's no exaggeration to say it's a life-saving item for nascent soul cultivators. Even if a nascent soul cultivator's physical body is destroyed, as long as the nascent soul remains, they can perform possession and rebirth. But if the nascent soul is destroyed, there's no chance to start over. It can almost be foreseen that the appearance of this Yuehua pure water will definitely attract the competition of many nascent soul cultivators, and even overseas nascent soul cultivators might come. For nascent soul cultivators, crossing the ocean and reaching another cultivation world is not a difficult task. Of course, this had nothing to do with Gu Mo. What he cared about was whether there would be third-order spirit plant rentals at this grand auction. He didn't ask Si Daolong about the spirit plant. After all, Gu Mo's false core avatar identity was that of a sword cultivator, and his inquiry about spirit plant didn't fit his identity. Gu Mo was very clear about how attractive a complete core formation resource was after the bounties for himself and Yuan Naya were issued in recent years. The most direct example is that the intelligence prices for Gu Mo and Yuan Naya have multiplied several times. In this situation, Gu Mo needs to hide himself even more carefully. Upon arriving at the auction house, Gu Mo received a disposable jade slip, which recorded the list of treasures to be auctioned at this grand auction. Gu Mo quickly scanned it, and his brows furrowed. On this jade slip, Gu Mo did not find any information about third-order spirit plant rentals, not even information about second-order high-grade spirit plant. In fact, spirit plant and spiritual vein are rarely sold, unless encountering special circumstances like the Lu family. Otherwise, only a fool would rent out spirit plant and spiritual vein that could become the foundation of a family or sect. Of course, there wasn't a single spirit plant or spiritual vein at the grand auction. Among them, Gu Mo saw a sales listing for a second-order high-grade spiritual vein. And the location of this spiritual vein, Gu Mo remembered, seemed to be where the Su family was located. Did the Su family sell off their family foundation in the past few years? He asked Si Daolong, and this little oracle indeed knew the situation. 3 years ago, the Su family mobilized all their family powerhouses, wanting to forcefully occupy the Lu family's spirit plant. In the end, they were repelled by the great master spirit plant who rented the Lu family's spirit plant. And on their way back, they encountered an attack from an unknown powerhouse and were completely wiped out. All the Su family powerhouses died, and the Su family's enemies naturally wouldn't miss this opportunity, so they annihilated the Su family. Si Daolong recalled the relevant intelligence. A foundation establishment family like the Su family didn't receive much attention from Si Daolong. If it weren't for the intelligence about a great master spirit plant involved, Si Daolong wouldn't have given it a second look. If a family force within the Immortal City's jurisdiction is annihilated, then their family's spirit plant and spiritual vein will be reclaimed by the Immortal City. It is said that this is to prevent people from annihilating entire families to seize spirit plant and spiritual vein, Si Daolong continued. Gu Mo naturally knew this news. This was also why the Su family wanted to support Lu Rong to become the clan chief, and then the two families formed an alliance, instead of directly annihilating the Lu family. Because doing so would cause the Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant to be reclaimed by the Immortal City. And this time, the Su family's enemies clearly hated the Su family to the core, ignoring that second-order high-grade spiritual vein and directly annihilating the Su family. With the Su family annihilated, that second-order high-grade spiritual vein was reclaimed by the Immortal City and appeared in this grand auction. Unfortunately, a second-order high-grade spiritual vein did not meet Gu Mo's requirements. Although the Earth Vein Pearl could upgrade a spiritual vein, it wouldn't be enough to upgrade a second-order high-grade to a third-order. Otherwise, the Su family would have directly used the Earth Vein Pearl to upgrade their own second-order high-grade spiritual vein. Why would they covet the Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant? A great master spirit plant, the Immortal City still has such a great master. Gu Mo asked with a surprised expression. The main body's news actually appeared in the Su family's intelligence, which made Gu Mo worry if the main body would be suspected. Of course, that Lu family was also lucky to have encountered a great master spirit plant. Although the Lu family suffered a great disaster this time, if they can retain that great master spirit plant, they might not be unable to return to their peak, or even surpass their peak, Si Daolong said with some emotion. This is what cultivators always refer to as opportunity and luck. Mr. Zhang, it is said that the great master spirit plant took a fancy to that lady of the Lu family. Si Daolong said with a knowing look. Hearing this, Gu Mo's fists instantly clenched. Wasn't this slander? Of course, from Si Daolong's words, Gu Mo also knew that no one connected the deaths of the Su family members to his main body. After all, many people saw the Su family leaving the Lu family, and his main body did not leave the Lu family. Therefore, he could distance himself from this matter. Or, even if someone believed it was done by his main body, the Su family is now annihilated, and no one will come to seek justice from his main body, so this matter is basically over. After refusing Si Daolong's subsequent gossip about the great master spirit plant and the beautiful lady of the Lu family, Gu Mo continued to look at the detailed information of the grand auction. He had only briefly looked at the spirit plant and spiritual vein information before. Since there was none, Gu Mo could only upgrade the Lu family's spirit plant. Because he didn't need to buy spirit plant, Gu Mo also planned to use the huge sum of tens of millions of spirit stone he had on him to buy some valuable items for himself at the grand auction. On the treasure list, Gu Mo saw the high-grade abacus magic treasure he had consigned. Given the popularity of this grand auction, there was a high probability of exchanging it for a suitable high-grade magic treasure flying sword for himself. This wind tunnel technique is good, I can compete for it then. Gu Mo's eyes lit up when he saw a wind tunnel technique on the list. His false core avatar was just missing an evasion technique, and this wind tunnel technique was perfectly suitable. This was a secret art level evasion technique. According to the introduction, this wind tunnel technique originated from the metal tunneling technique, and the metal tunneling technique is one of the 5 elements evasion techniques. The 5 elements evasion technique is a very famous top-tier divine ability. If one can cultivate the 5 elements evasion technique, then ascending to heaven and descending to earth, exploring mysteries, will be omnipotent. Since this wind tunnel technique can be related to the 5 elements evasion technique, it must not be bad. Check out the error-free version at 1619 bookbar. Having decided on one item he needed, Gu Mo continued to browse and was then attracted by a third-order heaven and earth treasure, a bingzhen fruit. It has the effect of calming the mind and spirit, and also has a good suppressive effect on the heart demon that arises during realm breakthrough. Of course, limited by its quality, this third-order bingzhen fruit is only effective for cultivators at the golden core level. If this were a fourth-order bingzhen fruit, its value would surpass that of the fourth-order Yuehua pure water, becoming the highlight treasure of this grand auction. But even a third-order bingzhen fruit is quite valuable. If the price is right, Gu Mo will compete for it. Of course, if the price is too high, Gu Mo won't be a sucker. After all, this bingzhen fruit is not a necessity for Gu Mo, because Gu Mo only needs to refine sun essence for his cultivation. The entire process takes at most a few breaths, so there is no need for calming the mind and spirit. As for the heart demon during a cultivation breakthrough, taking Gu Mo's future plan to break through to golden core, he will first upgrade the Lu family's second-order high-grade spirit plant to third-order, condensing complete third-order sun essence. Then, with the complete third-order sun essence, he will obtain true golden core Dan power. Afterwards, he will use the spirit forging art to temper his physical body to the golden core level, and then nourish his divine soul with his physical body, allowing his divine soul to also reach the golden core level. Finally, it will be the breakthrough of his cultivation. With his divine soul already at the golden core level, Gu Mo can easily deal with the heart demon that arises during breakthrough. Therefore, getting this bingzhen fruit would be icing on the cake, it's not a big problem if he doesn't get it. After finishing the list of treasures to be sold at the grand auction, Gu Mo bid farewell to Si Daolong and prepared to return, quietly awaiting the opening of the grand auction. As Gu Mo walked out of the auction house, an elder and a young girl walked in from outside, brushing past Gu Mo. Gu Mo paused, his gaze sweeping towards the young girl who had passed by. Although the other party had changed her appearance and concealed her aura, Gu Mo recognized her almost at first glance. Yuan Nia. There was no helping it, Gu Mo was too familiar with Yuan Nia. He knew every inch of her body like the back of his hand. However, Gu Mo chose not to acknowledge Yuan Nia. They were two sets of core formation resources. If this were exposed, they wouldn't have a moment's peace. At that time, a large number of Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivators and even Golden Core level enemies would come to kill them. It was enough to confirm that Yuan Nia was fine. Once Gu Mo becomes a nascent soul cultivator and can disregard the threat of the Fenghua sect, then he can acknowledge her. As Gu Mo left, Yuan Nia, who was heavily disguised, suddenly turned her head, looking at the receding figure. Her brows furrowed slightly. She actually felt a familiar sensation from that stranger. What's wrong? The elder beside Yuan Nia asked. He was a Golden Core elder of the Kingla sect, accompanying Yuan Nia to participate in this grand auction because a treasure capable of suppressing Zhou Suzu's heart demon had appeared at this auction. Upon learning this news, the people of the Kingla sect naturally could not ignore it. If Zhou Suzu's heart demon could be suppressed, then Zhou Suzu could awaken from her coma. Even if the heart demon's influence could not be completely eliminated, as long as Zhou Suzu awoke, the Kingla sect would have a trump card that could temporarily contend with a nascent soul cultivator. Thus, if their hiding place were discovered and the Fenghua sect sent a nascent soul cultivator to kill them, Zhou Suzuo could hold them off for a moment, allowing the people of the Qingla sect to escape and avoid complete annihilation. Nothing, I must have seen wrong. Yuan Naya shook her head. Although Yuan Naya was also very familiar with Gu Mo, the current Gu Mo was an incarnation, and an incarnation with false core cultivation. No matter how wild Yuan Naya's imagination was, she wouldn't connect Gu Mo with a false core cultivator. Yuntian Immortal City's main city, in a certain third-order courtyard. He Xiaogang looked towards the auction house, his gaze deep. At this moment, he had already become a golden core cultivator. He Xiaogang was already at foundation establishment great perfection before taking the reincarnation pill, and with sufficient resources and the resolidified foundation after taking the reincarnation pill, he entered the golden core realm within just a few years. The bait has been cast. I wonder if we can catch a big fish this time, He Xiaogang said with a slight smile. The Fenghua sect has now established a firm foothold in this cultivation world, but the remnants of the Qingla sect remain a hidden danger. To eliminate this hidden danger, the Fenghua sect issued a high reward, but after several years, they still had nothing to show for it. So He Xiaogang decided to take the initiative. According to existing intelligence, Zhou Suzuo was taken away by Qi Chunda at the time, but her heart demon's erosion would not disappear, and the Qingla sect would certainly spare no effort to treat Zhou Suzuo. Therefore, if he now brought out a treasure that could suppress the heart demon, would the fish take the bait? After all, this bait would be very difficult for them to refuse. Young lord. Just as He Xiaogang was wondering what big fish this bait would catch, Yao Shifeng walked over, bowing. Compared to before, Yao Shifeng's aura had undergone a tremendous change. He had actually stepped into the threshold of foundation establishment. With the talent of an inferior spiritual root, to enter foundation establishment in such a short period of time, only Gu Mo, who had a cheat, could do it. But Yao Shifeng had also accomplished this feat, except Gu Mo relied on his plant cheat, while Yao Shifeng relied on evil cultivation techniques. Only evil cultivation techniques, which do not require spiritual root talent, could allow Yao Shifeng to enter foundation establishment in such a short time. However, cultivating evil cultivation techniques requires a large amount of cultivator essence blood and divine souls. Without enough essence blood and divine souls, even evil cultivation techniques cannot progress so rapidly. When Fenghua sect invaded Qingla sect, they killed a large number of Qingla sect disciples, including foundation establishment stage deacons and even golden core stage elders. The essence blood and divine souls of these people were secretly collected by Fenghua sect. They were then bestowed upon Yao Shifeng by He Xiaogang to boost his evil cultivation techniques advancement. If not for Yao Shifeng's inability to withstand the backlash from the rapid improvement of the evil cultivation technique, his cultivation progress would have skyrocketed. Not to mention, the essence blood and divine soul of just one golden core elder would have been enough to easily push Yao Shifeng to foundation establishment great perfection. As for cultivating evil cultivation techniques using the essence blood and divine souls of his former sect disciples, Yao Shifeng's initial resistance faded completely after experiencing the rapid growth of his cultivation. As a low-grade spiritual root, he experienced such rapid cultivation improvement for the first time. Even if he was cultivating evil cultivation techniques that everyone condemned, Yao Shifeng didn't care. How's the investigation coming along? He Xiaogang's gaze swept towards Yao Shifeng. He Xiaogang had brought out a treasure that could suppress inner demons, which had a high probability of attracting Yuan Naya and other Qingla sect disciples. However, besides Yuan Naya, he had another must-kill target, and that was Gu Mo. Although Fenghua sect had now completely replaced Qingla sect, and his identity was no longer an issue of exposure, his murderous intent towards Gu Mo had not diminished. After all, the talent Gu Mo displayed was no weaker than Yuan Naya's, and even stronger. Such a person naturally needed to be eliminated as soon as possible. However, treasures that suppress inner demons could not attract Gu Mo. Therefore, He Xiaogang could only start from other aspects, such as Gu Mo's identity as a Lingzi master. In this cultivation realm, the number of Lingzi masters is still very small. Therefore, whenever there is news of a Lingzi master, He Xiaogang sends people to investigate to see if it is Gu Mo. This time, a Lingzi great master appeared in the Lu family, and He Xiaogang naturally had Yao Shifeng investigate. That Lingzi master from the Lu family is named Hushuo. He specializes in cultivating sword bamboo, and the quality is very high, Yao Shifeng said, relaying the information he had gathered. Then, do you think this person is Gu Mo? He Xiaogang asked. Based on my judgment, the possibility of this person being Gu Mo is very low, but it cannot be completely ruled out, Yao Shifeng thought for a moment and said. The title of Lingzi Great Master is clearly quite different from Gu Mo. However, thinking about Gu Mo's talent in the Dao of Lingzi Masters, and his master Qi Chunda, who came from Sheneng Valley. As a sect from overseas, Fenghua sect was well aware of the power of Sheneng Valley, which was the peak of the Lingzi Master legacy. Continue to keep an eye on him. After this grand auction ends, we will go and meet that Lingzi Great Master. He Xiaogang nodded. Even if the possibility of that Lingzi Master being Gu Mo was not high, He Xiaogang would not give up. After all, Fenghua sect had just gained a firm foothold, and the sect also needed some talents. If that Lingzi Great Master was not Gu Mo, He Xiaogang would also invite him to join Fenghua sect. After all, a large sect cannot have deficiencies in any aspect. Yes. Upon hearing this, Yao Shifeng bowed and retreated. Lu family. Since there's no third-order spirit field, then I'll just upgrade it directly. Knowing through his false core avatar that this grand auction didn't have the spirit field he wanted, Guo no longer waited and prepared to directly upgrade the second order top grade spirit field to third order. After all, if it's not on the grand auctions list, then it's basically truly not there, even if the auction house hides a few treasures as surprises. But these kinds of treasures are not particularly valuable, but rather some unique treasures. The truly valuable treasures are announced by the Immortal City in advance, otherwise, they cannot attract enough target customers, and thus cannot fetch high prices in bids. Lu Mei. Guo called Liu Lingmei, who was cultivating, and asked her to call her mother over. Master Hu, is there something important you need me for? Fang Jiayan came to the spirit field, glancing at Liu Lingmei beside her. If Guo wanted to play some new tricks, she would send Liu Lingmei away. Later, I plan to upgrade the second order top grade spirit field to third order. The commotion might be quite large, so please pay attention then. Guo didn't intend to hide the matter of upgrading the spirit field. After all, this spirit field would still belong to the Liu family in the future, Guo would only occupy it for a period of time. Once this spirit field can no longer meet Guo's needs, Guo will leave to find a better spirit field. Ah! Hearing Guo's words, both Fang Jiayan and Liu Lingmei, who was beside her, were stunned. For a moment, they didn't react. Spirit field upgrade, this was indeed a very niche term. Great Master, are you going to help my Liu family upgrade the spirit field? After the shock, Fang Jiayan, who had reacted, spoke with a trembling voice. She knew very well what it meant for a second order top grade spirit field to become third order. This was giving the Liu family the foundation to become a golden core family. Similarly, Fang Jiayan also knew what a huge price would have to be paid for the upgrade of the spirit field. That's right, consider this some compensation for you. Guo said casually. However, Guo underestimated the power of his words. As a cultivator who had experienced the cruelty of the cultivation realm, Fang Jiayan knew too well the hardships of survival. Yet, now there was someone willing to give her a third order spirit field as a gift. The impact of this was immense. At this moment, Fang Jiayan even felt her legs go soft. Her gaze towards Guo had a lingering, almost sensual quality. If Liu Lingmei hadn't been there, Fang Jiayan probably would have already pounced on him, letting Guo have his way. Alright, quickly go make the arrangements. The news must be kept as secret as possible. Guo waved his hand, thinking about what new positions to try tonight. Given Fang Jiayan's current state, any position would probably work. Yes. Fang Jiayan nodded. She naturally knew that if the news of the Liu family possessing a third order spirit field was exposed, there wouldn't be much of a problem while Guo was present. But once Guo left, the Liu family would face great risks. To resolve this risk, either the news of the Liu family soon possessing a third order spirit field must be hidden, or, before Guo leaves, the Liu family must possess enough strength to control a third order spirit field. Guo held the earth vein pearl and stood in the center of the spirit field. Upgrading the Liu family's spirit field was actually a loss for Guo. It was like him, a tenant, upgrading the landlord's small bungalow into a large villa. But thinking of Fang Jiayan's dedicated service these past few years, Guo wasn't a heartless person. Plus, Guo indeed needed a third order spirit field. Just as Guo said, this could be considered compensation for Fang Jiayan's dedicated service over the years. Saying that, Guo buried the earth vein pearl in his hand into the spirit field. The next moment, the entire mountain peak began to tremble. That was the earth vein pearl expanding the spiritual vein. The shaking of the mountain peak naturally attracted the attention of the Liu family members at the foot of the mountain. However, Fang Jiayan had already thought of a reason to cover it up, and the idea of a spirit field upgrading was too unbelievable, so no one thought in that direction. Night fell. The trembling of the mountain peak gradually subsided. Guo keenly sensed that the spiritual energy in the center of the spirit field had undergone a qualitative leap. This meant that the small central area of the spirit field had already reached the third order rank. And this area would gradually expand. As for how large it could become, Guo couldn't be sure, but at least the upgrade of the third order spirit field was complete. Holang. As Guo observed the changes in the spirit field, a charming voice came. It was Fang Jiayan. When there were no outsiders, Fang Jiayan would call Guo Holang. It was obvious that she had sent Liu Lingmei away when she called him that. Please check out the unedited version at 1691 Shu Ba. Upon hearing this, Guo opened the formation, and Fang Jiayan's figure quickly disappeared into the formation. The illusion formation, nut array, and breath concealment formation could very well conceal the changes within the spirit field. Of course, some inappropriate content within could also be well hidden. There's so much work these past few days. Liu Lingmei frowned in distress. Her mother said she was the future clan chief of the Liu family and needed to start taking on family duties. So, these past few days, Liu Lingmei had been overwhelmed by various family tasks and hadn't even had time to visit senior. Fortunately, a few days later, Fang Jiayan appeared and freed Liu Lingmei, who then ran off with a sigh of relief. Only one mu in area, hey. Guo felt the changes in the spirit field. The central one, mu of spirit field had already been upgraded to a third order spirit field, but the rest were still second order top grade. However, over time, the area of this third order spirit field would slowly increase. After all, spirit field upgrades couldn't happen overnight. This one mu of third order spirit field was also created in a short period of time due to the power of the earth vein pearl. Under normal circumstances, if a spiritual vein were to upgrade, it would be extremely slow, so slow that time would be calculated in centuries or millennia. However, having 1 mu of third order spirit field was enough for Guang. Since it was an in situ upgrade, the plants in the spirit field did not need to be transplanted. The 5 third order sunflowers, as key targets, had already been planted by Guang in the very center of the spirit field. Guang just had to wait until night to collect the true third order sun essence. A day passed in a flash. As the last ray of light faded from the horizon, Guang eagerly went to the spirit field and collected the sun essence condensed by the 5 third order sunflowers. As soon as the sun essence was in his hand, Guang noticed something different. The sun essence previously condensed by the third order sunflowers had a silver glow, but this time, it was a solid golden glow, just like the sun itself. It truly is golden core Dan power, and it's extremely pure golden core Dan power. Guang refined a complete portion of third order sun essence, feeling the spiritual energy radiating golden light within his body, and the heavy sensation brought by the golden Dan power. Guang knew that this complete third order sun essence had brought him true golden core Dan power. Next, Guang only needed to continuously refine complete third order sun essence and fill his meridians with golden core Dan power. By then, even if Guang hadn't formed a golden core, he would possess the strength of a golden core. After all, what was inside Guang's body was pure golden core Dan power. His physique, with the help of spirit forging art, would quickly reach the golden core level, and his divine soul, nourished by his physique and golden core Dan power, would also quickly reach the golden core level. With his Dan power, physique, and divine soul all at the golden core level, then Guang would be a true golden core cultivator. However, since Guang had not formally condensed a golden core, the golden core Dan power obtained through the sun essence in his body would diminish with each use. A true golden core cultivator, on the other hand, can absorb heaven and earth spiritual chi through the golden core within their body and transform spiritual chi into golden core Dan power. Although he couldn't compare to a true golden core cultivator, at least Guang had the confidence to fight a golden core cultivator. Of course, if he could supplement his offensive methods with a short burst, Guang wasn't without the possibility of defeating some newly ascended golden core cultivators. I should still upgrade the plants first. Finally, Guang abandoned the idea of improving himself first, because upgrading plants yielded combat power faster. After Guang's main body obtained golden core Dan power, he needed to strengthen his physique and divine soul, as well as cultivate powerful offensive techniques, to truly contend with a golden core cultivator. In contrast, Guang only needed to upgrade the plants to third order to immediately gain golden core level combat power. Even the third order pea shooter and third order torch tree stump, as well as the third order cherry bomb and third order potato mine, were all great killing weapons capable of threatening golden core middle stage cultivators. And with 5 third order sunflowers, these plants could be upgraded in a short amount of time. Therefore, the fastest way to increase combat power was to upgrade the plants. It wouldn't be too late for Guang to slowly improve his cultivation after he had strong enough protective Dao methods. However, as the plant's rank increased, the combat power of the false core avatar was clearly insufficient. Just then, Guang was preparing to summon the false core avatar to see if this golden core Dan power could replenish the false core of the false core avatar, thereby advancing it to a golden core. The upgrade of a false core to a golden core had occurred in 1 or 2 historical cases, but those were all due to false core cultivators consuming powerful heaven and earth treasures and achieving it through serendipitous opportunities. And these types of heaven and earth treasures, it is said, have surpassed the 4th order level and are legendary 5th order heaven and earth treasures. They are irreplicable isolated cases. As for upgrading a false core to a golden core using golden core Dan power, it has never appeared in history, because where would a false core cultivator get golden core Dan power? Using someone else's would be seeking death. 2 different types of Dan power are simply incompatible, even if both cultivate the same cultivation technique, even if they are twins, it won't work. But Guang could try it. After all, the main body and the incarnation are of the same origin, and the 2 types of Dan power would not repel each other. Even if it didn't succeed, at least there wouldn't be any problems. If it did succeed by chance, having a golden core incarnation would be a huge gain. Under the cover of night, Guang's false core avatar appeared silently, then received a complete third order sun essence from his main body and began to refine it. Soon, a wisp of golden core Dan power appeared within the false core avatar's body. Guang controlled that wisp of golden core Dan power and directed it towards the false core in his danshan. The false core showed no resistance to the appearance of the golden core Dan power, as both originated from the same source. Moreover, after the false core absorbed that wisp of golden core Dan power, a golden mark actually appeared on the silver false core. Seeing this, Guang's eyes lit up. The false core could actually absorb golden core Dan power. If the entire false core were filled with golden core Dan power, completely turning its color golden, would that mean the false core could advance to become a golden core? Although this was just Guang's speculation and might not succeed, it was definitely worth a try. Of course, now was not the time to try. For the false core to advance to a golden core, the amount of sun essence required would certainly not be small, and Guang's third order sun essence needed to be prioritized for upgrading plants. Furthermore, the grand auction was about to begin, and Guang's false core avatar still had to attend it. Now was even less the time to attempt the false core's advancement. If a false core cultivator suddenly exhibited the aura of a golden core, it would be too conspicuous. In the future, if the false core could successfully advance to a golden core, Guang would even change the false core avatar's identity, preventing outsiders from knowing about the false core avatar's advancement to golden core. Carrying all the spirit stones from Guang's main body, the false core avatar left the Lu family's spiritual field and returned to the Immortal City's main city, quietly awaiting the opening of the grand auction. As expected, the grand auction arrived as scheduled. On this day, the number of people in the main city reached its peak, and golden core cultivators, rarely seen on ordinary days, appeared from time to time. And whenever a golden core cultivator appeared, Yuntian Immortal City would dispatch special personnel to welcome him. Golden core level outer cores and false cores did not receive this treatment. After all, golden core cultivators held the hope of becoming nascent soul powerhouses, while outer cores and false cores were destined to make no further progress in strength. Theoretically, some Genius Foundation establishment great perfection cultivators were even more highly regarded than outer core and false core cultivators. Buzz. As everyone orderly proceeded to the auction house, a powerful pressure emanated from the sky, causing the advancing cultivators to pause. A nascent soul true lord has arrived. Soon, someone reacted. The grand auction in Yuntian Immortal City always attracted nascent soul true lords, so everyone was not surprised by the appearance of a nascent soul true lord. Many cultivators specifically came to witness the demeanor of a nascent soul true lord. Cultivators of this level were very difficult to see on ordinary days, only at this Immortal City grand auction could one see those nascent soul true lords who were like dragons, only showing their head but not their tail. When a nascent soul true lord arrived at Yuntian Immortal City and intentionally released his pressure, it was naturally to avoid causing misunderstandings. Similarly, Yuntian Immortal City, upon learning of a nascent soul true lord's arrival, would also conduct a high-level welcoming ceremony. Indeed, within the Immortal City's main city, another nascent soul true lord's aura emanated, echoing the first. Welcome, fellow deist Meng. In the sky above the main city, a young man cupped his hands towards an elder who was rapidly approaching. This young man was the city lord of Yuntian Immortal City. Despite his youthful appearance, the duration of his existence was long beyond the knowledge of outsiders. At least, before the nascent soul elder who was now arriving achieved nascent soul, the city lord of Yuntian Immortal City was already a nascent soul true lord. Speaking of which, this arriving nascent soul true lord had a connection with Yuntian Immortal City in his journey to the nascent soul realm, because this nascent soul true lord was precisely the nascent soul old ancestor of Ling Xiao sect. He was the one who successfully bid for that Ning Ying pill back then, thus smoothly entering the nascent soul realm. With that opportunity, this nascent soul true lord basically attended every Immortal City grand auction, making him a regular visitor to the Immortal City. As they were acquaintances, after the two nascent soul true lords exchanged pleasantries, the nascent soul elder directly entered the special private room prepared for him by the auction house. The guest was seated, but the Immortal City lord did not return. Instead, he continued to wait, clearly indicating that another nascent soul true lord was coming. Sure enough, another nascent soul aura arrived. However, this nascent soul aura felt very unfamiliar. Everyone in this cultivation world generally knew the nascent soul old ancestors of the major sects, and there were even biographies specifically about those nascent soul old ancestors. Welcome, fellow deist from Fenghua sect. Just as everyone was wondering which nascent soul true lord had arrived this time, the Immortal City lord spoke, revealing his origin. This was also a tradition of the Immortal City. The more distinguished the identity of the powerful cultivator attending the Immortal City grand auction, the greater the effect on boosting the Immortal City grand auction's reputation. Fenghua sect. Upon hearing this in the city, Gu Mo couldn't help but feel a slight urge to run, but he quickly suppressed that thought. This was Yuntian Immortal City. With so many cultivators gathered, even a nascent soul true lord would find it difficult to discover him hidden in the crowd. With Gumo's major achievement breath concealment technique, unless a nascent soul cultivator investigated him up close, Gumo had no need to worry about being discovered. If he truly were discovered, at most, it would only be the loss of a false core avatar. Moreover, this was Yuntian Immortal City, and Fenghua sect would not openly act here. Gumo did not need to worry too much. Of course, if he really was discovered, he would still have to run. And trusting his safety to the Immortal City would absolutely be foolish. Yuntian Immortal City would not antagonize a nascent soul great sect for an unknown person. At that time, to avoid trouble, Yuntian Immortal City would only need to expel Gumo. While Gumo's thoughts raced, the nascent soul true lord from Fenghua sect was invited into the auction house. Afterward, the Yuntian Immortal City lord still did not return. This meant that more nascent soul true lords were coming. Each Immortal City grand auction had several nascent soul true lords attending. With treasures like Yuehua pure water appearing in this grand auction, it was imaginable that even more nascent soul true lords would come this time. Where's that fragrance coming from? While waiting, someone suddenly sniffed, and a faint fragrance wafted past everyone present at some unknown point. Welcome, fairy from 100 Flower sect. As everyone wondered about the source of the fragrance, the Yuntian Immortal City lord's voice rang out, announcing the name of the powerful cultivator attending the grand auction. This was also a tradition of the Immortal City. The more distinguished the identity of the powerful cultivator attending the Immortal City grand auction, the greater the effect on boosting the Immortal City grand auction's reputation. People from 100 Flower sect are here too. In the auction house, the nascent soul true lord from Fenghua sect heard the Immortal City lord's words, and his eyes showed surprise. 100 Flower sect was not a sect from this cultivation world. The fact that she traveled such a long distance to come here clearly indicated she was also here for the Yuehua pure water, which made the nascent soul true lord from Fenghua sect feel a bit troublesome. The overall strength of 100 Flower sect was average among the major sects, but it was a very special sect. The entire sect consisted of female cultivators, and they cultivated through fragrance. This fragrance could assist cultivators in their cultivation, which made many cultivators proud to marry a female cultivator from 100 Flower sect. This development model of 100 Flower sect resulted in an astonishingly large network of connections, and almost no one would offend 100 Flower sect. Therefore, the nascent soul true lord from Fenghua sect felt troublesome when someone from 100 Flower sect came to compete for the Yuehua pure water. However, in the cultivation world, when encountering opportunities and treasures, one always had to contend for them. This fragrance. Gu Mo sniffed the faint fragrance, feeling his mind clear significantly. This feeling reminded him of Chu Fei. The unique fragrance emanating from Chu Fei also had a similar effect. However, this fragrance only had one effect, while Chu Fei's unique fragrance had multiple effects. Of course, in terms of the range of the fragrance, this fairy from 100 Flower sect was clearly stronger. At this moment, the entire main city was enveloped by the fragrance. But the fact that the city lord welcomed her clearly meant she was also a nascent soul true lord. While other nascent soul true lords displayed their pressure and aura, this nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect used fragrance instead. Just this one move showed that this fairy from 100 Flower sect was a cut above the previous two nascent soul true lords. This 100 Flower sect seems quite suitable for Chu Fei, Gu Mo thought to himself. Although he had never heard of 100 Flower sect and didn't know its situation, this fairy from 100 Flower sect was clearly a strong practitioner of the fragrance Dao. If Chu Fei could become her disciple, it would definitely be a great opportunity for her. However, Gu Mo currently didn't know where Chu Fei was. Although he had seen Yuan Naya before, for safety's sake, now was not the time to contact her. Let senior apprentice sister Yuan handle this. Gu Mo knew that Yuan Naya was also in the main city at this moment, and she should have also noticed the appearance of this nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect. On another street leading to the auction house, Yuan Naya sniffed the fragrance, and a thought suddenly flashed through her clear mind. Chu Fei's unique fragrance could suppress heart fire, so could this nascent soul realm fairy from 100 Flower sect also suppress heart fire? If she could invite this fairy from 100 Flower sect to act, would it be possible to resolve her master's heart fire erosion? However, inviting a nascent soul true lord to act was beyond the current capabilities of Qingluo sect. If Qingluo sect's nascent soul old ancestor were still alive, facing an invitation from a cultivator of the same realm, the fairy from 100 Flower sect might agree to act. But now, Qingluo sect, let alone inviting her to act, would probably even find it difficult to meet her. Elder, do you know anything about this 100 Flower sect? Yuan Naya suddenly asked the Golden Core elder beside her. That's an overseas sect, I don't know much. The Golden Core elder shook his head upon hearing this. Ever since Qingluo sect's nascent soul old ancestor fell, their influence began to shrink significantly, and they no longer had the energy to pay attention to outside news, especially overseas news. Then let's go buy some intelligence. Yuan Naya quickly ran towards a building in the main city. There was naturally a place to sell intelligence here in the main city. Soon, Yuan Naya returned with a piece of intelligence and began to examine the newly purchased information about 100 Flower sect. Yuan Naya was so eager to understand 100 Flower sect's situation because she wanted to figure out what kind of sect it was, and if it was a good sect. Who? A moment later, Yuan Naya let out a long breath. She felt that her master was saved. 100 Flower sect was actually a sect that cultivated through fragrance, and it was said that the sect's atmosphere was quite good. Thus, Yuan Naya could recommend Chu Fei to that nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect. With Chu Fei's special unique fragrance physique, she was absolutely most suitable for cultivating 100 Flower sect's cultivation technique. Just as Gu Mo had anticipated, upon discovering this nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect, Yuan Naya also thought of Chu Fei immediately. Currently, Qingluo sect had no cultivation technique suitable for Chu Fei to cultivate, which made Chu Fei's cultivation progress very slow. If Chu Fei could join 100 Flower sect, it would definitely be of great benefit to her Dao. And Qingluo sect could also exchange the opportunity to save Zhou Suzu by recommending a genius disciple to 100 Flower sect. This was a win-win situation. So, how could she now approach that nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect? A powerhouse of this level was not so easy to meet. Elder, the auction matters are in your hands. Yuan Naya handed a storage pouch to the elder beside her. She planned to go back and get a piece of Chu Fei's personal clothing, which was imbued with Chu Fei's unique fragrance, and would definitely attract that nascent soul fairy. But Yuan Naya quickly shook her head. This seemed a bit unseemly. It would be better to take one of Chu Fei's personal accessories instead. As for bringing Chu Fei directly, Yuan Naya had no such intention. Chu Fei's cultivation was too low, and her unique fragrance was somewhat obvious. She only mastered the introductory level of the breath concealment technique, which still had flaws when facing some high-realm cultivators. And at this moment, it was the time when high-level cultivators were most numerous in the Immortal City. Chu Fei would quickly be discovered if she came, and that would be troublesome. It's already this late, you girl shouldn't run around. The Golden Core elder beside her quickly pulled Yuan Naya back. Elder, don't worry. Everyone's attention is on the grand auction now, nothing will happen. Yuan Naya knew that if she missed this opportunity, her master's desire to clear her heart fire would become a distant hope. Even the treasure in the auction that suppressed heart fire could at most only suppress it, not completely clear it. But if she could invite the nascent soul fairy from 100 Flower sect to act, there was a very high probability that it could be completely cleared. Besides, this would also be a great opportunity for Chu Fei. If Qingluo sect could not provide Chu Fei with a stage for continued growth, then letting her join 100 Flower sect was the best choice. All right then. Seeing Yuan Nai's resolute attitude, the Golden Core Elder, knowing he couldn't persuade her, sighed. In fact, the Golden Core Elder also vaguely guessed Yuan Nai's intentions. Not many people knew about Chu Fei's special physique, but as a Golden Core Elder, he was still somewhat aware. If Yuan Nai's idea could be realized, it would definitely be an opportunity for Kingla sect. After the ferry from 100 Flower sect, several more local nascent soul old ancestors arrived. This grand auction actually attracted 5 nascent soul true lords, which was the most in recent years. I wonder if this grand auction can set a new bidding price record. Knowing that 5 nascent soul true lords had arrived, many cultivators were filled with anticipation for this grand auction. I don't think so. It's hard to surpass the price of that Ning-Ying pill. Some older cultivators still remembered the frantic scene when the Ning-Ying pill appeared at the grand auction back then. And the appearance of that spiritual artifact also ignited that grand auction, and such a scene might very well reappear today. Guest, this is your private room. Under the guidance of the auction attendant, Gu Mo arrived at his small private room. Basically, as long as they had the ability, most cultivators would choose a private room to maximize privacy. Many of the treasures cultivators purchased at auctions were intended to be used as trump cards. Bidding in the main hall made it easy for one's identity to be seen through, and if people knew what treasures you bought at the auction, the effectiveness of that trump card would be greatly reduced. But in a private room, this problem could be avoided. It was easy to get a private room at an ordinary auction, but to obtain one at a large auction, certain conditions were required. For example, one's cultivation or financial resources had to meet the requirements to obtain a private room at a large auction. Gu Mo, however, met both criteria. His false core realm was not enough for the large private rooms, but a small private room was more than sufficient. Furthermore, Gu Mo carried 10 million spirit stones, which was enough for him to have a small private room. Entering the private room, the moment the door closed, the surrounding noise instantly disappeared. This private room was inscribed with a special formation that could isolate external probing. Of course, the Immortal City should know the identities of the cultivators in each private room. But as long as the Immortal City did not want to destroy the reputation it had built over many years, it would not reveal the identities of its private room guests. Through the private room's window, Gu Mo saw the vast auction hall. At this moment, those cultivators who were not qualified for private rooms were all in the hall. When it was noon, a middle-aged man in a special uniform came to the auction stage. Seeing this, everyone in the hall quieted down. The highly anticipated large auction was about to begin. Welcome everyone. The auctioneer on stage first spoke some polite words, then immediately got to the point. The first item of this large auction was actually a high-grade foundation establishment pill. Seeing the high-grade foundation establishment pill, the cultivators in the hall were all excited, especially those loose cultivators. It was extremely difficult for them to obtain an ordinary foundation establishment pill, let alone a high-grade foundation establishment pill. The higher the rank of the foundation establishment pill, the better its effect, and the success rate of breakthrough to foundation establishment would also rise accordingly. Almost instantly, various bidding sounds rose and fell. However, only the cultivators in the hall were bidding. The private rooms remained calm, clearly indicating that the foundation establishment pill held little appeal for the guests in those private rooms. A foundation establishment pill, it's a good item to start with. Gu Mo looked at the excited cultivators in the hall. Speaking of which, he also had a high-grade foundation establishment pill, which Chi Chunda had given him. However, Gu Mo did not need a foundation establishment pill to break through to the foundation establishment stage. So this high-grade foundation establishment pill was kept by him. After glancing at the lively scene in the hall, Gu Mo closed his eyes. The opening stage of the auction was for chi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, with golden core and even nascent soul level treasures coming later. After the high-grade foundation establishment pill was acquired by a loose cultivator at a high price, the subsequent items were some first-order and second-order medicinal pills, talismans, and some magic treasures and magical artifacts. However, anything brought to a large auction for bidding would not be ordinary goods, it had to be at least a fine product, or even a great fine product. Items of too poor quality appearing at a large auction would only lower the auction's prestige. Next up for bidding is a secret technique called wind tunnel technique. This technique. When the auctioneer's words reached the private room, Gu Mo opened his eyes. This wind tunnel technique was the opening item for golden core level treasures, and it was also a treasure Gu Mo wanted. Compared to the brief introduction on the list, the auctioneer now described the effects of this wind tunnel technique in detail, making Gu Mo nod repeatedly. This wind tunnel technique was many times stronger than the wind control technique. Of course, its price was also many times that of the wind control technique. The starting bid was 1 million spirit stones. Such a high price made Gu Mo feel a lot of pressure. With a starting bid of 1 million, the final transaction price was estimated to reach 5 million. Because the auctioneer mentioned at the end that this wind tunnel technique originated from the metal tunneling technique among the 5 elements evasion technique. If this wind tunnel technique was cultivated to perfection, there was a probability of comprehending a trace of the profound truth of the metal tunneling technique. The metal tunneling technique, that was a top-tier divine ability, a part of the 5 elements evasion technique. Its power was beyond doubt, and the metal tunneling technique was definitely the most suitable evasion technique for sword cultivators, because the metal tunneling technique was no longer a simple evasion technique, but also possessed powerful killing power. For sword cultivators, who prioritize killing, this was an irresistible temptation. Or rather, great divine abilities of the 5 elements evasion technique level, each one was no longer a simple evasion method, but more like the ultimate application of the 5 elements power. Such a big promise made many cultivators' eyes turn red. Indeed, just as Guang had expected, the price of this wind tunnel technique was raised to 3 million in the blink of an eye. At this point, those hot-headed cultivators slowly calmed down. Because to take advantage of the big promise thrown out by the auctioneer, one needed to cultivate this wind tunnel technique to perfection, and cultivating a secret technique to perfection was something ordinary people could never achieve. Moreover, even if one genuinely managed to cultivate the wind tunnel technique to perfection with great perseverance, great talent, and a lot of time, there was only a probability of comprehending the gold evasion profound truth. 4 million. Seeing the bidding gradually stop, Guang thought for a moment and reluctantly made his bid. This wind tunnel technique was very beneficial for the improvement of his false core avatar. Besides, this secret technique could also be used by his main body. Guang highly valued a secret technique that increased escape speed. As Guang's bid of 4 million was announced, the entire hall fell silent. This price was such that those who wanted it could not afford it, and those who could afford it felt it was not worth it. After all, this was just the opening item of the golden core level treasures, and there were many more treasures to come. If all the spirit stones were wasted here, what would happen to the subsequent bidding? 4 million, sold. Finally, with the auctioneer's gavel falling, Guang successfully acquired this wind tunnel technique, and this single purchase directly reduced Guang's assets by nearly half. Fortunately, Guang had no other treasures he wanted next. He didn't need medicinal pills to increase his cultivation since he had sun essence. As for talismans, could anything be as useful as cherry bomb? As for magic treasures, his high-grade abacus magic treasure was about to be put up for auction, and then Guang should be able to exchange it for a high-grade magic treasure that suited his preferences. Not long after, Guang's high-grade abacus magic treasure appeared on the stage. The treasure appearing next is a high-grade formation Dao magic treasure. According to the seller's wishes, this high-grade formation Dao magic treasure will be auctioned by means of bartering. Everyone, write down the treasures you wish to exchange, and the seller will choose at that time. The auctioneer first introduced the functions of this high-grade abacus magic treasure, then stated the bidding method. It was very common for bartering to appear in large auctions, as many treasures were difficult to measure in spirit stones. Of course, for such bartering transactions, the auction house would also charge a certain amount of commission. In any case, the auction house would not do a losing business. However, being able to use the platform of a large auction was definitely easier than finding a buyer oneself, and it also allowed for the exchange of more suitable treasures. Therefore, paying some commission was nothing. Thump, thump, thump. The door to Guang's private room was gently knocked. Guang knew the bids had arrived. Opening the private room door, an envoy from the large auction house handed a jade slip to Guang. The auction house had already compiled and organized all the information on the exchange treasures offered by various parties. His divine sense entered the jade slip, and Guang saw several high-grade magic treasures, in addition to medicinal pills, talismans, formation plates, and other items of the same level. There were especially many formation plates. The abacus magic treasure was a formation Dao magic treasure, so those interested in it were likely formation masters. It was not surprising that they would offer treasures like formation plates. However, Guang still wanted a magic treasure, especially a flying sword type magic treasure. His gaze swept over those few high-grade magic treasures, and Guang quickly set his eyes on one flying sword among them. It was a wood attribute flying sword. Most flying swords were metal attribute, and there were some fire attribute and water attribute ones, but earth attribute and wood attribute flying swords were very rare. But for Guang's false core incarnation, a wood attribute flying sword was perfectly suitable. Although wood attribute flying swords were not as powerful in killing as metal attribute and fire attribute ones, being suitable for his cultivation techniques attribute meant he could control it more skillfully. Wood attribute was not good at killing, but its nature was endless. Once entangled, it could definitely make the enemy in a dilemma, which should be a good help for Guang to comprehend the sword return in the sword canon. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. This is it. After selecting his target, Guang returned the jade slip to the envoy. The auction house would then handle the transaction with the holder of the wood attribute flying sword. Soon after, the previous envoy and an auction house manager presented a verdant small sword to Guang. After Guang confirmed it was correct, he signed the contract and paid a commission. At this point, the transaction was officially completed. This flying sword is actually alive. Guang held the verdant small sword. This was both a high-grade flying sword magic treasure and a third-order spirit plant, sword bamboo. That's right, this wood attribute flying sword was refined from a third-order sword bamboo. Guang was already very familiar with sword bamboo. This second-order low-grade spirit plant was actually cultivated to third order. He wondered which great master Lingzi master's masterpiece it was. Cultivating a second-order spirit plant to third order, that was truly the work of a great master. Guang, who only cultivated a second-order low-grade sword bamboo to second-order medium grade, could only be considered excellent. Since this flying sword was alive, if it sustained any damage, it could be restored by planting it and treating it with a Lingzi master's methods. Unfortunately, this third-order sword bamboo had reached its limit. Otherwise, if this third-order sword bamboo continued to be cultivated, the rank of this flying sword could continue to improve. It even had hope of developing spiritual intelligence and advancing to become a spiritual artifact. It was obviously easier for living plants to develop spiritual intelligence than for metal and ore materials to do so. That Lingzi master probably had this idea as well, which is why he cultivated the sword bamboo, which is most suitable for refining flying swords, to third order. Unfortunately, the third order sword bamboo had already reached its limit and could no longer be improved. Unless some exceptionally precious heaven and earth treasure were used, but such treasures are not only rare, even if available, why use them on a third order sword bamboo whose racial potential has been exhausted when they could be used on higher grade spirit plants for better results? It was probably for this reason that the Lingzi master sold this sword bamboo flying sword, and it eventually fell into Gumo's hands. Since you're made of sword bamboo, from now on, you'll be called bamboo sword. Gu Mo, who was never good at naming, thought for a moment and inverted the two characters of sword bamboo to create the name for this new flying sword. After naming it, Gu Mo began to refine it. Then, Gu Mo looked at the bamboo sword in his hand with a strange expression. The Lingzi master who cultivated you, wouldn't happen to be a senior from Sheneng Valley, would he? When Gu Mo circulated the King Mu Sutra to refine this bamboo sword, he found it unusually smooth. It was as if this bamboo sword was specially prepared for cultivators who practiced the King Mu Sutra. And the King Mu Sutra was the cultivation technique of Sheneng Valley, which was the top-tier Lingzi master sect. Everything seemed to connect. This way, the time Gu Mo needed to refine the bamboo sword would be greatly reduced. It wouldn't be long before Gu Mo could unleash the full power of the bamboo sword, this high-grade magic treasure flying sword. Having obtained a satisfactory magic treasure, Gu Mo's attention then completely shifted to refining the magic treasure, with greatly reduced interest in the subsequent auctions. Because Gu Mo's trip to this large auction had already ended in perfection, the subsequent auctions were no longer relevant to him. If it weren't for some lingering interest in the final finale treasure, Gu Mo could have left directly at this moment. However, before the final finale treasure, this auction actually experienced a small climax, and the treasure that caused this small climax was precisely the bingzhen fruit that Gu Mo had paid attention to. It's just that he had spent a lot of spirit stones bidding for the wind tunnel technique earlier, and Gu Mo knew that the remaining spirit stones were no longer enough to compete for the bingzhen fruit, which is why he chose to give up. Now it seemed that giving up was the correct decision, because the price of that bingzhen fruit had now been driven up to 20 million spirit stones. This price definitely far exceeded the bingzhen fruit's intrinsic value, and the reason for such a high price was precisely due to intense competition between two parties. This price should be the limit. In a certain private room, He Xiaogang calculated the resources taken by the Kingla sect's people, estimating the amount of spirit stones they could produce. That bingzhen fruit was the bait He Xiaogang used for fishing, but He Xiaogang also didn't plan to let the Kingla sect's people easily take this bingzhen fruit. 20 million once, are there any other bidding guests? The auctioneer's gaze swept towards the private room that had been bidding continuously before, but at this moment, that private room fell silent. What's going on? Seeing this, He Xiaogang's heart skipped a beat. He was certain that the one competing with him just now was a remnant of the Kingla sect, and this bingzhen fruit was very important to them, so they wouldn't give up so easily. 20 million for the second time. As the auctioneer called out the second bid, He Xiaogang's forehead began to sweat. If the remnants of the Kingla sect didn't follow, then this item would be stuck in his hands. Although the item was his, at such a high price, the commission alone would be a huge sum of spirit stones. However, the loss of spirit stones was nothing. The key was that his subsequent plans all required this bingzhen fruit as a catalyst. Without this bingzhen fruit, all his plans would be ruined. In He Xiaogang's plan, he would first secretly inflate the price of the bingzhen fruit, making the remnants of the Kingla sect spend more spirit stones. Then, once the bingzhen fruit was in the hands of the Kingla sect's remnants, He Xiaogang would be able to use special spirit insects to track the bingzhen fruit's whereabouts. This would allow him to pinpoint the location of the Kingla sect's remnants. As for directly tampering with the bingzhen fruit, that was unrealistic. Any treasure entering the Immortal City Grand Auction would be thoroughly inspected by the Immortal City. If any problems were found with the treasure, the Immortal City would reject it. However, when He Xiaogang was planning this operation, he had already prepared a countermeasure, specifically cultivating a special spirit insect that would be bound to the aura of the bingzhen fruit. Afterwards, the spirit insect would be able to sense the bingzhen fruit's location, and this sensation could not be completely blocked even through a storage pouch. Once the target took the bingzhen fruit out of their storage pouch, the spirit insect's sensing would increase, allowing for a rapid lock on the enemy's position. This plan could be said to be absolutely foolproof, but in reality, the remnants of the Kingla sect actually gave up on bidding for the bingzhen fruit. If the bingzhen fruit couldn't be obtained by the Kingla sect's remnants, then the subsequent plan would be impossible to implement. One must know that cultivating that special spirit insect came at a very high cost, no less than the bingzhen fruit itself. The Fenghua sect was only willing to pay such a hefty price just to eliminate the Kingla sect's remnants. And now, 20 million, third call. Sold. As the auctioneer made the third call, seeing no one else raise the bid, the auctioneer immediately brought down the hammer, and the bingzhen fruit returned to He Xiaogang's hands. This meant He Xiaogang would lose a hefty commission in a special spirit insect whose value was no less than the bingzhen fruit. The spirit insect's lifespan was very short, giving He Xiaogang no time to plan a second attempt. In another private room. Are we just giving up on that bingzhen fruit? The golden core elder of the Kingla sect looked at Yuan Naya. This was a treasure that could suppress Elder Zhou's mind fire. The appearance of this bingzhen fruit is a bit suspicious. It's not out of the question that the Fenghua sect is using it as bait to lure us out. Yuan Naya frowned in thought. Before, she had no choice, so Yuan Naya wouldn't have thought so much, but now that she had another path to resolve her master's mind fire, Yuan Naya naturally started to think more. Subsequently, she discovered the strangeness of the bingzhen fruit's appearance, and also that the person who was bidding against them just now was a bit odd. Even though the price had far exceeded the bingzhen fruit's actual value, he still wouldn't let go, as if he knew they would definitely take the bingzhen fruit. It is indeed possible. The Golden Core Elder pondered for a moment, his gaze also sharpening. But without the bingzhen fruit, they only had one other path, and could that really succeed? A nascent soul true lord was not someone one could simply meet. If they couldn't even speak to him, then everything else would be out of the question. To this, Yuan Naya already had an idea in her mind. Immediately, she called for an envoy from the auction house, took out a jade pendant, and asked the auction house's envoy to deliver it to the 100 Flower Sect's nascent soul true lord. Guest, this is against the rules. Facing Yuan Naya's request, the auction house envoy also felt troubled. The auction house naturally had no rule against guests sending gifts to other guests, but the target of this gift was a nascent soul true lord. The auction house had to be cautious. What if something went wrong with this item and displeased the nascent soul true lord? Wouldn't that be terrible? Don't worry, just give this to the fairy of the 100 Flower Sect, and she will definitely be very happy. Yuan Naya said confidently. This was her only channel to connect with that nascent soul fairy of the 100 Flower Sect. If it were outside, Yuan Naya wouldn't even have a chance to get close to a nascent soul true lord. Whether it works or not, why don't you just ask? Saying that, Yuan Naya took out a few sparkling high-grade spirit stones and handed them to the envoy. All right then. The auction house envoy glanced at the high-grade spirit stones in his hand and finally nodded. The auction house envoy left, but he didn't directly take the jade pendant Yuan Naya gave him to the 100 Flower Sect's nascent soul fairy's private room. Instead, he went directly to seek instructions from the Immortal City Lord. What is the background of the person in that private room? Yun Chen looked at the jade pendant handed to him by his subordinate. As a nascent soul true lord, his powerful divine sense swept over it, and it looked like nothing more than an ordinary jade pendant. It should be someone from the Kinglo sect. The auction house envoy said. Although Yuan Naya had disguised her identity, for the Immortal City, this disguise had little effect. Of course, as a neutral party, the Immortal City would not participate in the competition between various factions. No matter who came, as long as it didn't affect their business, the Immortal City would not interfere. This is a desperate attempt, preparing to seek help from Mei Xianzi of the 100 Flower Sect. Yun Chen naturally knew the current plight of the Kinglo sect, but what use was it for them to seek out the unrelated 100 Flower Sect? The 100 Flower Sect was also a neutral sect and would not participate in conflicts between sects. Moreover, even if they wanted to ask for help, the gift should be something valuable. What was the meaning of sending this ordinary jade pendant? Then, City Lord, should I return this jade pendant now? The auction house envoy asked. Forget it, send it to Mei Xianzi. Yun Chen thought for a moment and waved his hand. He also had quite a bit of acquaintance with the Kinglo sect's nascent soul old ancestor, even if it was a financial acquaintance, it was still an acquaintance, wasn't it? Moreover, after the Fenghua sect settled in, it gradually began to reveal its overbearing side. A sect with 2 nascent soul true lords had strength exceeding many local nascent soul sects. As a neutral force, Yun Tian Immortal City hoped to see a balanced cultivation world, not one dominated by a single party. And helping the Kinglo sect was equivalent to subtly suppressing the Fenghua sect. Yes. Hearing this, the auction house envoy bowed and retreated. In the grand private room on the top floor of the auction house, Mei Kaiyuan calmly watched the fierce bidding below. Her purpose in traveling thousands of miles was only one, Yuehua pure water. Of course, she wanted this Yuehua pure water not because her nascent soul was injured, but to concoct 4th order Yuehua fragrant dew. The 100 Flower Sect entered the Dao through fragrance, so every disciple of the 100 Flower Sect was an excellent perfumer. Although perfumery was a relatively niche profession, the fragrant dew concocted possessed many special effects. If combined with the 100 Flower Sect's unique cultivation technique, the effects of the fragrant dew could be maximized. At the same time, for the disciples of the 100 Flower Sect, fragrant dew was like a spirit pill that could enhance their cultivation. Mei Kaiyuan was preparing to concoct 4th order Yuehua fragrant dew this time, and then use it to break through to the nascent soul middle stage. Knock knock knock. As Mei Kaiyuan's thoughts drifted, the door to the private room was gently knocked. Her divine sense extended, and seeing it was the auction house envoy, Mei Kaiyuan waved her hand to open the private room door. She was a little puzzled, why would someone from the auction house come at this time? Greetings, Mei Xianzi. The auction house envoy respectfully saluted, then offered the jade pendant Yuan Naya had given him with both hands, explaining his purpose. Mei Kaiyuan looked at the jade pendant in the auction house envoy's hand, a hint of surprise appearing on her face. The jade pendant was simply too ordinary. What was the purpose of sending such an ordinary jade pendant to her, a nascent soul cultivator? Was it to humiliate her? Suddenly, Mei Kaiyuan's nose twitched slightly. She smelled a faint, unusual fragrance from the jade pendant. As a disciple of the 100 Flower Sect, and a true lord of the nascent soul realm, her perception of sense was extremely keen. From the faint, unusual fragrance on the jade pendant, Mei Kaiyuan sensed a lot of information. Have the person who sent this jade pendant come to see me. Mei Kaiyuan beckoned, drawing the jade pendant into her fair, smooth hand, then said to the auction house envoy. Yes. The auction house envoy suppressed the shock in his heart and exited the private room. He had not expected that this ordinary jade pendant would actually be accepted by a nascent soul true lord, and that she even wanted to see the person who sent it. Elder, please go back and make arrangements first. Upon learning that the nascent soul fairy of the 100 Flower Sect wanted to see her, Yuan Naya could barely contain her excitement as she spoke to the Golden Core Elder beside her. Good. The Golden Core Elder was also somewhat exhilarated at this moment, but he quickly suppressed his excitement and swiftly left the auction house to prepare for the arrival of the nascent soul True Lord. Greetings, True Lord. Yuan Naya followed the auction house envoy to Mei Kaiyuan's private room, then bowed in salute. Where did you get this jade pendant? After dismissing the auction house envoy, Mei Kaiyuan inquired. She could sense that this jade pendant did not belong to the little one in front of her, and this little one also seemed to carry a trace of this unusual fragrance. Reporting, True Lord. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Hearing the nascent soul fairy of the 100 Flowers sex inquiry, Yuan Naya immediately recited the prepared explanation. Is that true? Listening to Yuan Naya's narration, Mei Kaiyuan abruptly stood up, her beautiful eyes gleaming with a terrifying aura, the aura of a nascent soul True Lord. For a nascent soul True Lord to lose composure in such a way clearly indicated the turmoil within this fairy's heart. Absolutely true. Yuan Naya affirmed with certainty. Good, good, good. Mei Kaiyuan paced excitedly back and forth in the private room. At this moment, she really wanted to immediately take Yuan Naya to find the Chu Fifei whom she spoke of, who possessed the unusual fragrance. If what the other party said was true, then this young girl named Chu Fifei should possess the legendary Beiwa sacred body, a special physique just like the ancestral master who founded the 100 Flowers sect. This meant that this young girl named Chu Fifei could cultivate the special legacy left by the ancestral master, because this special legacy required a special physique like the Beiwa sacred body to cultivate. This also led to the ancestral master's legacy remaining uncultivated by anyone for so many years. This caused the 100 Flowers sect, once a top-tier great sect, to gradually become an ordinary sect. However, the appearance of Chu Fifei offered hope for the 100 Flowers sect to return to its peak. However, the bidding for the Yuehua pure water was about to begin, and this little girl in front of her had clearly recommended such a beloved disciple with something in mind. Although she hadn't met Chu Fifei yet, Mei Kaiyuan had already listed Chu Fifei as her personal disciple. As long as this little girl in front of her wasn't lying, then she was definitely taking Chu Fifei as a disciple, and no one would be able to snatch her away from her. Speak, what do you want? Mei Kaiyuan looked at the young girl in front of her. A medium-grade fire spiritual root was indeed a prodigy-level talent. If the other party wanted to become her disciple, Mei Kaiyuan would not refuse, and she would even give her the treatment of a personal disciple. Junior humbly requests True Lord to save Junior's master. Yuan Naya briefly explained her master Zhou Suzu's situation, then looked at Mei Kaiyuan with hopeful eyes. Mind fire erosion, hey? This isn't a big problem. After listening to Yuan Naya's narration, Mei Kaiyuan nodded. The way of fragrance she cultivated was most adept at dealing with such issues, especially since the target was only at Golden Core great perfection. This made it even easier. You also cultivated that mind fire art, yet you show no signs of being affected. This must all be thanks to your friend Chu Fifei, right? Mei Kaiyuan scrutinized Yuan Naya. In front of a nascent soul True Lord, Yuan Naya's secrets could not be hidden at all. True Lord's insight. Hearing that this nascent soul True Lord could resolve her master's mind fire problem, Yuan Naya was so excited she almost cheered. However, to avoid losing composure in front of the nascent soul True Lord, Yuan Naya tried her best to suppress the joy in her heart. Please sit first. After the auction ends, take me to find your good friend. Mei Kaiyuan motioned for Yuan Naya to take a seat. At this moment, the bidding for the Yuehua pure water had already begun. Yes. Yuan Naya carefully sat down on a soft cushion nearby. Immediately, Yuan Naya felt streams of spiritual energy gushing from the cushion. This cushion was actually connected to a fourth-order spiritual vein. Alright, let's go. Just as Yuan Naya was somewhat dazed by the surging spiritual energy emanating from beneath the cushion, Mei Kaiyuan's voice came, indicating that the other party had already completed the bidding for the last treasure. Ah, yes. Hearing this, Yuan Naya immediately followed Mei Kaiyuan. At the same time, the entire auction house fell into silence, especially the several nascent soul True Lords, whose eyes showed incredulity. Because during the bidding for the Yuehua pure water just now, they felt the 100 Flower sect fairy's volatility. Her bids could even be described as full of killing intent. Although the Fenghua sect's nascent soul True Lord tried to compete, in the face of absolute financial power, all struggles were futile. The wealth of the 100 Flower sect was far beyond what the Fenghua sect could compare to. Mei Xianzi, are you leaving so soon? Yun Chen completed the transaction for the auctioned item with Mei Kaiyuan. Seeing her about to leave immediately, he couldn't help but ask. He had still wanted to keep her for a few days to host a nascent soul level exchange meeting. No, I still have matters to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Mei Kaiyuan smiled and politely declined. Saying that, she took Yuan Naya and quickly left the immortal city. Yun Chen watched Yuan Naya being led away by Mei Kaiyuan, deep in thought. Mei Xianzi's actions must be related to that little girl. Could an ordinary jade pendant truly possess such great magic, making a nascent soul fairy so eager? Yuan Naya was led by Mei Kaiyuan, a nascent soul True Lord, covering thousands of miles in an instant. They quickly arrived at a mountain villa. Yuan Naya did not bring this nascent soul True Lord to the Kingla sect's true hiding place. Although this nascent soul True Lord did not seem like a bad person, necessary precautions still had to be taken. Yuan Naya could not entrust the sect's safety to the whim of others. Therefore, Yuan Naya had previously asked the Golden Core Elder to leave first, with the purpose of bringing Chu Fifei and the unconscious Zhou Suzu to this mountain villa. Chapter 143, Become a Disciple. Greetings, True Lord. When Mei Kaiyuan arrived at the manor, several Golden Core elders of the Qingla sect immediately stepped forward to salute her. Those Golden Core elders, who already knew what had transpired, were now filled with excitement. This presented the beleaguered Qingla sect with an opportunity to break out of its predicament. Once Zhou Suzu's mind fire erosion was resolved, with her foundation, she could fully attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm. As long as Zhou Suzu could step into the nascent soul realm, even if she couldn't immediately reclaim the Qingla sect, at least the Qingla sect would have a nascent soul true lord guarding it, giving them the power to protect themselves. Mei Kaiyuan's gaze quickly swept over the Golden Core elders of the Qingla sect. These Golden Core elders, who were high and mighty in the eyes of ordinary disciples, were nothing before Mei Kaiyuan, a nascent soul true lord. Little girl, come here. Soon, Mei Kaiyuan spotted Chu Fifei in the crowd, or rather, Mei Kaiyuan smelled Chu Fifei first, and then saw her. Greetings, true lord. Chu Fifei stepped forward. She had naturally heard about the general course of events and was somewhat bewildered to learn that a nascent soul true lord from a major overseas sect wanted to take her as a disciple. Not bad, not bad. Mei Kaiyuan reached out and pinched Chu Fifei's cheek. With this simple contact, Mei Kaiyuan had already confirmed that Yuan Nia's words were true. This was indeed a seedling with the Beiwa sacred body. Although this little girl's Beiwa sacred body was not in its great perfection, this was not a problem at all. With the 100 Flower Sect's foundation, they were fully capable of making up for that deficiency. Little girl, are you willing to take me as your master? After confirming Chu Fifei's situation, Mei Kaiyuan suddenly asked with a solemn expression. Logically, a nascent soul true lord like her would need to hold an apprenticeship ceremony to take on a disciple, but if she brought someone with the Beiwa sacred body like Chu Fifei back to the sect and then started the apprenticeship process, her senior sisters and junior sisters would definitely fight over her. Therefore, Mei Kaiyuan planned to take Chu Fifei under her wing now. As for the apprenticeship ceremony, it wouldn't be too late to hold it after they returned. Disciple greets master. Faced with an apprenticeship invitation from a nascent soul true lord, almost no one could refuse, and Chu Fifei was no exception. Furthermore, she had also learned from a Golden Core elder that only if she became a disciple of the nascent soul true lord before her, would the other party help treat Elder Zhou. Chu Fifei was very grateful to Elder Zhou, because it was Elder Zhou who had given her the treatment of an intersect disciple. Now that she could help resolve Elder Zhou's mind fire erosion, Chu Fifei naturally felt it was her duty, and all she had to do was become a disciple of a nascent soul true lord. This was not a sacrifice at all, but a great opportunity. Good disciple. Mei Kaiyuan accepted Chu Fifei's apprenticeship bow, and the smile on her lips could no longer be suppressed. Then, Mei Kaiyuan took out a precious talisman and infused it into Chu Fifei's body. This was a passively triggered life-saving talisman, enough to allow Chu Fifei to escape from a nascent soul true lord. For Chu Fifei, who was still in the chi refinement stage, to escape from a nascent soul true lord, the value of this precious talisman was evident. But in Mei Kaiyuan's opinion, Chu Fifei was worthy of this level of protection. Take me to see your master, who is suffering from mind fire erosion. Mei Kaiyuan turned her gaze to Yuan Nia behind her. This Qingla sect had brought her a disciple with the Beiwa sacred body. This debt of karma was too great, and Mei Kaiyuan now wanted to repay this debt of karma as quickly as possible. True Lord, this way please. Seeing that the nascent soul True Lord was about to act, Yuan Nia quickly led Mei Kaiyuan to the inner room of the manor. There, on the bed in the inner room, they saw the unconscious Zhou Suzu. True Lord, how is it? Yuan Nia asked somewhat nervously. After giving up on the Bingzhen fruit, this nascent soul True Lord from the 100 Flower sect was the last hope to awaken her master. Minor issue. Mei Kaiyuan raised her hand, and in an instant, a rich, clear fragrance spread throughout the room. Smelling the clear fragrance, Yuan Nia's nervous emotions calmed down, and her mind became exceptionally clear. Many previously confusing cultivation issues now became much clearer. And by Yuan Nia's side, Chu Fifei, under the influence of this clear fragrance, also exuded a faint, unusual scent. Although Chu Fifei's unusual scent was faint, it was very clear, and even the fragrance released by Mei Kaiyuan, a nascent soul true lord, could not suppress it. Mei Kaiyuan naturally noticed Chu Fifei's change immediately. She was not surprised by this. The sect's ancient texts contained records about the Beiwa sacred body. Chu Fifei's current change only further confirmed the fact that she possessed the Beiwa sacred body. Go. Mei Kaiyuan gently pointed her finger at the unconscious Zhou Suzu. Immediately, the rich, clear fragrance filling the room transformed into a wisp of clear smoke and entered Zhou Suzu's nose. Then, Zhou Suzu's eyelashes trembled slightly. Seeing this, Mei Kaiyuan withdrew her hand and left the room. Master. Yuan Nia, seeing that her master was about to wake up, immediately ran over excitedly. I am. Under Yuan Nia's call, Zhou Suzu slowly opened her eyes. She was still a bit disoriented. At the moment she acted in the Qingla sect, Zhou Suzu had already been eroded by mind fire, and her consciousness had become blurred. So that's how it is. After Yuan Nia's narration, Zhou Suzu finally understood what had happened during this period. At this moment, she couldn't help but sigh, how an inconspicuous utility disciple had ultimately become her savior. Junior Zhou Suzu, greets True Lord, thank you for saving my life. After a moment of recovery, Zhou Suzu left the room and found Mei Kaiyuan, who had begun teaching Chu Fifei in the courtyard. In Mei Kaiyuan's view, Chu Fei's foundation was too poor, and everything needed to be rebuilt from scratch. Fortunately, Chu Fei's cultivation realm was still very low, so rebuilding was not difficult. Rise. Mei Kaiyuan waved her hand, then took out a jade bottle and handed it to Zhou Suzu. This is a bottle of 4th order fragrant dew. When you attempt to break through to the nascent soul realm, it can protect you from mind fire erosion. The karma of Chu Fei was too great. Mei Kaiyuan felt that merely resolving Zhou Suzu's mind fire erosion was not quite enough. Therefore, Mei Kaiyuan took out a bottle of 4th order fragrant dew that she had personally concocted. The value of this rank of fragrant dew would definitely not be lower than high-grade medicinal pills of the same level. Especially for Zhou Suzu, the value of this fragrant dew was comparable to a Ning-Ying pill, because Zhou Suzu's biggest obstacle to breaking through to nascent soul was mind fire erosion. Once the mind fire erosion was resolved, Zhou Suzu stepping into the nascent soul realm, if not a certainty, was a high probability. Thank you, true lord, for the bestowal. Zhou Suzu tremblingly took the jade bottle with both hands. This was her opportunity, her deo. The meaning of not suffering from mind fire erosion was clearest to Zhou Suzu. Thus, the karma is settled. Disciple, let's go. After Mei Kaiyuan gave away the fragrant dew, this karma was considered resolved. Now, she also needed to take Chu Fei back to the sect for proper training. Sister Naya, if you see Gu Mo, please tell him that I've gone to the 100 Flower sect with Master. Chu Fei transmitted her voice to Yuan Naya. Chu Fei had already completed all the necessary goodbyes before. Only Gu Mo, Chu Fei had not been able to say goodbye to him, but Chu Fei also didn't know where Gu Mo was now. So, she could only ask Yuan Naya for help in relaying the message. Don't worry, we'll come to the 100 Flower sect to find you when we have time. Yuan Naya waved to Chu Fei, feeling a bit nostalgic for their former cultivation trio. However, this was Chu Fei's opportunity, and what Yuan Naya had to do was congratulate her. Disciple, come here. Mei Kaiyuan left with Chu Fei. At this moment, Zhou Suzu called Yuan Naya into the room, and then handed the bottle of 4th order fragrant dew to Yuan Naya. Master, you are. Seeing this, Yuan Naya was somewhat bewildered. Go to 169shu.com for error-free versions. This is for your cultivation of the mind fire art. Zhou Suzu pushed the jade bottle into Yuan Naya's hand. Chu Fei was gone, so in the future, Yuan Naya would not be able to use the unusual scent from Chu Fei to suppress the mind fire while cultivating the mind fire art. However, the 4th order fragrant dew left by Mei Kaiyuan, a nascent soul true lord, could be used to suppress the mind fire. This bottle of 4th order fragrant dew would be enough for Yuan Naya to use until golden core perfection, and even assist her further when she attempts to break through to the nascent soul realm in the future. Master, this is for you to break through to the nascent soul realm, how can you give it to disciple? Yuan Naya waved her hand. Compared to her, Master needed this fragrant dew more, and the Kinglo sect urgently needed a nascent soul cultivator to emerge. My mind fire erosion has been cleared, and the resources left by the sect are enough for me to break through to the nascent soul realm. After the initial excitement of getting the 4th order fragrant dew, Zhou Suzu realized that giving this 4th order fragrant dew to Yuan Naya was the best option. Zhou Suzu using this 4th order fragrant dew would only provide an extra layer of insurance when she attempted to break through to nascent soul. Without this insurance, with Zhou Suzu's foundation, she had a good chance of success even using ordinary resources for forming a nascent soul. However, with one nascent soul in the Kinglo sect, at most they would have means of self-preservation. To reclaim the sect from the Fenghua sect, which had 2 nascent soul true lords, was almost impossible. Zhou Suzu, who cultivated the mind fire art, would have greater combat power after advancing to nascent soul than an ordinary nascent soul true lord, but the nascent soul true lords from the overseas Fenghua sect would not be lacking in methods or foundation. Zhou Suzu was confident she could deal with 1, but 2 would be beyond her capability, especially when reclaiming the sect would also require facing the sect protecting Grand Array. She couldn't do it alone. Therefore, Zhou Suzu planned to use the sect's nascent soul forming resources to break through to the nascent soul realm herself, and give this 4th order fragrant dew to Yuan Naya. Yuan Naya's foundation was even better than her master's. From the very beginning of her cultivation, she had encountered Gu Mo and Chu Fei, not only laying a deep foundation but also never suffering from any mind fire erosion. This meant that Yuan Naya had a great chance of becoming a nascent soul true lord in the future. When the Kinglo sect had 2 nascent soul true lords, that would be the moment for the Kinglo sect to reclaim its sect. For this, Zhou Suzu was willing to bear the slight risk of not using the 4th order fragrant dew to break through to the nascent soul realm. The Kinglo sect's sect was Zhou Suzu's home, where she had memories with many of her senior brothers and junior sisters. Now that her home was occupied by villains, she naturally wanted to reclaim it. Master, disciple will definitely cultivate diligently. After listening to Zhou Suzu, Yuan Naya no longer refused. Becoming stronger and then reclaiming the sect had become the obsession of every Kinglo sect disciple at this moment. Senior Sister Zhou. When Zhou Suzu led Yuan Naya out of the room, several Golden Core elders immediately saluted. Zhou Suzu's awakening gave those Golden Core elders a backbone. Let's go back. From now on, the sect will consolidate its power and reduce the possibility of exposure. Zhou Suzu said. Her internal mind fire erosion had been eliminated, but the years of depletion needed time to replenish. Only when her state returned to peak would Zhou Suzu begin to break through to the nascent soul realm. During this period, they had to hide themselves as much as possible. This was the darkness before dawn. As long as Zhou Suzu successfully stepped into the nascent soul realm, then the Kingla sect would no longer need to hide like this. Immortal City Main City, Third Order Courtyard. Still no news of the Kingla sect remnants. He Xiaogang's face was grim. The failure of this Bingzhen fruit plan made him extremely angry, mainly because the losses this time were quite significant. At this moment, some people were already secretly questioning his ability. A sect, especially a major sect, naturally had various factions within it. He Xiaogang, by virtue of his great credit in helping the sect seize the Kingla sect's spirit land, had surpassed everyone and become the candidate for the next sect leader. But this did not mean that others were convinced. Those true disciples who were once more talented and stronger than He Xiaogang were not very convinced. Originally, they were the candidates for sect leader, but now He Xiaogang had intervened, how could they be willing? It was just that He Xiaogang's credit was indeed too great, and they couldn't refute it. But now that He Xiaogang's plan had failed, adding insult to injury was naturally indispensable. No matter how great the credit, it couldn't withstand repeated failures. The previous fishing plan using the Kingla sect's special mark failed, resulting in the death of many sect disciples, and finally the loss of a false core elder. This time, the Bingzhen fruit plan failed again. The previous failure resulted in the loss of people, this time it was the loss of wealth. After the great credit of seizing the Kingla sect's sect, He Xiaogang had made one blunder after another, causing significant personnel and property losses to the sect. If this happened a few more times, He Xiaogang's status as sect leader successor would likely be in jeopardy. After all, the Fenghua sect could not allow someone who consistently brought losses to the sect to sit in such an important position as sect leader. It was precisely because he knew this that He Xiaogang was so furious at this moment. Reporting to young lord, the traces of the Kingla sect that were previously discovered have all suddenly disappeared. The Kingla sect should have chosen to completely withdraw. Yao Shifeng bowed and replied. In fact, they had already grasped some traces of the Kingla sect remnants, and it wouldn't be long before they could follow these traces to find the Kingla sect's location. They just hadn't expected these traces to suddenly disappear. This meant that the Kingla sect had recalled all its disciples who were outside and chosen to completely withdraw. This kind of withdrawal tactic was very fatal for a sect. If you don't go out to get spirit stones and resources, you will be living off your past gains, and even the thickest family fortune will be squandered. But the advantage is that if you don't act, you won't leave traces, and you won't be exposed. Forget it, they are slowly dying. He Xiaogang took a deep breath. The Kingla sect's withdrawal tactic was not bad news for He Xiaogang. The Kingla sect's self-depletion little by little would only make them weaker and weaker, posing less and less of a threat. Since the Kingla sect chose to withdraw and not come out, it was no longer possible to make any significant progress. So, He Xiaogang turned his attention to another place. Let's go, we'll visit the spirit plant great master of the Lu family now. He Xiaogang stood up and said to Yao Shifeng beside him. Lu family spirit field. Gu Mo played with the emerald green sword bamboo, an ultimate magic treasure that, after being refined by his false core avatar, could also be activated by Gu Mo's main body. However, Gu Mo's main body currently only possessed the liquid spiritual power of a foundation establishment cultivator, which was not as powerful as the Dan power of his false core avatar, so he couldn't fully unleash the might of this ultimate magic treasure. But once Gu Mo refined the complete third order sun essence and his body was filled with golden core Dan power, these issues would no longer exist. Handing the bamboo sword to his false core avatar, Gu Mo picked up the jade slip containing the wind tunnel technique. He planned to thoroughly comprehend this escape technique next. Senior, someone wishes to see you. At this moment, Lu Lingmei's voice came from outside the formation. Who is looking for me? Gu Mo put down the jade slip in his hand, puzzled. If someone was looking for his false core avatar, Gu Mo wouldn't be surprised, as his false core avatar had made many connections over the past few years. But Gu Mo's main body hadn't gone out much in recent years, so who would be looking for him at this time? After thinking for a moment, Gu Mo's gaze swept towards the false core avatar beside him. Immediately, the false core avatar's aura rapidly dropped from the false core realm to the foundation establishment stage. Subsequently, the false core avatar's face also transformed into the appearance of his main body. Of course, this appearance was not Gu Mo's true face. He hadn't forgotten that Fenghua sect still had a bounty on him, complete with his portrait. Let's go. Gu Mo, incarnation, stepped out of the formation and motioned for Lu Lingmei to head to the Lu family. Gu Mo naturally wouldn't invite people into his spirit field, as it held many of his secrets. Upon arriving at the Lu family reception hall, Gu Mo saw the person who was looking for him, and his heart trembled. He never expected to see an old acquaintance here. However, Gu Mo skillfully concealed the fluctuations in his heart. Great Master who? Upon seeing Gu Mo, He Xiaogang immediately stood up and cupped his hands. I am not worthy of being called Great Master. Gu Mo quickly waved his hand, for he had already sensed He Xiaogang's golden core aura. Gu Mo was shocked that He Xiaogang had become a golden core cultivator in such a short time. Not just He Xiaogang, but Yao Shifeng, who was beside him, also emitted a faint foundation establishment aura, though Yao Shifeng's aura carried a hint of discomfort. Great Master whose skill in cultivating sword bamboo is clear for all to see, he is certainly worthy of being called a Great Master. He Xiaogang said with a chuckle, to be honest with Great Master, I am the next sect leader of Fenghua sect. Hearing of Great Master's reputation, I wish to invite Great Master to join my Fenghua sect. After some pleasantries, He Xiaogang extended the invitation. Thank you for sect leader He's kindness, but I have promised the Lu family to stay for some time, so I cannot accept sect leader He's invitation for now. Gu Mo said with a look of being flattered. At this moment, Gu Mo was calculating whether to lead He Xiaogang to the spirit field and then go all out to eliminate him. But in the end, Gu Mo gave up, because he wasn't confident. He Xiaogang claimed to be the next sect leader of Fenghua sect, so he would surely have life-saving magic treasures. If he acted rashly and failed to eliminate the opponent, there would be a lot of trouble later, and even the Lu family would be implicated. That's truly a pity, but my Fenghua sect's gate will always be open for great master. After a pleasant conversation where both host and guest enjoyed themselves, He Xiaogang took Yao Shifeng and departed. Watching He Xiaogang leave, the smile on Gu Mo's face vanished. At this moment, his eyes were filled with solemnity. He Xiaogang actually found this place, which truly startled Gu Mo. Gu Mo was confident that with his major achievement level breath concealment technique combined with his disguise technique, unless a nascent soul true lord searched him closely, there would be no flaw. But if He Xiaogang used his soul lamp to investigate him, Gu Mo would be 100% exposed. As a former true disciple of Qinglu sect, Gu Mo naturally left his soul lamp within the Qinglu sect's sect gate. This soul lamp had two functions: first, to determine the life and death of important disciples within the sect, and second, to confirm identity, to prevent anyone from impersonating an important sect disciple and infiltrating. Other than that, the soul lamp had no other effects. As for using the soul lamp to cast curses or pinpoint locations, that was simply impossible. So many major sects used soul lamps to confirm the safety of their important disciples. If soul lamps had such flaws, they would never have become widespread. But at this moment, the soul lamp was a flaw for Gu Mo. Of course, if the Qinglu sect members destroyed the soul lamps during their evacuation, then everything would be fine. However, the people from Fenghua sect should also know that soul lamps could be used to find remnants of the Qinglu sect. Before implementing their plan, they would definitely prioritize seizing the soul lamps of the Qinglu sect's disciples. Especially the soul lamps of key figures like Gu Mo and Yuan Naya. Of course, a soul lamp needs to be close to the target to confirm identity. Therefore, Gu Mo was not worried before that if Fenghua sect obtained his soul lamp, they would be able to find him. But he also didn't expect He Xiaogang to suddenly show up, which really caught Gu Mo off guard. Even the best disguise can't stand against an enemy with dumb luck. However, He Xiaogang didn't immediately make a move. Gu Mo was unsure if the other party had his soul lamp, or perhaps the current Gu Mo was just an incarnation, so the soul lamp's identification had some errors. In this situation, it would depend on whether He Xiaogang would continue to probe. If He Xiaogang didn't have the soul lamp, then he wouldn't be able to discover Gu Mo's identity and wouldn't continue to probe. But if He Xiaogang continued to probe, then it could almost be confirmed that He Xiaogang had Gu Mo's soul lamp and had already begun to suspect, at which point Gu Mo would have no choice but to act. On the other side, after He Xiaogang left the Lu family with Yao Shifeng, he suddenly pulled out a small lamp from his embrace. At this moment, the flame on the small lamp flickered. He Xiaogang looked at the small lamp in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. This small lamp was precisely Gu Mo's soul lamp, which he had left in the Qinglu sect. Every time he visited those Lingzi masters, he would carry the small lamp with him. Previously, this soul lamp had remained silent, but this time, the soul lamp reacted, though the reaction was not strong. He Xiaogang didn't know what was happening. Shifeng, do you think that Hu Shuo is Gu Mo? He Xiaogang asked Yao Shifeng, who was beside him, as this person was also an old acquaintance of Gu Mo. This subordinate cannot tell. Yao Shifeng shook his head. It was true that he was acquainted with Gu Mo, but after their group disbanded, Gu Mo's growth rate far exceeded his imagination. It was no exaggeration to say that the current Gu Mo was already a stranger to Yao Shifeng. Send people to keep an eye on this place. He Xiaogang thought for a moment and said. Although he couldn't confirm that Hu Shuo was Gu Mo, since the soul lamp reacted, it was a point of suspicion. He Xiaogang planned to find an opportunity to investigate again. Or simply capture Hu Shuo and interrogate him to see if he was connected to Gu Mo. As long as he could catch Gu Mo, He Xiaogang wouldn't mind offending people. If Hu Shuo dared to resist, he would simply kill him. A Lingzi master with no background was merely an ant that Fenghua sect could crush at any time. Of course, if possible, He Xiaogang still hoped the other party would cooperate. After all, direct killing would not be good for Fenghua sect's reputation, especially since this was within the Immortal City's jurisdiction. Fellow Daoist Fang, you are to prepare to evacuate the family to the Immortal City at any time. Gu Mo called Fang Jiayan and said in a deep voice. Gu Mo was not sure if He Xiaogang had discovered anything earlier, but when his divine sense detected some unfamiliar cultivators near the Lu family, Gu Mo knew that the worst-case scenario had occurred. Based on his understanding of He Xiaogang, since the other party had found some clues, they would not give up so easily. Therefore, Gu Mo could imagine that the other party's probing would soon appear. At that time, a battle would be unavoidable. Of course, Gu Mo could also choose to escape now. But now there were people watching outside, and if Gu Mo escaped, it would be tantamount to self-incrimination. Moreover, if he escaped now, Gu Mo's combat power, which was only at the false core level, would be no match for He Xiaogang, who was at the golden core realm. However, by defending in place, Gu Mo's combat power, with the help of his plant line, would truly reach the golden core level, and could even threaten a golden core middle stage cultivator. That would give him a chance to directly eliminate He Xiaogang. The current He Xiaogang was not yet aware of Gu Mo's true combat power, which was definitely the best opportunity to decisively deal with this annoying fly. However, this battle would implicate the Lu family. Therefore, Gu Mo told Fang Jiayan to prepare for the entire family's evacuation. As for why it was only preparation and not immediate evacuation, it was because an immediate evacuation would surely be intercepted, and then they wouldn't be able to evacuate at all. The true opportunity for evacuation would be after Gu Mo dealt with He Xiaogang, after which there would be a period of vacuum. This would be the real time for Gu Mo and the Lu family to evacuate. Too early or too late would not work. Read the error-free version at 169SHU8. Ah. Faced with Gu Mo's sudden request for evacuation, Fang Jiayan didn't react for a moment. Why were they suddenly evacuating when everything was fine? Okay, I will go and prepare now. After a moment of surprise, Fang Jiayan immediately went to make arrangements. Although she didn't understand the reason, since Great Master said so, he must have sensed some danger. Returning to the spirit field, Gu Mo checked his accumulated assets over the years: 5 third-order sunflowers, 1 third-order pea shooter, 1 third-order torch tree stump. The combination of the latter two was enough to threaten a golden core middle-stage cultivator. There was also 1 third-order potato mine, 1 third-order cherry bomb, plus 1 third-order nut at the core of the nut array. As long as it wasn't a golden core late-stage cultivator, such a combat power reserve could definitely slaughter them. He Xiaogang's understanding of Gu Mo was still based on Gu Mo's Qi refining completion realm killing a foundation establishment cultivator a few years ago. After a few years, the strongest he could imagine Gu Mo's current strength to be was merely foundation establishment early or middle stage. No matter how wild He Xiaogang's imagination, he would not believe that Gu Mo possessed the means to kill him, a golden core cultivator. Based on the confidence brought by various intelligence, He Xiaogang silently infiltrated the Lu family on a dark night. As for the Lu family's grand formation, in the eyes of He Xiaogang, a golden core cultivator, it was as good as non-existent and was easily breached. Subsequently, He Xiaogang quickly arrived at the spirit field on the mountaintop. Looking at the constantly flickering light of the soul lamp in his hand, He Xiaogang's mouth curved into a smile. Gu Mo was indeed here. That great master who must be Gu Mo in disguise. He just didn't know what method the other party used to deceive him. If the soul lamp hadn't reacted, he might have truly been fooled. So, what kind of entrance should I make? He Xiaogang stood at the edge of the mountaintop, looking at the spirit field enveloped by the formation, imagining the look of horror on Gu Mo's face when he saw him later. Crack. He Xiaogang took a few steps towards the spirit field, and a crisp sound came from under his feet. Looking down, He Xiaogang saw a small, round-headed wooden stick. Quite a good spirit plant. He Xiaogang had long known that Gu Mo had a special spirit plant that exploded when buried. The spirit plant he stepped on at this moment was intentional. This was the entrance He Xiaogang had envisioned. Rumble. He Xiaogang lifted his foot, and in an instant, the triggered potato mine exploded. However, the power of the explosion was blocked by a layer of golden light and did not cause any harm to He Xiaogang. He Xiaogang wanted to use this method to show Gu Mo that his strongest killing move was useless against him. With his golden core realm cultivation, crushing Gu Mo would be effortless. But just crushing him like that, He Xiaogang felt, would not satisfy his Dao heart. The truth was, He Xiaogang had suffered many losses at Gu Mo's hands before, and had even almost exposed his identity, affecting his ultimate grand plan. For those few days, He Xiaogang was filled with fear and unease, constantly thinking about how to eliminate Gu Mo. Therefore, He Xiaogang also wanted Gu Mo to feel fear and despair. Gu Mo, in the spirit field, saw He Xiaogang's actions, paused slightly, and then a hint of regret surged in his heart. If he had known, he would have directly buried the third-order potato mine in front. At this moment, the potato mines Gu Mo had buried on the outer perimeter were all grade 1 low grade, with no second-order ones. Against a golden core level He Xiaogang, the difference between first order and second order was not very significant. These were all meant to cover for the third-order potato mine, first using the grade 1 low-grade potato mines to deceive He Xiaogang. Once he let his guard down on the potato mines under his feet, that would be the decisive kill with the third-order potato mine. Gu Mo, an old friend is visiting, why don't you come out to greet me? Seeing no reaction from within the spirit field's grand formation, He Xiaogang spoke indifferently. From the reaction of the soul lamp, He Xiaogang was certain that Gu Mo was inside. He wasn't afraid of Gu Mo escaping, he had already arranged people to watch outside. Among them was even a false core elder in command, so Gu Mo absolutely could not escape. Within the spirit field's grand formation, Gu Mo quietly watched He Xiaogang. Then, with a gentle wave of his hand, the pea shooters in the spirit field immediately unleashed a volley of shots. This volley looked imposing, but it was merely the attacks of first-order pea shooters. Just like the previous potato mines, these first-order pea shooters were meant as a cover. The true killing move was an energy pea fired by a third-order pea shooter hidden within. Gu Mo didn't directly use the torch tree stump to ignite the third-order pea shooter's energy pea. After all, a fireball mixed in with a wave of emerald green energy peas would be quite conspicuous, even a fool would know there was something strange about it. He Xiaogang looked at the emerald green energy peas shooting towards him and quickly discovered a hidden pea among them whose aura reached the golden core level. A bit interesting. Is this your confidence? He Xiaogang's mouth curved into a faint smile. Gu Mo didn't flee upon seeing him, which clearly meant he had some trump cards. Now He Xiaogang saw Gu Mo's trump card, an attack with golden core level power, which was indeed a very good trump card. If an outer core or false core cultivator had come this time, they might not have been able to defeat Gu Mo. But unfortunately, he had come in person this time. Rise. He Xiaogang formed a hand seal, and the next moment, a shield-shaped magic treasure appeared, blocking his front. This was clearly a top-grade defensive magic treasure. Boom! The third-order energy pea shooter, mixed among many energy peas, struck He Xiaogang's defensive magic treasure, causing ripples to appear on its surface. However, it was clear that this attack could not break through this top-grade defensive magic treasure. This is why defensive magic treasures are more valuable than offensive magic treasures, because a good defensive magic treasure allows a cultivator to calmly face attacks. Guo, it seems your trump card is nothing more than... He Xiaogang's gaze swept towards the spirit plant field. At this moment, the weight in his heart had completely lifted. At first, He Xiaogang had been secretly vigilant, wondering what kind of trump card Guo would have. For this, He Xiaogang deliberately made some noise to lure Guo into revealing his trump card. Once the trump card was revealed, the threat would not be so great. However, before He Xiaogang could finish his sentence, a crimson cherry bomb appeared in his eyes. What? Seeing the thrown cherry bomb, a dangerous warning sign arose in He Xiaogang's heart. Immediately, He Xiaogang wanted to dodge, but at this moment, the defensive magic treasure had not yet completely dissipated the previous attack's power. This force prevented He Xiaogang from moving quickly. This was like He Xiaogang holding a shield, blocking an incoming current of water. The water could not break through the shield, but the impact of the water firmly pressed down on the shield, and also on the person holding the shield. He Xiaogang was in this situation now. The third-order pea shooter's attack was like that water. Although it couldn't break through the top-grade magic treasure's defense, it also held He Xiaogang down, preventing him from dodging. As long as He Xiaogang was restrained, then it would be Gumo's time to act. Since he was going to attack, he had to go all out and not give He Xiaogang a chance to react. Rumble. The third-order cherry bomb exploded, and its terrifying power directly annihilated half of the mountaintop. Even part of the spirit plant field was destroyed, but fortunately, the core third-order spirit plant field was undamaged. Cough, cough, cough. When the smoke and dust from the explosion dissipated, He Xiaogang was still alive, but the top-grade defensive magic treasure in front of him was already dim, clearly having its defense broken by the cherry bomb's power, and He Xiaogang was also injured. However, this injury was not fatal. Die. He Xiaogang suppressed his injuries. At this moment, his eyes showed terror. He had almost thought he was going to die. The overwhelming sense of death made him shiver. Fortunately, this top-grade defensive magic treasure was indeed powerful, and combined with the defensive secret art He Xiaogang used, he survived that terrifying explosion. At this moment, He Xiaogang's killing intent towards Guo had reached its peak. Before, he had only regarded Guo as an ant to be toyed with, but now that he knew that ant also had the ability to kill him, He Xiaogang's mindset changed. As He Xiaogang roared, a flying sword emitting a chilling aura appeared. This was also a top-grade magic treasure. A top-grade offensive magic treasure coupled with a top-grade defensive magic treasure, it must be said that this He Xiaogang was indeed wealthy and quite difficult to kill. If it were an ordinary golden core cultivator, that last attack would have either killed them or severely injured them. Chirp. The top-grade flying sword magic treasure that He Xiaogang conjured, under the infusion of his golden core Dan power, quickly vibrated. Faintly, the vibration transformed into a phoenix cry. Then, the top-grade flying sword magic treasure transformed into an ice phoenix emitting a chilling aura. Guo gazed at the ice phoenix in the distance, and the flames of the torch tree stump in the spirit plant field also erupted fiercely. Almost instantly, Guo and He Xiaogang attacked at the same time. He Xiaogang's attack was the ice phoenix formed by the top-grade flying sword, which was his strongest killing move. He Xiaogang needed to use his strongest attack to crush Guo to dispel the terror he felt from that sense of death. Gumo's attack, on the other hand, was an inconspicuous fireball. Moreover, that fireball avoided a head-on collision with the ice phoenix, choosing to directly rush towards He Xiaogang. The ice phoenix, formed by He Xiaogang's top-grade flying sword, was clearly faster than the fireball, and it struck the spirit plant field formation first. Almost instantly, the outermost concealment formation shattered. Then, the ice phoenix crashed into the nut array. This time, the ice phoenix's momentum was blocked by the nut array. With a third-order nut as the core and several second-order top-grade nuts as support, the nut array's defense was enough to block a full power attack from a middle-stage golden core. Although He Xiaogang's attack was powerful, it was still somewhat short of reaching the power of a middle-stage golden core, at most at the golden core third revolution level. To unleash the power of a golden core third revolution with a golden core first revolution realm, this was already an astonishing performance, but it was not enough to deal with Guo. What? Seeing his strongest attack blocked by the formation, He Xiaogang's eyes showed disbelief. Especially as the outermost concealment formation was broken, He Xiaogang already sensed several third-order auras within the formation. These auras were not from cultivators, but from spirit plants. This caused the enraged He Xiaogang to instantly calm down. At this moment, a thought of retreat arose in his heart. This Guo seemed even more troublesome than he imagined, possessing third-order spirit plants. However, thinking that the other party had apprenticed to Chi Chunda of Sheneng Valley, it didn't seem so strange anymore. As He Xiaogang had the thought of retreating, Gumo's fireball approached. It had to be admitted that flying swords were fast, and pea shooter's attack speed was far inferior. But in terms of power, this fireball, formed by a third-order pea shooter and a third-order torch tree stump, definitely surpassed the ice phoenix formed by the flying sword. At this moment, He Xiaogang's defensive magic treasure was broken, and his flying sword was in a stalemate with the nut array. This was definitely his most vulnerable moment. This was also why Gu Mo didn't use this fireball to directly confront He Xiaogang, because Gu Mo knew that the nut array could block He Xiaogang's attack, but He Xiaogang might not be able to block his own attack. Damn it, damn it. Feeling the familiar sense of death brought by that ordinary fireball, He Xiaogang gritted his teeth and roared. From the beginning, he seemed to have been suppressed by Gu Mo, even though he was the one with the absolute advantage in realm. Now, he was forced to use his life-saving trump card. As the next sect master of Fenghua sect, He Xiaogang not only had top-grade offensive and defensive magic treasures, but naturally also life-saving trump cards. However, after using this life-saving trump card, he would have to stay in the sect for a long time. Even if he was the next sect master, life-saving trump cards were not unlimited. Without a life-saving trump card, He Xiaogang would not go out casually. He was the next sect master of Fenghua sect, a future nascent soul seed. As long as he lived, he was destined to become a peak powerhouse. Gu Mo, you're dead. A precious talisman in He Xiaogang's hand emitted a faint white light, rapidly enveloping him. Although he couldn't personally kill Gu Mo this time, now that he had discovered Gu Mo's whereabouts, he would gather the Fenghua sect's powerhouses to completely eliminate Gu Mo. Severing heaven. Just as the white light of the precious talisman was about to completely envelop He Xiaogang, a sharp sword light descended from the sky, causing the white light to pause abruptly. This pause allowed the fireball to directly pass through the white light and strike He Xiaogang's body. Boom. The fireball, with power reaching the middle stage golden core, easily tore through He Xiaogang's body. Afterwards, a golden core flew out from He Xiaogang's shattered flesh and blood. Although golden core cultivators cannot emerge their nascent soul like nascent soul true lords, when their physical body perishes, golden core cultivators can use their divine soul to control their golden core to escape. However, golden core cultivators cannot possess and rebirth. This method can only temporarily delay death. Of course, if there are some special heaven and earth treasures, it is possible to preserve the golden core cultivator's divine soul, and there is hope of becoming a ghost cultivator in the future. Ding! However, just as He Xiaogang's golden core flew out, a verdant flying sword directly struck it. The golden core and the flying sword collided, emitting a metallic clang. Read the error-free version at 1691 bookbar. Subsequently, cracks appeared on He Xiaogang's golden core, and He Xiaogang's divine soul, hidden within the golden core, suffered severe damage, almost collapsing. Who are you? He Xiaogang's divine sense swept towards the suddenly appearing unfamiliar cultivator. It was this person who cut off his last path to survival, and He Xiaogang naturally hated him to the bone. You keep saying you're an old acquaintance, so why don't you recognize me now? Gu Mo's false core avatar recalled his bamboo sword, preparing to strike again to extinguish He Xiaogang's divine soul. Gu Mo, you are Gu Mo, how are you a false core cultivator? Hearing Gu Mo's words, He Xiaogang's divine soul shrieked. At this moment, a deep sense of regret suddenly arose in He Xiaogang's heart. If he had known that Gu Mo had become a false core, why would he have sought Gu Mo so eagerly? He was wary of Gu Mo, who could kill a foundation establishment with cultivation chi completion realm, not a false core Gu Mo whose potential was exhausted and could no longer advance. In fact, if he had known that Gu Mo had become a false core, he would not have thought of killing Gu Mo so quickly. He would have kept Gu Mo, letting Gu Mo witness the moment he became a nascent soul true lord. But now, everything was too late. His physical body was destroyed, and he no longer had any hope of becoming a nascent soul true lord. Even now, his divine soul was about to dissipate. Gu Mo, I'll be waiting for you in hell. He Xiaogang's divine soul roared, and then the cracked golden core shattered, an invisible fluctuation instantly rushing towards the false core avatar. What? Feeling the invisible fluctuation erupting from He Xiaogang, Gu Mo was startled and tried to dodge, but the fluctuation was too fast and instantly hit Gu Mo. Seeing this, Gu Mo quickly withdrew his consciousness from the false core avatar. This was clearly a divine soul type of attack. If it were his true body, this attack would be unavoidable, but He Xiaogang regarded this false core avatar as Gu Mo's true body, and Gu Mo only needed to withdraw his consciousness from the false core avatar to resolve this move. After the invisible fluctuation dissipated, Gu Mo's consciousness re-entered the false core avatar. Then, Gu Mo frowned. He found a special mark on the false core avatar's body. What He Xiaogang released before his death was not an attack, but a mark. With this mark, people from Fenghua sect would be able to find Gu Mo. Fortunately, Gu Mo had timely withdrawn his consciousness from the false core avatar, so his divine soul was not marked, only the false core avatar's physical body was marked. This was a blessing in disguise. Thus, the enemy could only find the incarnation through the mark, and would not discover the true body, which would give the true body enough time to escape. Fellow Deist Fang, let's begin the evacuation. Gu Mo took out a communication jade slip, notifying Fang Jian to prepare for evacuation. At the same time, the false core avatar also quickly rushed out of the Lu family, beginning to clear out the nearby Fenghua sect members. As for Gu Mo's true body, he walked out of the spirit plant field formation and collected the top-grade flying sword magic treasure and top-grade defensive magic treasure that had fallen to the ground, having lost their master's control. It must be said that He Xiaogang was truly wealthy, directly contributing 2 top-grade magic treasures to Gu Mo. In addition, He Xiaogang's remaining storage bracelet, the treasures inside must also be considerable. The life-saving jade talisman was also preserved, but Gu Mo would obviously not use this life-saving jade talisman. Who knew if this life-saving jade talisman would eventually send Gu Mo directly to Fenghua sect? After collecting the spoils of war, Gu Mo returned to the spirit plant field great formation, putting all the plants in the spirit plant field into the black mist space. After doing all this, Gu Mo's figure quickly disappeared into the sky. Having killed He Xiaogang, the next sect master of Fenghua sect, the Fenghua sect would probably go mad, and might even attract a nascent soul true lord. Thinking of being hunted by a nascent soul true lord, Gu Mo felt his scalp tingle. This cultivation realm was clearly no longer safe to stay in. Gu Mo planned to leave here and head to Sheneng Valley. In recent years, Gu Mo had also found out that Immortal City had cross-domain merchant ships. Although the ticket prices were relatively expensive, Gu Mo's wealth could afford it, especially since he had seized rich spoils from He Xiaogang this time. Gu Mo's wealth had definitely reached a new level. His true body was escaping. As for the false core avatar, it had a mark on it, so it obviously couldn't run with the true body. Therefore, Gu Mo planned to let the false core avatar attract the attention of Fenghua sect, to buy time for the true body to escape. Of course, this action would most likely result in the loss of the false core avatar, but the purpose of the incarnation's existence was to protect the true body. Moreover, Gu Mo still had 4 drops of initial liquid spiritual power, and could condense 4 more incarnations, so he could afford to lose one. Not long after Gu Mo left, a figure stumbled and crawled to the top of the mountain. It was Yao Shifeng. At this moment, Yao Shifeng's veins were bulging, like a bomb that could explode at any moment. That's right, Yao Shifeng was constantly on the verge of self-destruction at this moment. He Xiaogang's death meant that Yao Shifeng, who had been placed under a restriction, should have died with him. But Yao Shifeng was unwilling to have his fate controlled by others, so he had secretly been studying the restriction within his body. Finally, with the help of evil arts, Yao Shifeng found a way to break it. After He Xiaogang's death, he would devour He Xiaogang's flesh and blood to break the restriction He Xiaogang had placed on him. Hee. Yao Shifeng climbed to the top of the mountain and quickly saw the shattered flesh and some golden fragments on the ground. These were He Xiaogang's flesh and golden core fragments. Seeing this, Yao Shifeng laughed maniacally and rushed over, devouring all of He Xiaogang's flesh and golden core fragments. In an instant, evil qi erupted from Yao Shifeng. His cultivation was rapidly increasing after devouring He Xiaogang's flesh and golden core fragments. When Yao Shifeng devoured all of He Xiaogang's shattered golden core fragments, a black golden core actually appeared within his body. Fenghua sect. Following He Xiaogang's death, his soul lamp extinguished, and as the next sect master of Fenghua sect, He Xiaogang's demise instantly shook the entire Fenghua sect. Finally, this matter alarmed a nascent soul true lord. He Xiaogang, as his direct bloodline, had also consumed the reincarnation pill, which established a deep foundation, giving him hope of reaching the nascent soul realm. Now that this hope was shattered, even the nascent soul true lord felt an immense rage. The culprit is in the immortal city. He Zhongcheng performed a hand seal, then sensed the mark He Xiaogang had left behind. The next moment, He Zhangcheng's figure vanished, heading straight for the immortal city. Daring to kill the next sect master of his Fenghua sect would absolutely not let this matter rest. This concerned Fenghua sect's face and authority. Was I discovered so quickly? In the southern city of the immortal city, Gu Mo, incarnation, felt the abnormal movement of the mark on his body. He knew that the people of Fenghua sect had begun tracking the mark. But Gu Mo did not choose to flee, because with the mark, he couldn't escape at all. Therefore, Gu Mo chose to stay in the immortal city. Fighting is not allowed in the immortal city. Gu Mo didn't know if the immortal city would ultimately adhere to its principles, but at the very least, the immortal city would hesitate for a while. And this time would be enough for the main body to escape. It didn't take long for a terrifying nascent soul chi to rapidly approach from the sky. Compared to the chi emitted by the nascent soul true lords at the previous grand auction, this time the chi carried killing intent. What matter has made fellow deist he so angry? A figure appeared above the southern city, blocking the overwhelming killing intent. There is a culprit in the immortal city who killed my Fenghua sect's sect master candidate. I ask City Lord Yun for your convenience, He Zhongcheng said, suppressing the anger in his heart and cupping his hands. If the culprit were in an ordinary sect power, he would have directly killed his way in, but Yun Tian immortal city was different. Fenghua sect also didn't dare to provoke a power like Yun Tian immortal city. Such a thing. Yun Chen was surprised. Was some power preparing to go to war with Fenghua sect? Thinking of Fenghua sect's domineering actions over the years, Fenghua sect had long made many enemies. It was just that due to Fenghua sect having 2 nascent soul true lords guarding it, many sects chose to temporarily endure, but they didn't expect someone to make a move against Fenghua sect so quickly. And the first move was to eliminate Fenghua sect's next sect master. This slap was truly ruthless. Aside from his surprise, Yun Chen also felt a headache. It was clear that the culprit who eliminated Fenghua sect's important member was hiding in the immortal city, using the immortal city as a shield. Since its establishment, the immortal city had set a rule that no one was allowed to fight within the immortal city. This rule was the foundation of the immortal city, so Yun Chen could not possibly allow Fenghua sect's nascent soul true lord to directly enter the immortal city to apprehend someone. But if he refused, he would offend Fenghua sect. Yun Tian immortal city was naturally not afraid of Fenghua sect, but as a neutral power, Yun Tian immortal city had no need to offend anyone. After thinking for a moment, Yun Chen transmitted a message to He Zhongcheng. Alright. Although He Zhongcheng was somewhat dissatisfied with the immortal city's obstruction, he also knew that the immortal city would not allow him to violate the rules. When he came to participate in the immortal city's grand auction before, he had vaguely detected the chi of more than one nascent soul true lord in the immortal city. If a conflict truly broke out with the Immortal City, Fenghua sect would definitely not come out ahead. After reaching an agreement, He Zhongcheng retreated. Afterwards, various rumors began to circulate in the Immortal City. Even nascent soul true lords could not fight in the Immortal City, which greatly enhanced the Immortal City's credibility. He just left. Feeling the nascent soul true lord's chi dissipate, Gu Mo frowned slightly. He didn't think Fenghua sect would just let this matter go. Since Fenghua sect wouldn't give up, and yet the other party was now acting in the opposite way, the only explanation was that Fenghua sect and the Immortal City had reached some agreement. As soon as Gu Mo's thought arose, a figure appeared before him. "Greetings, City Lord." Seeing the suddenly appearing figure, Gu Mo was startled, then bowed. He had already met the City Lord of Yuntian Immortal City at the previous grand auction. "You, a false core, actually managed to kill Fenghua sect's sect master candidate." Yunchen scrutinized Gu Mo. Faced with a nascent soul true lord's close-range investigation, Gu Mo's hidden cultivation naturally couldn't be concealed. However, the other party didn't seem to have discovered that this was Gu Mo's incarnation, or rather, the other party simply hadn't considered this possibility. How could a false core cultivator have the resources to cultivate an incarnation? With those resources invested in cultivation, he might have directly become a golden core cultivator. "City Lord, are you preparing to capture this junior and hand him over to Fenghua sect?" Gu Mo asked. Anyway, he was just an incarnation, so he wasn't afraid of offending a nascent soul true lord. "You, a false core, how dare you ask me to make a move?" Yun Chen's gaze sharpened, and a powerful nascent soul chi pressed down. If it weren't for Fenghua sect's nascent soul true lord appearing, he wouldn't even spare a glance for a false core like Gu Mo. However, it seemed this false core, though lacking in other aspects, had plenty of courage. And rightly so, someone without guts wouldn't dare to kill an important member of Fenghua sect. "However, my Yuntian Immortal City does not welcome those who commit evil deeds. You should leave." Yun Chen's tone shifted. Fighting was not allowed within the Immortal City, but if the target left the Immortal City, then it naturally had nothing to do with the Immortal City. This was also the agreement Yun Chen reached with He Zhongcheng. He Zhongcheng would abide by the Immortal City's rules, and Yun Chen would expel Gu Mo from the Immortal City. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. As a commercial city, the Immortal City has always been very adaptable. It wouldn't be foolish enough to offend a major sect with two nascent soul true lords just for a false core cultivator, so it naturally wouldn't do that. Moreover, this false core cultivator had no vested interest with the Immortal City, and the Immortal City had no reason to shelter a stranger. Indeed. Gu Mo sighed softly. This outcome was almost within expectations. Fortunately, Gu Mo hadn't placed his hopes on the Immortal City. All he wanted to do was stall for time, to buy time for his main body to escape. "City Lord, this junior can leave, but may I ask if you can grant this junior a request?" Gu Mo bowed respectfully. Gu Mo did not feel angry about the predictable outcome. At this moment, utilizing this opportunity to gain some benefits was the wisest choice. "Are you making demands of me?" Yun Chen was slightly taken aback. It had been a very long time since anyone dared to make demands of him face to face. "City Lord, you misunderstand. Yuntian Immortal City is a commercial city. This junior merely wishes to make a deal with you." Gu Mo changed his phrasing. Although he was just an incarnation and not afraid of a nascent soul true lord, there was no need for him to offend one. After all, the other party could completely make him disappear without a trace, it was just not worth it to do so, which was why the other party hadn't made a move. "Speak." Yun Chen approved of Gu Mo's new phrasing. At this moment, he even admired this false core cultivator a little. After all, there weren't many false core cultivators who dared to make demands of him. Furthermore, he had no enmity with the false core cultivator before him, and this person was the one He Zhongcheng wanted. Yun Chen naturally wouldn't make a move against Gu Mo. Otherwise, if he couldn't hand over the person, He Zhongcheng might think the Immortal City intended to protect him. "City Lord, this junior had a contract with the Lu family to provide them protection. However, it seems this junior can no longer fulfill the contract. I wonder if City Lord can provide some protection on my behalf." Gu Mo took out his contract with Fang Jiayan. The matter of him renting the Lu family's spirit field couldn't be hidden from others. Gu Mo was worried that Fenghua sect would target the Lu family then. If he could get some protection from the Immortal City's City Lord, then the Lu family's safety would likely be secure. "Yes." Yun Chen nodded. This was a minor matter for him. The person He Zhongcheng wanted was just this false core before him, and there was no information about the Lu family. If He Zhongcheng still wanted to demand people later, then that would be him being unreasonable. The Immortal City could cooperate once out of respect for him being a nascent soul true lord. But it was impossible to keep cooperating, otherwise, wouldn't that show the Immortal City's weakness? "Thank you, City Lord." Gu Mo handed over the contract, then prepared to leave. By now, his main body had already boarded the merchant ship to depart. The incarnation's goal of stalling for time had been achieved. "Wait." Yun Chen called out to Gu Mo. As Gu Mo looked puzzled, a powerful force enveloped him. Then, Gu Mo's figure transformed into a streak of light, disappearing into the sky. Read the error-free version at 1619 bookbar. In just a few breaths, Gu Mo had completely left the sphere of influence of Yuntian Immortal City. It was clear that City Lord Yun did not want Gu Mo to be captured as soon as he left the city. By throwing Gu Mo further away, whatever happened would have nothing to do with Yuntian Immortal City. Of course, this also bought Gumo some more time, but this time was not of much use. Without removing the mark on the false core avatar, he simply couldn't escape the pursuit of a nascent soul true lord. At this moment, the mark on Gumo's body was faintly glowing, clearly indicating that the nascent soul true lord was activating the mark to pinpoint his location. So be it. When I become stronger, I'll come back and kill them. Gumo summoned his bamboo sword. This top-grade magic treasure would also be lost here with him this time. However, thinking that he had obtained 2 top-grade magic treasures from He Xiao Gang, it didn't seem like too much of a loss. It didn't take long for a vast, ocean-like chi to lock onto Gumo. Under this key lock, Gumo found every step difficult, as if he were deeply mired in mud. You're the one who killed Xiao Gang. As Gumo struggled to hold on, an indifferent voice sounded. He Zhongcheng looked at the false core cultivator before him, his eyes filled with doubt. How could a false core cultivator kill He Xiao Gang, a golden core realm cultivator, and even prevent him from using his life-saving trump cards? Yet, the mark He Xiao Gang released before his death was on this false core cultivator, which greatly puzzled He Zhongcheng. However, it wasn't a big problem. He would know everything after a soul search. With that thought, He Zhongcheng raised his hand, and the nascent soul true lord's true yuan magical power condensed into a large hand, reaching for Gumo. Seeing this, Gumo directly shattered the false core within his body. He knew he was doomed this time, but surrendering so easily was not his style. What if it was a nascent soul true lord? He would still try to chip off a few of his teeth. The powerful pill energy unleashed by the shattering false core allowed Gumo to barely move under the nascent soul true lord's chi lock. Then, Gumo unleashed sword return from the sword cannon. Gumo knew very well that his own strength couldn't harm a nascent soul true lord, but if he used the nascent soul true lord's strength to counterattack, it should have some effect. Sword return in the sword cannon was a sword technique that borrowed strength to counterattack, and it was currently the only move Gumo had hope of using to injure a nascent soul true lord. Although Gumo hadn't fully comprehended this move of sword return, who cared? He would try it first. Gumo transformed the bamboo sword into a large sword in his hand, holding it horizontally in front of him. His gaze fixed on the continuously descending true yuan large hand, repeatedly recalling the essence and profound truth of the sword return move in his mind. Clang! When the fingertip of the true yuan large hand touched the bamboo sword, the terrifying power instantly tore apart Gumo's false core avatar's body. It was at this moment that a flash of enlightenment suddenly arose in Gumo's mind. Then, Gumo swung his sword. Pfft! The instant Gumo swung his sword, a finger of the true yuan large hand was instantly severed. He successfully borrowed a portion of the nascent soul true lord's power to cut off a finger of the true yuan large hand. The price was that his incarnation's body was already on the verge of shattering. It was a pity that after paying such a price, Gumo only severed a finger of the true yuan large hand that the nascent soul true lord had casually condensed. There was still a long way to go before he could injure a nascent soul true lord. But seeing the look of surprise on the other party's face, Gumo felt that this strike still had some effect. Giving the nascent soul true lord the middle finger, Gumo mobilized the last bit of pill energy in his body, causing his already overburdened body to explode. This young master isn't playing with you anymore. You want to die? It's not that easy. He Zhangcheng's face was gloomy as he took out a bell. This was an evil path magic treasure, the soul-seizing bell, which could capture souls. Ding-a-ling. He Zhongcheng shook the soul-seizing bell, but no soul appeared within the bell. Gumo had already withdrawn his consciousness when he self-destructed his false core avatar, so it would be strange if any soul could be captured. This is an incarnation. After a moment of shock, He Zhongcheng also realized that he was facing only an incarnation. This made He Zhangcheng's face exceptionally grim. This was even more humiliating than Gumo severing a finger of his true yuan large hand just now. He, a dignified nascent soul true lord, had actually been played with. Very good. Do you really think you can escape like this? The enraged He Zhongcheng grabbed at the void realm, and instantly, a faint wisp of chi was seized by He Zhongcheng. Then, He Zhongcheng took out a compass-like magic treasure and threw that wisp of chi into it. Afterwards, the compass magic treasure began to spin, finally pointing in a direction. It was clear that this compass was a tracking and detection magic treasure, but unlike a mark, this compass magic treasure could only indicate a general direction and couldn't pinpoint the exact location. But for He Zhongcheng, this was enough. He had already memorized the little thief's chi, and he would be able to find him as long as he got close. In the boundless ocean, a massive treasure ship cut through the wind and waves, sailing towards the endless depths of the sea. In a certain room on the treasure ship, Gumo slowly opened his eyes, carefully experiencing the sensation of performing sword return just now. At the cost of losing his false core avatar, Gumo finally touched the threshold of the sword return move. Although the loss this time was considerable, successfully escaping was still quite good. Once he found a place to develop for a few years, he would come back to cause trouble for Fenghua sect. Just as Gumo was calculating his next plan, a strange palpitation arose in his heart, as if he was locked onto by a chi mechanism. No way, they can still track me even now. Gumo stood up, clearly having underestimated the methods of a nascent soul true lord, or rather, Gumo had never truly understood a nascent soul true lord. Fortunately, I still had a trick up my sleeve, otherwise, it would have been disastrous. Gumo took out the identity wooden token Chi Chunda had given him, which had a very detailed map on it. The map showed a relatively safe sea route, and currently, the Immortal City's ships were taking this route, while other areas contained many dangerous zones. Some of these zones were occupied by 4th Order Sea Yao beasts. Guang located the nearest 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory, then directly jumped off the ship. Since the Fenghua sect's nascent soul True Lord was in hot pursuit, Guang could only hide in the 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory. A Foundation establishment cultivator like Guang entering a 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory would not attract the attention of a 4th Order Sea Yao beast at all, especially with Gumo's major achievement level breath concealment technique, which could minimize his presence. However, if a nascent soul True Lord appeared, the 4th Order Sea Yao beast would definitely react, and then the two sides might start fighting. And in the sea, the fighting power of a Sea Yao beast is absolutely stronger than that of a human nascent soul True Lord. Of course, doing this still carried risks, but Guang had reached a point where he had no choice but to do so. The direction has changed. He Zhongcheng, who was rapidly speeding across the sea with his compass magic treasure, suddenly stopped. Does he want to hide with the help of a Sea Yao beast? He Zhongcheng quickly guessed Gumo's intention. However, He Zhongcheng truly had no way to deal with this move. He could communicate with the Immortal City's city lord, but a 4th Order Sea Yao beast would simply not communicate with human cultivators, even if a 4th Order Sea Yao beast's intelligence was no less than that of humans. The way to counter this move was to intercept the target before he entered the 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory, or to kill that 4th Order Sea Yao beast as well. Unfortunately, He Zhongcheng did not have this ability. It was too difficult to kill a Sea Yao beast in the vast sea. Even a nascent soul middle stage cultivator would find it hard to kill a 4th Order early stage Sea Yao beast. But to give up like this, He Zhongcheng was extremely unwilling, because once time passed and that wisp of qi dissipated, it would be very difficult for him to find the target again. After thinking for a moment, He Zhongcheng decided to go and see. Perhaps he could eliminate that brat who had tricked him before being discovered by that 4th Order Sea Yao beast. It's a pity I haven't mastered the wind tunnel technique, my speed is still too slow. Gumo flew low over the sea on his flying sword, feeling a bit regretful. He had obtained the wind tunnel technique too recently and hadn't had time to comprehend it before He Xiaogang discovered him. Then he directly killed He Xiaogang and fled. Only when he was fleeing did Gumo clearly realize the importance of mastering an escape technique. So fast. Feeling the ethereal qi lock becoming stronger and stronger, Gumo continued to accelerate, then plunged into the sea. At this moment, he had already entered the 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory, and now he needed to hide well, and also attract the 4th Order Sea Yao beast in this area. Found you. He Zhangchen's divine sense locked onto a faint aura in the distance that was precisely the target he was looking for. Although the opponent had already entered the 4th Order Sea Yao beast territory, he had not gone deep yet. 4th Order Sea Yao beasts generally stayed in the core area and rarely wandered into the peripheral regions. As long as he was fast enough, he could completely eliminate the target before the 4th Order Sea Yao beast reacted, and then leave gracefully. However, as soon as He Zhongcheng approached that sea area, an aura no weaker than his own rapidly approached from the seabed. Seeing this, He Zhangchen's expression changed. He couldn't understand why that Sea Yao beast would appear here. Why did that Sea Yao beast appear here? Naturally, it was attracted by Gumo. According to the map given by Qi Chunda, a special plant-type Sea Yao beast was entrenched here. From the relatively detailed information left by Qi Chunda, it was clear that Qi Chunda, as a Lingzi master, had ideas about that special plant-type Sea Yao beast. However, the huge disparity in strength between them made Qi Chunda put away his thoughts very well. Since it was a plant, Gumo thought it should be interested in sun essence. So, Gumo threw out a 3rd Order sun essence, and it actually attracted that 4th Order Sea Yao beast. Looking at the huge dark green figure rapidly emerging from the deep sea, its sheer size alone made Gumo feel a sense of oppression. As the dark green figure continued to rise, Gumo, hiding in the distance, also saw its true form. It was a giant kelp, or more precisely, a dragon-shaped giant kelp. According to the information left by Qi Chunda, this was a kelp that had been tainted with dragon blood. With the help of that dragon blood, this kelp Sea Yao beast was undergoing dragon transformation. The kelp Yao beast in its dragon transformation state completely changed its racial characteristics, no longer rooting itself to the seabed, but instead transforming into a dragon-shaped kelp that could swim freely. Of course, under normal circumstances, this dragon blood seaweed was accustomed to staying in one place. This time, it was attracted by the scent of the sun essence thrown out by Gumo, which is why it came to investigate. Subsequently, the 4th Order dragon blood seaweed obtained a 3rd Order sun essence. Absorbing that 3rd Order sun essence gave the dragon blood seaweed a very comfortable feeling. The dragon blood seaweed even felt that this special power was of great help to its true transformation into a dragon. Driven by its desire for dragon transformation, the 4th Order dragon blood seaweed began to search for this type of special energy. Then it discovered Gumo hiding in the distance. Of course, it had no interest in a human cultivator at the Foundation establishment realm. Such a thing wasn't even enough to get stuck in its teeth. It wasn't until the dragon blood seaweed detected the approach of a human nascent soul cultivator that it became somewhat agitated. Could the special energy it had just experienced be left behind by that human nascent soul? Then, would eliminating this human nascent soul cultivator mean it could obtain more of that special energy? Wait. Seeing the dragon blood seaweed suddenly charge out from the sea, He Zhangchen's expression changed. He didn't understand why this 4th Order Sea Yao beast was going crazy and attacking on sight. But he didn't want to fight a 4th Order Sea Yao beast in the sea, it would be a thankless task. However, the dragon blood seaweed completely ignored He Zhongcheng. At this moment, it had only one thought: eliminate the human nascent soul in front of it and seize that special energy. Seeing the 4th order Sea Yao beast being so aggressive, He Zhongcheng was also somewhat annoyed. He was unwilling to fight a 4th order Sea Yao beast in the sea, but that didn't mean he was afraid of it. And the only way to reason with a Sea Yao beast was to fight. Only by letting that Sea Yao beast know that he was not to be trifled with would it naturally stop. With this thought, He Zhongcheng no longer retreated. His true Yuan and Dan power erupted, and he directly charged towards the dragon blood seaweed. Boom! The battle between the 4th order Sea Yao beast and the nascent soul True Lord instantly erupted, directly stirring up towering waves in the sea. Gu Mo, hiding in the distance, saw this and his expression changed. He immediately turned and ran, but unfortunately, Gu Mo's speed was still too slow and he was swept into a giant wave. Afterwards, Gu Mo felt as if he had been thrown into a washing machine, and everything around him began to twist. Ugh! When Gu Mo escaped from the dizzying vortex, even his false core level physique couldn't help but retch. The next moment, Gu Mo looked around and then his face was filled with confusion. Holy crap, where did this take me? Gu Mo took out Chi Chunda's wooden token. This was an unmarked location. This meant that the map in his hand was useless, and his plan to go to Sheneng Valley was put on hold. Now he needed to first figure out his location. Leaping from the sea, Gu Mo ascended into the sky on his flying sword, quickly scanning his surroundings. Soon, Gu Mo saw an island in the distance. This island was not large, but also not small, estimated to be the size of a sub-city of Yuntian Immortal City. Further away, there were many scattered small islands. Confirming the direction, Gu Mo immediately flew over on his flying sword. As he continuously approached the island, Gu Mo frowned. He sensed the aura of a Yao beast on that island, and it was the aura of a 3rd order Yao beast. In addition to that, there was actually a 3rd order spiritual vein on the island. It should be the presence of this 3rd order spiritual vein that attracted that 3rd order Yao beast to settle there. A 3rd order spiritual vein can attract Yao beasts, and it can also attract Gu Mo. With his major achievement level breath concealment technique fully activated, Gu Mo silently landed on the island. He planned to check the situation of the Yao beast on the island. If it was easy to deal with, he would seize the island and transform it into his spirit plant field. Gu Mo entered the island and along the way, he saw many human skeletons, which made Gu Mo frown slightly. This was a man-eating Yao beast. There were still humans living near this island, perhaps in those distant archipelagos. After realizing that the target was a ferocious Yao beast, Gu Mo became even more cautious. After passing through a forest, Gu Mo arrived at the center of the island. He saw a lake with spiritual chi flowing within it. This was the 3rd order spiritual vein Gu Mo had sensed earlier. On the mainland, spiritual veins were considered earth veins, while in the ocean, spiritual veins basically appeared in the form of water veins. Currently, this lake was a 3rd order water vein. Regardless of whether it was an earth vein or a water vein, the spiritual chi contained within was the same. Quickly scanning the lake, Gu Mo saw a giant lizard lying in the lake. This was the 3rd order Yao beast entrenched here. 3rd order early stage, this is worth a try. Gu Mo carefully sensed the Yao beast's aura and confirmed that it was a 3rd order early stage Yao beast, which made Gu Mo's mind become active. If it were a 3rd order late stage Yao beast, Gu Mo would choose to leave, but at 3rd order early stage, he was now fully capable of eliminating it and then claiming this 3rd order water vein for himself. This giant lizard Yao beast didn't look like a benevolent creature either, so killing this beast could also be considered eliminating harm for the people. With this in mind, Gu Mo retreated, found a spot where he could directly see the giant lizard, and then took out a 3rd order potato mine. This thing hadn't been used when dealing with He Shao Gang, so it was perfect for the giant lizard to taste. With the power of a 3rd order potato mine, instantly killing a 3rd order early stage Yao beast was not a big problem. The only thing Gu Mo had to consider was how to attract the giant lizard to step on the landmine. After pondering for a moment, Gu Mo took out a flower pot, planted a 1st order pea shooter in it, and placed it next to the potato mine. Then, Gu Mo controlled the pea shooter to attack the giant lizard in the lake. A verdant energy pea arced in a parabola and landed on the giant lizard's head. A 1st order pea shooter naturally couldn't harm a 3rd order giant lizard, but it effectively enraged the giant lizard. Immediately, the giant lizard got up and walked towards the pea shooter. Perhaps seeing that the pea shooter was only 1st order and there were no other presences nearby that could threaten it, the giant lizard's steps seemed very leisurely. Soon, the giant lizard approached the pea shooter, and at the same time, its huge front claw stepped on the potato mine. Rumble. In an instant, annihilating power erupted, directly obliterating everything within a 3-meter radius centered on the giant lizard's front claw. This included a quarter of the giant lizard's body. There was no way around it. Although the potato mine was powerful, its explosion range was limited, and the giant lizard was huge. Even if the giant lizard took the full damage of the potato mine, only a quarter of its body was blown away. However, this could still be considered an extremely serious injury. In fact, Gu Mo could even see the Yao core hidden within the giant lizard's annihilated wound. Hiss. A quarter of its body instantly annihilated, causing the giant lizard to let out a painful hiss. Of course, more than that, it was fear, because the giant lizard could clearly feel that if the explosion had hit its vital spot, it would have been certain death. Without hesitation, the giant lizard, dragging its heavily injured body, tried to escape back into the lake. But how could Gu Mo let it have its way? He summoned a top-grade flying sword emitting cold chi, and Gu Mo unleashed the cutting heaven sword tactic, directly charging forward. The original top-grade bamboo sword was on his false core avatar, which was now lost. The top-grade ice-attributed flying sword Gu Mo wielded now was the spoils of war confiscated from He Shao Gang. Besides this, the top-grade defensive magic treasure was also from He Shao Gang. As long as it's not a spiritual artifact that has acknowledged a master, ordinary magic treasures can be used after the original owner dies and they are re-refined. If it's a spiritual artifact that has developed sentience, it's very difficult for it to acknowledge a new master. A top-grade flying sword magic treasure and a top-grade defensive magic treasure, combined with Gu Mo's false core level physique and divine soul, clearly posed no major problem in eliminating a heavily injured third-order early-stage Yao beast. If it weren't for Gu Mo's cultivation still being a bit lacking, with 2 top-grade magic treasures in hand, eliminating a third-order early-stage Yao beast would absolutely be a piece of cake. Hu. Looking at the giant lizard's corpse frozen into a block of ice, Gu Mo let out a long breath. It was still a bit strenuous for a Foundation Establishment stage cultivator to activate a top-grade magic treasure with liquid Dan power. However, having successfully secured this third-order water vein, he could now plant more third-order sunflowers to convert all the liquid spiritual chi in his body into golden core Dan power, which would then allow him to easily control top-grade magic treasures. He took out the Yao core from the giant lizard's body and put it away. This Yao core was quite valuable and could be used as an outer core for Foundation Establishment cultivators to refine, allowing them to become outer core cultivators. In addition to that, the flesh, blood, sinews, and bones of a third-order Yao beast were also good treasures, useful for both alchemy and artifact refining. After dealing with the Yao beast's corpse, Gu Mo came to the lake in the center of the island. He had only been thinking about defeating the Yao beast and seizing the spiritual vein. Now, a problem lay before Gu Mo. It seemed that sunflowers couldn't be planted in water, and a water vein couldn't be filled with earth, otherwise the water vein would be ruined. It seems I need to explore the automatic vending machine to see if there are any suitable new plants available. Gu Mo had a thought and immediately entered the black mist space. Upon entering the black mist space, Gu Mo took stock of the accumulated sun essence, which should be enough to make new plant purchase icons appear on the automatic vending machine. However, Gu Mo couldn't be certain that the new plants from the automatic vending machine would be the ones he wanted. Given the current situation, Gu Mo could only take a gamble. If the new plants he desired didn't appear, then Gu Mo would have to plant them by the lake first. That lake was a third-order water vein, and influenced by it, the area around the lake also contained spiritual chi, reaching the standard of a second-order spiritual field. As portions of sun essence crumbled, the surrounding black mist receded little by little, and soon a complete automatic vending machine appeared before Gu Mo. Gu Mo was stunned by this. He had thought the automatic vending machine would continue to display new plant purchase icons, but who would have thought it would just stop there? With no new plants appearing on the automatic vending machine, wouldn't all of Gu Mo's previous plans fall through? And the third-order water vein would remain unused. As Gu Mo stared blankly at the automatic vending machine in front of him, he noticed a button on the newly revealed automatic vending machine. Curiosity piqued, Gu Mo pressed the button. Instantly, the page on the automatic vending machine disappeared, replaced by a box marked with a question mark. Below the box was also the number 300. Is this a blind box draw? Gu Mo was somewhat uncertain, but he decided to try it. 300 portions of sun essence were something Gu Mo could afford. After inserting 300 portions of sun essence, the gray purchase button turned green. Gu Mo clicked purchase. The next moment, the blind box opened, and then 3 icons appeared. These 3 icons corresponded to a type of plant, some familiar to Gu Mo, some he desired, and some that amazed him. The familiar plant icon was the pea shooter. The plant icon he desired was the water lily. To plant in water, the water lily was a crucial plant. And the plant that amazed Gu Mo was a street lamp-like plant called the street lamp flower. This flower could break through all stealth and disguise methods. Placing one in a spiritual field would ensure that within its illuminated range, no one could approach silently. 3 choices, not bad. Gu Mo experimented further and found that he could only choose one of the 3 plants that came out of the blind box. He already had the pea shooter, so he naturally didn't need to choose it. Although the street lamp flower was also very good, it wasn't urgently needed. Only the water lily was the plant Gu Mo most urgently needed at the moment. Clicking on the water lily icon, the automatic vending machine returned to the previous plant purchase page. However, this time, the water lily purchase icon was added to the page. Name, water lily. Rank, grade 1 low grade. Effect, after planting on the water surface, plants can be cultivated on the water lily. Planting conditions, water vein. Looking at the water lily's description, Gu Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now the third-order water vein could be utilized. Of course, Gu Mo needed to test the specific effects in practice, as the icon descriptions were always too concise, and many hidden effects required Gu Mo to explore and discover them himself. Spending 20 portions of sun essence, Gu Mo purchased a water lily seed. This was the cheapest plant so far, even cheaper than the potato mine, which cost 25 portions of sun essence. Holding the seed, Gu Mo exited the black mist space, then directly threw the seed into the water. There was no need to dig a hole and bury it, which was quite convenient. After the water lily seed was thrown into the water, it resembled a crumpled piece of paper that quickly unfolded upon being soaked. In just a few breaths, a basin-sized emerald green lotus leaf appeared in the water. Beneath the lotus leaf were roots that absorbed the spiritual energy from the water vein. This spiritual energy was then gathered on top of the lotus leaf. Seeing this, Gu Mo took out a first-order sunflower and placed it on the lotus leaf. Then, a shocking scene appeared before Gu Mo. the sunflower's roots slowly penetrated the lotus leaf, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy gathered by the lotus leaf. It worked. At this point, Guang could confirm that with the water lily, other plants could successfully grow on the water vein. Next, Guang continued to experiment with the water lily's functions and also discovered some shortcomings. That is, second-order plants could not be planted on first-order water lilies, because the first-order water lily's speed of absorbing spiritual energy could not keep up with the consumption of second-order plants. If forcibly planted, though it wouldn't cause the plant to wither and die, it would be like planting a second-order plant in a first-order spiritual field, unable to exert its true power. Therefore, if Guang wanted to truly utilize the water vein, he would first need to purchase and upgrade a batch of water lilies in equal measure. The good news was that water lilies were cheap to buy and didn't cost much to upgrade. The bad news was that to meet the demands of the various third-order and second-order plants Guang currently possessed, the cost of purchasing and upgrading these water lilies would definitely be a significant expense. Of course, Guang could upgrade a portion first, then plant sunflowers on these upgraded water lilies. This way, the sunflowers could start producing sun essence, alleviating the financial pressure. During the process of upgrading the water lilies, Guang also made some new discoveries. As the water lily's rank increased, the area of its lotus leaf would also increase accordingly. When the first water lily was upgraded to third order by Guang, the area of that third order water lily was large enough for Guang to easily place a magical artifact hut on it. Coupled with the third order water lily absorbing the spiritual energy of the water vein, this was equivalent to a plant version of a spirit gathering formation. Although Guang didn't need spiritual chi for his cultivation, only sun essence, there were no islands in this lake, so Guang could only live by the lake. And this was not conducive to setting up a plant battle line, nor was it easy to arrange formations. However, this third-order water lily solved this problem. Guang could directly use the water lily as a base and live in the center of the lake, positioning himself at the core of the plant battle line's protection. With a stable residence, Guang's days ahead were spent purchasing water lilies, upgrading water lilies, and then transplanting the original plants. Just like that, half a year passed in a flash. Guang stood on the giant water lily, gazing at the green land before him, nodding in satisfaction. In these past 6 months, Guang had finally managed to transplant all of his previous plants. At this moment, 1/3 of the central lake on the island was already covered by water lily leaves, transforming into a green land. As for the remaining area, Guang would gradually fill it with plants in the future. The entire lake belonged to a third-order water vein, and Guang would not waste such a precious spiritual land. As Guang admired the fruits of his labor over the past 6 months, a rapidly strengthening aura emanated from little carp in the distant lake. Compared to land, this environment was clearly more suitable for an aquatic spirit beast like little carp. At this moment, little carp was undergoing a breakthrough, utilizing the third-order water vein here. Splash! In less than a quarter of an hour, little carp's aura directly entered the second-order spirit beast realm. The next moment, a golden koi, accompanied by a golden light, leaped out of the water. Simultaneously, numerous koi formed from water also leaped out of the water. Oh, has it awakened a new talent? Seeing this, Guang's eyes lit up. Spirit beasts had a probability of awakening racial talents with each breakthrough. The deeper the spirit beast's foundation, the higher the probability of awakening racial talents during breakthrough. Roar! As Guang was pleasantly surprised by little carp's awakening of a new talent, the water-condensed koi suddenly fused, transforming into a water dragon, letting out a low roar. It's water control talent. The talents awakened by spirit beasts naturally had their strengths and weaknesses. The water control talent little carp had just awakened was definitely among the top-tier talents. Mastering the water control talent essentially meant mastering all water elemental techniques. The water koi and water dragon little carp just summoned were 2 water elemental techniques. Rumble! As the water dragon roared, dark clouds gathered in the sky. Then, the water dragon plunged into the dark clouds, stirring the rolling black clouds, and the next moment, dense spiritual rain fell. Perfection level small cloud rain technique. Guang's eyes gleamed. He was just a hair's breadth away from the perfection level small cloud rain technique, but that final step had been elusive. Now, seeing little carp perform the perfection level small cloud rain technique gave Guang significant inspiration. It wouldn't be long before Guang would likely be able to take that final step. Excellent, excellent. Guang summoned little carp and generously fed it many second-level solar essence. This koi, which he had raised with sun essence, was becoming increasingly extraordinary. After playing with little carp for a while, Guang returned to the magical artifact hut on the water lily. Although all the plants had been transplanted, Guang's work was far from over. Next, Guang still needed to arrange the formations. Although he had formation plates, the area to be covered this time was quite large, and Guang also needed to make some minor modifications to the formation plates. Each third-order water lily occupies a large area, and can only cultivate 1 third-order plant. The land utilization rate is much lower than that of spiritual fields. Therefore, to cultivate the same number of plants, using water lilies will occupy a larger area. Of course, if high-rank water lilies are used to cultivate low-rank plants, the land utilization rate might not necessarily be smaller than that of a spiritual field. A single third-order water lily leaf can only cultivate 1 third-order plant, but if first-order or second-order plants are cultivated, many can be planted. Furthermore, not only plants from the automatic vending machine can be planted on water lilies, but even other spirit plants can be cultivated on the water lily leaves. For example, on a second-order high-grade water lily nearby, Guo had planted 3 small trees. These were second-order high-grade spirit plants, jade dew fruit trees, which he had acquired from King Luosek's previous resource point. Discovering another hidden effect of the water lily made Guo happy for a long time. Back in the hut, Guo adjusted the formation plates for the illusion formation and concealment formation, increasing their coverage. However, because Guo wasn't very knowledgeable about formations, increasing the coverage led to a slight decrease in the formation's effectiveness. Guo was helpless about this and could only find a formation master in the future to refine the formation plate. As for the nut array, there were no problems. Simply planting nuts on the water lily could set up the nut array, and to increase the nut array's coverage, one only needed to increase the number of nuts. There was no need to consider the arrangement of formation stones, because the nut array guided its attack power to the nuts serving as formation stones. Therefore, the nut array could be expanded or shrunk at will, but mainstream formations like the illusion formation and concealment formation could not, they required a formation master to refine them. Completing the formation arrangement was only the beginning, Guo still had many things to do. Upgrading plants, accumulating foundation and also improving his cultivation realm, comprehending the wind escape secret art, all in preparation for leaving this place and heading to Sheneng Valley in the future. Without a specialized ocean-going treasure ship, one would need at least a golden core realm cultivation to cross the dangerous seas. Although Guo currently possessed the physique and divine soul of a false core realm, his cultivation realm was genuinely foundation establishment. However, with third-order sunflowers, it was only a matter of time before Guo entered the golden core realm. Time flowed on, and another half-year passed. Guo's number of third-order sunflowers increased from the original 5 to 10. During this period, Guo also replenished 1 third-order cherry bomb and 1 third-order potato mine. Combined with third-order pea shooters and third-order torch tree stumps, they were more than sufficient to deal with either third-order Yao beasts or golden core cultivators. As for incarnations, Guo temporarily had no plans to condense one. He would focus on raising his main body's cultivation realm first. This island was remote, and in the past year, no one or Yao beasts had appeared, so there was no immediate need for an incarnation to show itself. No sooner had this thought crossed Guo's mind than his divine sense detected several people landing on the island. Among those who landed, there was one Qi refinement stage cultivator, while the others were all mortals. After leaving a box on the island, these people quickly departed, as if something terrible would happen if they lingered. What's going on? Guo looked puzzled. Was there a person inside that box? Guo's false core level divine sense swept over it, and he saw that the box contained a person. Could it be a sacrifice? Thinking of the island's original owner and the human skeletons on the island, Guo somewhat understood the reason. The direction these people left in was precisely that cluster of scattered islands in the distance. There were indeed people living there, and cultivators existed. Rising, Guo went to the outside of the island and opened the box. If he didn't intervene, the person inside the box wouldn't live much longer. Whew. As the box opened, Guo immediately heard a frightened whimper. Looking down, inside the box was a young girl, both in figure and appearance, she was of the highest quality. It had to be said that as a sacrifice, she was absolutely qualified. Don't cry anymore, hurry home. Guo tapped the box, preparing to send the sacrificial girl home. Ah! Hearing the voice, the whimpering girl in the box suddenly looked up. She didn't see the terrifying giant lizard Yao beast her elders spoke of, but rather a handsome young man with gentle eyes. A look of surprise involuntarily appeared on her face. No, I can't go back. If I go back, father and mother will die. The girl shook her head repeatedly. She was this time's sacrifice. If the sacrifice escaped, and Lord Giant Lizard became enraged, many villages would suffer, and her parents would also be executed. Therefore, she couldn't go back. Can you contact your family then? Guo rubbed his forehead. He was somewhat reluctant to leave this place. After all, Guo's combat power was strongest only within the plant battle line. Before gaining information about this area, not leaving was the best option. Facing Guo's inquiry, the young girl shook her head. Perhaps to prevent her from escaping as a sacrifice, she had no means of contacting the outside world, and as a mortal, she couldn't possibly cross the sea alone to leave this place. However, if Guo ignored her and left her here, she would likely not survive for more than a few days. Although the island was safe for Guo, it was still very dangerous for mortals. After the third-order giant lizard died and its aura dissipated, some low-tier sea Yao beasts began to appear. After all, this island has a third-order water spiritual vein, which is very attractive to sea Yao beasts. Of course, most of these low-tier sea Yao beasts were turned into seafood by Guo, but for mortals, these low-tier sea Yao beasts are extremely deadly. That's enough. Guo sighed, picked up the young girl, and brought her to the lake shore. This place was now relatively safe, and no sea Yao beasts would come over. Even if they did, the firepower of the plant line could cover this area. You can live here. Guo pointed to a small house by the lake. This was originally prepared for Guo himself, but since the water lily's upgrade increased its area and allowed it to directly bear magical artifact houses, Guo went directly to the center of the lake, and this small house was abandoned. Seeing that the young girl was still a bit dazed, Guo thought for a moment and took out a bottle of Bigu pill and a Qi induction art jade slip, handing them to her. As a mortal, she had nothing to do here, so he directly gave her a Qi induction art to see if she had the talent and comprehension ability to step into cultivation. Actually, Guo could directly check the young girl's spiritual root talent to know if she had the talent for cultivation, but wouldn't that be less suspenseful? Since it was just a casual act, Guo really wanted to see if this young girl would bring him some surprises. After all, it was quite boring on this uninhabited island. Thank you, Immortal, for your gift. The young girl, who had just come to her senses, immediately knelt on the ground. At this moment, she knew she wouldn't be eaten by Yao beasts, and she had encountered a very good Immortal. She even received a gift from the Immortal. Gumo's casual act was undoubtedly a great opportunity for Immortal. After instructing the young girl not to run around, Guo immediately returned to his small house in the lake. Now that the formation was activated, the young girl could not see the scene in the lake, only considering it a place where an Immortal resided. Back in the small house, Guo couldn't help but start thinking about his next plan. The appearance of that young girl caused some changes in Gumo's plan. There were people living on nearby islands, and there were also cultivators, so Guo also needed to make appropriate contact. He needed to inquire about his current location and find a way to leave here and go to Sheneng Valley. However, there was no need to rush this matter for now. Guo would only consider leaving after at least entering the Golden Core Realm. Only at the Golden Core Realm could he cross the dangerous ocean. After settling on his next plan, Guo took out the storage bracelet he obtained from He Xiaogang. For over a year, Guo had been deciphering the restriction on this storage bracelet. Now, only a small part remained to be completely broken. Today, Guo planned to break the restriction on it in one go. Guo was still very much looking forward to He Xiaogang's collection. Pop! With a soft sound, the restriction on the storage bracelet disappeared. Gumo's divine sense entered it without any obstruction, and he then saw many treasures and rare items. However, what Guo was most concerned about was a small lamp, which was the soul lamp Guo left in the Qingluo sect. It was precisely the soul lamp that exposed his identity and ultimately led to his exile here. Taking out the soul lamp, Guo squeezed it hard with his palm, directly crushing it. With this, one of Gumo's weaknesses disappeared. Afterward, Guo began to inventory the treasures in the storage bracelet, high-grade spirit stones, third-order medicinal pills, third-order talismans. These treasures made Gumo's eyes light up. These were all valuable goods. Even if the medicinal pills and talismans were not of much use to Guo, they could be traded for many good things. In addition to these regular treasures, there were also several jade boxes with seals on them in the storage bracelet. Guo briefly investigated and found that the jade boxes contained several fourth-order spirit materials, and they were the main materials for refining Ningying pills. He Xiaogang, who was only in the early stage Golden Core, had already started collecting materials for refining Ningying pills, which showed his great confidence in becoming a nascent soul. Of course, as the next sect master of Fenghua sect, he also had the conditions for it. If it were an ordinary Golden Core cultivator, how could he have the financial resources to collect materials for refining Ningying pills? Next were several jade slips. Guo picked one up and his divine sense entered it, but he didn't see any information. This should be the Fenghua sect's legacy cultivation technique. Such jade slips recording core sect cultivation techniques all have restrictions, and it's impossible to read the information in the jade slip without special means. And once the restriction on this jade slip senses that it is being deciphered, it will directly destroy the jade slip, preventing the cultivation technique from leaking out. What a pity. Guo put down the jade slip. The legacy cultivation technique of a nascent soul great sect would obviously not be bad. If he could understand it, it would be of considerable help in dealing with Fenghua sect in the future. There was more than one jade slip in the storage bracelet. Therefore, not all of these jade slips were Fenghua sect's legacy cultivation techniques. As long as they were not important legacy cultivation techniques, there would be no restrictions on the jade slips, and Guo could read them very easily. Among these jade slips, Guo saw the list of Qingluo sect personnel He Xiaogang had turned. These people could be dealt with together at that time. Compared to enemies, such traitors were even more hateful. Oh. Putting down the personnel list, Guo picked up the next jade slip, and his divine sense entered it, then his eyes lit up. This jade slip recorded some cultivation insights. This was not the cultivation insights of Fenghua sect's legacy cultivation technique, but the cultivation insights of a secret art. Guo also cultivated the secret art. That was the breath concealment technique. Speaking of which, Gumo's breath concealment technique was obtained from Fenghua sect. Now, he had cultivated this breath concealment technique to major achievement. As for the perfection realm, Guo still had no clues so far, but the cultivation insights about the breath concealment technique in this jade slip actually contained some information about the perfection realm breath concealment technique. This was definitely a great inspiration for Guo, giving the stagnant progress of his breath concealment technique the possibility of advancing again. Guo was still very much looking forward to the perfection realm breath concealment technique. If he could master the perfection level breath concealment technique, would he be able to conceal even the sensing of the soul lamp? Putting aside the jade slip recording the cultivation insights of the breath concealment technique, Guo continued to examine other jade slips. Through these jade slips, Guo learned many secrets of Fenghua sect, but these were not useful to Guo at present. Another legacy cultivation technique. Guo picked up the few remaining jade slips, and his divine sense entered them, quickly sensing the restriction in the jade slip. Immediately, Guo was about to put down the jade slip, but he quickly reacted. This restriction seemed not to be Fenghua sect's, but Qingluo sect's. This jade slip recorded the Qingluo sect's legacy cultivation technique. Thinking that He Xiaogang was once a direct disciple of the Qingluo sect's sect master, it was not surprising that he could obtain the Qingluo sect's legacy cultivation technique. And as a true disciple of the King Guo sect, Guo naturally knew how to unlock the restriction on it. When Guo used a special method to unlock the restriction on the jade slip, he then discovered that this jade slip was not the King Guo sect's legacy cultivation technique, but an alchemy legacy. An alchemy legacy protected by a restriction would obviously not be an ordinary legacy. This was a fourth order alchemy legacy, and it was also one of the King Guo sect's core legacies. The King Guo sect dared to refine fourth order Ningying pills without a nascent soul cultivator because the King Guo sect had a fourth order legacy, and this legacy contained the pill formula for refining Ningying pills. In order to disrupt the King Guo sect's refining of Ningying pills, He Xiaogang voluntarily chose the deputy of alchemist and obtained this fourth order alchemist legacy. Not only the alchemy legacy, but the King Guo sect also had fourth order legacies in artifact refining, formations, and talismans. These were the true foundations of the King Guo sect. In contrast, in terms of cultivation techniques and secret arts, the King Guo sect was somewhat inferior compared to other nascent soul great sects. This fourth order alchemist legacy was also a timely help for Guo. During this time, Guo had been reviewing why he was discovered by He Xiaogang. After much thought, Guo felt that it should be his identity as a Lingzi master that attracted He Xiaogang's arrival. Although He Xiaogang had been killed, Guo learned from his mistake and planned to change his profession when interacting with people in the future. Coincidentally, Guo was now a qualified first-order alchemist. Just a first-order alchemist was obviously not enough, but the alchemist legacy he had previously obtained was only first order. Now that he had obtained the King Guo sect's fourth-order alchemist legacy, it made up for his deficiencies. Read the error-free version at 169 SHUBA. After inventorying the spoils in He Xiaogang's storage bracelet, Guo nodded with satisfaction. This was another wave of wealth, making his originally deflated money bag bulge again. Next, Guo's plan was to improve his cultivation, continue to comprehend the wind tunnel technique, the breath concealment technique, and also the alchemy technique. Fortunately, Guo didn't need to spend time on cultivation. If it were other cultivators, cultivation would take up most of their time, leaving no extra time to comprehend other things. Therefore, many cultivators would only comprehend a few of the most suitable spells and secret arts, relying on their cultivation realm for the rest. No matter how many spells and secret arts, they would be as fleeting as clouds under the suppression of realm. Unless their cultivation realm encountered a bottleneck and they could no longer break through, only then would those cultivators have enough time to delve into other means. When a person is immersed in cultivation, the flow of time seems to speed up. No wonder cultivators often emerge from a single seclusion to find that the outside world has changed drastically. At this moment, Guo also had some understanding. Condense. Guo stared at the pill furnace in front of him, his hands quickly forming seals and casting the final pill collecting incantation. The next moment, the pill furnace opened, and several red medicinal pills flew out, landing in Guo's hand. Second order red jade pill, success. Carefully sensing the information of the medicinal pills in his hand, Guo couldn't help but smile. After obtaining the fourth order alchemist legacy, Guo's alchemy skills finally advanced another level, reaching the second order alchemist standard. Guo was able to advance to a second order alchemist so quickly thanks to the third order torch tree stump in front of him. Guo's third order water lily contained a magical artifact house, and no plants were planted on it. So, Guo transplanted the third order torch tree stump in front of the house for alchemy use. Using a third order torch tree stump to refine second order medicinal pills felt easy for Guo. Coupled with Guo's false core level divine sense and his familiarity with spirit plants as a Lingzi master, he was able to refine second order medicinal pills and become a formal second order alchemist in a short period of time. Splash, splash. I know, you're important too. Guo pushed away the fish head that was nudging him. Alchemy required medicinal herbs. Although Guo was a Lingzi master and could grow spirit medicine himself, it was not cost effective to use the precious water lily to grow some low tier medicinal herbs. So, Guo sent little carp to search for spirit medicine in the sea. There was definitely a lot of spirit medicine in the sea. In fact, due to the special environment of the seabed, it was difficult to harvest spirit medicine, so the quantity of spirit medicine in the sea might even be greater than on land. Now that little carp was a second order spirit beast, with its water control talent, sea yao beasts below third order couldn't threaten it at all. And since there were no third order sea yao beasts nearby, Guo sent little carp to search for spirit medicine on the seabed for his alchemy. Of course, as compensation, Guo would reward little carp with sun essence, which made little carp particularly dedicated to the task of collecting herbs. Little carp, take these medicinal pills to that little girl. Guo handed the red jade pills in his hand to little carp. This type of body-strengthening medicinal pill was completely useless to Guo, whose physique had already reached the golden core level through the spirit forging art. It was perfect for the young girl by the lake to test its effects. Speaking of which, the young girl who was sent as a sacrifice was now also a chi refinement stage cultivator. The fact that she could enter the door of cultivation and become a chi refinement stage cultivator so quickly was due to external factors, such as the environment by the lake, which was comparable to a second-order spiritual vein, and some unused medicinal pills that Guo occasionally refined. However, the most important factor was the young girl's own spiritual root talent. To be able to go from a mortal to a chi refinement stage cultivator in a few months, this was at least a medium-grade spiritual root. It was surprising that such a talent would be sent as a sacrifice. If only mortals had come at that time, perhaps they wouldn't have been able to discover the young girl's spiritual root talent, but there were cultivators among the crowd at that time. If mortals couldn't detect it, could a cultivator also not detect it? Therefore, there was trouble hidden behind this young girl. Guo was also very helpless about this. Sometimes, trouble just finds its way to your door. However, the current Guo was no longer what he used to be. No matter what kind of trouble, it would not be a problem in the face of absolute strength. Guo observed the young girl by the lake with his divine sense. At this moment, a large water ball appeared, drenching the young girl who was cultivating outside the house. And this large water ball was little Carp's doing. At some point, little Carp started to enjoy bullying this young girl with water balls. Well, bullying might not be accurate, it was more like playing, because the water ball little Carp condensed came from the lake and contained abundant spiritual power. This was a baptism for the young girl, which could increase her cultivation speed. The young girl by the lake, who was initially uneasy, now appeared very calm, even expectant. She knew that every time the brocade carp by the immortal's side appeared, good luck would come. Sure enough, at this moment, several red jade-like medicinal pills appeared in the hands of the young girl, who was drenched like a drowned rat. The young girl looked at the medicinal pill in her hand, feeling that it was somewhat different from the previous ones, but she knew that an immortal's reward must be a good thing. Without hesitation, the young girl picked up a medicinal pill and swallowed it, and then, a look of pain immediately appeared on her face. That red jade pill was a second-order medicinal pill, even though its medicinal properties were considered very gentle, for a young girl still in the chi refinement stage, the potency of this second-order medicinal pill was still a bit too strong. Soon, a scorching high temperature emanated from the young girl's body, that was the medicinal power refining her physical body, but because the medicinal power was too turbulent, the intensity of the refining was too fierce, causing her body to generate high heat. Whoosh! At this moment, a water ball fell, extinguishing the high temperature on the young girl's body. Guo naturally knew that a second-order medicinal pill would bring a great burden to a chi refinement cultivator, so Guo had little Carp deliver the medicine and, incidentally, cool the young girl down. As long as the young girl could endure it, then her strength would experience a huge improvement. Still a bit lacking. Looking at the unconscious young girl, Guo shook his head slightly. The young girl couldn't persevere to the end, wasting a lot of medicinal power, but this improvement was still significant for her. At the same time, it also proved that the medicinal pills Guo refined were of high quality. For medicinal pills like the red jade pill, the higher the quality, the gentler their medicinal properties. It is said that a high-grade red jade pill can allow a chi refinement cultivator to perfectly refine and absorb it. Although the red jade pill refined by Guo was still far from high grade, it should be able to reach the high grade level. After confirming the medicinal pill's quality, Guo withdrew his divine sense. He continued to research alchemy. Being a second-order alchemist was not Guo's goal. The third-order torch tree stump could at least help Guo reach the realm of a third-order alchemist. In the future, if the torch tree stump could upgrade to fourth order, then Guo might be able to fully comprehend that alchemy legacy and become a respected fourth-order alchemist. One day, Guo was cultivating when his divine sense suddenly detected someone landing on the island. Those people were the same ones who had sent the young girl a year ago. The next moment, Guo, who was in the small house, transformed into a wisp of green wind and dissipated. That was the wind tunnel technique that Guo had recently comprehended, allowing him to merge into the wind, arriving wherever the wind went. Outside the island, a small boat carried several people to the island. Then, those people moved a box onto the island. The only cultivator among them looked around cautiously, as if Yao beasts could appear nearby at any moment. In fact, the cultivator was indeed wary of the Yao beasts on this island, because several times, people who came to deliver sacrifices were swallowed by the giant lizard Yao beast on the island. However, last time they were very lucky and managed to retreat smoothly, but no one could guarantee that they would be able to retreat smoothly this time. If I can go back alive this time, I'll never come again, no matter what. The cultivator looked around nervously. At this moment, he had made up his mind that he would never come again next time. This kind of insane probing at the gates of hell was too life-shortening. If it weren't for that one medicinal pill that could help him break through, he wouldn't have come a second time. Go. As the sacrifice box was placed on the island beach, the cultivator quickly called for everyone to retreat, but those mortals stopped one by one, looking at the cultivator's back in horror. What in the world are you doing? The expressions of those few people made the cultivator feel a tingling sensation on his scalp. He let out a low growl, and seeing that those people didn't react, the cultivator twisted his stiff neck and looked behind him. At this moment, a figure stood silently on their small boat. Who are you people? Why do you intrude upon my cultivation grounds? Guo gazed at the cultivator, his voice calm. Ah. The cultivator was somewhat bewildered by Guo's question. He quickly looked around, fearing that he had delivered the sacrifice to the wrong place, but this was indeed the giant lizard Yao beast's lair. He had been here once before, so it was impossible to mistake it. But when did this place become a cultivation ground for a cultivator? Where did that giant lizard Yao beast go? A strong desire for knowledge in his heart made the cultivator subconsciously voice his confusion, because this matter held great significance for the entire Red Coral Islands. That Yao beast has been slain by me. You no longer need to send sacrifices. Also, the sacrifice you sent last year, you can take it back later. Guo looked at the changes in the cultivator's expression, knowing that there must be many stories behind it, but Guo was not too interested in this. The other party couldn't even handle that giant lizard, so their strength was probably nothing special and couldn't threaten him. Senior, please wait a moment. This junior cannot make the decision. The cultivator heard that the third-order giant lizard, which had been suffocating the entire Red Coral Islands, had been slain by the senior, and he was trembling with excitement. However, he still suppressed his emotions, because the next matter was beyond his capabilities and required the person in charge of the Red Coral Islands to come. Then go find the person you mentioned who can speak. Guang also needed to contact the nearby cultivation forces to determine his position. If suitable, Guang would try to cooperate with the cultivation forces here. Guang needed many spiritual materials to improve his alchemy skills. Relying solely on Little Carp to find them was too slow, but if he could get the cultivation forces here to help, Guang should be able to obtain a large amount of spiritual materials. As long as the spiritual materials were sufficient, with the assistance of the third order torch tree stump, Guang would be able to attempt to break through to a third order alchemist in a short period. Red Coral Islands. As its name suggests, it is formed by a vast accumulation of red coral, numbering in the thousands. This red coral is a low-grade spiritual material, so the islands formed by these coral accumulations are rich in spiritual energy, no less than some first-order or second-order spiritual veins. Naturally, the Red Coral Islands also gave birth to numerous cultivation forces. These cultivation forces, from initially vying for ownership of the islands, have now formed the Red Coral Islands Alliance, with the clan chiefs of the strongest cultivation forces forming an elder council to jointly govern the Red Coral Islands. The catalyst that ended the internal strife and led to the alliance of the Red Coral Islands was the sudden appearance of a third-order giant lizard more than a decade ago. That giant lizard not only occupied the Red Coral Islands' only third-order water vein but also repeatedly entered the Red Coral Islands' interior, devouring mortals and cultivators living on the islands. Facing a huge external threat, the Red Coral Islands quickly formed an alliance and, working together, barely managed to force the giant lizard back, but they were powerless to kill it or drive it out of the Red Coral Islands' range. When the giant lizard attacked again, the Red Coral Islands would pay a heavy price. In desperation, the Red Coral Islands could only spend a great deal to invite a golden core cultivator to intervene. Unfortunately, that golden core cultivator also failed to drive away the giant lizard. However, that giant lizard might have realized the gravity of the situation and reached an agreement with the golden core cultivator. As long as the Red Coral Islands offered a high-quality sacrifice annually, the giant lizard would not act. A high-quality sacrifice referred to a seedling with a spiritual root. How could the Red Coral Islands Alliance agree to such a condition? This was severing their legacy. However, after the giant lizard destroyed several islands, there were no more dissenting voices. The various cultivation forces of the Red Coral Islands could only grit their teeth and offer a seedling with a spiritual root as tribute every year. If this continued, within 100 years, the various cultivation forces of the Red Coral Islands would have their legacy cut off. Today was the annual day of tribute, and the elders of the Red Coral Islands Alliance gathered at Red One Island, the largest island in the Red Coral Islands and the headquarters of the Red Coral Islands Alliance. Everyone, I think we cannot just sit here and wait for death. A dark-skinned man looked around. Offering a seedling with a spiritual root as tribute every year, one must know how difficult it was for an immortal seedling with a spiritual root to be born among mortals. Therefore, many of these sacrifices came from their own cultivation families. This year's sacrifice came from the dark-skinned man's faction, and it was his beloved granddaughter, which was why he was so agitated. Then you go deal with that third-order giant lizard. Hearing the dark-skinned man's words, an old man beside him spoke indifferently. Everyone knew this was a slow death, but if they didn't deal with that third-order giant lizard, their current resistance would mean immediate death. Indeed, as the old man spoke, the dark-skinned man fell silent. Such a scene occurred every year, yet nothing ever changed. Originally, there were still a few false core and outer core cultivators in the Red Coral Islands Alliance, but these cultivators were all killed by that giant lizard. A third-order Yao beast's combat power is equivalent to a golden core cultivator, naturally incomparable to false core and outer core cultivators. Especially since this was an island, the giant lizard was also half a sea demon, and its combat power in water would be even stronger. Without false core and outer core cultivators, the Red Coral Islands now had no ability to resist. Then how will next year's quota be resolved? At this moment, a middle-aged man sitting at the head of the table spoke. He was Shi Yunjia, the alliance chief of the Red Coral Islands Alliance. He was also currently the strongest cultivator in terms of combat power. Unfortunately, even the strongest was only at Foundation Establishment Great Perfection, not yet Golden Core, and still no match for that third-order giant lizard. Visit 169shu.com for error-free versions. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire hall fell silent. The most important topic for them gathering here every year was to determine which family would provide next year's sacrifice. Of course, if a seedling with a spiritual root could be found among mortals, then each family could delay for another year, but there were too few seedlings with spiritual roots born among mortals. Only the year before last did a medium-grade spiritual root appear, which was almost the highest spiritual root talent found among mortals in recent decades. Unfortunately, this one was sent as a sacrifice last year, and by now it must have turned into white bones. If it weren't for that giant lizard, an immortal seedling with a medium-grade spiritual root would certainly have led to a fight among the families to determine its ownership. It was too difficult for immortal seedlings to be born among mortals, so each family had to discuss in advance. If no immortal seedling was found among mortals, they would have to step up. Elder Huang, it should be your family's turn next year, right? Seeing no one speak, Shi Yunjia, who was at the head of the table, could only call out a name. Alliance chief, but our family doesn't have anyone who meets the requirements. Elder Huang spread his hands. The giant lizard's requested sacrifices had requirements. Besides having a spiritual root, there was also an age limit. Elder Huang, We're all so familiar with each other, don't talk nonsense. Didn't your family just have a new baby recently? It should have a spiritual root, right? An elder spoke up, because if the other party didn't provide someone, it would be his turn next. Although everyone would eventually have to provide someone, being able to delay for a year was better than nothing. Nonsense. Where did you hear that rumor? Hearing someone mention his hidden grandson, Elder Huang jumped up as if his lifeline had been stepped on. His hidden grandson had medium-grade spiritual root talent, he was the hope of their family, and there was no way he could be handed over. Whether it's a rumor or not, Elder Huang, don't you know in your heart? The speaking elder sneered. Although he could understand the other party's difficulties, at this point, if he understood the other party, then who would understand him? What? Do you want to spar with this old man? Elder Huang glared at the other party. Being in the wrong, he prepared to resort to force. Enough. Seeing that a fight was about to break out below, Shi Yunjie could only interrupt. This scene happened every year, and he felt a bit tired of it, and he didn't know how long such things would continue. At this moment, Shi Yunjie truly wished that Giant Lizard would disappear, so everyone could be liberated. Alliance Chief, Alliance Chief. At this moment, an urgent voice came, and soon a figure rushed into the deliberation hall. Seeing the newcomer, the elders present felt a jolt in their hearts, because this person was in charge of transporting the sacrifices, and from his reaction, something unexpected had clearly happened. Why are you so flustered? Shi Yunjie suppressed the unease in his heart and asked. Alliance Chief, good news. That giant lizard has been slain by a senior. We no longer have to offer tribute every year. The cultivator knelt on the ground, his voice tinged with a sob. They had truly been oppressed too severely by that third-order giant lizard. What? Say that again. Upon hearing this, Shi Yunjie suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with shock. If he weren't a Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator, he would surely have thought that an immortal had heard his prayer and intervened to eliminate that giant lizard. Yes, yes. The cultivator took a deep breath and recounted what he had witnessed on the island. Everyone, do you recognize this golden core real person? After listening to the cultivator's narration, which included a description of the esteemed expert, Shi Yunjie asked everyone, wanting to see if anyone knew the origin of this golden core real person. To be able to kill a third-order giant lizard, this esteemed expert was clearly a golden core real person. As for a nascent soul true lord, that was clearly impossible. After all, a nascent soul true lord would not remain for the sake of a third-order water vein. All the elders had no impression of the golden core real person described by the chi refinement cultivator, so everyone came to this conclusion, no impression. It might be a golden core real person from another region who saw a third-order water vein here and wanted to stay for a period, incidentally slaying that giant lizard. Seeing that everyone also didn't know the origin of this golden core real person, Shi Yunjie didn't wait any longer and prepared to pay respects to the golden core real person. Regardless of the other party's origin, having eliminated that giant lizard and saved the entire Red Coral Islands, they had to remember this kindness. Alliance Chief, I'm coming too. The dark-skinned man quickly followed. Since that giant lizard had already been slain by the golden core real person, then his precious granddaughter wouldn't have to be eaten as a sacrifice, would she? Tell me more details about that golden core real person. Shi Yunjie stood at the bow of the treasure ship, his gaze sweeping over the distant island as he spoke to the chi refinement cultivator beside him. That unknown golden core real person had removed a great threat for the entire Red Coral Islands, but Shi Yunjie was also somewhat worried that this golden core real person might become another great threat. Therefore, before making formal contact with that golden core real person, Shi Yunjie needed to obtain more information about him so that he could formulate appropriate countermeasures. Yes. Facing the Alliance leader's nth inquiry, the chi refinement cultivator did not dare to be negligent and once again recounted everything he had seen on the island. Soon, the treasure ship arrived at the island. Immediately, several mortals on the island quickly ran over. The chi refinement cultivator had returned alone earlier to report the news as soon as possible. As for the accompanying mortals and sacrifices, they had all been left on the island. At this moment, last year's sacrificial girl was playing on the island beach with this year's sacrificial loli. Just then, a dark figure suddenly darted out and embraced the sacrificial loli. My dear granddaughter, Grandpa has come to pick you up. The dark-skinned big man embraced his granddaughter, who he had found again, his expression emotional. This was not only his granddaughter but also a cultivation seedling with spiritual root talent in their family. It was only because of the giant lizard that he had to painfully send his granddaughter as a sacrifice. This is a golden core real person's Deo field, do not be rude. Shi Yunjie lightly reprimanded. Hearing this, the dark-skinned big man quickly reined in his emotions and, pulling his granddaughter, stood behind Shi Yunjie. Little girl, we meet again. Shi Yunjie's gaze turned to the girl. Shi Yunjie had naturally seen her before she was sent away as a sacrifice last year. Greetings, Alliance leader. The girl bowed slightly. She had no good feelings for these people in front of her. After all, they were the ones who took her away from her parents, treated her as a sacrifice, and sent her here, telling her not to escape, otherwise, many people, including her parents, would die because of her. Fortunately, she did not encounter the ferocious giant lizard Yao beast, but instead met an immortal. The immortal not only took her in but also taught her immortal arts. At this moment, the girl was already a cultivator at the chi refining middle stage, and her physique had even reached the chi refinement late stage. This was all thanks to Gumo's few red jade pills. The second order red jade pill had raised the girl's physique to the chi refinement late stage. One could only say that the girl's will was still not strong enough, wasting a lot of the medicinal pill power. Shi Yunja was not surprised by the girl's cold attitude. At that time, in order to make the girl accept her fate as a sacrifice with peace of mind, he had naturally threatened her quite a bit. After all, if the sacrifice escaped without authorization, the entire Red Coral Islands would suffer greatly. However, things are unpredictable. The giant lizard that had suffocated everyone in the Red Coral Islands was slain. This sacrificial girl not only survived but also obtained a great opportunity. As a foundation establishment great perfection cultivator, Shi Yunja naturally saw the girl's cultivation in her physique, which surpassed her cultivation. In just a short year, even if the other party had a medium-grade spiritual root, this cultivation speed was a bit too fast. And the girl alone obviously couldn't have achieved this. It was clear that this was a reward from that golden core real person. May I ask if the golden core real person is present? Shi Yunja cupped his hands. He didn't know what status this girl held in the golden core real person's heart, but the golden core real person was willing to teach cultivation methods, which meant at least this girl was highly regarded by him. Naturally, Shi Yunja couldn't be negligent. Please follow me, Alliance Leader. The girl was here not only to help look after the sacrificial lily but also to lead the way. Thank you. Shi Yunja nodded, then followed the girl to the center of the island. Soon, the girl led Shi Yunja and the others to her small hut. Gu Mo naturally couldn't bring outsiders into the lake, and entertaining guests outside the island wasn't very suitable. Therefore, Gu Mo treated this place as a temporary meeting spot. Greetings, golden core real person. Shi Yunja saw the young figure sitting in front of the hut and quickly bowed in salute. He had already learned from the description of the Qi refinement cultivator beside him that this was the golden core real person who had killed the third order giant lizard. This immortal master is currently traveling and has arrived here, intending to stay for a while. As a local, tell this immortal master about the situation here. Gu Mo did not invite the other party to sit. Gu Mo's external image at this moment was that of a golden core real person, and a foundation establishment cultivator naturally had no right to sit with him. Shi Yunja did not feel offended by this at all. After all, this was the rule of the cultivation world. Yes. Shi Yunja organized his words and began to introduce the situation of this area to Gu Mo. Through the other party's narration, Gu Mo gained a general understanding of the place. This also included the island he was on. This island originally did not exist, it only emerged from the sea more than 10 years ago during a seismic tremor. At that time, Shi Yunja also came here with several false core and outer core cultivators from the Red Coral Islands to investigate. After learning that there was a third-order water vein on this island, the entire Red Coral Islands were shaken. To contend for this island, all parties in the Red Coral Islands were on the verge of a great war. However, with the appearance of a third-order giant lizard, which occupied this island, the conflict between the various parties subsided. Subsequently, under the immense threat of the giant lizard, all parties formed an alliance to jointly deal with the third-order giant lizard. Unfortunately, the third-order giant lizard was too powerful. Almost all of the false core and outer core cultivators of the Red Coral Islands perished in battles with the giant lizard. Having lost their golden core level combat power, the Red Coral Islands completely lost the means to contend with the giant lizard and could only spend a great price to invite golden core real persons from other islands to take action. Finally, under the mediation of that golden core real person, the Red Coral Islands exchanged an annual tribute of a high-quality sacrifice for the giant lizard's non-intervention. Are there other cultivation forces outside these Red Coral Islands? Hearing this, Gu Mo inquired. Replying to Immortal Master, the Red Coral Islands are just a very peripheral group of islands. To the west of the Red Coral Islands, there are many similar island groups, many of which are far superior to my Red Coral Islands in terms of number and area. The spiritual qi there is also much richer than here. However, those island groups are basically occupied by various Xi Yao, with very few belonging to human cultivators. Shi Yunja nodded and continued to introduce the area to Gu Mo. After listening to Shi Yunja's introduction about the more distant areas, Gu Mo pondered. Those island groups where Xi Yao and human cultivators coexisted were clearly high-risk areas, but the Red Coral Islands belonged entirely to human cultivators. In addition, the Red Coral Islands also had a large number of mortals. Over so many years, apart from that third-order giant lizard, no other situations had been encountered, so Gu Mo felt that it was relatively stable here. Even if the third-order water vein here was noticed by some third-order Xi Yao, Gu Mo could now deal with them. Overall, this was indeed the most suitable place for him to secretly accumulate strength. As for those more distant island groups, although they had higher-grade third-order water veins, there were also many strong enemies around. Gu Mo could become stronger simply by cultivating steadily, so there was no need to get involved in conflicts. This third-order water vein originally belongs to you. This immortal master will not take advantage of you. You can bring any spirit medicine you have, and this immortal master can refine some medicinal pills for you. He learned that the Foundation Establishment Great Perfection cultivator in front of him was the highest authority in the Red Coral Islands. Gu Mo also revealed his identity as an alchemist. Many thanks for the immortal master's grace. Upon hearing that the golden core real person in front of them was willing to refine medicinal pills for them, Shi Yunja was first stunned, then he prostrated himself in ecstasy. This was definitely an opportunity for all cultivators in the entire Red Coral Islands. The spiritual qi in the Red Coral Islands was quite abundant, as the entire island group was formed by the accumulation of low-grade spiritual material, red coral. The abundant spiritual qi environment naturally nurtured many spirit medicines. However, the Red Coral Islands did not have any powerful alchemists, making it impossible to maximize the use of those spirit medicines, which led to the slow increase in cultivation for the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands. If the Red Coral Islands had a powerful alchemist, perhaps a golden core real person could have been born in the Red Coral Islands, and then the previous giant lizard disaster would not have happened. But it's not too late now. The giant lizard has already been slain, and with the golden core real person in front of them willing to refine medicinal pills, the overall strength of the Red Coral Islands should improve quickly. He just didn't know if this golden core real person would refine the gathering gold pill. Shi Yunjia, who was already at Foundation Establishment great perfection, his greatest desire in this life was to obtain a medicinal pill that could assist in breaking through to the golden core realm. For this, he had accumulated many precious materials over the years, some of which he had even risked his life to steal from some Siyao territories. However, having precious materials was useless without an alchemist to refine them into medicinal pills. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. Shi Yunjia had also thought about going to more distant island groups to find powerful alchemists for help with refining, but he quickly abandoned this idea. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator with no background, taking precious materials there would likely mean he wouldn't return alive. The more distant island regions were notoriously chaotic. But at this moment, Shi Yunjia saw an opportunity. This golden core real person was not only an alchemist but also didn't seem like a wicked person. Of course, knowing a person's face doesn't mean knowing their heart. Shi Yunjia planned to observe for a while longer before making a final decision. After all, it concerned his hope of reaching the golden core. Yue, you will be responsible for this matter. Gu Mo's gaze turned to the girl beside him. Originally, Gu Mo had intended for this girl to return with Shi Yunjia, but thinking about refining medicinal pills for the cultivators of the Red Coral Islands, he couldn't possibly handle all the spirit medicine reception work himself. Gu Mo decided to let the girl stay. After all, the girl was now a true cultivator and could be of some use. Yes. Hearing the immortal give her a task, Miss Shi Yue's hanging heart finally settled. She had been worried that the immortal would send her away. Miss Shi Yue knew very well that this was her place of opportunity, and the immortal was her greatest opportunity in this life. As for her parents at home, when she was chosen to be a sacrifice, they had already received generous financial rewards, enough to allow them to live a prosperous life, and her younger siblings were also there to be filial. So, even if she didn't go back, it didn't really matter, as she wasn't particularly favored anyway. Her parents had always wanted her to marry a wealthy man to make the family rich, and now her parents' wish had been fulfilled, so she could be considered to have completed her parents' expectations. And after witnessing the immortal's demeanor, a firm heart towards the Dao had already been planted within her. Miss Shi Yue, please forgive what happened before. I was forced to. Following Miss Shi Yue out of the lakeside hut, Shi Yunjia lightly coughed, then took out a hair ornament magic treasure refined from red coral. Now that Miss Shi Yue had become the golden core real person's spokesperson, Shi Yunjia naturally had to resolve some unpleasantness with her. Alliance leader, there's no need for that. Yue does not bear a grudge against the alliance leader, on the contrary, I should thank the alliance leader. Otherwise, Yue would not have had such an opportunity. Miss Shi Yue waved her hand. When Shi Yunjia sent her as a sacrifice, Miss Shi Yue was naturally scared and afraid, but now, looking back, if not for this encounter, she would not have met the immortal, nor would she have the current opportunity. Therefore, Miss Shi Yue no longer harbored any dissatisfaction towards Shi Yunjia. As for being very close, that was naturally not the case either. That's excellent. Shi Yunjia smiled and tucked the hair ornament magic treasure into Miss Shi Yue's hand, then led his people aboard the treasure ship and left the island. I should have sent my granddaughter last year. The dark-skinned big man stood on the treasure ship, gazing at the distant island, muttering to himself. If he hadn't found that girl among the mortals last year, then his granddaughter would have been the sacrifice last year. Would that opportunity then have been his granddaughter's? Unfortunately, the concepts of opportunity and luck are mysterious and unpredictable. The dark-skinned big man could only sigh that his granddaughter's fortune was not enough. After making contact with the cultivation forces of the Red Coral Islands, life returned to tranquility. The only difference was that every once in a while, a treasure ship would arrive, bringing a large quantity of spirit medicine. Gu Mo then refined these spirit medicines into various medicinal pills. The large-scale refining rapidly improved Gu Mo's alchemy skills. Especially since Gu Mo used the torch tree stump to refine medicinal pills, the cost of refining was extremely low, and the success rate was extremely high. This led to Gu Mo accumulating many first-order and second-order medicinal pills. However, these medicinal pills were of no use to Gu Mo, whose physique had reached the golden core realm and whose divine soul was also transforming towards the golden core realm. In fact, Gu Mo had already accumulated a considerable amount of golden core Dan power within his body, which meant that Gu Mo could now temporarily unleash the combat power of a true golden core real person. Now Gu Mo was just waiting for all the meridians in his body to be filled with golden core Dan power, and then he would prepare to attempt to break through to the true golden core realm. While Gu Mo was busy cultivating an alchemy, a figure was approaching from afar, treading on the sea, heading directly for the Red Coral Islands. Next year is Crimson Sand's 1000-year birthday. When I offer these mortals from the Red Coral Islands as blood sacrifices, I will surely please her, and perhaps I can obtain an opportunity for breakthrough. The figure treading on the sea looked at the increasingly close Red Coral Islands, a hint of pride in his heart. He had spent a lot of effort on these Red Coral Islands. He drove away the nearby Sea Yao, allowing the humans here to rapidly multiply and thrive. He sent a third-order giant lizard to eliminate cultivators who reached the golden core level on the Red Coral Islands, and he made the Red Coral Islands annually offer a tribute of a seedling with a spiritual root, cutting off the possibility of a golden core cultivator appearing in the Red Coral Islands. After so many years of cultivation, it was finally time for harvest. Red Coral Islands, Red One Island. The elders of the Red Coral Islands Alliance were gathered once again, but this time, they weren't discussing the sacrificial offerings. That matter had already become history. Now, everyone was deliberating on the distribution of medicinal pills. Everyone had exchanged spirit medicine with Guang for quite a few first-order and second-order medicinal pills, especially the second-order ones, which held immense appeal for the Foundation establishment stage elders present. Normally, they didn't have any medicinal pills to aid their cultivation. Now, with high-quality second-order medicinal pills available, everyone's hearts were stirring, thinking of a tragic excuse to get a little more. This time, the distribution plan for the medicinal pills will be determined by the quantity and quality of the sacrificial offerings each family provided previously, Shi Yunjie said, his gaze sweeping over everyone. The tribute paid over the past decade or so had caused no small losses to each family, so Shi Yunjie prioritized compensating the forces that had suffered greater losses. Everyone had no objection to Shi Yunjie's plan, as other plans would be difficult to gain everyone's approval. Oh, what medicinal pills? May this immortal master take a look. Just as everyone was discussing the distribution plan for the medicinal pills, a voice suddenly rang out. Hearing this, everyone was startled, and then a figure appeared in the field. This person was 8 feet tall but had a fair complexion. However, his fair face was covered with many scales, indicating that he was clearly not a human cultivator. But for a Yao beast to transform, it would at least need to be a fourth-order Yao king. This person's aura was clearly not right. Excluding the above possibility, the only possibility was that this person was a half-Yao. A half-Yao of the Golden Core realm. Greetings, Mystic Water True Person. Seeing the newcomer, Shi Yunjie quickly stood up and bowed. This was the Golden Core real person they had paid a hefty price to invite to suppress the giant lizard back then. In the end, that person reached an agreement with the giant lizard, at the cost of the Red Coral Islands paying annual tribute, to make the giant lizard stop attacking. Over these years, has that wicked creature ever violated the contract? Mystic Water True Person's gaze swept towards the storage pouch on Shi Yunjie's body. He raised his hand and summoned it, his divine sense probing it, and soon he saw a considerable number of medicinal pills. Upon seeing this, Mystic Water True Person was startled. Where did the Red Coral Islands get so many medicinal pills? Fortunately, he came. If he had waited a few more days, the strength of the cultivators in the Red Coral Islands would have increased by a level due to these medicinal pills. The Red Coral Islands were his pig farm, and Mystic Water True Person did not wish for the strength of those pigs to increase, as it would inevitably require some effort then. As a half-Yao, Mystic Water True Person was well aware of the terrifying nature of the human race. Although their individual strength was incredibly fragile, there were always one or two prodigies who could emerge and become strong at an astonishing speed. For this, Mystic Water True Person devised the method of tribute, to cut off the emergence of prodigy-level prodigies in the Red Coral Islands. However, he never expected that no prodigy would appear, but an alchemist did. This alchemist was more terrifying than the appearance of a prodigy. A prodigy only strengthened himself, while an alchemist could drive the overall improvement of all cultivators in the Red Coral Islands. At this moment, killing intent had already risen in Mystic Water True Person's heart. That alchemist must be eliminated. Reporting to Mystic Water True Person, that wicked creature has already been slain by a Golden Core real person who was traveling here. Those medicinal pills were also a reward from that Golden Core real person. Shi Yunjie suppressed the anger of his storage pouch being casually probed and bowed in response. What did you say? Shi Yunjie's words made Mystic Water True Person's eyes widen in disbelief. That giant lizard was his most capable subordinate. It appeared here to cooperate with him in a play, but while acting, it actually lost its life. So that's how it is. Then this immortal master will go and meet this friend. Mystic Water True Person controlled his emotions, his tone calm. As he spoke, Mystic Water True Person's figure disappeared. Black mist space. Guang looked at the blind boxes displayed on the automatic vending machine, secretly praying in his heart. Then, Guang put in 300 sun essence and clicked to open. Soon, the blind box turned into 3 icons. Guang's gaze swept over them, and his face instantly fell. This time, opening the blind box again resulted in 3 duplicates. Ever since the automatic vending machine was fully revealed and the function of opening blind boxes to acquire new plants appeared, Guang would occasionally come to open them a few times. Subsequently, Guang fell into a big pit. These blind boxes could not only produce plants Guang already had, but once, they even produced 3 identical plants. Guang almost thought he was going to get 3 consecutive upgraded plants. I don't believe it. I haven't gotten anything good so many times. It should at least give me a guaranteed item now, Guang said, putting in another 300 sun essence. Fortunately, these were all just first-order sun essence, and using them would not affect Guang's cultivation. Furthermore, Guang had already increased the number of first-order sun flowers to 300, so basically, Guang could open a blind box every day. Of course, the actual situation was not that frequent, as Guang also needed to purchase new plants with sun essence. Currently, Guang had not yet filled the lake formed by the third-order spiritual vein and still needed to purchase more plants. Something good appeared. As Guang's thoughts drifted, the blind box opened, and 3 icons appeared. 2 of them were very familiar, belonging to plants Guang already owned, but the other one was somewhat unfamiliar. Instantly, Gumo's spirits lifted. Name, Entangling Water Grass. Grade, Grade 1 Low Grade. Effect, entangles nearby enemies. Planting conditions, water area. Not bad, not bad. Gumo looked at the new plant, an aquatic plant. If it were before, it might not have been useful to Gumo, but now that Gumo was on an island, this aquatic plant clearly had great use. And this should be Gumo's first enemy trapping plant, and its price, like the potato mine, was 25 sun essence. As for the specific effect, simply looking at the simple, unadorned description, it was clearly impossible to understand the true power of this entangling water grass. Only by personally testing it could he know. Spending 100 sun essence, Gumo purchased 4 entangling water grass seeds, then left the black mist space and went directly outside the island. As for why he didn't test it in the lake of the third order spiritual vein, it was naturally to make it easier to find Yao beasts to test the power of the entangling water grass. There were no Yao beasts in the spiritual vein lake. The giant lizard that occupied the spiritual vein previously naturally wouldn't allow other Yao beasts to approach and compete for the spiritual chi of the spiritual vein. Now that Gumo occupied the spiritual vein, without the deterrent aura of the third order Sea Yao, some low order Sea Yaos did approach during this time, but without exception, they were all slain by Shi Wei. It was considered an opportunity for that little girl to gain practical experience. If she encountered something she couldn't defeat, Shi Wei only needed to run to the lakeside cabin and enter the alert range of the plant defense line, and the pea shooter would automatically attack and eliminate the approaching Sea Yao. Standing on the island beach, Gumo threw out an entangling water grass seed. The seed quickly rooted and sprouted in the water, eventually turning into a tangled mess of water grass. Gumo's divine sense carefully probed the water grass. If he hadn't thrown it down himself, Gumo wouldn't even have noticed it. Its concealment was on par with the potato mine, both being undetectable by divine sense. If the entangling water grass were placed among rocks or other seaweeds, its concealment would improve by another level. Having verified the camouflage performance of the entangling water grass, the next step was to test its enemy trapping ability. Gumo's divine sense swept across the distant sea, and he quickly locked onto a first-order fish-type Sea Yao. Using bait to attract the first-order Sea Yao near the entangling water grass, the tangled water grass instantly spread out, and its vines transformed into a large net, trapping the Sea Yao. Facing the sudden attack, the Sea Yao struggled frantically, but unfortunately, it couldn't break free from the restraints at all. Seeing the entangling water grass perform so easily, Gumo prepared to test its limits. Following Gumo's command, the water grass restraining the fish-type Sea Yao quickly contracted, returning to a tangled mess. Oh, it can be reused. Gumo nodded secretly at this. Compared to the potato mine, this entangling water grass only had the effect of trapping enemies and no power to kill them, but the fact that it could be reused made Gumo very satisfied. However, for the entangling water grass to be effective again, it needed to absorb enough spiritual power, which meant there was a cooldown period for the entangling water grass's use. However, in a spiritual vein with abundant spiritual chi, this interval should be very short, otherwise, it would be prolonged. Read the error-free version at 169shu.com. With this thought, Gumo threw another entangling water grass seed, preparing for a new experiment. The previous one would be allowed to slowly absorb the spiritual power from the sea to recover. You're the one. Gumo's divine sense probed the sea and quickly found a first-order peak Sea Yao, intending to use it to test the limits of the entangling water grass. Bang bang bang. Gumo looked at the continuously breaking water grass vines and had a rough judgment of the entangling water grass's limit. A grade 1 low-grade entangling water grass could temporarily entangle a first-order peak Sea Yao for a moment, which was already considered extremely powerful. If this entangling water grass were upgraded, trapping a first-order peak Sea Yao would be no problem. At this moment, Gumo felt the first entangling water grass, which was already filled with spiritual power and could attack again. With a thought, he issued an attack command to it. Instantly, the vines of the first entangling water grass extended, quickly approaching the first-order peak Sea Yao that was about to break free, and entangled it. With the combined efforts of 2 entangling water grasses, they actually re-entangled the first-order peak Sea Yao that was about to escape. Seeing this, Gumo's eyes lit up. This meant that the entangling water grass could compensate for its lack of strength through quantity. If he got a few third-order entangling water grasses, could he trap a golden core great perfection cultivator? Although the entangling water grass could only trap enemies and had no killing power, as long as it trapped the enemy, he could always slowly find a way to eliminate them. It's just that the entangling water grass could only be placed in water. If the enemy didn't enter the water or approach the water surface, the entangling water grass would be difficult to be effective. However, it should be very effective against Sea Yaos living in the sea. Picking up the trapped first-order peak Sea Yao, Gumo was preparing to take it back to make seafood. Suddenly, Gumo's steps paused, and his gaze swept into the distance. Just now, Gumo felt a somewhat special third-order Yao power flash by. Is a third-order Sea Yao targeting the spiritual vein here? Gumo raised an eyebrow. The third-order spiritual vein here would attract some third-order Sea Yaos without territory. Gumo was already mentally prepared for this. Human cultivators needed spiritual vein deist sites, and Yao beasts naturally needed them too. Therefore, every treasure land containing spiritual chi would attract many gazes, unless the cultivator or Yao beast occupying the spiritual land had enough strength to deter all sides, only then could prying eyes be prevented. And Gumo, who had just arrived here, obviously didn't have such deterrent power yet. But Gumo actually hoped that a third-order Sea Yao would come so he could practice. Gumo now had top-grade attack magic treasure, top-grade defense magic treasure, wind tunnel technique, and the two powerful sword arts, Severing Heaven and Sword Return. Coupled with his golden core level physique, divine soul, and the golden core Dan power contained within him, his combat power was not weak even at the golden core early stage realm. It's no exaggeration to say that aside from Gumo's true realm being foundation establishment, everything else about him was configured like a golden core cultivator, and a high-end one at that. With such combat power, if a third order early stage Xiao came, Gumo could completely kill it without using plants, relying solely on his own combat power. If he cooperated with the plant defense line in the lake, even a third order middle stage Xiao, Gumo would not fear. Unless it was a third order late stage Xiao, then Gumo could retreat into the plant defense line if he couldn't defeat it. Facing the impenetrable plant defense line, a third order late stage Xiao would also be helpless against Gumo. Especially now that Gumo had the entangling water grass, he could completely trap a third order peak Xiao. Even if he couldn't kill a third order peak Xiao, it would be enough for Gumo to escape. Having comprehended the wind tunnel technique, Gumo was absolutely confident in his escape speed. Unfortunately, the aura of that third order Xiao quickly disappeared and did not directly attack. However, since that third order Xiao discovered this place, it would likely not give up easily. He would wait quietly, the other party would definitely reappear. Anyway, Gumo was not in a hurry. The longer the time dragged on, the stronger Gumo's combat power would only become. If that third order Xiao delayed for a few years, Gumo might even become a true golden core cultivator. On a deserted island far from Gumo's island, Mystic Water True Person frowned. Just now, he had remotely probed the third order spiritual vein location. He could no longer sense the giant lizard's aura. Then, he saw a human cultivator, but Mystic Water True Person couldn't discern the human cultivator's true realm. This made him quickly change his original plan of directly killing over to avenge his subordinate. Mystic Water True Person always prided himself on not being a brainless fellow like a Yao beast. Acting after careful consideration and eliminating the enemy with the least cost was a manifestation of wisdom. As a half Yao, he had survived until now and become a golden core real person, relying on his ruthlessness and decisiveness, as well as his wisdom. Therefore, Mystic Water True Person did not rashly attack an enemy he couldn't see through, as this could easily backfire. Furthermore, the other party dared to travel alone, which clearly meant he was not weak, because if one was weak, it wasn't called traveling, it was called delivering oneself as food. But this human cultivator also couldn't be left alone, he had already obstructed his grand plan. The humans on the Red Coral Islands were all raised by him as a congratulatory gift for Crimson Sand's 1000-year birthday, which was crucial for him to advance further. I've got it. General Jineo to the south seems to have a son who is looking for a spiritual land to break through to third order. I can spread this news. Mystic Water True Person's heart stirred. Although Mystic Water True Person himself also valued this third order spiritual vein that arose from the changes in the earth veins, he understood the priorities. Crimson Sand's 1000-year birthday was the most important matter at hand. Cancer Islands. This archipelago was named because its shape closely resembled a large crab. Of course, that's an old story now. Nowadays, when the name Cancer Islands is mentioned, people think of General Jineo. A third-order late-stage great demon, he was definitely a hegemon in this area. Especially this General Jineo, who was said to have obtained an opportunity and possessed a pair of indestructible golden pincers, thus changing his name to General Jineo. General Jineo had a son who, in just 100 years, had already grown to second-order peak. For a Yao beast, growing to second-order peak in 100 years was definitely considered a rare talent. In terms of cultivation speed, Yao beasts were far inferior to humans, but Yao beasts could rely on the bloodline within their bodies to slowly grind their way through over time. However, once human cultivators encountered a bottleneck they couldn't break through, they might be stuck there for life. Young Master Jin, I just obtained a few tender human women and would like to invite young Master Jin to appraise them. Inside a stone palace on Juxi Island, a turtle standing upright obsequiously spoke to a figure that resembled a human but was covered in crab shells. Oh, then hurry up and go. The figure covered in crab shells heard this and said with a joyful expression. This was General Jineo's most favored offspring, Jin Shijian. His strange appearance was due to consuming a shape-shifting medicinal pill. Yao beasts below 4th order couldn't shapeshift, but if they consumed a shape-shifting medicinal pill, they could change their form in advance. However, using a shape-shifting medicinal pill couldn't perfectly transform them into humans. Unless it was a top-grade shape-shifting medicinal pill, let alone a top-grade shape-shifting medicinal pill, even an ordinary shape-shifting medicinal pill wasn't something anyone could obtain. Jin Shijian only obtained a low-grade shape-shifting medicinal pill because of his father. Young Master Jin, please come this way. The large turtle led Jin Shijian to an island specially for the enjoyment of sea Yao beasts. Here, there were many things from the human cultivation world. Those Yao beasts looked down on fragile humans, but they yearned for human things. All right, you may leave. Jin Shijian looked at the human women who were brought up, his eyes lighting up. They were indeed rare goods. Yes. The large turtle bowed and retreated. Afterward, the large turtle arrived in front of a room and whispered, My lord, your instructions, this humble one has completed them. You may leave. You should understand the rules. An indifferent voice came from the room. Then, the large turtle felt something extra in his hand, which were several blue pearls. Seeing this, the large turtle excitedly bowed and retreated. The bait has been cast. Now, it depends on whether Jin Shijian dares to go. Inside the room, Mystic Water True Person's gaze was calm. He quietly captured several human women from the Red Coral Islands and sent them here to attract Jin Shijian. Afterward, the other party would inadvertently hear news of a third-order spiritual vein in the Red Coral Islands. Currently, there were no ownerless third-order spiritual veins left, they were all occupied by powerful sea Yao beasts. For Jin Shijian to step into third order, he must have a third-order spiritual land. On Juxi Island, there was only one third-order spiritual land, and its grade was not low, that was General Jin Ao's immortal cave. Although Jin Shijian was General Jin Ao's most favored offspring, it was impossible for General Jin Ao to give up the spiritual vein. A spiritual land was the foundation of cultivation, especially for Yao beasts who couldn't perform alchemy or set up formations. The importance of a spiritual land was self-evident. Only by staying in a spiritual land could a Yao beast grow quickly. For Yao beasts, growth was equivalent to an increase in strength. Before reaching their bloodline limit, Yao beasts could accelerate their growth by relying on spiritual veins, and there would be no bottlenecks during this period until their bloodline potential was exhausted. At this point, it also meant that the Yao beast's strength was basically fixed. Breaking through the bloodline limit was extremely difficult, unless they encountered some great opportunity. For example, General Jin Ao, because of that pair of golden pincers, his bloodline potential increased by a small level, making him a hegemon in this area. Benefiting from his father, Jin Shijian's bloodline potential also had a small increase. Therefore, as long as he could find a suitable third-order spiritual land, it wouldn't be difficult for Jin Shijian to step into third order, it was just a matter of how much time it would take. Therefore, a spiritual land was a pass to becoming a third-order great demon for Jin Shijian, especially since that spiritual land was only occupied by a human cultivator who had come to travel. Mystic Water True Person was very confident that Jin Shijian would be tempted. At that time, using Juxi Island's hand to eliminate that human golden core cultivator would solve a problem for him. If that human golden core cultivator was powerful and counter-killed Jin Shijian, that would be even better. Then, General Jin Ao would be forced out, and that human golden core cultivator would also be certain to die. There's a third-order spiritual vein occupied by an outside human golden core cultivator. Jin Shijian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, paying extra attention to the news he had just heard. Regarding spiritual lands, Jin Shijian had started looking for them a long time ago, but all the good spiritual lands were already taken. His only option was to forcefully seize one. With Juxi Island's strength, they could indeed seize one, but the price would be a major war with other great demon forces. At that time, Juxi Island's strength would be diminished, making other great demon forces eager to act. After all, although Juxi Island was strong, it wasn't invincible. There were still quite a few powerful great demons whose strength was comparable to his father's. If those great demons were dragged in, it would be troublesome. For this reason, Jin Shijian had been hesitant to act. For other matters, those great demons might concede out of respect for General Jin Ao's name, but when it came to spiritual lands, there was absolutely no possibility of concession. But if they were to seize a human cultivator's spiritual land, that would be a different scenario, especially since this human cultivator was an outsider traveling alone. This was definitely the easiest soft persimmon to squeeze. Of course, this was just information Jin Shijian had heard through rumors. He needed to verify the authenticity of the news first, and he also had to seek help from his father. Jin Shijian was only at second-order peak and was not an opponent for a human golden core cultivator. He needed his father to support him with a third-order great demon. Then, bringing along Juxi Island's elite warriors, they should be able to kill that human golden core cultivator. In an island environment, their combat power as sea Yao beasts far exceeded that of human cultivators. There are too many crabs recently, I'm almost tired of eating them. Gu Mo picked up a large crab tied like a zongzi with entangling water grass and threw it to Shi Wei. Ever since obtaining the entangling water grass, Gu Mo had bought a lot of it and arranged it in the sea area around the island. As long as a sea Yao beast approached, it would be trapped by the entangling water grass. Gu Mo would then come regularly to collect seafood. And during this period, many crab sea Yao beasts came, and Gu Mo had already been eating crabs for many days. Senior, Yue will change the way of cooking for you. Shi Yue summoned her hairpin magic treasure, disassembled the tied crab sea Yao beast, and then steamed, fried, pan-fried, stewed, braised, stir-fried, and simmered the large crab. Not bad, your skills have improved. Gu Mo picked up a crab leg, took a bite, and nodded in satisfaction. As long as Senior likes it. Hearing Gu Mo's praise, Shi Yue's eyes sparkled with joy. After Shi Yue stepped into cultivation, Gu Mo no longer allowed her to call him immortal. It was fine for mortals to call cultivators immortals, but for cultivators to call him that would shorten his lifespan. Immortal, that was a legendary existence capable of changing the world, possessing the great power to annihilate the cultivation world with a single thought. Of course, these were all biographies Gu Mo had read from some ancient texts. As for what a true immortal was like, no one knew. But maintaining reverence for the title of immortal was very necessary. Yue, a crab has landed on the island. Go deal with it. Gu Mo said to Shi Yue, who was diligently roasting crab legs. Gu Mo had arranged entangling water grass around the island, but it couldn't completely prevent sea Yao beasts from approaching. For example, if sea Yao beasts appeared continuously, the entangling water grass would be powerless against the subsequent sea Yao beasts after trapping the initial ones. At this time, Gu Mo would generally let Shi Yue handle it. After all, Shi Yue was now a Qi refinement late-stage cultivator. Her cultivation growth was so fast that it would definitely shock many people if word got out. Besides Shi Yue's own talent and her firm Dao heart, the most important factor was the ample medicinal pills Guo provided. Guo charged normal prices for refining medicinal pills for the Red Coral Islands. And Gumo's low cost and high success rate in refining medicinal pills meant he had many unused first-order and second-order medicinal pills. These medicinal pills were all given to Shi Yue by Guo, letting her choose the flavors she liked to eat. As for whether there would be medicinal pill toxins from eating too much, Guo had the perfected cleansing art, so there was no need to worry at all. Yes. Shi Yue got up and immediately ran to the seaside, engaging in battle with a first-order late-stage crab sea yao beast that had just come ashore. After a glance at the battle, Gumo's gaze turned to the distant sea. The increasing number of sea yao beasts appearing these past few days was clearly unusual. Thinking of the third-order sea yao beast aura he had previously sensed, Guo felt that the great demon was probably preparing to make a move here, and these small sea yao beasts were most likely scouts. Read the error-free version at 169SHU8. Gumo's guess was very accurate. On a distant island reef, a large crab with a hint of gold on its pincers was anxiously scraping the rock beneath it. This was Jin Shijian in his true form. What made Jin Shijian anxious at this moment was that his subordinates sent to gather intelligence had all gone silent, indicating that the human cultivator occupying the third-order spiritual vein had extraordinary means. Young lord, why don't we just attack directly? At this moment, a huge sea snake emerged from the water, its body exuding the aura of a third-order great demon. This was the reinforcement Jin Shijian had sought from his father. Although this sea snake great demon was only third-order early stage, it possessed terrifying venom. Even a third-order middle stage great demon would have to retreat when facing this venom. All right, I'll listen to Uncle Snake. Jin Shijian nodded. He also knew that such probing was meaningless now. After confirming that it was a third-order spiritual vein, Jin Shijian knew that he had to take it. No matter how strong the human golden core cultivator occupying this spiritual vein was, could he be more troublesome than those powerful sea yao beasts with backgrounds? It would be easier to deal with a human golden core cultivator without a background than to fight those great demons. After speaking, Jin Shijian clacked his pincers, and immediately, a crab army lurking at the bottom of the sea rose and charged towards the distant island. So many crabs, how long will it take to eat them all? Guo, who had been using his divine sense to scan the distance, quickly discovered a crab army charging with killing intent. Seeing this, Guo felt no panic in his heart, only annoyance. After all, he had been eating crabs for many days and didn't want to eat them anymore. Oh, new seafood. At the same time he discovered this crab army, Guo also sensed the aura of a third-order sea yao beast. Based on the aura, this should not be a crab. Whether it was the third-order sea yao beast or the crab army, in Gumo's eyes, they were all just delivering food. Unless a fourth-order demon king descended upon his island, an ordinary third-order great demon simply couldn't take it down. No matter how many came, they would just be delivering themselves. Or if several third-order peak great demons joined forces, then Guo would not have enough third-order entangling water grass to restrict them all, which would pose some risk. Now, a third-order early-stage sea yao beast, plus a group of crabs, wanting to attack Gumo's lair, was definitely wishful thinking. Getting up, Guo casually crushed the crab sea yao beast that was fiercely fighting Shi Yue. He carried the girl back to the island's central lake and placed her on a second-order water lily leaf. The lakeside would soon become a battlefield, so Guo naturally couldn't leave Shi Yue by the lake. However, there were many of Gumo's secrets in the lake, and it was not convenient for Shi Yue to enter. Therefore, Guo used second-order water lilies to create a foothold for Shi Yue, allowing the girl to enter the protective range of the formation in the lake. Senior. Shi Yue, who was suddenly carried away by Guo, was still a bit confused, feeling as if she hadn't been able to kill the crab sea yao beast, which disappointed Senior. But soon, Shi Yue was shocked by the sudden emergence of the crab army. Those crab sea yao beasts, exuding a killing intent, surged onto the island like a tide, charging towards the lake. And within that crab army, there was a large crab with golden pincers, and beside it was an even larger sea snake. The aura emitted by that sea snake filled Shi Yue's heart with intense fear. It doesn't seem to be the third-order sea yao beast aura I sensed before. In the center of the lake, Guo looked at the sea snake. The sea snake's aura was not the same as the third-order sea yao beast aura he had sensed earlier. Besides that, the crab with a bit of gold on its pincers also looked a bit special. Could it be a sea yao beast with some background? But on second thought, no matter whether the sea yao beast had a background or not, since the other party had come to seize his territory, Guo had no other choice but to eliminate the enemy. As long as the other party's background was not a fourth-order demon king, Guo was not afraid. And that crab sea yao beast and sea snake should not have the background of a fourth-order demon king, otherwise, they wouldn't have come to seize his third-order spiritual vein. Young lord, be careful. The third-order sea snake great demon looked at the third-order spiritual vein lake, which was enveloped by a formation, and felt a faint unease in his heart. Uncle Snake, I know. Jin Shijian naturally knew that human cultivators' formations were troublesome for sea yao beasts. However, he had so many elite subordinates that they could completely probe for weaknesses in the formation, and then his Uncle Snake would destroy it. Clang! Jin Shijian clacked his pincers, and immediately, the crab army charged, heading towards the lake. It was at this moment that streaks of emerald green light shot out from the formation, killing the crab sea yao beasts that approached the lakeside. What? Seeing his elite troops being slaughtered by green energy balls shot from the formation, Jin Shijian was greatly alarmed. He was not alarmed by the slaughter of his troops, but by the terrifying attack power of the green energy balls, which had the power of a second-order late-stage or even second-order peak strike. Jin Shijian was confident he could easily block such an attack. His carapace was not just for show. But with the current attack density, even he would have to be careful. Retreat. Knowing that the plan to break the enemy's formation with the crab army had failed, Jin Shijian decisively ordered the army to retreat. In this situation, pushing forward would only result in needless casualties. Jin Shijian did not want to lose all of his elite troops here, they were his future foundation. Please, Uncle Snake, make your move. Jin Shijian said to the giant sea snake beside him. At this point, the only option was to deploy their strongest combat power to forcibly break through the enemy's formation. Good. The giant sea snake stared at the formation before him. As a sea Yao beast, he didn't understand formation, but as a third-order great Yao beast who had lived for so long and fought with other human cultivators, he knew a little about formation. According to his observation, this formation didn't seem to be particularly powerful. He could destroy it with ease, and the attacks shot from the formation would not cause him, a third-order great Yao beast, any harm whatsoever. As he spoke, the giant sea snake opened its mouth and directly spat out a surging torrent. Most sea Yao beasts are proficient in water-type spells. This sea snake did not have a powerful physical body, so he focused all his energy on cultivating potent poisons and innate spells. This made the water stream spat out by the sea snake incredibly powerful, instantly tearing apart the outermost concealment formation. Uncle Snake's move, as expected. Seeing the enemy's formation broken, Jin Shijian was about to praise him, but unexpectedly, the sea snake, who had just been so aggressive, directly coiled him up and then quickly fled. Because after the sea snake broke through the concealment formation, he sensed more than 10 third-order auras from the lake. At that moment, the sea snake's heart skipped a beat in shock. This was no soft persimmon, this was clearly a dragon's den in a tiger's lair. More than 10 third-order auras, although these auras did not seem like those of human cultivators, the third-order rank was unmistakable. Decisive, indeed. Guang looked at the sea snake and giant crab fleeing into the distance. As expected of a sea Yao beast who had experienced many battles, his perception of danger was remarkably keen. But since they had come, could they escape? Guang had the pea shooters clear out the chaotic crab army, while he himself transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated. The next moment, Guang arrived on the beach outside the island. At this moment, a sea snake and a crab were tightly entangled by entangling water grass a few miles ahead. Splash! Seeing Guang appear, a golden little carp leaped out of the water and happily approached Guang. When the sea snake and giant crab entered the island, Guang had little carp place 2 third-order entangling water grasses on their escape route outside the island. Sure enough, when these two fled, they happened to pass by the location of the third-order entangling water grass and were immediately captured. Immortal Master, I apologize for any offense just now. I am willing to make amends for what happened. The sea snake, seeing that he could not break free from the strange water grass's restraint, was filled with unease. For the sake of his life, the great sea Yao beast chose to yield. The more than 10 third-order auras he had just sensed left him with no thought of being defiant. Guang looked calmly at the great sea Yao beast, his top-grade flying sword magic treasure gleaming with cold light. At this point, there was no reason to let the opponent live in return. Severing heaven. Under the urging of Gumo's golden core Dan power, the top-grade magic treasure flying sword unleashed a sword light that tore through the heavens and earth. Sensing the terrifying sword light, the great sea Yao beast roared and began to fight for his life, but unfortunately, he still could not break free from the water grass's restraint. The third-order entangling water grass could even trap a peak third-order great Yao beast for a moment, let alone this sea snake, who was only in the early stage of third order. Even the sea snake's strongest poisonous technique could not be unleashed because his mouth was entangled by the water grass, so he could only be resentfully slain by Gumo's sword light. Human, my father is General Jinao. If you kill me, my father will surely kill you. Watching the sea snake's massive head being severed, Jin Shijian was filled with terror. He never expected that what should have been a sure thing would turn out this way. At this moment, Jin Shijian could only bring out his backing, hoping to make the human cultivator in front of him wary. General Jinao? Never heard of him. Gumo shook his head, then slashed with his sword. Gumo had naturally inquired about the fourth-order demon king in the sea area, and there was no one named General Jinao among them. As long as he wasn't a fourth-order demon king, Gumo had no need to be wary. Besides, letting the enemy go would be waiting for them to gather more powerful individuals to deal with him. Of course, killing the offspring of this General Jinao would likely provoke retaliation. Gumo glanced at the third-order cherry bombs and third-order potato mines on him. A sense of security emerged. He took out the third-order sea Yao beast's Dan and venom sac. These were the most valuable things on the great sea Yao beast. Of course, other parts of a third-order great Yao beast were also good. As for the large crab, its somewhat golden large claws should be good and could be used to refine magic treasure. However, Gumo did not know artifact refining, so he could only sell them as materials then. In addition, Gumo found a storage bracelet on the large crab, which he estimated the opponent had stolen from a cultivator. This also indirectly proved that the large crab's identity was unusual. After all, even the third-order sea Yao beast did not have storage equipment. Of course, sea Yao beasts might not have storage equipment, but they had other methods, such as opening a special stomach pouch within their bodies to store items. However, most sea Yao beasts would not do this. After all, storing things inside their bodies still carried risks. For example, if they picked up something unknown and stored it inside, and something went wrong, wouldn't it be disastrous? Therefore, Gu Mo did not find a storage stomach pouch on the sea snake, which meant Gu Mo lost a piece of war spoils. However, the large crab storage bracelet was worth looking forward to. Besides the large crab and sea snake, there were also these batches of crab seafood. Gu Mo estimated he couldn't finish them all, so he would see if the cultivators of Red Coral Islands dared to take them then. Yao beast meat was a treasure for cultivators, it could accelerate cultivation and temper the physical body. After slaying the 2 sea Yao beasts, the third-order entangling water grass also recoiled into a ball. Gu Mo scooped up the 2 balls of third-order entangling water grass and threw them into the lake, using the spiritual power of the third-order water vein to help them recover. And the concealment formation also needed to be repaired. The illusion formation was inside the nut array, so it had always been well protected. However, the concealment formation could not be placed inside the nut array, as concealing the nut array's existence was also the concealment formation's task. Yue, clean up. Returning to the center of the lake, Gu Mo said to the somewhat dazed Miss Shi Yue. At this moment, the island was covered in crabs. Gu Mo was too lazy to clear these first-order and second-order crabs, leaving them all to Miss Shi Yue. Yes. Hearing Gu Mo's voice, Miss Shi Yue, who had come back to her senses, quickly replied. The scene just now had completely shocked the young girl. The aggressive Sea Yao Beast army was actually annihilated so easily, and even the ferocious third-order Great Yao Beast ultimately failed to escape. Ah, what happened here? Shi Yunjia arrived on his treasure ship to deliver spirit medicine to the Golden Core Immortal Master. Although this task could be entrusted to his subordinates, Shi Yunjia always handled it personally. After all, making more appearances before the Immortal Master could also leave a better impression. However, upon arriving at the island, Shi Yunjia saw crab corpses everywhere, many of which were second-order late-stage and even second-order peak crab Sea Yao beasts. Even on the beach, Shi Yunjia saw a gigantic sea snake. Although the sea snake was dead, the lingering pressure proved it was a third-order Great Yao beast. At this moment, a petite figure was busy on the corpse of the third-order Great Yao beast, stripping the sea snake's meat, skin, and bones. Miss Yue, this is... Shi Yunjia stepped forward quickly and cupped his hands towards Miss Shi Yue. Earlier, Sea Yao beasts attacked and were slain by Senior. These are all spoils of war. Miss Shi Yue looked up, rubbing her sore arms. As a Qi refinement stage cultivator, dealing with a third-order Great Yao beast was still somewhat strenuous. Fortunately, new labor had arrived. Read the unedited version at 169 SHUBA. Alliance Master Shi, do you want these materials? You can exchange them for spirit materials or precious ores. Miss Shi Yue pointed to the sea snake and other crab corpses. There were so many crabs that she and Senior certainly couldn't eat them all. Although they could be preserved for a long time in storage space, these low-rank Sea Yao beasts were not worth occupying storage space. Therefore, trading them with the people of Red Coral Islands was the best option. Yes, yes, yes. Shi Yunjia nodded repeatedly. Sea Yao beast meat was a great tonic, especially the meat of this third-order Great Yao beast. When he attempted to break through to Golden Core, using it as an aid would definitely increase his chances of forming the Dan. In addition, consuming these crabs regularly could also increase cultivation speed. Although not as obvious as medicinal pills could not be taken too often, and medicinal pills were still very scarce at the moment. Who would casually take medicinal pills to increase cultivation speed unless it was a critical moment? By the way, Alliance Master Shi, Senior asked me to tell you that these Sea Yao beasts probably came from a major power. If you want this Yao beast meat, you might incur karma. Miss Shi Yue relayed Gumo's earlier instructions. Miss Shi Yue's words caused Shi Yunjia to hesitate for a moment, but he quickly made his choice. Karma was illusory, strengthening the Red Coral Islands was real. As long as the Red Coral Islands were powerful, they would not fear any karma. But if the Red Coral Islands did not grow stronger, even without incurring karma, others would impose karma on them. Then Alliance Master Shi, you and your people can choose for yourselves. Seeing Shi Yunjia make his choice, Miss Shi Yue happily handed over the cleanup task to Shi Yunjia and the others. Cancer Islands. The originally peaceful islands suddenly vibrated violently, and the sea churned, presenting a scene like the end of the world. The Sea Yao beasts on the islands looked at the center of the islands with terrified expressions. That was where General Jin-Ao's power was being unleashed. However, the Sea Yao beasts did not know what had happened to make General Jin-Ao so furious. It seems this has failed. Mystic Water True Person looked at the changes in the distant Cancer Islands and knew that Jin Shijian must have been slain by that human Golden Core. And when Jin Shijian made a move, he would definitely bring a third-order Great Yao beast with him. That Great Yao beast was probably dead too. Otherwise, General Jin-Ao would not be so furious. Fortunately, I didn't act rashly, otherwise, I might have been the one to die. Mystic Water True Person secretly rejoiced. Now that the human Golden Core had killed General Jin-Ao's important offspring, he was finished. However, Mystic Water True Person was very worried about the intelligence system of those brainless Sea Yao beasts. He didn't know when General Jin-Ao would be able to investigate who killed his offspring. If it dragged on for a year, wouldn't his congratulatory gift to Lady Crimson Sand go to waste? After all, Jin Shijian, to keep it secret, did not leak the information about the third-order water vein occupied by the human Golden Core. Otherwise, if other Great Yao beasts knew, what if they competed with him for it? After thinking for a moment, Mystic Water True Person decided to give a hint, so that General Jin-Ao could know the true culprit's origin at the first possible moment, and then go and eliminate that human Golden Core. Jin-Ao Hall. Greetings, General Jinao. Mystic Water True Person saluted the burly man in front of him. This was the renowned General Jinao. His appearance clearly indicated that he had also taken a transformation pill, and the rank of that transformation pill was not low. However, that transformation pill did not seem to have removed General Jinao's distinctive golden claws, so the burly man in front of him had a pair of golden great claws for hands. I heard you know the whereabouts of the murderer of my son. General Jinao looked at Mystic Water True Person indifferently. He inwardly looked down on this half-yao beast. Wasn't he just a mongrel? Yes. Mystic Water True Person quickly revealed the information he knew. So that's how it is. General Jinao nodded. General Jinao naturally knew about the matter Jin Shijian was going to handle. After all, Jin Shijian had borrowed one of his capable subordinates to seize a spiritual land. However, General Jinao did not know where that spiritual land was or who possessed it. General Jinao did not inquire further about this. He was confident that he had some face in this sea area. Even if his son failed to seize the spiritual land, those great Yao beasts would not take his son's life. He just never expected that this time's target was a spiritual land occupied by a human golden core. General Jinao's face was useful among great Yao beasts, but it clearly had no effect on a human golden core. Furthermore, the opponent was an outsider golden core, who probably hadn't even heard of his prestige. Who? Having successfully drawn General Jinao's hatred onto Gumo, Mystic Water True Person let out a long sigh of relief. Just as Mystic Water True Person was about to leave, a golden giant claw suddenly clamped onto Mystic Water True Person. I'm very curious, why do you know so clearly? That place is so remote, where did my son get the information? General Jinao lifted Mystic Water True Person, his gaze chilling. Sea Yao beasts were not very good at gathering intelligence, but that didn't mean they were stupid. Especially great Yao beasts like General Jinao, who had lived for a long time, were all shrewd. Those who were too foolish probably wouldn't have survived until now. General, that area just happens to be my territory. I just happened to see it by chance, Mystic Water True Person quickly said. Mystic Water True Person knew that his appearance this time was quite risky, but the problem was that he had to take the risk, otherwise, he would miss Lady Crimson Sand's Millennium Birthday celebration. Do you think I'd believe that? General Jinao's eyes gleamed with killing intent. He could already guess that his foolish son had been used as a pawn by the other party. General, I am a male consort under Lady Crimson Sand. Sensing the killing intent in General Jinao's gaze, Mystic Water True Person quickly shouted. Hearing the name Crimson Sand, the killing intent in General Jinao's eyes slightly receded. Among the great Yao, the name Crimson Sand was far more renowned than his own. That old hag had lived for nearly a millennium, and her strength had long been invincible among great Yao. It was said that even when facing a demon king, Crimson Sand could exchange a few blows. Many great Yao believed that Crimson Sand would become a new demon king. For Yao beasts to become strong, there were two factors, one was bloodline, and the other was talent and comprehension ability. Crimson Sand's true form was a mutated sand scorpion. Sand scorpions were Yao beasts that lived in the desert, but Crimson Sand was an anomaly, a water attribute sand scorpion. The bloodline of such mutated Yao beasts was difficult to define, but generally, the bloodline of these mutated forms would break through the original racial limit. Therefore, theoretically, Crimson Sand had the hope of becoming a fourth-order demon king. As for talent and comprehension ability, that Crimson Sand Great Yao had lived for 1,000 years, even the most foolish could comprehend many things. Facing an existence who could become a demon king at any time, General Jinao did not want to offend her. Of course, this Mystic Water True Person was just one of Lady Crimson Sand's many playthings. Even if he killed him, Lady Crimson Sand would likely not wage a full-scale battle over it. But General Jinao did not want to gamble. General Jinao, having obtained an opportunity, had not yet fully unleashed his potential. Given time, his strength could continue to grow. When he also reached the peak of the Third Order Great Yao, if Crimson Sand had not yet become a demon king by then, he would no longer need to fear her. Phew. Feeling the power restraining him weaken, Mystic Water True Person let out a long sigh of relief. His efforts to curry favor with Lady Crimson Sand were not in vain. With this backing, those powerful Great Yao would not easily touch him. Therefore, for Lady Crimson Sand's Millennium Birthday celebration this time, he, Mystic Water, had to be even more diligent. However, before Mystic Water True Person could relax, he felt an intense pain in his arm. One of his arms had been directly severed by General Jinao. General Jinao was wary of Lady Crimson Sand and did not want to kill Mystic Water True Person, but his own face could not be trampled upon like this. Therefore, General Jinao severed one of Mystic Water True Person's arms as punishment. When his strength could rival that old hag Crimson Sand in the future, he would then slay this Mystic Water True Person. Scram! Without giving Mystic Water True Person a chance to continue wailing, General Jinao directly threw him out. Damn it, damn it! Mystic Water True Person left the Cancer Islands in disarray. Looking at his lost arm, his face was extremely gloomy. As a half-Yao of the Golden Core realm, limb regeneration was not difficult, but it required time. Mystic Water True Person knew very well that the reason he gained Lady Crimson Sand's favor was not because of his great abilities, but because of his body, which was highly similar to a human's. Now that his body was maimed, it was like a beauty being disfigured. Although his appearance could recover after a period, he was destined to be neglected during this time. That Lady Crimson Sand had a special obsession with Sea Yao with human bodies. For this, Lady Crimson Sand had even pursued a fourth-order demon king, the reason being that demon kings could perfectly shapeshift. Unfortunately, an existence like a demon king clearly looked down on Crimson Sand, this mutated sand scorpion. So, that Lady Crimson Sand went everywhere searching for Sea Yao with human-like appearances and took them under her command. Mystic Water True Person also relied on being a half Yao with a human appearance to be noticed by Lady Crimson Sand. Therefore, Mystic Water True Person also highly valued the maintenance of his Deo body. Now that his Deo body was incomplete, it made Mystic Water True Person extremely angry. Angry as he was, giving Mystic Water True Person 100 guts wouldn't make him dare to act against General Jin Ao. He also wouldn't dare to stir up trouble in front of Lady Crimson Sand. After all, a top-tier great Yao like General Jin Ao, though not as strong as Lady Crimson Sand, was still a regional overlord. If he truly went berserk, he would be enough to give Lady Crimson Sand a headache. So, if he were to cause trouble for Lady Crimson Sand would undoubtedly crush him without hesitation. Mystic Water True Person clearly understood his position. As long as he diligently pleased Lady Crimson Sand, he would have everything. It was just that his precious Deo body was damaged, and he would likely be neglected by Lady Crimson Sand in the coming days. At that time, those other hussies would definitely seize the opportunity to rise. It was no exaggeration to say that General Jin Ao had cut off his future. If he didn't vent this anger, Mystic Water True Person's Deo heart would be uneasy. Suddenly, Mystic Water True Person's heart stirred, and he thought of a way to retaliate against General Jin Ao. At this moment, General Jin Ao, having learned the culprit who killed his son, should immediately seek revenge. And he could leak some information in advance, allowing the human golden core to be prepared. When the two sides fought, with the human golden core prepared, they would surely inflict more losses on General Jin Ao. With this thought, Mystic Water True Person immediately headed to the target location. He had to hurry because General Jin Ao could strike at any time. However, when Mystic Water True Person arrived at Gumo's island, he stopped. He had already suffered a loss from General Jin Ao, and he obviously couldn't risk another one. Going to inform himself was a bit too risky. After thinking for a moment, Mystic Water True Person turned around and headed to the Red Coral Islands, preparing to have the people of the Red Coral Islands relay the message. In the island lake, Gumo's gaze swept towards the outside of the island. Just now, he had once again sensed that special third-order Great Yao Qi, but the Qi still flashed away, making Gumo somewhat wary. After all, a special third-order Great Yao frequently wandering nearby was clearly not a good thing. However, the target was very cautious, and its Qi always flashed away, not giving Gumo a chance to lock onto it. After carefully sensing for a moment and confirming that there was no Qi of that special third-order Great Yao, Gumo turned his gaze to the storage bracelet he held in his hand. This was the storage bracelet obtained from the large crab earlier. At this moment, the restriction on it had been deciphered by Gumo. Yao Beast's use of magic treasures was far inferior to human cultivators, and naturally, the restriction settings on the storage bracelet were also very crude, which made it very easy for Gumo to decipher. Well then, let me see what treasures are inside. Gumo's divine sense entered the storage bracelet, and he saw many spiritual materials and ores, including quite a few third-order quality treasures. These should be the large crab's collection. If these were taken to the immortal realm for sale, they would definitely fetch a high price. Because most of these spiritual materials and ores were specialties of the sea region, they were rare goods in the major immortal cultivation regions. In addition to these spiritual materials and ores, Gumo saw a pile of cultivator items in a corner of the storage bracelet. These should be the collection of the storage bracelet's original owner. From these collections, Gumo could determine that the original owner should have been a golden core cultivator, and also a third-order formation master. Among the collections, there were many materials for setting up formations, and even a set of quasi-fourth-order formation flags. Similar to a formation plate, formation flags were also tools used for quickly setting up formations. However, a formation plate was like a foolproof device. A cultivator could set up a formation simply by obtaining it. Formation flags, on the other hand, required knowledge of formation to be deployed. However, using formation flags to set up a formation had greater power and more operational flexibility than a formation plate. It was the primary means for a formation master to combat enemies. Phew, luckily Si Yao don't understand formation. Gumo took out that set of quasi-fourth-order formation flags, a total of 108 formation flags. By refining the core formation flag, Gumo learned the name of this quasi-fourth-order Great Formation, Yunyu Huansheng Formation, Cloud Mist Illusion Formation. This quasi-fourth-order Great Formation was actually an illusion formation. Once a quasi-fourth-order illusion formation was set up, it could definitely stall a nascent soul cultivator for a period of time. This was the power of formation. Although setting up a formation took a long time, once completed, a formation could always contend with enemies beyond its realm. If that large crab had attacked while this Yunyu Huansheng Formation, Cloud Mist Illusion Formation, was set up, Gumo would have been in trouble. Fortunately, Yao beasts generally did not understand formation. Therefore, this set of quasi-fourth-order formation flags, though its value was comparable to a spiritual artifact, was no different from scrap metal in the hands of a Si Yao. Furthermore, Si Yao could not trade this item with human cultivators. Selling such a treasure to human cultivators would be aiding the enemy. Read the error-free version at Ye6 Ye9 Ye Shu Ye Ba. However, this valuable quasi-fourth-order Great Formation now belonged to Gumo. Although Gumo did not understand formation, the storage bracelet contained a detailed introduction to the set of formation flags left by the formation master. Gumo could take the time to comprehend it. He did not need to become a formation master, only to master how to set up this Yunwu Huansheng formation, Cloud Mist Illusion formation. There was even an unknown formation master legacy jade slip among them, but unfortunately, that legacy jade slip had a restriction, so Gu Mo could not view it. By reading the introduction jade slip for the formation flags, Gu Mo discovered that this quasi fourth order formation not only possessed the effect of an illusion formation but also had the effect of concealing qi. This meant that after setting up this formation, Gu Mo would no longer need to set up an illusion formation and a qi concealment formation, he would only need to add a nut array. Gu Mo's illusion formation and qi concealment formation were already somewhat unable to keep up with Gu Mo's pace. This set of quasi fourth order Yunwu Huansheng formation, Cloud Mist Illusion formation, was definitely the best replacement. This formation master should not have been killed by that large crab. After reading the information about the Yunwu Huansheng formation, Cloud Mist Illusion formation, Gu Mo knew that a formation master possessing such a quasi fourth order great formation could definitely not have been killed by that large crab and sea snake. The formation master's death must have been due to someone else. Moreover, the opponent was instantly killed, without even having time to set up the great formation. Finally, this formation master's storage bracelet circulated and fell into Gu Mo's hands. This was the mysterious opportunity and luck. Thinking of luck, Gu Mo called Little Carp over and stroked her fish head. They say that koi can bring good luck, and he wondered if Little Carp also had this effect. Outside the island, a sword light rapidly approached. On the sword light was Shi Yunjia, looking anxious. Miss Shi Yue, I have something important to report to Immortal Master. Shi Yunjia descended onto the island and said to Shi Yue, who had come to check the situation. What is it? Before Shi Yue could reply, Gu Mo's figure appeared. Gu Mo had already discovered Shi Yunjia when he approached. A golden core level divine sense covered this island, including the nearby area, without any difficulty. Even in more distant areas, with the entangling water grass acting as his eyes, Gu Mo could detect things at the first instant. Greetings, Immortal Master. Seeing Gu Mo, Shi Yunjia quickly bowed, then handed over a jade slip. This was what he had just obtained from that mystic water true person. What is the background of that mystic water true person? Gu Mo took the jade slip and swept his divine sense over it, taking in all its contents. The jade slip contained information about General Jin Ao, and also that he already knew his offspring had been killed and was preparing to come for revenge, advising Gu Mo to be prepared. This news startled Gu Mo. Gu Mo was not surprised that General Jin Ao was coming for revenge. When the large crab mentioned the power behind him, Gu Mo was already mentally prepared. Gu Mo was surprised that the Sea Yao's intelligence system seemed a bit too strong. They tracked him down in such a short time. Gu Mo had left behind the sea snake, the large crab, and the entire seafood army. Even if General Jin Ao discovered his son was dead, it shouldn't have been so quick to find the killer. As long as Gu Mo had some time, whether it was to upgrade some plants, or to fill his meridians with golden core Dan power to step into the golden core realm, or to set up the newly acquired quasi fourth order great formation, by then, when General Jin Ao arrived, Gu Mo could definitely ensure he would never return. At this moment, although Gu Mo was not afraid of General Jin Ao with his plant battle line, he was not entirely confident he could keep him there. From the intelligence recorded in the jade slip, Gu Mo knew General Jin Ao's combat power. Although he was a late-stage third-order Great Yao, with his pair of golden pincers, his combat power was comparable to some ordinary peak third-order Great Yao. A Great Yao with peak third-order combat power posed no problem for Gu Mo to defend himself against, but killing him was a bit difficult. And if he couldn't be killed, once the opponent knew Gu Mo's true combat power, it would be even harder to kill him next time. Replying to Immortal Master, that Mystic Water True Person, Shi Yunjia recounted what he knew about Mystic Water True Person. Listening to Shi Yunjia's introduction, Gu Mo frowned. He always felt that there was something wrong with this Mystic Water True Person. As a half Yao, he seemed a bit too warm-hearted. First, he helped the Red Coral Islands reach an agreement with that giant lizard, and this time he informed Gu Mo, a completely unrelated person. Gu Mo didn't doubt that good people existed in the world, but this shouldn't be a half Yao, and a half Yao who had cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Because such a soft-hearted person, unless they had an enormous background, would not live long. It was no exaggeration to say that among the cultivators who could survive in this sea area, there wasn't a single soft-hearted one. Even Shi Yunjia, in front of him, must have done many shady deeds in secret. Of course, Shi Yunjia was generally positive. As long as he didn't fall into evil cultivation, Gu Mo had no intention of acting on behalf of the Dao. Unable to understand Mystic Water True Person's purpose, Gu Mo could only temporarily put it aside, because he now needed to deal with General Jin Ao first. While the enemy had not truly understood his combat power, Gu Mo still had the opportunity to trick them, and if the timing was right, it was not impossible to eliminate General Jin Ao. With the destructive power Gu Mo possessed, as long as he seized the opportunity, he could completely eliminate General Jin Ao. General Jin Ao's retaliation came faster than Gu Mo had imagined. The day after Gu Mo received the intelligence from Mystic Water True Person, he felt a powerful demonic qi surging from afar. Such a grand aura instantly attracted the attention of other Great Yao beasts in the nearby sea area. A top-tier Great Yao beast like General Jin Ao would cause other Great Yao beasts to pay attention to his every move. After all, this one was a top-tier Great Yao beast capable of changing the dynamics of an entire sea region. Gu Mo gazed at the distant demonic clouds, his expression calm. Not to mention he already knew General Jin Ao was coming, even if he didn't, Gu Mo wouldn't fear him. In a positional battle, unless a nascent soul true lord or a fourth order demon king descended, Guang would fear no one. As the demonic clouds drew closer, Guang also saw a burly man with a pair of golden pincers stepping over the sea, then walking onto the island beach. Human cultivator. Having accumulated aura along the way, General Jinao was about to speak to intimidate the human golden core. The fact that the opponent could kill his subordinates indicated some strength, and General Jinao would not underestimate his enemy. Rumble. But before General Jinao could finish his sentence, a force of annihilation instantly engulfed him. Since Guang knew the enemy was coming and from what direction, he had naturally buried potato mines along the way, and they were directly third-order potato mines. He planned to catch the opponent off guard. Human, you seek death. General Jinao's furious roar dispersed the smoke and dust stirred up by the explosion, revealing a giant crab. The dazzling golden pincers were still prominent, but it seemed one of the large crab's legs was missing a section. That was destroyed by the annihilation force of the third-order potato mine, meaning the third-order potato mine could indeed injure General Jinao, who was covered in a carapace. This sudden strike completely shattered the aura General Jinao had accumulated on his journey. Now, General Jinao could only charge furiously towards the center of the island. Of course, beneath his outwardly furious demeanor, General Jinao's heart was extremely solemn. His proud carapace had actually been breached. Although it was only the carapace on his leg, not the hardest part of his body, this still filled General Jinao with apprehension. General Jinao's carapace was sturdy, but once it was breached, there was no defense inside, which was determined by his racial characteristics. Rumble. General Jinao had only advanced a few steps when another violent explosion erupted. There was more than one potato mine buried in the sand. However, this explosion did not cause General Jinao any harm, as he had used his golden pincers to block the force of the blast. These pincers are a bit troublesome. Guang looked at General Jinao's golden pincers, their strength was a bit excessive. He wondered what opportunity this big crab had obtained. However, as long as he could kill the big crab, that opportunity would be his. Once General Jinao entered the island, Guang directly ordered the third-order pea shooters to attack, and this time, Guang even used the torch tree stump. Because the attacks of low-grade third-order pea shooters could not break through General Jinao's carapace defense, only the flaming peas ignited by the torch tree stump could cause him damage. What? As soon as General Jinao entered the central lake area of the island, he was immediately met with over a dozen attacks of third-order power, causing him great alarm. This human cultivator's methods were stronger than he had imagined. However, these green energy attacks posed little threat to him, it was only those fireballs that were astonishingly powerful. But it wasn't a big problem. After General Jinao suffered one loss, he blocked all subsequent fireballs with his golden pincers. Although the human cultivator cunningly used ordinary fireball talismans to trick him, General Jinao didn't care. As long as he got close, the human cultivator would surely die. General Jinao's combat prowess was entirely focused on close combat, he was not proficient in long-range attacks. At most, he knew a few water element spells, but in a battle of this rank, he naturally wouldn't cast such minor spells. Splash! Soon, General Jinao, enduring the attacks, charged into the lake, rapidly approaching the large formation in the center of the lake. At this moment, Xia Wei, inside the great formation, felt the aura of a top-tier great Yao beast up close, which made her entire body tremble. But Xia Wei gritted her teeth and did not let herself cry out in alarm. Ah! It wasn't until a golden giant pincer descended that Xia Wei could no longer suppress the unease in her heart and cried out in alarm. Bang! The golden giant pincer that General Jinao brought down shattered the outermost concealment formation. Then the giant pincer landed on the nut array. Instantly, the nut array's light barrier violently fluctuated, and then the fluctuation instantly spread to each nut, causing cracks to appear on them. But with ample spiritual qi, the cracks on the nuts were rapidly repairing themselves. Furthermore, taking advantage of the interval in General Jinao's attack, the pea shooters and torch tree stump launched a counter-attack again. This forced General Jinao to defend, preventing him from attacking continuously. As long as the nuts had time to recover, General Jinao would never be able to break the nut array, unless he was willing to risk injury for a forceful assault. But even so, a nut array with 3 third-order nuts as its core could withstand the attack of a great Yao beast with peak third-order combat prowess for a very long time. During this time, General Jinao would have to completely abandon his defenses and attack with all his might. If he dared to do so, then Guang would teach him how to make various crab dishes, such as steamed crab and fried crab. What's going on? Seeing his attack land on the formation without being able to break it, General Jinao was startled. He had fought many battles with human cultivators and had, of course, encountered formations. However, he could destroy those formations with a single blow. After all, while formations were profound, the formation stones used to set them up were very fragile. As long as enough powerful attacks were unleashed in a short period, even if the formation couldn't be broken, destroying the formation stones would be equivalent to breaking the formation. This was also almost the common method for Yao beasts to deal with human cultivator formations. Although it wasn't always effective, it was simple and crude, and as long as they didn't encounter those top-tier formations, most formations could be dealt with in this manner. But this defensive formation in front of him didn't look like any top-tier great formation, and the power of his attacks was entirely absorbed by those formation stones, yet why was the formation completely unharmed? Unable to comprehend, General Jinao prepared to try again. For this, he would have to endure the attacks fired from the formation, especially the fireball attacks, which posed a considerable threat to him. As the outermost concealment formation was broken, General Jineo also sensed over a dozen third-order auras within the formation's mist. He was not surprised by this, the previous attacks had already proven the existence of third-order beings within the formation. However, what surprised General Jineo somewhat was that these third-order beings were actually spirit plants. This couldn't help but make General Jineo a little tempted. Once he killed the human cultivator, he would transplant these third-order spirit plants to his immortal cave. With this thought, General Jineo's resolve to kill Gumo became even firmer. And to kill the human cultivator, he first needed to break this formation. Although this required him to directly endure the enemy's attacks, General Jineo was not afraid of injury. Or rather, injury had long been commonplace for him. Throughout his journey, he had been severely injured and on the brink of death several times, but he had always survived and emerged as the final victor. As long as he was sure of victory, General Jineo never lacked the courage to fight to the death. Bang! The golden giant pincer smashed down again, and the light barrier formed by the nut array violently trembled, but soon the light barrier returned to calm. Break for me! Break for me! Seeing this, General Jineo, refusing to believe, continued to attack, his golden giant pincers smashing down repeatedly. Crack, 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 crack. Every attack by General Jineo caused a crack to appear on a nut in the nut array. If the opponent continued attacking like this for a period of time, the nut array would not be able to hold up. But Gumo's expression remained calm, because before that, General Jineo would be the first to be unable to bear it. Although the pea shooter's attacks were difficult to pose a threat to General Jineo, a large number of them could greatly deplete his strength, especially the flaming peas enhanced by the torch tree stump, which could truly cause General Jineo damage. The continuous accumulation of damage would eventually lead to a qualitative change. Bang! As a flaming pea struck General Jineo's abdomen, a piece of his carapace cracked open. The sound of the cracking carapace woke General Jineo from his rage. He knew that he couldn't take down that human cultivator this time. Now, he could only retreat first, and then, after gathering a few helpers, he would come back to eliminate this human. It's a bit late to want to leave now. Gumo said calmly. If General Jineo in his prime wanted to leave, Gumo might not be able to stop him, but at this moment, General Jineo's strength was largely depleted, and his strongest defensive carapace was broken. In this state, how could Gumo let him escape? What is that? As General Jineo retreated, suddenly, vines shot out from the lake, binding him. Those were precisely the third-order entangling water grasses that had been recovering in the lake earlier. Get lost! General Jineo swung his golden giant pincers, cutting the vines wrapped around him. General Jineo clearly knew that once he was trapped, he would be in danger. Fortunately, although the unknown vines hindered his retreat, General Jineo was confident he could break free. Indeed, one entangling water grass is still a bit strained to trap a great Yao beast with peak third-order combat prowess. Gumo looked at the struggling General Jineo, then ordered the second entangling water grass to attack. Instantly, the number of vines wrapping around General Jineo doubled, and soon General Jineo was tied up like a dumpling. If you have the guts, come fight me one-on-one. What kind of tactic is this? The bound General Jineo roared, because only by doing so could he alleviate the unease in his heart. This time, General Jineo felt an unprecedented crisis, a crisis of death. If you're not convinced, use them too. Gumo naturally wouldn't fall for it. It was only by relying on the plant battle line that he had the confidence not to fear a great Yao beast with peak third-order combat prowess. If he left the plant battle line, Gumo's combat prowess would only be at the early stage Golden Core level. Although it was already extremely terrifying for him to possess Golden Core combat prowess at the Foundation Establishment realm, facing a great Yao beast with peak third-order combat prowess like General Jineo, Gumo's limited combat prowess was still not enough. Besides, the opponent was already seafood in the pot, Gumo would be foolish to choose to confront him head-on. He directed the pea shooters to concentrate their fire on the damaged carapace of General Jineo's abdomen. After opening a breach, Gumo's hand produced a crimson cherry bomb. This would be the final, decisive blow. With spiritual chi wrapping the cherry bomb, Gumo threw it into the breach in General Jineo's abdomen. If it exploded from the outside, the cherry bomb might not necessarily kill General Jineo, but exploding from the inside, General Jineo would absolutely be dead beyond dead. Human, if you want me to die, then let's die together. General Jineo looked fiercely at Gumo in the Great Formation. He knew he was doomed this time, but he wouldn't let his enemy off easy. At the very least, he, General Jineo, would not let his body, his Yao core, become materials for a human cultivator. Not good. Feeling the violent energy within General Jineo's body, Gumo's expression changed. The opponent intended to self-detonate his Yao core. General Jineo's Yao core was late-stage third order and had not reached peak third order. After all, his combat prowess relied on those golden pincers. But at this moment, within General Jineo's body, not only was his Yao core self-detonating, but there was also the cherry bomb that Gumo had thrown in. With the two superimposed, General Jineo would definitely be deader than dead. The problem was that the power of this explosion would also increase exponentially. Rumble. Before Gumo could react, a terrifying explosion instantly engulfed the entire island. Bang, 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 bang. The nut array's light barrier, directly facing the explosion, churned like raging waves. One after another, top-grade second-order nuts shattered, but fortunately, the three third-order nuts withstood the massive explosion, preventing the plants within the formation from being affected. However, while the plants were unharmed, Gumo's expression was exceptionally grim, because this third-order water vein had suffered severe damage in this super explosion. At this moment, the spiritual chi in the water vein was rapidly receding. Now, this water vein had already dropped to top-grade second order, and its rank was still declining. Gumo estimated that this third-order water vein would eventually fall to low-grade second order. This was still because Gumo's nut array had protected a core part of the water vein, otherwise, it would have been a miracle if there was even a first-order water vein left. Damage to a water vein was extremely difficult to repair. Unless Gumo possessed a treasure like a water vein pearl, he would have to wait for hundreds of years for this water vein to self-repair. But Gumo clearly didn't have that much time. He had successfully killed General Jinao this time, but valuable materials like the Yao core and carapace were all gone, with only a pair of golden pincers intact. For this, Gumo paid the price of a destroyed third-order water vein, which was simply a huge loss. Without a third-order water vein, many of Gumo's subsequent plans could not proceed. This was clearly something Gumo could not tolerate. Since that's the case, I can only take a risk and try. Gumo took a deep breath, making a decision in his heart. General Jinao, as a great Yao beast with peak third-order combat prowess, his immortal cave should be a third-order spirit land. Now that General Jinao was dead, Gumo would go and occupy his spirit land. With this thought, Gumo quickly stored the plants into the black mist space, preparing to move, and seize General Jinao's territory before other great Yao beasts reacted. Yue, you should go to Red Coral Islands and stay there for a while. Gumo called Miss Shi Yue over. This time, snatching General Jinao's spiritual land would likely lead to a battle with the Sea Yao stationed on Juxi Island, so it was not convenient to bring Miss Shi Yue along. Take these 2 cherry bombs with you. Throw them out if you encounter danger. After some thought, Gumo took out 2 second-order high-grade cherry bombs and handed them to Miss Shi Yue as her last resort for survival. A second-order high-grade cherry bomb was enough to pose a fatal threat to false core and outer core cultivators, and even a golden core immortal master would be wary of it. As a chi refinement stage cultivator, Miss Shi Yue was unlikely to provoke a golden core cultivator, so 2 second-order high-grade cherry bombs were sufficient to ensure her safety. Thank you, Senior, for the reward. Miss Shi Yue respectfully took the 2 large cherry bombs from Gumo. She had personally witnessed from within the formation how Senior used such large cherry bombs to kill that terrifying top-tier great Yao. Go. Gumo nodded. Subsequently, he directly stuffed Little Carp, who had come closer, into the black mist space. The black mist space could hold living beings, a fact that had been tested multiple times on Little Carp. Theoretically, Gumo could also take Miss Shi Yue into the black mist space and bring her away. However, the black mist space contained a great secret of Gumo's, which naturally could not be known by others. Even Little Carp, his contracted spiritual pet, was placed in a secluded corner and put into a state of slumber after being taken into the black mist space, ensuring it would not see the automatic vending machine or the cultivation space. With everything settled, Gumo's figure instantly transformed into a wisp of clear wind and dissipated. The detailed location of Juxi Island, where General Jinao was located, was naturally included in Mystic Water True Person's previous intelligence. Gumo went to seize General Jinao's spiritual land. At the same time, the great battle that erupted here was also witnessed by the great Yao who had been monitoring General Jinao's every move. Upon confirming General Jinao's death, those great Yao were all shocked. General Jinao, who had ruled this sea area for so many years, was actually slain by a human cultivator. This was absolutely earth-shattering news. This meant that when Gumo left, not a single great Yao dared to stop him. Red Coral Islands. Shi Yunja felt the terrifying spiritual chi fluctuations coming from afar, his heart filled with unease. After seeing Mystic Water True Person's intelligence on General Jinao, Shi Yunja finally realized what a powerful enemy that Golden Core Immortal Master had provoked. At this moment, Shi Yunja could only secretly pray that the Golden Core Immortal Master would overcome this calamity. After all, if the Golden Core Immortal Master could not stop General Jinao, then the Red Coral Islands, which had received so much crab sea Yao meat, would probably also suffer. Is the battle over? As the spiritual chi fluctuations in the distance began to cease, Shi Yunja's heart was in his throat, because the outcome of this battle concerned the fate of the Red Coral Islands. Alliance leader, Miss Yue is here. While waiting, a cultivator who had been sent out to investigate the situation ran over quickly, bringing Shi Yunja news that he didn't know whether it was good or bad. Greetings, Alliance leader Shi. Miss Shi Yue bowed. Miss Yue, there's no need for formalities. How is the situation with Immortal Master? Shi Yunja exchanged pleasantries briefly before immediately getting to the point. Senior has already slain the enemy. Now Senior is heading to the enemy's lair to eliminate future troubles. Miss Shi Yue did not know that Gumo left to seize General Jinao's spiritual land, but her guess was actually not far off. Taking the enemy's spiritual land, in a sense, was equivalent to cutting off the enemy's possibility of future revenge. After all, Yao beasts need spiritual land to grow, and Yao beasts without spiritual land grow very slowly. Slain? General Jinao has already. Upon hearing Miss Shi Yue's words, Shi Yunja's eyes were filled with shock. His most optimistic imagination before was that Gumo could repel General Jinao, but now Gumo had directly slain General Jinao, who was a great Yao with combat power comparable to a third-order peak. To be able to slay such a great Yao, how terrifying must that Golden Core Immortal Master's strength be? And how fortunate it was for the Red Coral Islands to be connected with such a powerful Golden Core Immortal Master. Cancer Islands. It was still as usual. Evidently, the news of General Jinao's death had not yet reached here, but Gu Mo had already arrived. This was also the first time Gu Mo had fully activated the wind tunnel technique. It must be said that this secret technique was indeed very strong. Putting aside other things, in terms of speed, the wind tunnel technique indeed lived up to its reputation as originating from the metal tunneling technique among the 5 elements evasion technique. Upon arriving at Cancer Islands, Gu Mo's gaze instantly locked onto the largest of the atolls. This island was crescent-shaped, and within the crescent were smaller islands. Although they were smaller islands, the area of this island was not smaller than Gu Mo's previous third-order water vein island, which showed the immense size of this island. Entering the atoll, there were no formations on it, or rather, most Yao beast lairs did not have formations. Since General Jinao had been slain, Gu Mo did not need to worry about another peak Great Yao charging out from the atoll. However, there should still be ordinary third-order Great Yao. When General Jinao left, there had to be a subordinate to guard the place. Sure enough, as soon as Gu Mo landed on the atoll, a large green crab appeared. "Human, do you know whose territory this is?" The green crab stared at the intruding human, its crab eyes showing a hint of bewilderment. This was General Jinao's spiritual land, who in this sea area didn't know that. Yet, someone dared to intrude at this moment. Was there something wrong with their brain? "Yes, I know. I have obtained my master's permission. Look, this is the token." Gu Mo took out the pair of golden pincers. Ah! When the green crab saw the pair of golden pincers, it immediately let out a sharp shriek. Being sent to guard General Jinao's spiritual land, the green crab naturally knew how important those golden pincers were to General Jinao. They were something equivalent to General Jinao's life. Now, a human cultivator was holding General Jinao's golden giant pincers, which meant only one possibility: General Jinao had fallen. Whoosh! The moment the green crab was stunned by the golden pincers, Gu Mo attacked. A third-order initial stage Great Yao could be easily slain with Gu Mo's current combat power, not to mention he had the absolute first move advantage this time. Whew! A few breaths later, Gu Mo took out the green crab's Yao core, and then put the green crab's corpse into the black mist space. At this point, Gu Mo possessed 3 Yao cores. Yao cores could only be obtained by quickly slaying Great Yao. Otherwise, like General Jinao, knowing they would surely die, they would directly self-detonate their Yao core, leaving the enemy with nothing. "Now, the time until I condense a golden core will be delayed a bit longer," Gu Mo said, feeling the significant consumption of golden core Dan power within his body. The golden core Dan power in Gu Mo's body was all condensed from third-order sun essence, like rootless duckweed. Once used, it was gone. However, the golden core Dan power condensed from sun essence was indeed very powerful, much purer than the Dan power of ordinary golden core cultivators. But it was not a big problem. As long as he occupied this island, the consumed golden core Dan power could quickly be replenished. Because Gu Mo had already scanned the island with his divine sense and knew that it was a third-order high-grade spiritual land, a mixture of earth and water veins. The small island in the center of the atoll was an earth vein, and the surrounding bays were water veins. Among them, the earth vein of the central small island was third-order high-grade, and the water veins of the bays were third-order medium-grade. Both were stronger than Gu Mo's previous third-order low-grade water vein, and at the same time, the area was larger, which meant Gu Mo could plant more plants. After clearing out all the remaining sea yao in the atoll, Gu Mo arrived at the central island. At this moment, a stone palace stood on the island. This was General Jinao's immortal cave. Upon entering the main hall, there was still no formation. Then, Gu Mo saw various spiritual materials and precious ores piled up in the hall. Clearly, these were all General Jinao's collections. With General Jinao's strength, anything he collected would not be ordinary treasures, they had to be at least third-order grade. Looks like it's not a loss after all. Gu Mo looked at the spiritual materials and precious ores, and the thought of being at a huge loss instantly disappeared. Although he didn't get General Jinao's Yao core and carapace, the value of these spiritual materials and precious ores combined was no less. Without time to carefully examine the spiritual materials and precious ores, Gu Mo put them all into the black mist space, and then dismantled the grand hall. This grand hall was located at the core of the spiritual land and had some effects of gathering spiritual qi. Although it wasn't as good as a spirit gathering formation, it was still a very good place for cultivation. However, this grand hall had no meaning to Gu Mo. First, Gu Mo did not need spiritual land for cultivation, and furthermore, such a good piece of land, instead of being used to cultivate spiritual fields, was covered by a grand hall. Wasn't this a waste of natural resources? After dismantling the grand hall, Gu Mo began to set up the nut array and illusion formations. As for the concealment array, Gu Mo did not plan to set it up this time. Because next, Gu Mo needed to be more high profile to deter the great Yao who might want to seize the spiritual land. Such a high-quality third-order high-grade spiritual land would definitely attract many great Yao. And Gu Mo now needed to set up the plant battle lines as much as possible. Only in this way could he firmly hold this third-order high-grade spiritual land in his hands. Gu Mo's prediction was quickly confirmed. As time passed, the news of General Jinao's fall spread instantly. Upon learning the news, many great Yao quickly rushed to Juxi Island, preparing to seize the spiritual land left by General Jinao. Even if they couldn't get the spiritual land, it would be good to snatch some of General Jinao's collected treasures. However, when those great Yao approached the atoll and felt the dozen or so third-order auras in the center of the atoll, they all stopped. Then, when Gu Mo appeared carrying General Jinao's dual pincers, those great Yao all retreated. A powerful cultivator who could slay General Jinao as long as those great Yao weren't fools, they wouldn't provoke him. General Jinao was already the top-tier great Yao in the sea area, there was almost no one stronger than General Jinao. Unless it was a top-tier great Yao from other sea areas, but those top-tier great Yao all had their own territories and generally wouldn't cross boundaries easily. After all, if they seized someone else's territory, what would happen to their own? Moreover, a powerhouse who could kill General Jinao would make those top-tier great Yao from other sea areas weigh whether it was worth it to erupt in a major battle. Therefore, as those great Yao retreated, Guang had essentially successfully taken down this spiritual land. As for whether there would be any future changes, Guang was not worried. Because now was the best time for those great Yao to take this place. If they retreated this time, they would have no chance. As time passed, Guang's plant battle lines would only continue to improve. By then, if they still wanted to seize it, their fate would only be the same as General Jinao's. Having successfully deterred those great Yao, Guang let out a long breath. The next period should be stable. Guang's subsequent plan was to master the deployment of the Quasi Fourth Order Grand Formation, the Yunyu Huansheng Formation, Cloud Mist Illusion Formation. With this Quasi Fourth Order Grand Formation protecting him, his safety would definitely rise another level. In addition, Guang would increase the number of Third Order Sunflowers. After all, this Third Order high-grade spiritual land could fully support a larger number of Third Order Sunflowers and other Third Order plants. Subsequently, with the help of more Third Order Sunflowers, Guang would fully strive to break through to the Golden Core Realm. Only by stepping into the Golden Core Realm could Guang leave this place, cross the dangerous sea area, and head to Sheneng Valley. Guang had no intention of staying here for a long time. As a human cultivator, occupying a Third Order high-grade spiritual land of the Sea Yao, those Sea Yao would obviously not let it go so easily. If there was a leader, it would easily form an encirclement. If it was just an encirclement by ordinary great Yao, Guang would not be afraid, but he was afraid of attracting a Yao king in the end. A human cultivator deeply entering the Sea Yao sphere of influence and occupying a spiritual land belonging to the Sea Yao could easily attract the attention of a Yao king. At the same time, on Red Coral Islands, Mystic Water True Person looked at the almost shattered Third Order water vein, his eyes filled with regret, but more so with excitement. Although General Jinao being slain by that human Golden Core cultivator surprised and even frightened Mystic Water True Person, the final outcome seemed to be quite good for him. After all, that terrifyingly powerful human Golden Core cultivator had left, so his gift plan could continue. However, there was still a year until Crimson Sand's birthday, so Mystic Water True Person was not in a hurry. After all, harvesting early would make the gift less fresh. 1 year, for a Golden Core cultivator like Mystic Water True Person, was merely the blink of an eye. But for Red Coral Islands, this year was a year of drastic changes. With Guang's medicinal pills and the numerous crab meat obtained previously, the strength of the Red Coral Islands cultivators rapidly improved. Although Guang could no longer refine medicinal pills for the Red Coral Islands after going to Cancer Islands, with Miss Xiaowei present, the supply of medicinal pills to Red Coral Islands did not cease. The first order and second order medicinal pills that Guang refined but didn't need were all entrusted to Miss Xiaowei for safekeeping, to be traded with the cultivators of Red Coral Islands. With the stock of medicinal pills Miss Xiaowei carried, it was enough for the next few years of transactions. When the stock ran out, Miss Xiaowei believed Senior should come to pick her up. She already knew that Senior went to Juxi Island and seized General Jinao's spiritual land. This action made the human cultivators in the sea area, who had been suppressed by the Sea Yao, feel a sense of vindication. It was said that many human cultivators from other sea areas were preparing to come and pledge allegiance to Senior. Thanks to Hung Hujinshan for the reward.